I married a Beijing heiress who was 8 years older than me. When I was 14, I moved into her house and became her child husband. She would help me wash my underwear, attend parent-teacher meetings, and check my homework. Even years later, people still say that the little son-in-law of the Jiang family in Beijing is both a father and a mother to Miss Jiang, raising her with his own hands. I was often punished to stand or copy lines as a child, which made me deeply fearful of her. Even now, although our relationship has changed, this habit remains deeply ingrained. That day, I secretly followed my good brother to a bar. Suddenly, my phone rang on the table, and Luli asked where I was. She had warned me repeatedly not to come to places like this, and if she found out, I would be in big trouble. Seeing my scared expression, my good brother picked up his phone and replied, "I'm at a friend's house reviewing advanced math. I'll be home a bit late." "Don't worry, sister. Isn't that lying? What do you know? This is called a white lie. If she finds out, I will really be in big trouble." "How could she possibly find out? Is she going to run to your house to look for you, or come to the bar to catch you?" As Yi Chen finished speaking, my phone rang again, and a bad feeling surged in my heart. I cautiously opened the message. Luli was brief and only replied with 2 words. Looking up, Luli raised her wine glass and gestured to me, her red lips curling into a smile as she leisurely drank the wine in her glass. Then she said to the person next to her, "Mr. Su, let's end today's gathering here. I will take my leave now." After that, Luli smiled and said, "Go catch the disobedient little friend and take him home." I was stunned for a moment, finally coming back to my senses. "Yi Chen, my sister is here. What should I do? It's terrible. It's terrible." "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. I'll take the burden," Yi Chen said with great loyalty. I grabbed Yi Chen's clothes and hid behind him. "She's coming." Yi Chen pointed at the beautiful woman not far away and asked, "Is that your sister?" Luli was tall and wore a well-tailored black suit that perfectly showcased her figure. Yi Chen's eyes turned into the shape of peach blossoms. "Your sister is so beautiful. Can you introduce her to me?" I smiled wryly and regretted. "She is already married." To this, Yi Chen surprisingly expressed understanding. "Indeed, those who are beautiful tend to get married early." "Ruan Tang," a woman's authoritative voice came, and I nervously walked to Luli's side. Luli sneered, "You've got some skills, not only dressed so stylishly, but you've also learned to lie in a place like this." I didn't dare to speak, lowering my head even more. "Don't blame Ruan Tang, I brought her here, and I replied to WeChat for her. If you want to blame someone, blame me." Luli pondered over this sentence meaningfully, then sneered slightly. "Ruan Tang, let's go home with your sister, okay?" I stammered, "But my friend is still here." Luli looked at the assistant Shenwan behind him. "You take this gentleman home. Is there a problem?" I shook my head. Luli suddenly pulled me over, saying, "If you dare to come to places like this again, just wait and see how I deal with you." Her sudden action made me unsteady on my feet, and I almost fell to the ground. Luli quickly wrapped her arms around me. On the other side of the bar, General Manager Su, who had just been socializing with Luli, looked at the scene in front of him and asked in confusion, "Is that person General Zhang's brother?" The little secretary beside him smiled and said, "Now we should say he is her husband." "Husband?" General Manager Su was taken aback, then laughed. "General Jiang is really fortunate. That person looks like he just turned 18. General Manager Su, please be cautious with your words, be careful. There might be ears on the other side of the wall," the little secretary reminded. General Manager Su nodded and fell silent. Who doesn't know that the current leader of the Jiang group, Luli, appears elegant and dignified, yet acts decisively and sharply, with exceptional means. Outside the bar, a black Bentley was parked by the roadside. I slowly sat in the back seat, and Luli followed. Sitting right next to me, she coldly instructed the driver, "Go home." I lowered my head, fiddling with my fingers, anxiously waiting for her to question me. Luli cleared her throat, trying to make her tone sound less harsh. "Did you make a mistake?" I silently nodded. Luli asked again, "What was the mistake?" "I shouldn't have come to the bar. I shouldn't have lied." "Anything else?" I thought for a moment and then shook my head. "I don't know. You told your friend that I am your sister. If I remember correctly, the day after your birthday last month, we got our marriage certificate." I nodded, indicating that she was right. "So what is our relationship?" I pondered for a moment and concluded, "Husband and wife." "Then what should I be to you?" "You are my wife. You should confess to your friends tomorrow." I lowered my head and said nothing. Luli raised an eyebrow. "Am I really that unpresentable?" No, that's not it." I quickly denied it. Aside from being a bit older, in terms of appearance, figure, and family background, Luli was like a star surrounded by the moon. I just felt a bit embarrassed since my classmates and friends are not yet married. But then I thought again, Yi Chen is my good brother. I really shouldn't hide this from him. "Got it," Luli replied with satisfaction. "Ruan Tang, my sister is not such a rigid person. Why didn't I let you come to the bar? You should know. I know. It's still because of that incident before. You are doing this for my own good. Then, Luli softened his tone and added, if you really want to come in the future, just tell me. I'll take you. I nodded. I understand. The car turned around and drove into a high-end villa area in the capital. After arriving home, Luli took off his suit jacket and handed it to the servant while saying to me, do you know what to do now? Since childhood, whenever I made a mistake, Luli's punishment method has always been the same. Go ahead. Although I was reluctant, I didn't dare to resist and could only obediently find a corner and stand against the wall. After standing for a while, I heard some noise in the kitchen, so I curiously ran to take a look. Luli was busy in the kitchen at this time. Wang Ma advised, Miss, let me handle this. Why are you doing it yourself? Luli smiled faintly. It's fine. Wang Ma, Xiao Yu loves the meals I cook. After saying that, she noticed my gaze, and her tone changed as she said to me, stand properly. No slacking off. I was startled and hurried back to the corner to stand properly. Seeing this, Wang Ma joked, why is Xiao Yu still so afraid of the miss? Of course I'm afraid. You don't know. The employees at my sister's company all call her Jiang Papai. Wang Ma shook her head with a smile. At this moment, Luli's ghostly voice sounded again, Ruan Tang, stand by the kitchen. I was somewhat reluctant. Why? Perhaps feeling that her tone was too strong. Luli softened her voice and added, come over and stand. Today I'll reduce your standing time by half an hour. Upon hearing this, I cheered in my heart, so I pressed against the wall and slowly moved towards the kitchen. Sister, I'm coming over. At the moment our eyes met, my face slightly flushed. I averted my gaze and shyly touched the tip of my nose. Luli asked softly, what do you want to say? I have low blood sugar, and I get dizzy if I stand for too long. Low blood sugar? When did this happen? I explained. Just a while ago. I wasn't feeling well, and John Mama took me to the hospital for a checkup. You seemed to be on a business trip at that time. Why didn't you tell me? Luli said with a worried expression. It's just a small problem. It's not serious. Luli responded and didn't say anything more. Then I found a piece of chocolate, split it in half, and stuffed one half into my mouth, while she naturally put the other half into her own mouth. After a while, Luli shouted at me, who was still standing in punishment, Ruan Tang, go wash your hands. It's time to eat. It's not time yet. I instinctively said. I haven't stood long enough. No, I'm going right now. Luli laughed at my flustered appearance as I ran away. After washing my hands, I returned to the dining room, where there were 2 more bowls of noodles and a few fried dough sticks on the table. I sat down next to Luli, still wearing the stylish tight leather jacket I had worn to the bar today, which Yi-chen had helped me pick out. It was my first time wearing such a flamboyant outfit. With Luli sitting next to me, I felt even more uncomfortable. I pretended to eat the noodles in my bowl calmly while unconsciously tugging at my clothes. Luli noticed my unusual behavior and teased, what's wrong? Did your butt grow thorns? I awkwardly pulled my hand out from under the table and said, this outfit is a bit tight. Now you know it's tight. Will you wear it again in the future? I won't wear it again. I'm too scared. Luli made a non-committal sound, seemingly dissatisfied with my answer. I tentatively replied, then just wear it at home. Luli smiled faintly. Why didn't I notice before that your figure is so good? She stared straight at my belly. This can't be cheapened for outsiders. Right, Xiao Ruan Tang? I immediately understood the meaning behind her words and silently nodded. Seeing my reaction, Luli was satisfied and raised the corner of her mouth. What he didn't know was that although Ruan Tang didn't say anything on his face, in actuality, behind his back, he was secretly slandering him, being shameless and disrespectful for his old age. After that, he asked her about things at school. Luli, how are your studies going these days? Are you keeping up? Nguyen Tang, okay. Luli, do you plan to go to graduate school after graduation? Or just work? Nguyen Tang, haven't thought about it yet. Luli, sophomore year, time to think about it. Nguyen Tang, she bit her lower lip, seemingly brewing something. After a few moments, she raised her head and stared at Luli with a resolute gaze. Perhaps she had already done her mental construction. Brother, if I don't go to graduate school, will I be able to work at Lu's after graduation? Luli responded. However, before Ruan Tang could be happy, Luli poured a pot of cold water on her. Provided that you can successfully pass Lu's recruitment process. Lu's recruitment standards are very high. What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? Can she still not know that Lu is demanding? In recent years, Lu's educational requirements for new employees are at least graduate school, and must be 985, 211. It's strange to say that her mom and dad, 2 schoolmasters, gave birth to such an elementary school slag as her. It can't be said to be a scum, but it's not as good as her parents. And naturally, it's not as good as Lu Li, compared to Lu Li's kind of life, which had been clearly organized since she was a child. What Rowan's parents wanted for her was much simpler. There wasn't a lot of interference in her studies, other than having her take a couple of specialties. So, Nguyen had a happy childhood, but as a result, she couldn't find much in her that was above average. The reason I asked him was to see if there was any chance with the two of them. Want to use the back door? Her small mind naturally could not escape Lily's eyes. Nguyen downtrodden mood sparked a glimmer of hope again. Is it okay, brother? Luli nodded. It's not impossible, but first make me happy. How do you coax? Ruan Tang dragged his chair and leaned toward Luli. Luli stood up, his bony fingers pulling out a tissue and slowly wiping his mouth clean. Ruan Tang tilted her head and looked at him, obviously having lived with him for 20 years. She looked at him like this and even had a momentary wobble. Luli took his finger and tapped her on the head. Think for yourself. Clean up the dishes after eating. Then go downstairs and accompany your brother to watch TV for a while. Okay, I'll wash it properly. Luli had requested this. Ruan Tang naturally had no reason not to agree. This was a good opportunity to please him. Chapter 5, We're Married. In the audiovisual room on the negative floor, there was an oversized sofa bed, and Luli, dressed in black loungewear, with his legs folded, was half lying on it. Brother, Nguyen Tang said as he cleaned up and came down the stairs. Luli shot her a glance and looked at the changed pajamas on her. Frowning slightly, come here. Nguyen Tang lay down next to him, a fist's length apart. Her legs were straight and her arms were hanging at her sides in a good-natured manner. Come over some more. Luli ordered her in a deep voice without looking away. Nguyen Tang scooted over and rubbed up against Luli's side until his palm was pressed against the corner of his coat. A pair of watery eyes flickered at him, as if asking, is this okay? Luli didn't say anything and stretched out his arm, forcefully taking her into his arms. Ruan Tang didn't expect him to do this. His pupils instantly dilated, and his eyes unabashedly revealed panic. Her entire body was going rigid, lying in Luli's arms, not daring to move a muscle. Sugar Plum, we are husband and wife. These are normal behaviors. Luli was afraid of scaring the little girl and felt the need to explain to her. Nguyen Tang nodded. Well, I know. It's just, I'm still not quite used to it. Although she had known since she was a child that she was going to marry Luli when she grew up, but after all, it was the person she had called her brother for so many years, and this suddenly became her husband. She couldn't shift over for a while. What's more, she's never been in a relationship and is more than a little uncomfortable with the contact of the opposite sex. Luli raised his hand and rubbed her hair. Well, take your time to get used to it. The tone of voice was rarely more gentle, and the panic in Ruan Tang's heart eased a bit, but it was still more or less uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to have your neck stretched all the time. Don't be nervous, it's not like brother will eat you. Noticing her discomfort, Luli moved his arm, trying to make her lie down more comfortably. Seeing that his mind was broken, Ruan Tang buried his head with a red face, embarrassed to look at him, still holding Luli's coat corner tightly in his hand. Well, relax. You're making your brother feel like he's holding a corpse. A corpse? Is that really a good way to describe her? Brother hates. Ruan Tang beamed and complained in a small voice. Nasty? Luli raised an eyebrow, biting down on the word and repeating, gutsy? Dare to say it to his face. It wasn't my brother who said to relax. Ruan Tang mumbled in a small voice. Luli let out a light laugh, almost forgetting that this little guy was a fox cub in sheep's clothing. Put your hands on your brother's waist. Ruan Tang didn't know why he was asking for this. She felt awkward and a little shy inside. He moved his fingers slightly, but his arms felt like lead, and he couldn't move them any further. No release? Luli confirmed with her again. Nguyen Tang remained motionless, neither admitting nor denying. Who was it that just said to take it easy, and said to make your brother happy, just like that? I'll put it. Her mouth agreed painfully, but her movements were extremely slow, as if she was possessed by lightning from a cartoon. After she carefully finally placed her hands on Luli's waist, Luli distinctly heard her let out a small sigh of relief, as if she had done something so difficult. But anyway, she did it, and Luli felt that the relationship had finally taken a step forward. Playing on the big screen was an American drama, which Luli had casually clicked on. The scale was a bit larger than the domestic one, and he was going to change it, but on second thought, maybe by doing so he could enlighten the little girl in his arms. However, it seems that the little girl's attention is not on the screen at the moment. From the initial constraints slowly became adapted, and now it was more like discovering a new continent. Boldly, from time to time, secretly taking a finger to poke at his abs. After the poke, he even gave him a quiet glance to see if he noticed. Fun? His sudden outburst scared Ruan Tang, who hurriedly retracted his fingers, then bared his rows of small teeth and smiled at him. So brother also has abs. Want to see? Is it okay? Although a little ashamed, Ruan Tang was still curious and couldn't help but want to see it. Aha! This was out of Luli's expectation, and it was an unexpected gain. He lifted his top up, revealing a lean waist and wall-to-wall 8-pack abs in the small of his back. Ruan-Tang stared curiously and stretched out his thin, white fingers again, tapping on them twice. What does it feel like? Lu Li asked her. Hard, she said with a serious look on her face. Lu Li thought of something and turned his face away, laughing lowly twice. What is brother laughing at? Lu Li shook his head. Nothing. I can't tell her yet. It would be bad if I got scared. It was a good thing she didn't pursue it any further. Her mind focused on studying his abs. It seemed to get a kick out of it, poking his finger twice in one moment, tracing the outline of his abs along the arc in the next. This was a bitter experience for Lu Li. Her fingers landed on the small of her back, bringing a light touch that was like a starburst wherever it went. The little girl had no idea how titillating these gestures of hers were to him. If he didn't have a shred of sanity left, he'd want to crush her and eat her up right now. Lu Li held back the throbbing of his heart and held her fidgeting fingers in his palm. Okay, time's up. Don't move. Watch the movie. With the more intimate contact from before, Ruan-Tang was getting more and more accustomed to these small gestures from Lu Li, and without resisting, she let him hold it. Brother, so are you happy now? Ruan-Tang hadn't forgotten about pleasing him. No, Lu Li lied without changing his face. Oh, she answered in a small voice, a little downcast. The plot of the movie became more and more intense, and the sounds and images were constantly stimulating Lu Li's senses. Coupled with the fact that he had been restraining himself for many years, he finally held the little girl in his arms, and for a while, Lu Li was a little bit confused, and his bones were half crispy. However, strangely enough, the little girl didn't even half react, and the person was honest. Lu Li looked down and realized that the person in his arms had fallen asleep at some point. She turned on her side, her head resting on the crook of his arm, shrinking into a tiny ball, red lips pressed against his blouse, slightly pouting and delicate. Lu Li recalled the touch he felt when he touched her lips earlier, and his fingertips began to fall uncontrollably on her cheek. The movement was gentle, afraid it would wake her up. It fell along the side of her face to her lips, her fingertips rubbing over them repeatedly, soft and slightly bouncy, and sweet. Chapter 6, Good morning, brother. The next morning, Nguyen Tang woke up to the familiar sound of his alarm clock. She sat up from the covers and stretched, and consciousness began to creep back in. Wasn't she watching a movie downstairs with Lu Li last night? When did you get back to your room? How did you get back? Surprisingly, she had no recollection at all. She remembered that she seemed to fall asleep before the movie was over. So it was Lu Li who carried her up. After coming to this conclusion, the heat in Nguyen Tang's cheeks began to rise. At the same time, she recalled the events of last night one after another. From the bar, Lu Li hugged her, let her lie in his arms, and even, she poked his abs. They'd known each other for 20 years and had done more intimate things, it seemed, than this one night. Thinking about it now, Nguyen Tang still felt shy, but there was more of a feeling of something else, something that had never been there before, and it was marvelous. Moreover, she didn't seem to be repulsed by the intimacy and seemed to be having fun. Nguyen Tang pulled the covers up to her neck, revealing only a small head, and if there was a mirror in front of her right now, she might be shocked by how she looked right now. A red face, teeth bared, smiling like a cutie. Suddenly, there was a knock on the bedroom door and the accompanying voice of Wu Ma. Sugar, wake up. Ruan Tang looked back. Got it, Mrs. Wu. She got out of bed in a trice, shuffled around, and went downstairs into the dining room. Sugar, did you sleep well? Wu Ma brought the finished breakfast to the table. So sleepy? Oh, didn't sleep enough. Ruan Tang shook her head, then hugged Wu Ma's waist as if she was pampered and rubbed her face against her body. Lazy bastard. A low male voice sounded from behind. As if electrocuted, Ruan Tang bounced off of Wu Ma. Good morning, brother. Well, good morning. Lu Li stood behind her, one hand resting casually on the back of her chair. Have you thought about how to please your brother? No, it was early in the morning, just waking up, so how could I have time to think about that? Do you want me to remind you? Lu Li suddenly asked with particular kindness. Nguyen Tang had no doubts and readily agreed. Do to me what you did to Mrs. Wu. Did he mean for her to pamper him like she had just done with Mrs. Wu? That's how Ruan Tang understood it, but it's a little embarrassing. After Lu Li finished speaking, he stood behind Ruan Tang and did not move, seeming to have some meaning that he would not stop until he reached his goal. Ruan Tang had to bite her teeth, harden her heart, and press her face against his. Good morning, brother. Aha. Only then was Lu Li satisfied and lifted his foot to leave, sitting down in his seat, dropping a comment in passing. It's too perfunctory. In other words, it still didn't make him happy? Ruan Tang suspected that Lu Li was playing her, but she had no proof. Mrs. Wu, from now on, stew some soup, bird's nest or something every day to replenish her body. Yes, young master. Who she means, naturally, is self-evident. Thank you, brother. Since he had commanded this to his face, Ruan Tang felt that he should show something. Aha! Luli answered faintly, his mood seemingly low. Ruan Tang was self-conscious that he hadn't done anything wrong and didn't know why he was suddenly like this, so he only secretly spat out his tongue to show his helplessness. Do you have class this afternoon? Luli asked. Well, there's a big class. I'll have someone pick you up after class and we'll go back to the old mansion together. Good. After that, the two were silent. After breakfast, the family's driver drove Ruan Tang to school, and when she arrived at the classroom, Hiruru had already taken a seat for her, the left row of the lecture hall near the center. It doesn't interfere with listening to lectures, it's not too conspicuous, and it's easy to get a little private action. This was something she and Hiruru had agreed on a long time ago. Why didn't you message me back yesterday? Say, what bad things did you do behind my back? As soon as they met, Hiruru interrogated her. Nguyen Tang sighed slightly and said helplessly, on penalty. No. Hiruru was astonished. Your brother really punished you. You're so old and he's still disciplining you like a child. Nguyen Tang shrugged. Who said otherwise? By the way, are you? There's something I have to confess to you. Oh, Hiruru slanted her face and sized her up. Sugar plum kids have something to hide from their sister now. Quickly and honestly explain. I told you, don't get excited. Ruan Tang felt the need to give her a heads up in advance. Hiruru, however, was unimpressed. She didn't know Ruan Tang yet. A typical obedient girl. What earth-shattering big secret could she have? No excitement. Promise not to get excited. Come on. Ruan Tang pursed her lips, and after some shallow brewing, she slowly said, I am married. What? Hiruru was caught off guard and screamed in shock. Spare Hiruru how to think but could not imagine. This girl usually silent, this time also really gave her a surprise. No, I should say shock. Ruan Tang was busy covering her mouth with his hand. The class instantly quieted down. Their eyes focused on the two men's positions. Hiruru, what's wrong with you? Got your tail stepped on by someone? Ruan Tang, you'd better stay away from her, or she'll bite you. The crowd snickered. Hiruru's mouth was gagged by Ruan Tang and she couldn't say anything. She could only give the crowd a vicious glare with her eyes. When the class bell rang, Nguyen Tang then released his hand. Hiruru took a deep breath and slapped Ruan Tang on the back. Ruan sugar candy, you want to suffocate me. I'm sorry, I conditioned myself. I didn't mean to. Poof. Hiruru snorted coldly. Explain the matter clearly, and I'll forgive you. I'll tell you at noon. She was really afraid that if she told her now, Hiruru wouldn't be able to hold it in and have another one like she just did. No, you have to tell me now. Don't you know that talking halfway is the most abrasive? Sugar, please, tell me. I'll go crazy if you don't tell me. The professor is here. Hiruru glanced at the old professor on the podium who was known as one of the four great masterminds, reluctantly skimmed his lips at Ruan Tang, and then silently spread out his books. A class down. Hiruru, this hard is as long as the grass is hard to sit still. From time to time to look at the time, keep sighing. It was so hard to hold back until the end of class. Ruan Sugarplum, do you know that you've caused me a lot of trouble? I didn't listen to a word the professor said today. You have to compensate me. Can I buy you a milk tea? Hiruru took Ruan Tang's arm and hemmed and hawed twice. I'll add a milk cap. Okay, add as many as you want. Then you go buy milk tea. I'll go buy food. See you in front of the school later. What do you want to eat? Hiruru asked. Buy me a serving of rice noodles. Luli usually didn't allow her to eat these, so she could only take advantage of her lunch and sneak them in. Nguyen Tang pulled his meal card out of his pocket and handed it to her. Hiruru gave her a blank look. Who are you looking down on? You buy me milk tea. I'll buy you dinner. That can't be. Then this is not equivalent to her not invited at all. Hiruru waved her hand. Alright, cut the crap. I'm leaving. If I go late the cafeteria should be lined up. Hey. With that, he ran off in a huff. Chapter 7, Father's Boyfriend. After the college entrance exam, Nguyen Tang went to an ordinary local book. In order to have a place to stay, her family bought her an apartment near the school, and she would go to the apartment at noon to eat and take a lunch break. Just as soon as she entered the door, before she put her meal down, Hiruru couldn't wait to ask, tell me quickly, what exactly is going on with what you said about you being married? Nguyen Tang knew she would really go crazy if she didn't tell her. That's the one we ran into at the bar yesterday. He's not actually my cousin. He's my husband, she told her as she opened the box of rice noodles. Ah, your husband? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Hiruru was shocked again. Just last month, after my birthday, we got our marriage license. Only we haven't had a wedding yet. My parents are still abroad. We have to wait until they come back. No wonder. Hiruru's eyes twinkled meaningfully after hearing this. Blaine what? Nguyen Tang wondered. No wonder when I called him Brother Sugarplum yesterday, his expression was a bit off. Sugarplum, he shouldn't like you calling him brother. Hiruru recalled yesterday's scene, but I call him brother all the time. What do you call him if not his brother? Ruan Tang wondered. You're stupid. Of course it's called husband. For this BFF. Hiruru was quite a bit hateful. Husband? Ruan Tang repeated in a small voice, after finishing, but he was ashamed of himself. This is not yet in front of Luli. No, too shy. I can't shout out. Hiruru, we're all married. What is there to shout about? We are not quite like other couples at the moment. What's different? Hiruru asked, not waiting for Ruan Tang to answer. She remembered something else. No, I remember you told me before. Your mom fixed a baby marriage between you and her best friend's son. What was it called? Luli? No wonder the name sounded so familiar to her when she saw it yesterday. Nguyen Tang nodded. That's him. So you married your brother who you've been married to since you were a child and a childhood friend. Hiruru summarized succinctly. Sort of. So romantic. Hiruru covered her face and made a flowery face. But he'll punish me for standing. Do you still think it's romantic? Ruan Tang spoke leisurely, bursting the pink bubble in front of Hiruru. You don't understand. Nowadays it's popular to have a father's boyfriend. Also, your mom and his mom are best friends. How many mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts will be saved? Ruan Tang smiled. Yes, that's what my mom said to Lu's mom. Moreover, her connection with Luli went far beyond that. Ruan Tang's grandfather was a comrade in arms with Luli's grandfather, and after retiring from the military, the two founded Lu together. Later, after Grandpa Ruan died, Ruan Tang's father had no intention of going into business, so the Ruan family withdrew from the management of Lu's, retaining only the equity. When she was a child, the Ruan family and the Lu family were neighbors, and Ruan Tang's parents were busy working, so they often put her in the Lu family. Lu's mom doesn't have a daughter, so she's been raising her like one. By the time Ruan Tang became an adult, Ruan's parents went abroad to become doctors without borders, and even more so, they dropped their daughter directly into the Lu family. It can be said that she and Luli is in a piece of growing up. Only Luli is 7 years older than her. Usually tube her and tube more. Only line into now this kind of her to him and respect and fear of the relationship. Sugar, do you like him? Nguyen Tang thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. For the first 20 years of her life, there had been Luli. It would be a lie to say that there were no feelings, except that she couldn't tell if these feelings were affection or love for the time being. So does he like you? Nguyen Tang still shook his head. I don't know. So you just married yourself off in a blur? Ruan Tang laughed. Anyway, since I was a child, people around me have told that when I grow up, I am to marry brother Luli. Hiruru, so does this count as you being Pua? Ruan Tang explained. Not really. Before I got married, my mother analyzed it with me. I will have to marry someone sooner or later, and brother Luli is a good choice for me. Father Lu and mother Lu are very good to me. I can't bear to leave them. And what about brother Luli? Although sometimes he is a bit harsh to me, but after all, we have also lived together for many years. If I were to live with him for the rest of my life, it wouldn't be unacceptable to me. Instead of taking the risk of cultivating a relationship from nothing with a stranger, and having to adjust to a new family, I'd rather marry brother Luli. Finally, Ruan Tang added in a whisper. Moreover, brother Luli is also handsome. This kind of viewpoint of Ruan Tang is what makes Hiruru start to be impressed. She has always thought that a silly white sweet like Ruan Tang would be a pure love brain, and she was once worried before that she would be cheated by a man in the future. Our sugar plum student is living quite transparently. Ruru student. Although you keep calling me stupid and sweet, but I'm not really stupid. Oh. What Ruru student? No big deal. Call sister. Hiruru is the only daughter of the family. Has always been it. Wanted to get over the addiction of being an older sister. This honorable and difficult task naturally fell to the younger than her 2 months of girlfriend and classmate Ruan Tang on the body. Good Ruru sister. That's more like it. Hiruru stroked Ruan Tang's head in satisfaction. Well, hurry up and eat. The food is getting cold. What did you buy? Let me have a taste. Ruan Tang looked blearily at the rice in front of Hiruru. Hiruru pushed the lunchbox forward. Nah, halibut rice. Give me a bite of your rice noodles. Chapter 8. Your husband doesn't have a hidden disease, does he? Nguyen Tang was a small eater, and after years of dancing he had gotten into the habit of not eating much before he was full. After eating, she lay on the sofa in the living room, swiping her phone while chatting with Hiruru in one way or another. Ruru, have you thought about it? Will you look for a job or go to graduate school after graduation? Ruan Tang thought about the question Luli had asked her yesterday, and she wanted to hear Hiruru's choice. Well, Hiruru thought about it. I should take the public exam. And yeah, your parents are in the system and definitely want you to go that way. Well, what about you? Haru asked. I don't know. Haven't thought about it yet. Seeing that everyone else had plans for the future, while he was still at a loss, Ruan Tang was a little melancholy. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. We're only sophomores. Hiruru comforted her. Aha. Nguyen tugged at the corner of his mouth in response. Oh yeah, there's one more thing, I almost forgot. Hiruru sat up violently and reached out to hook her backpack over. What? You'll see in a minute. Hiruru put her hand into the bag and rummaged around, and after touching what she was looking for, a glint flashed in her eyes. Give me your hand. Ruantang was unsure, but still did what she said and spread his hands out. What is it? So secretive. Here, a wedding present. Ruantang looked suspiciously at the extra small 4-square bag in his hand. Upon reading the words on the package, she instantly threw the item on the coffee table with a jolt as if she had been bitten by something. Hiruru gave her a do so-and-so brand of condom. Why the big reaction? You're married. Isn't this an item of your daily life? Hiruru didn't expect this item to scare her like this. Ruantang a face reddened. I half a day did not say anything, but looking at her like this, Hiruru guessed something. You guys wouldn't have done it again, would you? Hearing this, Ruantang's face turned even redder, and after a long time, she nodded. Aha, no way. Hiruru was surprised. Your husband wouldn't have some hidden disease. He can't work in that area? No way. Don't be ridiculous. A man's soft cough came from the doorway just as Nguyen words trailed off. This sudden voice made both of them startled, and when they saw that the visitor was Lu Li, they even looked at each other, especially Hiruru, discussing that aspect of her best friend's husband in private, and being caught on the spot. This is some kind of large social death scene. The 36 stratagems told her that walking was the best plan in this situation. Sugar brother. No, sugar husband, I'll leave you two alone. Bye. After saying that, without waiting for a response, she picked up her backpack and ran off in a huff. All of a sudden, an awkward silence permeated the room. Have you eaten? Lu Li took the lead after a moment's pause. Ate. It was good that Lu Li didn't mention what had just happened, which gave Ruantang a small sigh of relief. The lunchbox left over from lunch on the table hadn't come to be cleaned up yet. Lu Li rattled it with his hand. 1 rice noodle. 1 lo mein rice. Rice noodle? I don't know what kind of special ability he had to be able to accurately distinguish which portion was eaten by Nguyen from the 2 portions of food. Aha! Nguyen panicked in his heart. It's over. I forgot about this. No wonder it's low blood sugar. Lu Li said in a deep voice, his face uncertain. Spare me. It already scared Ruantang enough. She silently lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. I'm going to hire a nanny for you here to take care of your midday meals. Lu Li said. May I not? Nguyen gave him a timid look, a small moment of defiance. Well, what's the reason? Lu Li asked. Ruantang thought for a moment. The house here is a bit small, and it would be inconvenient to live with one more person. Upon hearing this, Lu Li hooked his lips and smiled. Then get a bigger set. No. Ruantang hastily refused. The house was small whatsoever. It was just an excuse for her. She just wanted her own private space. Lu Li naturally understood her thoughts. I'll arrange for someone to order meals for you from a nearby hotel, and from next week onwards, I'll have them bring you meals at noon. Then, well, Lu Li had already taken a step back, and Nguyen naturally took it as it came. Why did brother come over? Is something the matter? Nguyen asked. It couldn't be that he came over specifically to check what she had for lunch. The company has nothing to do in the afternoon, so I came over to you to rest for a while, wait for you to get out of school, and go back to the old mansion together. Lu Li explained thus. As to whether it was true or not, it was unknown. Then why don't I skip my afternoon classes and we'll go straight to the old mansion? I miss Mama Lu. Nguyen didn't know which of his tendons wasn't in the right place, but he chose to repeatedly jump across the red line at Lu Li. Lu Li gave a soft, what's the class this afternoon? Economic law. If I remember correctly, this should be your major class, right? You dare to skip your major class. I think you haven't stood up enough yesterday. Lu Li said sternly. Face color also followed a few points grim. Seems to be some signs of anger. Ruantang's runaway sanity gradually returned. I was joking. Brother, don't be angry. I never skip class. It better be. I'll be calling your dean regularly if I find out you skipped class. Lu Li did not finish the latter words, but the threatening intent in his tone was already obvious. Ruantang was so scared he was close to shivering in place. I know, brother. Lu Li didn't say anything else. His eyes glanced around the room for a week, his eyes finally landing on the coffee table in front of Ruantang. The condom she had just dropped was still on it. Ruantang followed his line of sight and spotted the thing as well, and instantly, she wanted to die. Waterbending, simply. She ghosted out her hand and tried to hide something under Lu Li's nose, but, in the end, it was too late. Lu Li snatched the thing in his hand first, before he had time to ease his face and lowered a few points, his eyes cold, hard and stern. Where did it come from? It's a wedding gift from Ruru. Ruantang trembled as she explained, her little heart thumping in fear. Lu Li stared at the object in his hand. So it turned out that not all college students were as unenlightened as this one in his family. The expression on his face was unknown, but this silence was enough to make Ruan Tang feel depressed. She spoke slowly, "Brother, I was wrong." Nguyen Tang weakly pointed a finger at what he was holding. Lu Li's face stretched slightly. "There's nothing wrong or good about it. Anyway, sooner or later it will come in handy. The stuff, though, I'll confiscate for now." "Okay." Ruan Tang was busy answering. She hadn't wanted it in the first place. Lu Li looked at the little girl with reddened eyes and sighed darkly. How could he not be heartbroken? Every time he finished lecturing her with a cold face, it was harder on his heart than it was on hers. Only, there was no way around it. He had his considerations. Lu Li sat down next to her and reached out to gather her into his arms like he did last night. "Rest for a while. Later brother will take you to school." This was, perhaps, the true purpose of his visit today, or else he could not have postponed 2 meetings and come here specifically to rest. Ruan Tang's head against his chest nodded slightly, blinking her puzzled eyes, thinking in her heart, "What is this? A slap and then a sweet date? Don't dare ask. Don't dare ask." Chapter 9. With your progress, I'll never have a grandchild in my life. That afternoon, in the Lu family's old mansion, Mama Lu, having not seen her for a while, as soon as she entered the door, Ruan Tang ran over to Mama Lu and hugged her affectionately. Lu Li watched from the sidelines, secretly shaking his head. The little girl was able to pout with ease to anyone but him. Still calling Mama Lu? Lu's mom laughed and angered her. "If you want the child to change his words, you must not pay the change fee first." Lu's father also came down from upstairs at the sound of his voice. "Here, now, wait." With that, Lu's mom made a move to go upstairs to get something. Nguyen Tang pulled her close. Mom, I don't want a change fee." These years Lu family parents sent her things. The value of not hundreds of millions of dollars also have to have tens of millions of dollars. Besides, in her heart has long been the Lu family parents as their own mother and father. What's the need for a rewording fee? It's just that I'm so used to calling it that I didn't change it for a while. Afterwards, she stood up straight and properly shouted at each of Lu's father and mother. "Dad, Mom." Lu's father's eyes, which were already not that big, directly smiled into a slit. "Good boy, good boy." Lu's mother even took off the bracelet on her wrist and wore it on her hand without a second thought. "Good, my good daughter-in-law." Afterwards, the old couple gathered around Ruan Tang, observing her up and down, front and back, and finally Mama Lu came to a conclusion. "Finn, did that Lu Li kid not take good care of you? I told you not to move out. This way, you guys take some time to move back in." Before Ruan Tang and Lu Li could express their opinions, Lu's father took the first step and refused on their behalf. "They are newlyweds, so you shouldn't disturb their two-person world." Lu Li laughed. "I think it's because you're worried that we're interrupting your two-person world with Mom." Lu's father didn't hide anything and responded frankly. "It's good that you know." Lu's mother looked petulant and glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense in front of the child." Good. All listen to your wife." Father Lu said so, but he also did not forget to pull over his wife's hand and put it in his hand to rub it carefully. In response, Lu Li and Ruan Tang had also long since seen this. The old couple had been in love for decades, and they had seen this kind of scene many times. Lu mother in a white background of blue flowers cheongsam, ears fell full of green jadeite egg surface earrings, looks like a young girl from the Republican period of the pictorial out of the girl. That's right, a teenage girl. She was in her 50s and still looked like she was in her 20s or 30s, all because of Lu's father spoiling her. Oh, right. Lu's mom suddenly thought of something and added, "What about Sugar Candy's room before? I had it converted into a children's recreation room. Would you two like to go and take a look?" "Ha!" Ruan Tang reflexively exclaimed, and then covered his mouth with his hand after realizing that he had lost his temper. "What's wrong? Is Sugar upset that Mommy changed your room? Mom kept all your things for you. I had them moved to Lu Li's room." Seeing her react like this, Lu's mom explained, No, Mom, I'm not upset." Nguyen Tang was busy denying it. "Papa Lu, I told you to change it after discussing it with your child, but you didn't listen. I'm not thinking that since Sugar and Lu Li have gotten married, that room is still empty, and now that it's been turned into an entertainment room, when their grandchildren are born, there will be one more place for them to play. I'm making the best use of it. You don't want the couple to sleep in separate rooms." The problem was that they were just sleeping in separate rooms now. Nguyen Tang secretly bellyached. Lu mother did not know what she thought of. Her eyes suspiciously turned around on the two. "No, you two little things should not be." The line of sight from Ruan Tang's green and tender face swept on her pair of innocent eyes. Lu mother is more to confirm their own ideas. She will be behind the words, and swallowed back. "Forget. Lu Li, you come with me." Lu Li, as if soothing, patted the back of Ruan Tang's hand, then got up and went upstairs with Mama Lu. Ruan Tang didn't know exactly what Mama Lu was going to say to Lu Li, but in her heart, she probably guessed something. After receiving the license, Although Luli did not directly ask her to share a room with him, he also asked in an oblique way, but at the time, Nguyen was not ready, so he played dumb and put it off. After that, Luli never mentioned it again. Now that Lu's mom was looking for him because of this, Ruan Tang couldn't help but blame himself a little. Dad, Papa Lu patted her and comforted her. Don't worry, he then added. In a few days it's my wedding anniversary with your mother Lu. I've taken a jewelry set from the auction. Dad will take you to see it? It's beautiful. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tang instantly put his worries behind him. Yes. In the study on the second floor. Lu's mom, Luli, are you and Sugar still? She clapped her hands 3 times, fearing that Luli didn't understand what she meant, and added, is it true that you haven't shared a room yet? Luli did not answer positively. Mom, why are you asking this? You think I want to ask? Who let you be so indisputable? Hearing him say this, Lu's mother already understood in her heart. She pinched her waist and was furious. With your progress, in which life will I be able to hold a grandchild? Sugar is still young, and she hasn't graduated from college yet, so there's no rush in the matter of children. Luli explained. Lu's mom, oh, now that you know people are young, why didn't you say they were young when you got a license with them? Luli lost his smile. Don't you want Sugar to be your daughter-in-law? I want to know that you are so useless. Said nothing to let Sugar marry you. Why like a flowery female goose married you? You even, just bear watching. That's something about you. You really don't follow your dad at all. Me and your dad, forget it, too lazy to talk to you. Anyway, Sugar Candy's room I've already changed it. You guys can't even sleep in the same room if you want to. The conditions your mom has already created for you. It's up to you whether you can grasp it or not. Lu's mother looked at her indisputable son in front of her and shook her head helplessly. I don't want you guys to have a baby now, so do you have to overdo it first? You think you're that good? You can hit it all at once? Luli laughed softly. Lu's mom didn't have the heart to give him a blank look before. Think about it yourself. After saying that, she turned to leave, but after walking out 2 steps, she paused and turned back. Luli, you honestly tell Mom, there is nothing wrong with you, right? Luli sighed silently. Mom, what problem can I have? You know what I'm talking about. If you can't do it, tell me early so you don't hold up my precious girl goose. Luli was speechless to the extreme. This was the second time in a day that he was suspected of not being able to. What's worse, his dear mother and father-in-law, after walking out of the study, shouted under her breath as she descended the stairs. Chef, hi cook, make some strong, tonic food at night to replenish the young master's body. Well, now the whole family should know he can't. Chapter 10, how can a meeting be more important than spending time with your wife? Sugar, your mom's on the phone, come get it. Lu's mother's voice sounded like a bell in the villa, echoing to look away. Nguyen Tang heard the sound and ran down the stairs. Coming, Mom. Ruan Tang took the phone from Lu's mom and walked out of the house to the courtyard of the villa. The spring breeze wrapped in coolness brushed against his face, and Nguyen Tang unconsciously hugged his arms. Sugar, are you feeling better? Is your head still dizzy? A familiar voice came over the phone, and Ruan Tang's nose turned sour. It's okay, don't worry Mom. Good, you have to eat on time. Oh, don't be picky, eat more fruits, but also eat more vegetables. Got it, baby? Ruan Mom's tone was gentle, like she was coaxing a little baby. Nguyen Tang couldn't help but let out a laugh. Got it, Mom. How about you, baby? Is there anything you want to tell Mommy? Well, Brother Luli asked me to think about whether I should work directly after graduation or go to graduate school. I haven't thought about it and would like to hear your opinion. Ruan's parents had always held a laissez-faire stance towards Ruan Tang, and in most of the choices that Ruan Tang had faced since she was a teenager, Ruan's parents would help analyze them and give her advice. But in the end, they left the final decision-making power to Ruan Tang herself. Mom's opinion is that I hope you can go on to graduate school and learn more while you have the opportunity to learn, which will help you in the future. Then she added, of course, this is just Mom's advice. The exact choice is still up to you. No matter what, Mom will support you. Despite knowing his mom couldn't see it, Nguyen Tang nodded. I know, Mom. Sugar, the only thing Mommy and Daddy want for you is that you can be happy. So my sweet, don't think too much. Just do what you want to do and do it right. The wealth we accumulated in previous generations is so that our offspring can live the life they want. But Mom, will you and Dad be ashamed? I didn't get into a very good college, and I didn't stand out very much. Over the years, Ruan Tang had undoubtedly lived a happy life, whether compared to his friends and classmates or to the children of his relatives. But sometimes, she wondered if her mom and dad gave her all the love they could, and she didn't seem to have anything to give back to them. Even she didn't turn out to be their pride. How come? My daughter is lively, cheerful, kind. You have the best qualities in the world. And in Mom and Dad's eyes, My daughter is the best person under the sky. Sugar, the value of life isn't how much money you make or how high you achieve. It's whether or not each day you live is the one you want to live. Don't get caught up in the external framework. Nguyen-tang's nose was sore again. Thanks mom, silly boy. What a thank you to say to mommy. Nguyen-tang tugged noiselessly at the corner of his mouth. Rowan's mother continued. A few days ago, your Lu's mother told me that she wanted to make it possible for you and Luli to have a child as soon as possible. To put it in perspective, you are a little young and it's not the best time to have kids, but Luli is already 27 years old, and the Lu family only has him as the only child. So it's normal for your mother to be anxious. You have to understand. What mom means is that this kind of thing is in the end between you and Luli. Whether you want to have a child so early or not, it's still up to the two of you to communicate and decide. If you want it, schedule it ahead of time and don't delay your studies. And if you don't want it, do a good job of contraception. The first part was fine, but when he heard about birth control and all that, Rowan-tang inevitably blushed. Mom, the tone was as shy as could be. Rowan's mom couldn't help but lose her smile. What? My daughter is shy? Isn't she already married? How come she's still so easily shy? Nguyen-tang, my brother and I, we haven't. Rowan's mother heard the meaning of her words and was surprised for a moment before expressing her understanding. Luli is a few years older than you and more mature than you. He's showing you respect and you need to understand that. Nguyen-tang responded. Aha, Rowan's mom, but sugar, since you and Luli are already married, what about some things that you should take the initiative on? Nguyen-tang blushed and snapped. Mom, you said it again. Nguyen's mom, okay, mom won't talk anymore. Your dad is still out of surgery, so I won't be able to talk to you today. It's getting late on your end. Get some early rest. Good night, my baby. Hearing that her mom was about to hang up the phone, Rowan-tang's heart began to flood with reluctance and sadness. She sniffled and resisted the urge to cry. Good night, mom. Mom, you and dad take care of yourself and be safe. We will. Don't worry. Bye sugar. Bye mom. More than a year had passed since we last saw each other, and although mom and dad had been busy before, they had never gone this long without seeing each other. An MSF serves in areas where there are conflicts and disputes. Nguyen-tang's heart was not only missing, but also worried. The phone hung up and the sourness in her heart piled to the top. I wanted to cry, but I was afraid my family would worry if they saw it. She raised her little face in an attempt to force the tears back from her eyes in such a way that, predictably, it didn't help. On the other hand, in the Lu family's living room, Lu's mother paced, looking at the time on her watch, and began to get anxious. Sugar candy has been out for so long. Why isn't she back yet? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. Lu's mom decided to go out and take a look, and as soon as she raised her foot she was stopped by Lu's dad. Hey, what are you going to do? This kind of thing should be left to Luli. Lu's mom slapped her thigh. Right, oh, why didn't I think of that? Let Luli go. Where's Luli? He has a meeting in the evening. He should be in his study. It should be almost over by now. Lu's mom skimmed her lips. Meetings are not as important as coaxing your wife. You really don't know what you're talking about, she muttered as she made her way up the stairs. In the study, Luli had just finished his meeting, and when he saw Lu's mom come in, he raised his eyes and asked, What's wrong mom? Sugar went to the yard to talk to your mom. Nguyen on the phone for quite a while, so go out and check. Good. Lu's mom took 2 steps, then felt uneasy and turned back to instruct. It's cool at night. Remember to bring her a jacket. Luli smiled. Good. Lu's mother glanced at him and silently sighed. Her son is not competitive. She as a mother is really worried. Chapter 11, My First Kiss. When Luli took the clothes out, he looked from afar, and on the bench in the courtyard, Rowan-tang buried his face in his lap and shrunk into a ball. The dim light enveloped her in shadows. Looking both thin and pitiful, Luli's heart immediately felt like it had been stabbed by a needle. Raw pain. He sighed softly and walked over to her, draping his shirt over her. Brother. Rowan-tang raised his head, a pair of eyes red from crying, with 2 teardrops that hadn't had time to fall hanging at the end of his eyes, his voice carrying a delicate sobbing tone. Luli couldn't bear to look at it anymore, facing her head pressed in her arms. Thinking of mommy? Nguyen-tang's head, resting against the small of his back, moved. Cry if you want to. Brother will be there for you. Luli had one hand in her hair, holding the back of her head, and one hand on her back to soothe her one at a time. The person in his arms choked twice, followed by a thin sob, kitten-like voice, listening to the heart a tugging pain. At first, Rowan-tang was still gripping the hem of his shirt tightly with her hands, sniffing the familiar fur scent of his body, and gradually she began to drop her guard and put her hands around his waist. After a long time, the crying stopped, and Nguyen-tang sniffled and looked up. After seeing the shirt on Luli that was messed up by his own tears and snot, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Sorry brother. Luli sat down next to her. It's just a piece of clothing. What's there to apologize for? Nguyen Tang's eyes burned again, but it was only touching for a moment. Lu Li then added, just compensate brother for a piece of clothing. Ha, how else could it be? Why didn't Ruan Tang realize when he'd become so petty? No, no, no. Ruan Tang shook his head. Then I'll go buy it for my brother tomorrow. I can't do it tomorrow. Tomorrow I have an appointment with Han Zhao to climb a mountain together. You accompany me. Will Sister Fei be there then? Ruan Tang asked. Of course, they're married and have always been together. There's one more thing Lu Li didn't say, and so are we. Yeah, I'll go. Hearing that Sure Fei would go, Ruan Tang readily agreed. Aha. After that, the two didn't speak again, just sat side by side in a somewhat awkward silence. Ruan Tang placed his hands on his own knees, his head slightly lowered to look at the tips of his shoes, occasionally kicking lightly on the ground a few times unconsciously, or used the corner of the eye to sneak a glance at Lu Li. His thin lips pursed into a line, the corners of his mouth slightly downward, seems to be restrained to hide something. After a moment, Lu Li suddenly stroked his hand on the back of her hand, grasping it tightly, with a heavier intensity. Sugar. Ruan Tang looked up and met his eyes, which were dark and floating with some unreadable emotions. Your room, mommy, has changed, so sleep in the same room as your brother tonight, okay? He spoke softly, in a consultative tone. Nguyen Tang nodded first, and after some hesitation, answered in a small voice. Good. Lu Li gently breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand to rub the top of her hair. Don't be nervous, brother. Won't he do anything to you for a while? There are many things that Ruan Tang is not ignorant of, and since she chose to marry Lu Li, she didn't think that she had to keep her body. Only for the moment then, she wasn't ready, and the good thing was that Lu Li had never forced himself on her either. Like her mom said, Lu Li was showing her respect. With that thought, her heart fluttered and warmed. Brother, close your eyes. Ruan Tang suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Lu Li wondered what she was selling. Close it, she repeated again in a soft voice, with a hint of petulance. Lu Li smiled. Good. Nguyen Tang owed a kiss on Lu Li's cheek. A soft one, a touch away. It was slightly cool to the touch and you could smell the scent on his face. And then, with an apprehensive and excited heart, she buried her head in her lap. Lu Li's breath hitched, and his whole body seemed to freeze, not daring to believe that the little girl had taken the initiative to kiss him. Her lips were cool and soft, and he could even feel the heat of her breath spraying his face as she moved closer to him. Lu Li's palm grasped onto Ruan Tang's arm, unconsciously gripping it. A star-like light lit up in the clear and sparse coal eyes, and light flowed in his eyes. He placed his palm on Ruan Tang's back and stroked it gently. Shy, brother, don't say, sugar, that's not how couples kiss, brother teach you. With that, he dragged up her face and leaned in to kiss her on the lips as she looked on in amazement. It was a simple four-lip, shallow taste, though his body was constantly clamoring for her to be kissed deeply, even possessed. His reason told him to take things slowly. Sweet, even sweeter than last night. Lu Li released her and swept his tongue over his lower lip, savoring it carefully. Ruan Tang's already reddened face added a few more shades of scarlet. Brother hates it. Lu Li didn't say anything, just hooked his lips, looked at her, and laughed lowly twice before reaching out and wrapping her in his arms, his palm caressing her back one at a time. She lay in his arms in this position, motionless and sweetly behaved. But what Lu Li didn't know was that Ruan Tang's mind was constantly replaying the images from just now. His enlarged features, his long eyelashes, and the slightly cool touch on his lips kept playing over and over again. She clenched her lower lip for a long time before she gradually came to her senses from the onslaught he was bringing. She gently pushed Lu Li away and sat her body upright, slowly letting out a breath. If she didn't get up, she was going to give in. Seeing her like this, Lu Li couldn't help but lose his smile. An ordinary kiss could make her shy like this. If he really couldn't help but want her, what she would have to be like, Lu Li didn't dare to imagine. It's just a matter of taking it one step at a time. It's cold outside. Go back inside with your brother. Good, she responded shallowly, her voice glutinous. Lu Li's heart was a soft mess, but his face did not show it. He took Nguyen Tang's hand and forced himself to be calm as he led her back. I'm at a disadvantage. Along the way, Ruan Tang looked a little distracted. Lu Li only thought she was from the shyness, has not reacted, did not take it to heart, but as she walked, this popped up. Lu Li didn't understand the meaning of her words. He then heard her, slightly squirming, murmur, it's still my first kiss. Lu Li laughed lowly and asked rhetorically, isn't brother? My brother is so old. I thought, after all, her marriage contract with Lu Li was only a verbal agreement between the parents of the two families, and before the marriage, the two had maintained a brother-sister relationship without any excesses. Lu Li was already 27 years old, so even if he had been in love, it was normal. Think your brother is old? No, I mean my brother is older than me. Lu Li interrupted her. Well, there's no need to explain. The more you explain, the more solid it gets. No. Over the years, have you ever seen me looking for a girlfriend? After taking 2 more steps forward, Luli paused. No, but just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean my brother hasn't been looking for it out there. Obviously the tone was so naive, and the words that came out of his mouth made so much sense. Luli hummed in a nasal voice. You know quite a bit. And no, just a little bit, she muttered in a small voice. Luli laughed lightly, then he restrained his expression and faced her, saying with a straight face, I haven't searched for one, it's always been just you. Ruantang was delighted in her heart and took Luli's arm. Her body also pressed up against him and smiled at him with her face tilted up. I haven't looked for it either. Luli lost his smile. Why did he need her to tell him? How could he not know? Raising a hand to the top of her hair, he rubbed it. Well, get back inside. Chapter 12, Good night, brother. It wasn't the first time Ruantang had come to Luli's room, and although there were now more of her things, the overall layout hadn't changed. It's just that there's more sudden color in the original black and white and gray tones. Nguyen-Tang's dolls and ornaments also don't fit in with his minimalist style of decorating. If brother doesn't like these, I'll put them away tomorrow. Didn't dislike it. It was pretty cute. As cute as she is. Well, it's getting late. Go ahead and take a shower. Aha. The check room in Luli's room was also divided in half for Ruantang, and the clothes she had left behind for all seasons were taken, but only the pajamas were missing. She looked through them one by one again. Still nothing, but there were a couple of extra nightgowns with very little fabric flat out. Not her usual style, and they looked like they should still be new. What's wrong? Seeing that she didn't go out for a long time, Luli came in and asked. I don't know where I put my pajamas, or I'll ask my mom. Nguyen-Tang explained. No need. Luli had realized what was going on when he saw those halter nightgowns in the closet, but he just didn't expect that his mom would move so fast. Brother will get you one of my t-shirts to wear first. Good. Ruantang didn't refuse. Choose yourself. His clothes were in the same style as his room, mostly in black, white and gray tones. Nguyen-Tang pointed to one of the white t-shirts. Just this one. Aha. Luli took it down and handed it to her. Go on. Good. Nguyen-Tang hugged his t-shirt and went into the bathroom, then unlocked the door with a snap. Luli couldn't help but lose his smile. It seemed that the little girl still couldn't trust him. In fact, Nguyen-Tang didn't really think that much about it, but it was just a matter of passing by. She was afraid of Luli, and shy, but she never distrusted him. On the contrary, ever since she was a little girl, other than her mom and dad, he was the most trustworthy person she had ever known. Only separated by a door, Luli could clearly hear the sound of water in the bathroom, those voices that seemed to be close to the ear, like a kind of magic, little by little sketching out the scene after the door. Droplets of water fell from the shower, dripping down the ends of her hair, past her long raven blue eyelashes, the high bridge of her nose, her delicate red lips, and then down her jawline to her furrowed body. Luli's throat tightened, and the air in the room became vaguely thin and hot. Annoyed, he unbuttoned his collar, then got up and pushed the window open. The night was as cool as water, the breeze was pleasant, but his restless heart remained restless. He looked out the window unconsciously, while every sense in his body was involuntarily paying attention to every movement in the bathroom. Behind that one door, the temptation for him was no less than Pandora's box. He grabbed the water on the table and took 2 sharp gulps. Just then, the water in the bathroom finally stopped. Luli actually inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, worried that she might get cold if she came out. He closed the window again. Then Woods took the quilt and spread it on the floor. The face was as calm as if the entanglements and pulls within had just ceased to exist. Brother. A soft female voice and the sound of the bathroom door opening followed. She was covered in vapor and stood at the junction of light and dark. The face was a light pink color, and the eyes were clear as crystal. There were still future drops of hastily wiped dry water dripping from the ends of her hair, down her neck, sliding into her collar and disappearing. Luli finally understood what the book meant by hibiscus. The fire in his heart that hadn't subsided was intensifying at this moment. After noticing the strange look he landed on his body, Ruantang glanced down at himself. Is it because I don't look good in this? Luli came back to his senses and pulled his eyes back. No. The voice was astringent and slightly raw. Yes? Nguyen-Tang whispered another self-confirmation. Why did you come out here without blow-drying your hair? He clasped his hands together, trying to make his tone sound anything but questionable. I don't want to blow on it. My hands are tired, and it will dry on its own in a little while anyway, Ruantang said, her voice delicate. Just lazy, Luli summarized. Then he got up and walked towards her. Come here. Brother will blow you. Oh, Ruantang let him lead her over, a slight sweetness flooding her heart. The heat in the bathroom hadn't gone down and it was foggy. Luli stood close to her in front of the sink, palms dragging her hair up in strands and blow-drying it. The familiar scent of shampoo kept filling his nose. His wide t-shirt was on her, the neckline wide open, and without realizing it, the beauty underneath was in full view. Lu Li's lower abdomen tightened for a moment, and the strength of his hand followed suit. Ah! Nguyen Tang couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Lu Li, it hurts? Nguyen Tang nodded. Aha! Lu Li, petulant. It's obvious that brother is pushing too hard. Nguyen Tang beamed and complained, his tone one of blatant rancor. Lu Li smiled and didn't say anything, but his peach blossom eyes were warm. Brother. Suddenly, Nguyen Tang opened his mouth and called out to him. Aha! Lu Li answered in a faint voice. How about brother? Or go to bed. Sleeping on the floor will be uncomfortable. Nguyen Tang slowly spoke. She had this realization, which surprised Lu Li for a moment. Then she added, you can put that big bear between us to separate us. Ha, that's thoughtful. Aha. Lu Li responded in agreement. Well, get out. Brother. He paused and pursed his lips. Brother needs a bath too. For some unspeakable reason, Lu Li took a bit too long in this bath. So long that Nguyen Tang was already asleep when he came out. She was on her side, lying on top of the bear muppet, her long white, bare legs resting on the doll's belly. The t-shirt on her body shrunk to the base of her thighs, leaving one whole leg exposed, along with a hidden white lace trim. Lu Li felt that he had taken this bath for nothing. He reached down and helped tug her shirt down so he could cover the glimpse of spring, and if he looked any further, he wasn't sure what he'd do, probably sensing his movements. Nguyen Tang opened her eyes to look at him before closing them again, murmuring as if dreamily, brother, good night. Lu Li ruffled the broken hair on her forehead, then kissed her gently. Good night, sugar. Early in the morning, wisps of sunlight hit Nguyen Tang's face through the thin window screen. The harshness from the light forced her to open her eyes. Lu Li was already fully dressed, sitting on the edge of the bed with his back to her, holding his cell phone in his hand and looking through something. Upon hearing movement, he turned back around. Wake up, lazybones. Early in the morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw such a handsome face. Nguyen Tang was happy in his heart, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He nodded. It's getting late. It's time to get up. If you're sleepy, you can sleep on the road later. Lu Li said and stood up. Good. Nguyen Tang rubbed his sleepy eyes and answered. She had just woken up from a nap, and her voice was slightly hoarse, but seductive. Lu Li stared at her for a moment, and there seemed to be suppressed emotions churning in his eyes. Then he leaned down and braced his hands on either side of her body. Nguyen Tang hadn't yet awakened from her sleep, and with Lu Li's sudden proximity, she couldn't help but feel a pang of panic. Don't be afraid. Good morning kiss. Lu Li lowered his head and kissed Nguyen Tang on the lips. Then, without waiting for Nguyen Tang to react, he directly scooped her up from the comforter, took her in his arms, and carried her all the way into the bathroom. Grab a wash and I'll meet you downstairs. Nguyen Tang nodded woodenly and kept watching him go out, and it was only after a few more moments that her little heart resumed its normal beating rate. After Lu Li went out from the bathroom, Lu's mom came to the door, her eyes scrutinized back and forth from the bed, to the trash can, and over Lu Li's face. The frown deepened. All in one room, in one bed, and you've done nothing? Afraid that Nguyen Tang would hear her, she purposely lowered her voice. Mr. Lu, I have to praise you. Your self-control is superb. You've really come a long way. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Li to respond, Lu's mother flung her hands and walked out. Downstairs in the dining room, the subordinate came over and asked, Madam, the soup for young master is ready. Should I bring it over now? Lu's mom, take it out and feed it to the dogs. It's better to give it to the dog than to him. Useless stuff. Chapter 13, My Wife. If I don't do it, who will? The place where Han Zhao and Lu Li met is a newly developed resort on the outskirts of the city in the past 2 years, with peach blossoms as a gimmick. The peach trees planted on the mountain create the attraction of peach blossoms blooming in Mountain Temple in April. However, the season they came was not the best time to enjoy the flowers. When Nguyen Tang and Lu Li arrived, Han Zhao and Fei were already there, and it looked like they should have waited for a short while. As soon as they met, Han Zhao complained, I say Lu Xiao, do you have any sense of time? What time is it? Saying that, he then aimed his words at Nguyen Tang. Little sugar plum, it couldn't be that you're the one who stayed in bed. Having been poked in the heart, Nguyen Tang lowered her head in some embarrassment. I'm sorry, brother Han Zhao. Sugar, ignore him. Fei glared at Han Zhao, then pulled Nguyen Tang to her side and handed her a box. Here, a gift from your sister. Open it and see. Do you like it? Nguyen Tang recognized this as the box of a certain jewelry brand, and opened it to reveal a diamond bracelet in the box. Sister, this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. Take it. A wedding gift. Of course it's going to be expensive. Timothy pushed the box back again. Nguyen Tang didn't know what to do and silently glanced at Lu Li. Take it. Lu Li opened his mouth. Seeing him say that, Nguyen Tang was relieved to accept the gift. Thank you, sister. The bracelet is so beautiful. What's the point of saying thank you to your sister? Let's go. I'll take you to climb the mountain. Saying that, he led Ruan Tang to the front. Behind them, Han Zhao and Lu Li walked unhurriedly, chatting as they walked. Yesterday Jian Yu went to me and asked me about Xiaoan's whereabouts. I didn't tell him. Aha! Lu Li responded. You don't know how pathetic he looked. He was so close to getting on his knees for me. I had someone cut out the surveillance of the moment and send it to my phone. With that, he opened his cell phone and played a video for Lu Li. I have to say, Han Zhao's description was apt, and Lu Li gave a softly related, "You still have this kind of fetish? That's what you don't understand. I'm doing this as a constant reminder not to go down his path." Lu Li smiled. Common gratitude. You say, a few of us hair small. I and Shifei all these years big conflict although there is no, but small fights have never been broken. Before also because I went abroad things had a breakup. What about you? For the sake of your little sugar plum, there's not even a female mosquito around, not to mention a woman. Only he and Xiaoan. From the beginning of high school until they got married after graduating from college, it was always smooth sailing, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this in the end. Han Zhao smacked his lips and lamented. It's because it's too smooth, that's why you don't know how to cherish it, Lu Li said in a faint voice. Before when he brought that woman to the banquet, I reminded him, he didn't take it to heart. It's considered that he is to blame for turning out like this. It's just that it's bitter for Xiaoan, and I don't know if, this time, she'll be able to make it through. At the mention of Xiaoan, Han Zhao sighed. I contacted a foreign expert in this field and will consult her next week. Han Zhao nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it, let's not talk about him. Let's talk about you and Sugarplum. I'm late today. Is it because I did something bad in the morning? 27 years haven't eaten meat. This suddenly a meat all of a sudden can't hold it? Han Zhao smiled with a lewd face. No. Lu Li was not surprised and only responded faintly. Han Zhao shot him a look. Make it clear. It hasn't passed yet. Or not this morning. Lu Li was silent. Seeing him react like this, Han Zhao's heart had a number. No. What on earth do you think? We're married. What do you mean you won't touch her? Sugar is young. Some things can't be rushed. Lu Li said. She's young. Why are you in such a hurry to marry her? Han Zhao was puzzled. Afraid of a long night. Yo, there are still times when our Mr. Lu is afraid. Lu Li gave him a rather thoughtful look. The person you watched grow up. If it were you, would you be willing to let someone else off cheaply? Han Zhao nodded in agreement. Fair enough. Then, he added. However, I see that she is quite afraid of you now, and she wouldn't have dared to accept that bracelet just now if you hadn't agreed to it. Lu Li, after all, I've been in charge of her for so many years now. She can't change over for a while. No, I just wondered, why were you so concerned about her in the first place? Han Zhao asked. Sugar candy has been a favorite since she was little, and everyone around her spoils her. So if there isn't someone who can control her, I'm worried that she'll be spoiled. Lu Li explained. Then you shouldn't be the one to do this one. Lu Li asked rhetorically. She's my wife. If I don't do it, who will? Come on, then you'll suffer on your own. Brother and sister don't look like brother and sister. Husband and wife don't look like husband and wife. It will be fine. Lu Li gazed at the back directly in front of him and said in a deep voice. He then smiled. Get your wife over here and let me spend some time with mine. Why don't you just go right over there? Why are you so full of when you're told to scream? Sugar, you're Joanne's sister. Timothy spoke tentatively, and when she said this, she paused again. What happened to Sister Joanne? Isn't she out of the country? Ruan Tang was unsure. Yes, she's out of the country, so when she comes back in a while, we'll go and play with her together. Timothy followed her words down. Ruan Tang didn't doubt it. Good. I don't know what Sister Qiaoan is busy with abroad. It's been so long and she hasn't contacted me once. So angry. After all, there's a time difference between domestic and foreign countries, so it's not too convenient to get in touch, right? Shifei continued to pull, and did not know which country Qiaoan told Ruan Tang that she had gone to. Hopefully it would not wear off. Nguyen Tang nodded, then thought it wasn't right, but every time I've called her on video, I've picked a time when it's daytime in her local area, and she hasn't answered. She may. Timothy frowned, worrying about how to put it off well, when a shout came from behind. Wife, Fei, honey, a voice that normally annoys me to no end, but at the moment it feels so good to listen to. Sugar, your brother Han Zhao is calling me. I'll go over to take a look. Shifei was afraid that if he stayed with Ruan Tang any longer, the things he was hiding would wear off. Okay, go ahead sister. Wait, I'll have Lu Li come over to keep you company. Nguyen Tang nodded. Aha. Chapter 14, Brother, a courtesy is a courtesy. Timothy backtracked again, bumping into Lu Li halfway through, and the two of them nodded to each other in greeting. I didn't expect you to be more or less useful when it matters. As soon as he returned, Shifei teased Han Zhao. Wifey, what does that mean? Shifei frowned slightly with a bit of dislike. Sugar should not know about Xiaoan's illness. I just almost let my mouth slip. Why are you talking to her about this? It's not like you don't know that sugar candy has been close to Cheowan since she was a little girl, and if she found out, I don't think she'd be able to accept it for a while. How do I know Sugar doesn't know? I thought Luli would tell her. Timothy's voice raised an octave. How is it possible? Han Zhao rushed the two in front of him, nudging his mouth in a gesture. That one, who loves her like an eyeball, how could he possibly tell her? Forget it, it's been put off now anyway, let's not talk about it. Timothy waved his hand. But why are you shouting at me? Luli said he wanted to spend some time with his wife. Did he say this? Timothy was a bit unconvinced. Someone as stuffy as him could still say such things. Didn't you tell me all about it? He's stuffy and stuffy is stuffy. Shifei laughed softly and didn't say anything as she continued to walk forward, but Han Xiao pulled her back. Wife, Fei, baby, I'm tired. Sit with me for a while. The man's low voice, purposely stretching the tail tone, evoked the flavor of pampering. Timothy glared at him. Speak properly. I don't. Wife, sit with me for a while. Han Zhao intensified, and even took her arm and shook it one at a time. Han Zhao, don't force me to kick you down from here. Shifei said this with his mouth, but his body couldn't help but follow him and sit down. Luli and Ruan Tang didn't know what was going on behind them, still walking on their own. The temperature got lower the higher they went, and Nguyen Tang couldn't help but sneeze. Cold? Her nose was a little uncomfortable after just sneezing. Ruan Tang took her hand and rubbed it. Well, a little. The voice jarred. Put it on. Luli took his jacket off and draped it over her, but that left him with only a short-sleeved t-shirt on himself. Although it was already spring, the mountain wind was bitterly cold and blew a layer of small bumps on the skin visible to the naked eye. I don't want to. Brother will be cold. Brother, quickly put your clothes on. Toward the end, there was a little more anxiety in his tone. Listen, brother is not cold. No, brother, put it on, please. Seeing that the little girl was so anxious that she was about to cry out, Luli no longer insisted. Worried about your brother? Well, how about? Shifei and Han Zhao did not follow up, and no one was around. Ruan Tang sprouted a bold idea. How about my brother hugging me? Hugging will not be cold. Luli lost his smile. Good. He stuck his hands in his jacket pockets and opened them toward her. Nguyen Tang pounced on him, passing both arms under his shirt and wrapping them around his waist, his head resting smoothly against his chest. He tightened his jacket, wrapping her completely. Is it warm? It's so hot on my brother. The corners of Luli's mouth lifted slightly, a pair of good-looking peach blossom eyes brimming with laughter. Brother, watch some. If someone comes, you can't hold it. Good. Luli answered. Brother, why haven't Sister Shifei and Brother Han Zhao come yet? She couldn't stop talking in his arms. Luli joked. Probably doing something unseemly. What unseemly thing? Ruan Tang wondered, looking at him in confusion. Luli pursed his lips and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. Like this. Without giving Ruan Tang a chance to react, he leaned down and kissed her lightly on the lips, like a dragonfly. With yesterday's patting, now that they were doing it again, Nguyen Tang didn't react as much, and only blushed slightly, and then he asked him in all seriousness, is brother saying they were kissing? Luli laughed. Maybe. When she got the answer, she buried her head back into her chest and answered, oh, it's so cute and tight. After a few more moments, I don't know what came to her mind. She patted her feet and hooked her hands around Luli's neck, a smile out of the corner of her eyes, on her bright face, swooning. Luli smiled without saying anything, only looking at her silently. Brother is too tall for me to reach, she complained petulantly. Want to do what? Ruan Tang didn't answer. A glint flashed in his eyes, as if he was brewing something. Brother, put your head down a little, okay? Luli did as he was told. Then she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her warm lips to the corner of his mouth. Luli was stunned at first, and then, he dragged his hands around her waist and tried to deepen the kiss. Instead, the little girl's lips had left the corner of his mouth. She looked at him, bright-eyed and white-toothed, her smile extending from the ends of her eyes. Brother, courtesy. Luli averted his face, the tip of his tongue swept across his lower lip, and he let out a low laugh. These years of schooling were not in vain. Hearing the teasing implication in his tone, Ruan Tang's smile took on a bit of shyness, but her eyes remained bright. Sugar, Luli suddenly called her. She inclined her head, her eyes dazed and innocent. Luli, however, didn't continue on. He raised his hand and nudged the tip of her nose. Forget it, let's talk about it at the hotel. Good. Chapter 15, Give Brother a Kiss. The resort's hotel, located in the forest on top of a mountain, floats in the clouds and is surrounded by mountains. Early in the morning you can watch the sea of clouds rushing by, and at night you can watch the starry sky. It is also a modern recreational site with a restaurant, spa, swimming pool, cafe and bar. The guest rooms are even decorated in black and white and log colors, creating a relaxing, restful interior. As soon as he entered the room, Ruan-Tang was attracted by the interior style. Furnishings, brother, I like it here. I'll bring you more often after I like it. Well, but next time it's better to just drive up. Tired? Luli asked. Feet are hurting. Ruan-Tang grumbled with a frown. Take off your shoes. Perhaps it has been a long time in the upper position. This kind of commanding tone carries a sense of oppression that is not to be talked about. Nguyen-Tang slowly took his shoes off and looked at him with questioning eyes. It's not that your feet hurt. Brother will help you press it. Saying that, he had squatted down and lifted Ruan-Tang's foot and placed it on his knee. Slender fingers went over the points on the soles of her feet and began to press. The man's force was so strong that it didn't take long to cause the little girl to gush. Brother, take it easy. It hurts. Her voice was soft, with a girlish delicacy, and she said such evocative things. Luli only felt his blood churning at an abnormal rate. Restless. Nay, the originator doesn't know it. Still yelling petulantly. Brother, it hurts. Shut up. Luli suddenly scolded her in a stern voice, and when the words came out, he himself was taken aback. Ruan-Tang was even more. She took her feet back, her watery eyes flooded with aggression. Why is brother so mean? Luli regretted. Sorry. Nguyen-Tang looked away, exasperated. Luli lost his smile. Not going to forgive brother? No. At the sound of it, she was still angry. It's obvious that my brother is the one who hurt me, and my brother has to be mean to me. Brother was wrong. Brother apologizes to you. But Sugar Plum, it's necessary for my brother to remind you that I'm a grown man, and if you keep shouting like that, my brother doesn't dare to guarantee that he'll do something to you. Luli said with a straight face. Ruan-Tang was first stunned, and then after understanding the meaning of his words, his face colored scarlet and he honestly shut his mouth. Still mad? Nguyen-Tang shook his head. Then give your brother a kiss. Didn't we just kiss already? She mumbled, shyness in her tone. Not enough. He leaned down, propped one hand on the back of the couch, and lowered his head to her lips, no longer satisfied with the simple touch from before. His lips and teeth crushed against her mouth, gradually prying her lips open. The cold scent of mint spread through each other's mouths. Sugar, close your eyes. Between breath changes, Luli didn't forget to remind her. Breathe. From her initial surprise, Ruan-Tang also slowly and involuntarily began to respond to him in a raw manner. A one-man monologue turns into an entwined tussle between two people. Luli clasped her head tightly, itching to draw all the sweetness from her mouth. The desire inside also continued to roll until it boiled over, and Luli stifled a grunt and rested his chin against the nape of her neck, panting heavily. Brother. Luli's arm around her tightened violently. Don't talk. Just hearing her voice alone nearly made him lose control. Ruan-Tang didn't dare to open his mouth again, his hands gripping the lapel of his back tightly, his heart beating like thunder. It was her first real kiss, like stepping into a new world, new yet panicked. After hugging like this for a long time, Luli suddenly smiled helplessly. Sugar Plum. Brother might need a bath. Brother, don't go. Ruan-Tang wrapped his arm around his waist and hugged him tight. What's the matter? Shy. Luli raised his hand to touch her hair and softly said. Ruan-Tang didn't answer, just pressed his face a little tighter into his arms. Otherwise, Sugar accompany brother to wash it? Luli asked tentatively. Don't. Ruan-Tang refused dryly. Luli snorted and said nothing. Why does brother want to take a bath at this time? The little girl asked him in a serious manner. Luli had a smile at the corner of his mouth and his thin lips lightly opened. Extinguish the fire. Ha! After saying that, ignoring the little girl's puzzled look, went straight to the bathroom. Nguyen-Tang froze. She seemed to kind of get it but wasn't sure if she understood correctly. She took out her phone and looked it up in her browser. When he saw the answer, the heat that had just dissipated from his face burned back up. Chapter 16, she had to pet the dog. After a few moments of rest from the room, it was time for the noon meal. Several people had arranged to eat together in the restaurant on the first floor of the hotel. Luli and Ruan-Tang came down from upstairs to the stairway. Luli inclined his head and ordered, "Go wash your hands first." "Good." Ruan-Tang responded. "Do you want your brother to go with you?" he asked. Ruan-Tang refused. "No, I can do it myself." "Aha." Luli answered and watched her walk away before going ahead to her place at the table. Han Zhao and Shifei came down around the same time as them and were already seated at the table. "Where's Sugar?" Seeing him come by himself, Timothy asked. "I told her to go wash her hands." Luli said. "Here's a hot towel. Just wipe it off. When I was just going downstairs, I bumped into a dog and she had to touch it. Worried that there would be germs on her hands." Luli then insisted that she wash her hands. Han Zhao let out a light-hearted sigh. "You're more reliable as a husband than a father." He leaned casually and lazily against the back of the chair with an insatiable look, and there were two ambiguous red marks looming under his collar. What was just done speaks for itself. Young Han really has good stamina. Luli teased. After climbing the mountain, he still had the strength to do that kind of thing. That's natural. I've always claimed to be a Vajra unbreakable body, Han Zhao blurted out. Luli raised his hand to look at the time, and the corner of his mouth hooked up in a teasing manner. Oh, it's only half an hour. What's wrong with half an hour? Maybe you're not as good as me. After all, it's not like you've practiced. Han Zhao sneered back. Coincidentally, Ruan Tang came over after washing his hands, and Han Zhao raised his eyebrows and smiled a lecherous smile. Sugar Plum, remember to let me know the time when you get there. What time? Nguyen Tang didn't know what he was talking about. Nothing, he's sick, Luli replied preemptively, his eyes falling on Ruan Tang's wet hands. How come you didn't dry your hands? Nguyen Tang smiled shyly. Forgot. Han Zhao, who's sick? I don't like it when you talk like that. Luli drew out a tissue and pulled Ruan Tang's hand over to him, responding carelessly to Han Zhao's accusation. Oh, as if Han Zhao had punched his fist on cotton. He gritted his teeth in anger. Luli ignored this as he delicately dried Ruan Tang's fingers. Did you apply hand sanitizer? Well, painted. Han Zhao, little sugar plum. He's so nagging. Don't you get tired of him? Luli, you're so pampered. But Shurfei didn't bother you. Don't say that. Timothy interrupted. I'm annoyed. Wife. Han Zhao, a big man, actually also spread out 1,000 petulant feeling. You even help him bully me. I do not live. Shurfei's brows furrowed, and between his good-looking lips, he spat out a single word beautifully. Get out. Humph. Han Zhao faked a delicate hum. Those who knew were that he was possessed by a playwright, and those who didn't thought he was a sissy. Little sugar plum. The two of them have already made an alliance. Why don't we team up? Han Zhao again hit Ruan Tang with his idea. Nguyen Tang arched her eyebrows and her eyes darted around, obviously mulling over some bad idea. I don't. I'm with my brother. Luli smiled and rubbed the top of her hair. So good. Put. Han Zhao dramatized. Pretending. Kill me. I don't live anymore. Immediately afterward Luli covered Ruan Tang's eyes. Don't look. Disgusting. You. Han Zhao was furious. You can half a day. And did not say a following. Luli silently looked at him, his thin lips slightly raised, a few hints of provocation in his countenance. Shurfei snorted. Alright, you two. Why do you act like elementary school students as soon as you meet? You should really let people outside see what you guys are like in private, and see if they will still say that you guys do things ruthlessly and decisively. Han Zhao snorted coldly. What the hell do they know? It's still being said outside that he sent in a business rival when he was 22. Is that a business rival? That's ing. When he started to say this, Shurfu had been giving him a wink, and seeing that he couldn't stop it, Shurfu couldn't help but cough. Only then did Han Zhao realize that something was wrong, and after looking at Lu Li's gradually tightening face, he stiffly swallowed back the words that followed. So what is it? Then he reacted extremely quickly and moved the conversation away. Little sugar plum, what do you think? Is their evaluation pertinent? At the end, Han Zhao added, tell the truth. No favoritism. Ruan Tang thought for a moment and spoke tentatively. I don't think brother Han Zhao is like this. My brother. At this she paused, but the meaning was clear. So, I do things ruthlessly? Luli asked rhetorically. Not really, it's just, she just felt that. Relatively speaking, Luli was clearly more compatible than Han Zhao. See what an impression you've made. Han Zhao smiled gloatingly. Timothy also laughed. Sugar, why are you still so afraid of him? You are now husband and wife. Your relationship is different from before. You shouldn't be afraid of him anymore. Ruan Tang listened into his heart and silently glanced at Lu Li. Want to say something? Lu Li asked. I think that Sister Shurfu is right. Ruan Tang muttered. Aha. Lu Li answered, as a kind of affirmation of her words just now. Then he added, husband and wife does not only mean that one certificate. There are also many due obligations. There is no reason to put aside the obligations and only talk about the rights. Understand? Ruan Tang nodded silently and honestly shut her mouth. How much due diligence she didn't know, but at least the most important one, she hadn't done. Chapter 17, You're Not a Man of Honor. By the afternoon, Timothy suggested going to a hot spring. Of the swimsuits provided by the hotel, Nguyen Tang chose a white mesh poncho style that would look good and would not be overly sexy. On the contrary, Luli was just wearing a pair of black swimming trunks and his bare upper body, revealing his bright muscles. Ruan Tang stared straight at him. The beautifully muscled muscles, the elegant collarbone, the high nose, and finally met a pair of peach blossom eyes with a playful smile. Still satisfied with what you saw? Luli deliberately teased her. Nguyen Tang looked back and awkwardly averted his eyes, shutting his mouth at his question and saying the opposite. Brother, are you just going to wear this down? Luli looked down to confirm, then raised his eyes to look at her. No. Ruan Tang shook his head, his tone seeming a bit agitated. Luli laughed softly. What's the problem? You don't abide by male ethics. Luli couldn't help himself, and laughed lowly twice, his tail tone gentle and loving. Then according to what Sugar said, how should brother wear it? At least, for another blouse. Nguyen gave him serious advice. Luli held a smile and nodded, then raised his chin to signal her. Go, get one for brother. Good. Nguyen ran upside down to get one and ran back upside down to hand it to him. Luli took it and put it over his head. Ruan was again attracted to his exposed muscles, and before her clothes fell down, she ghostly took her finger and nudged it on his abs. If you want to touch it greatly. Luli took her hand and pressed it against himself. Ruan was not polite, and with an exploratory mentality, his small hands were on his muscles, scratching them one by one, causing Luli to suck in a breath of cold air. Like your brother's muscles that much? Luli asked, an uncharacteristic huskiness in his voice. Well, I don't have any. She didn't have muscles, so she was extraordinarily fond of them. Ruan tone was light and playful, not realizing that something was wrong with him, and answered seriously. Luli reached out and brought her towards his arms, half seriously, half jokingly saying, then shouldn't brother reciprocate by touching you? No. Nguyen bounced off him with a jerk. I'm not ready. Then won't brother be at a disadvantage? Didn't you say you wanted to please brother before? At this moment, Luli felt like an old hooligan baiting an untouched young girl, and that's not a good feat. Ruan shook his head. I've thought it over. I'm going to graduate school. Oh, so there's no need to curry favor with him when you can't use him. Ha, that's pretty realistic. That's just it. Let's go then. Seeing her resisting like this, Luli also stopped forcing her. It was always a long time coming. Rather, it was Ruan who had been apprehensive after rejecting him. Halfway there, she couldn't help but open her mouth and ask him, will brother be angry? Will my brother get mad if I don't let him touch it? Luli lost his smile and touched the top of her hair. No, brother respects your wishes, and brother will take his time to wait. Don't think too much. Play well here. Aha. Hearing him say that, Ruan put her heart down and raised a bright smile at him. Why don't I give my brother another kiss? She said to him in a consultative tone. The smile at the corner of Luli's mouth became even thicker. There's no rush. There's plenty of time in the evening. The main thing was that the fire in his heart had only just died down, and kissing her now could be a blowout. Well, go over first. Han Zhao and the others might be waiting impatiently. Luli was right. Han Zhao and Shifei had indeed been waiting in the soup kitchen for a while. However, Han Zhao didn't count on his sense of time, but was attracted to the t-shirt on his body. Mr. Lu, what do you mean by wrapping up so tightly for a hot spring? Luli swept a glance from his naked upper body. I'm not like you. What's wrong with me? Han Zhao asked rhetorically. No male virtue. His own argument being spoken out like that. Ruan instantly blushed in shame, shaking his arm and pouting at him. Seeing the two like this, Han Zhao Hart has guessed one or two. Oh, understand. Now it is the other way around. Our Lu general manager also has the day of being managed. Then, as if he had changed his face, he leaned against Shifei in a delicate manner. Wife, you came out wearing so little. It's just like you're not abiding by women's morals. Timothy didn't look away. Get lost. Ruan and Luli had long been surprised by the way this couple got along. However, it was only after hearing Han Zhao say this that Ruan carefully scrutinized Shifei's attire. She wore a three-point bathing suit, with a hot body and seaweed-like curls, casually resting on her shoulders, in the vapor, like a sexy water demon. The high peaks of her chest were half covered, revealing large swaths of snowy whiteness. Not to mention the men, even Ruan a girl, couldn't take her eyes off of it when she looked at it. What's wrong, sugar? Timothy asked after noticing the look in her eyes. Sister has a great body, she praised unabashedly, and cringed at her buns when she finished. Really, sugar? It's not a lie to your sister. Being praised by such an innocent and cute little girl who doesn't seem to be able to lie. Shifei's heart rejoiced. Nguyen nodded. Really, sis is so sexy. Little candy. Are you envious? Han Zhao asked her with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Nguyen touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment. It is a bit. It's a good thing to do. Your brother Luli will be able to help you. Han Zhao had a playful look on his face. Ruan didn't get it, and twisted her head to look at Luli at her side, asking in a serious manner, Brother, how can I help? Doing surgery? Luli lost his smile and raised his hand to rub it on her face. Fool. And then, he rushed at Han Zhao and said with a straight face, Sugar Plum is young. Don't joke with her like that. No way, Lu Xiao. You're being too careful. She's 20 and married. She should know better. It was time to get it. But he would tell her these things in his own way, without pretending to be someone else, especially another man. Besides, college students nowadays aren't like they were in our day, so they might know more than any of us. Luli looked at this confused little girl beside him, the corner of his mouth hooked up. He didn't know about the others, but this one in his house, definitely not. Besides, he should only be worried if he really knew everything. Chapter 18, I know it's called growing strawberries. Thinking this way, Luli felt more and more that Ruan Tang was cute, and he couldn't help but reach out his arm around her shoulders and bring her towards his arms. Ruan Tang looked at Han Zhao and Shifei across from him and struggled uncomfortably twice. Brother, there are still people around. Han Zhao was very sensible. So what? We're almost done soaking. Let's go look elsewhere. You guys carry on, he said, not forgetting to give Timothy a wink. Timothy understood and stood up as well. A rare united front for the couple. Right. You guys go on. Before leaving, Han Zhao looked at Luli meaningfully. Do what you need to do. A hot spring play is not bad. Roll. As soon as the people left, Luli pinched Ruan Tang's waist with both hands, picked her up, and made her sit across his lap. The two faced each other, nose to nose, touching slightly. The air was filled with hot, humid vapor, steaming people dry and more ambiguous. He seemed to enjoy this state of affairs and was in no hurry to make his next move. Holding her like that, taking in every nuance of her movements, her timid eyes, her disordered breathing, her every swallow, her every pursed lip, Ruan Tang was uncomfortable being looked at by him and struggled, trying to escape, but he was pressed down by Luli with one hand, followed by his burning lips attaching themselves. With the last experience, Luli's kissing skills became more and more skillful, hooking her with a skillful push and pull, teasing. The palms of his hands began to fall from her waist, to her legs, then unconsciously stroked and wandered. Her skin was smooth and tender and felt excellent to the touch, like a fine piece of silk. Gradually, his breathing became more and more ragged, and the intensity on his lips continued to increase, itching to eat her whole. From the initial grinding, it slowly turned into gnawing. Brother, I'm afraid. He had always been cool and self-possessed, and Ruan Tang had never seen him like this, like a beast waiting to be fed, and she herself was the lamb in his claws. Only after hearing the person in his arms with a sobbing voice did Luli release him in a panic. The tails of his eyes were red, and something seemed to be repressing in the color of his eyes as they rolled over. I'm sorry, Sugar Plum. It was my brother who was reckless, Luli said hoarsely. Nguyen Tang dropped his eyes and shook his head. Luli hugged her, his palm gently soothing on her back. Not afraid anymore. It's brother's fault. Ruan Tang sniffled. I don't blame my brother. It's my fault. I'm my brother's wife. I should. She didn't finish the latter words, but Luli understood what she meant. My Sugar Plum just hasn't gotten used to the status of a wife yet, has she? Luli softly said. Ruan Tang nodded. I'll try to get used to it and not keep my brother waiting too long. She looked up at him with a sincere, even somewhat ingratiating look on her face. Luli's heart ached for a moment as he rubbed Ruan Tang's hair and sighed. Sugar Plum, brother is still the same. Don't be pressured. Just go with the flow. Aha. Nguyen Tang finally unfolded a smile. Well, it's been too long in the pool. Brother carry you to the restroom. Go to your room. Nguyen Tang said. Good. Luli took this position and picked her up, then casually pulled a bath towel to cover her from the head up. Nguyen Tang was lying on his shoulder, looking adorably well behaved. Brother, can I kiss your collarbone? A small voice came from beneath the towel. Aha. Luli was secretly surprised. Then a soft part touched on it, and soon the flesh on the collarbone was sucked in. Luli could expect that the skin would definitely leave a mark. Brother Han Zhao has it on him too. I know it. It's called growing strawberries. Luli lost his smile. What else do you know? No more. Her shallow knowledge of men and women came from Hiruru and the internet, and she only knew a little bit about it. Chapter 19. I'm afraid my brother will die before me. At night, the valley is deep and the stars are bright. Luli leaned against the crossbar of the hotel's terrace, the scarlet fire at his fingertips brightly flickering. He wore a light blue shirt with a slightly open neckline, revealing the hickey on his collarbone faintly in a stillness. Han Zhao, yo, show me. It's going good. Home run? Luli lowered his eyes, looked at the lavender marks on his body, and smugly hooked his lips. No, she got it for me because she saw that you had it, probably because she thought that if you had it, I should have it too. Little Sugar Plum is still really cute, Han Zhao sighed, but she's so proactive. So why don't you strike while the iron is hot and take her down in one fell swoop? She's scared, and I'm afraid I'll scare her, Luli explained. Han Zhao did not think, little girl. At first, afraid is normal. Do more, not get used to it. You cannot because of this on the retreat. Wait a little longer. Luli exhaled a mouthful of mist and said in a faint voice. No, tell me honestly, what other concerns do you have? For the marriage issue of this hairy young man of his. Han Zhao acted even more anxious than Luli himself. Luli glanced at him, a hint of a smile flashed across his thin lips, and then he collected himself and said in a deep voice. I'm afraid she has a shadow from that incident before. Does she look like she has a shadow that way? Han Zhao asked, pointing to Ruan Tang, who was laughing and joking around Shifei in the room. Luli smiled. No, that would be best. Does she still dance now? Han Zhao asked. I won't let her jump. I think it's because you have a shadow. Han Zhao hit the nail on the head. Perhaps. and since then he's been almost paranoid about protecting her, not allowing her to dance, not allowing her to go anywhere that might be dangerous. I say, should we let her drink some wine? Han Zhao unreliably made a suggestion. In that case, what's the difference between me and that animal? Lu Li asked rhetorically. Also, hey, by the way, how is that beast doing now? The second year of imprisonment. Died in jail. Lu Li recounted plainly, as if talking about an insignificant matter, half of which could not be seen in that year's out-of-control appearance. Han Zhao nodded meaningfully. Got it. There are some things that can be understood without having to say them too clearly. Lu Li pressed out the cigarette in his hand and walked into the room after signaling with Han Zhao. Sugar plum, it's time to go back. Ruan Tang was having fun with Shi Fei when he was interrupted like this. A small face instantly collapsed. Stay a little longer. Brother, it's only a few o'clock. Why let her go back so early? Shi Fei echoed. It's 10 o'clock. It's time for her to rest. Oh, Ruan Tang reluctantly let Lu Li lead him back to his room. The room they booked was a suite with 2 bedrooms. Is brother still sleeping with me today? Ruan Tang was lying on the bed, the covers pulled up to his neck, revealing only a small, palm-sized face with a pair of dark eyes dripping at him. When you fall asleep, brother will go back. Don't be afraid. Actually, Ruan Tang had just casually asked, and it didn't seem so hard to accept that he had already slept in the same bed yesterday, but only if it was simply sleeping. But, Lu Li has said so. She is not good to open her mouth to keep him. After all, the little girl is thin-skinned. Lu Li lay on his side and raised his hand to ruffle the loose hair on her face. Fingertips brushed against the surface, and as they neared the tip of her nose, Nguyen Tang wrinkled her nose and sniffed vigorously. Brother smokes. Nose is still quite smart. Lu Li smiled and gently scraped the bridge of her nose. Does sugar candy not like it when brother smokes? Not really, it's just that smoking is bad for you and I'm afraid my brother will die before me. Lu Li didn't know whether he should laugh or be angry at this moment. He was only 27 years old, and he was already facing such a heavy issue as life and death? Why are you afraid that your brother will die before you? Well, Nguyen Tang thought about it. If my brother is gone there will be no one to protect me. She was afraid of Lu Li, but at the same time she depended on him. Ever since she was a little girl, Lu Li's role in her life has been that of a stern but reliable big brother. The days when her parents were not around to accompany her, Lu Li was the person she trusted the most. It even surpassed Lu's mom. Lu Li let out a light laugh and stretched out his arm, letting her pillow on it. Fool, brother will always protect you. Brother. Speaking of this, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened with some imperceptible teasing. His slender fingers nudged at Ruan Tang's dimples. Brother will learn to quit smoking and try not to die before you. Aha. Ruan Tang nodded, then raised her eyes and smiled at him, extra bright and dazzling in the light. Earlier, Lu Li had been wondering what item to use to describe Ruan Tang, but was at a loss. Now he seems to know. She was like a cool mint, sweet, but not cloying. Brother, I know it's hard to quit smoking. Lu Dad has quit so many times and still hasn't quit. Brother can be a little bit slowly, smoke less one a day. The days are long, may quit. Good. Brother will listen to you for everything. Lu Li smiled and rubbed her hair. Go to sleep. It's getting late. Aha. Ruan Tang obediently closed her eyes. Her eyebrows curved and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, like a good-looking porcelain doll. Nguyen Tang had been good-looking since he was a child, and now that he was older, his appearance had basically stayed the same, except for the fact that he had grown in size. Watching her fall asleep like this, Lu Li thought of something and unconsciously hummed softly. Sleep, sleep, my sweet baby. His voice was cold and low, and when he sang this kind of song, it was unexpectedly good. Ruan Tang's eyes were closed, but a smile overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Why is brother still coaxing me like a little baby? Remember? That's how your brother put you to bed when you were little. Ruan Tang had often spent the night at Lu's house since she was 2 years old, and at that time, she was still very clingy to him, and many times it was Lu Li who tucked her into bed like he was doing now. Only later, when she grew up a bit, Lu Li started to be busy with his studies, busy taking over the company, busy getting his footing, and spending less and less time with her. Even the few times that he did, he was the one who disciplined her unilaterally, and that's why she was in the situation she was in now. He always thought that he would do everything that needed to be done before he married Ruan Tang so that, after the wedding, he could spend more time with her, but now it seemed like he was wrong. Ruan Tang's eyes rolled and thought seriously, then smiled at him somewhat embarrassedly. Don't quite remember. Seems to have that little impression. She said it euphemistically. Is it that you only remember when your brother was in charge of you? Lu Li asked, half seriously, half jokingly, and no, she grabbed his clothes, her tail tone rising with some pouting. I still remember my brother used to like to call me Cub. Well, little fox cub. I'm not. Nguyen Tang pouted, rebutting him. No? Lu Li asked back with amusement. Who was the one who was not convinced after being punished and secretly smeared his oil-stained hands on his brother's clothes? And who muted his brother's cell phone and hid it in a vase after being punished by his brother? Luli counted the bad things she had done before. Ruan Tang's face turned red with shame. How did brother know? All this time, she was still feeling happy that she had hidden it well, but she never thought that Luli knew it long ago. Luli laughed. I know more than that. Do you want me to continue? Don't. Ruan Tang was busy covering his mouth with his hand. It's all from when I was a child. Why does brother still bring it up? Her hand was small, still warm from the warmth she'd brought from under the covers, and warm when she touched his lips. Luli didn't hold back and kissed her lightly on her palm. She pouted as she jerked her hand back. What's wrong? Don't want your brother to kiss? Luli asked. No, it's a little itchy. Then she tucked in and closed her eyes. I'm going to sleep. The pups are going to sleep. Perhaps embarrassed herself, the smile at the corner of her mouth deepened after she finished speaking. Luli was dumbfounded. Good night, cub. Chapter 20, Mrs. Luck Jr. The next day, Luli had to go back to the company, and early in the morning, the car was already parked in front of the hotel. Good morning, Seosuk. Good morning, MS. Sugar Plum. After noticing Luli's suddenly cold eyes in the rearview mirror, Soo-yuan broke out in a cold sweat as an afterthought and hastily changed his tone. Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am? Gwyn-tang repeated in a meaningless whisper. Then Woody smiled. What's wrong? Is it wrong? Mrs. Lu, or should I call you Mrs. Lu? Luli asked as he sat beside her. Ruan Tang shook her head. Mom is the one who is Mrs. Lu and Mrs. Lu, I don't want to be. All that shouting has aged her. Luli's face darkened with flesh. Ruan Tang's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, hooked his arm, and smiled smugly. I'm Mrs. Little Lu. Mrs. Little Lu. Only then did Luli's face stretch out, smiling helplessly, and with a few moments of doting, the little fox cub began to reach out his paw to test it again. Soo-yuan, Mr. Lu, should we go back to the company first or send the lady first? Luli, she went to the office with me today. After saying that, Luli added, also, call her little Mrs. Lu from now on, lest someone gets upset. These words, on the surface, were said to Soo-yuan, but in actuality, they were said towards Ruan Tang, with a few hints of teasing at the corners of his mouth, clearly deliberately poking fun at her. I hates it. Brother, are the brothers and sisters of the secretariat working today? What's up? I'd like to order them some milk tea and food. You're good at coaxing them. Obviously you haven't been to the company a few times either, but instead you've caused them to miss you. Luli laughed. Really? Ruan Tang asked, his eyes brightening. Luli nodded. Well, every now and then you'll ask when you're going. Ruan Tang bristled. Brother lied. They wouldn't dare ask you. He wasn't as nice as he is now in the company. Lu's employees hated to go around him except for normal work. How could they rush up to ask him these personal questions, unless they had lived long enough? Luli lost his smile. The little girl had gotten smart. He raised his finger and poked Ruan Tang's forehead. Wasn't talking to me? All went to Soo-yuan. In the front passenger seat, Soo-yuan picked up. It's true. The day before yesterday, there are people who asked me how Mrs. Sugar, Little Lu did not come recently. My brother and sister all like me. Ruan Tang smiled happily. This was true. She was long and pleasing, and she was good at getting things done. In terms of interpersonal relationships, Luli had always been at ease with her, ever since she was a child. Which one of her relatives, friends, and even his hairy little friend didn't spoil her? Yet it also made Luli worry that she would be spoiled, so he had to step in and be the villain himself. Fortunately, his cubs remained kind and understanding. The car stopped in front of Lu's building. Luli and Ruan Tang took the president's special elevator up to the 36th floor. Before he even reached the president's office, Luli's secretary greeted him. Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhang from Star River Media is waiting for you in the parlor. Luli nodded slightly, indicating that he knew, and he looked down at Ruan Tang. Go wait for me in the office. Another command to the secretary. Take her there. Yes, Sister Lee. Secretary Lee gave her a wink. Then she watched Luli walk away before she spoke. Come with me to the secretariat first. They're all expecting you. Yes, Ruan Tang responded painfully. Secretary Lee led her over. Look, you guys, who's here? Miss Sugar, exclaimed the secretariat in unison. And then, as if realizing what was going on, they were silenced in unison. Mr. Lu isn't outside, is he? Secretary Wang asked in a low voice. No, went to the parlor. That's when everyone let go. You guys chat. I have to go over and take a look. After saying that, Secretary Lee walked out. Several other female secretaries in the room, together, pulled Gwyn-tang over. Ms. Sugar Plum, it's been a long time since you visited us. Ruan Tang smiled. School just started recently, so I had more things to do, so I didn't come over. Did Mr. Lu not let you come over? Nguyen Tang didn't answer, but just smiled awkwardly, a picture of being guessed. Mr. Lu is really something. It's not even if he's usually strict with us, but in the face of such a cute little girl like Miss Sugarplum, how can he lay his hands on her? Don't say that. If Mr. Lu finds out, he won't peel your skin off. Nguyen Tang held up his hand and joked, I'm not going to rat anyway. The crowd laughed again. Ms. Sugarplum is the best. Secretary Lu sat next to Ruan Tang and said, leaning intimately on Ruan Tang. Ruan Tang was happy to enjoy it as well. Who could resist a beautiful sister's sticker? Miss Sugarplum, are you hungry? I have cookies here for you. I've got it, too, I've got it. The staff of the secretariat, who had always been warm to her, Ruan Tang shook his head. I'm not hungry. I ate when I came here. Oh yeah, and I ordered you drinks and cake. They should be here soon. It's still nice of Ms. Sugar to bring us something every time we come. With Ms. Sugar. I suddenly feel that Lu Pickpocket is not right, the mouth is wrong, and Mr. Lu is not so unbearable. After about half an hour or so, Lu Li and Zhang Xin came out of the parlor. As he passed by the office, he suddenly turned around and asked Secretary Li, is the lady in there? Secretary Li froze. Ma'am, Ruan Tang is now my wife. Lu Li explained with her in a rare good-natured manner. This news shocked Secretary Li, who was a bit dismayed for a moment. Is there a problem? Lu Li asked with an expressionless face. Good professionalism brought her back to her senses quickly. No, ma'am should still be at the secretariat. Do you need me to bring her over? Lu Li nodded. You're married? Zhang Xin's expression was also stifled, and there was a slight despondency in her words. Well, licensed. When did this happen? How come I haven't heard you talk about it? Is it necessary? Lu Li asked rhetorically with an uncertain expression. Oh, Zhang Xin was a picture of someone who had already understood. Her tone was obviously much better than before, and even somewhat inexplicably smug. It seems he wasn't very happy with his marriage either. Even announcing it to the public felt unnecessary. Zhang Xin thought to herself. Lu Li sensed that something was wrong with her, but he didn't have time to think much about it before Ruan Tang's voice came from behind him. Brother. Lu Li turned around and saw Ruan Tang standing not far away with a cold little face. He didn't know what was going on, but the little girl looked upset. Excuse me for a moment. He politely and detachedly spoke with Zhang Xin. It's okay, you're busy, Zhang Xin said. A picture of grace and generosity. Lu Li nodded. Su Yuan, send Mr. Zhang downstairs. Su Yuan, yes. See you later, Ali. Her eyes swept over Ruan Tang's face, and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes after she saw that her face had cooled a few more points. Ha, it's just a milquetoast. Yellow-haired girl. Chapter 21, Can I call my brother by his name? What's wrong? Lu Li walked over and took Nguyen Tang into his office. Wasn't it brother who asked Sister Li to bring me here? Ruan Tang shook off her hand and gambled. Lu Li shook it back again and pulled her down. You know, that's not what I asked. Ruan Tang sat awkwardly beside him, unconsciously snapping her fingers and looking at him from time to time, but kept her mouth shut to Lu Li's questions. Lu Li had to ask again. Sugar Plum, no matter what you're angry about, you say it so that brother can explain. Ruan Tang was stunned, and after a moment, she breathed a sigh of relief. Is it true that brother doesn't like the idea of marrying me? Lu Li was puzzled. When did brother not like marrying you? How could he not like it when he was so happy? Waiting for the little girl in front of him to grow up a little. God knows how long he had been looking forward to this day. When that sister asked just now, why did brother say it was necessary? Does brother not want people to know about your marriage? Ruan Tang whispered. Lu Li let out a sudden laugh and realized, she's not like she's any of my brother's people. Is it necessary for me to notify her individually when I get a license to get married? At the end, Lu Li added, I didn't intend to hide this matter. I was thinking of waiting for our official wedding day to release it by Lu's PR department. If you're not happy about it, I'll let them do it now. Ruan Tang was still in school, and Lu Li was worried that too many people knowing about this would affect her. Don't. Nguyen Tang stopped him. It's better to do what brother said. Just announce it on the day we have the wedding. She had been the one who had thought out of the box before, and after hearing Lu Li's words, she gradually calmed down. Yeah, they're just not having a wedding for a while. It's not like they're not going to have one all the time. When the day of the wedding comes, those who should know will naturally know. Therefore, her misunderstanding was not valid at all, but it was just a moment of haste that washed over her. Thinking so, she raised her head and smiled at Lu Li with some embarrassment. I'm sorry brother, I misunderstood you. Lu Li reached out and pinched her face. Softly, it's brother's words that are ambiguous. I don't blame you. And, I'm afraid Nguyen Tang is not the only one who misunderstood. Want to sit on brother's lap? Lu Li moved a little closer to Ruan Tang. Nguyen Tang didn't refuse, looking straight at him before nodding slowly. She was shy and seemed to be looking forward to it. Lu Li's long arm reached out and picked her up and placed her on his lap. A small one. It was easy to hold her. Put your arms around brother's neck. Be careful, you'll fall. Falling down and all that was naturally Lu Li's means of coaxing her to get closer to her. It was a good thing Nguyen Tang didn't care either. Shyly wrapping her arms around his neck, tightly, against him, Lu Li hooked the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. Still angry? Nguyen Tang shook his head and looked at him, but wanted to say something. Anything else you want to say? Don't hold it in. After some hesitation, Nguyen Tang opened his mouth and asked, why did she call her brotherly? Lu Li laughed first. If the little girl asked that, did it mean she was jealous? After meeting Nguyen Tang's angry eyes, he then restrained his expression and stroked Nguyen Tang's head as if he was placating. Suspecting that brother has an improper relationship with her? No, Nguyen Tang retorted in a small voice, not sounding very well grounded. She was my brother's college classmate, and later, Lu's had some advertising business cooperation with their company. Other than that, I don't have any other relationship with her. As for why she called him Ali, this seemed to be the first time in Lu Li's memory. At the time, he was too focused on Nguyen Tang's emotions to notice that. In this matter, which kind of mind she stored, Lu Li can roughly guess some. But in the end, it is only a guess. No matter what it's because of, my brother will take care of this matter. Sugar, trust me, okay? Nguyen Tang nodded. As long as he explained, she would believe him. The slightly furrowed brows also gradually stretched out, and the light in the color of his eyes was radiant, a picture of naivety and unworldliness. She arched her back and hooked his neck a little tighter. Can I call my brother by his name then? Of course, though in his heart he would have preferred her to call him by another title. He was afraid she would give him another husband. Lu Li, the sweet voice rang from his ears, accompanied by the sound of her fine breathing. An unspeakable sensation traveled from ear to foot. Lu Li felt that he was really too unproductive. She just called out his name like that, and it tickled the desire in his heart. Pulling her body upright, he was going to kiss her in that position when Nguyen Tang suddenly stood up. Oh no, I almost forgot. Then he walked away from himself. Lu Li looked at the empty space in his arms and smiled, pursing his lips awkwardly. Then, Nguyen Tang retrieved a cup of coffee from his desk and handed it to him. The coffee ordered for brother is getting cold. And mine? Well, brothers, and siasuks are ordered. Nguyen Tang said. Lu Li took it and took a sip. Good. Nguyen Tang didn't reply. His eyes stayed fixed on the coffee in his hand, a shallow smile on the corner of his mouth, not knowing what the hell he was thinking again. I want to try my brother's coffee, brewing for half a day. Just for this? Lu Li was skeptical, but still handed her the coffee in her hand. Sure enough, Nguyen Tang shook his head. That's not it. What should happen then? Sugarplum tell brother. Lu Li looked at her with a smile, looking forward to her next answer. Nguyen Tang sat down next to him, opened his mouth, before the words came out, but caused himself to blush first. Lu Li wrapped his arms around her and brought her into his embrace. Tell brother. Nguyen Tang took that position and kissed him against his lips, then followed his example and probed into his mouth. I could tell she was nervous. Her shoulders were shaking slightly and her movements were raw. With only a light touch in his mouth, he retreated. I want to taste it from brother's mouth. One of her faces was already red, but she still had to stubbornly finish her sentence. That look was simply adorable. There was a thick smile spreading between Lu Li's brows. Who did you learn all this from? From a novel. Nguyen Tang replied. Oh yo, it seems to have slipped out. Nguyen Tang panicked and covered his mouth. All along, Lu Li educated her to read more masterpieces and less nutrient-less novels. And this excitement seems to have sold herself. Lu Li lost his smile and gently tapped her on the head with his knuckles. Now that you're in college, your homework isn't as heavy as it was before. So brother won't restrict you from reading novels in the future. It would be good to learn a little more of this knowledge from it. Really? Nguyen Tang instantly had to be pleasantly surprised. Lu Li nodded. Well, however, it is not allowed to delay your studies. Understood, Nguyen Tang assured him. Chapter 22, There's no shame in being a rogue to your own wife. Meanwhile, in the secretariat. Gentlemen, first-hand slugfest, want to hear it or not? After Lu Li went into the office with Nguyen Tang, Secretary Li went back into the secretariat like a paparazzo who prided himself on having the first hand of gossip. What material? What material? The crowd gathered around. The usual, $5. Secretary Li opened his cell phone and found the collection code. Che, the crowd snorted lightly. It's no fun to cheat us out of our money with this kind of trick again. Secretary Li, I promise, the material this time is absolutely worth every penny. As fake as it is, and as good as it gets. Really? Really? It's only $5. Come on, don't be so darn stingy. After the crowd gave her another skeptical look, they ultimately didn't escape the temptation of curiosity. Okay, I'll trust you one more time. For the last time. If the story that pops up later isn't worth $5, watch me. Don't worry. Put 100 hearts. This time the melon is absolutely guaranteed to be ripe. Secretary Lee looked at the incoming money in the cell phone. The smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be blocked. A treacherous face. A far cry from his usual elegant and competent appearance. Anyone else who hasn't turned, hold on tight. You, hurry up. Don't try to escape. 1, 2, 3, 4. After counting the people in the secretariat who had all transferred their accounts without missing a beat, Secretary Lee put his cell phone away with satisfaction. Well, she cleared her throat. Let me tell you, Mr. Lou got married to Miss Sugar. What? Seriously? Secretary Lee, of course it's true. Mr. Lou said it himself, so how can it be false? The crowd all acted surprised. Only Secretary Wang had a calm face. I know about this. The day of the license or I and Assistant Sue accompanied Mr. Lou. Then why didn't you say so? That's right, and it made us waste $5. Secretary Wang, without Mr. Lou's approval. How could I dare? That's also true. So, little Lee, you just shook this out. Not afraid that Mr. Lou will put you, said. She made the movement of wiping her neck. How can it be? If he really wants to conceal it is impossible to say it in front of the face of the Star River chapter president. And then again, said this, Secretary Lee paused and lowered his voice. What's he got to hide when an old man can marry our Sugar? That's true. Mr. Lou is 7 or 8 years older than Sugar. Hey, an innocent little sheep just went into the wolf's den. Am I the only one who thinks that they kinda match? I've been knocking their CP since a long time ago, and I didn't think it would come true. When you say that, I do remember. The way Mr. Lou looks at Sugar every time he looks at her is quite impure. No brother would look at his sister with that kind of look. What do you think they're doing in the president's office right now? Kissing? Or, I happen to have a document here that needs to be signed by Mr. Lou, why don't I go? After the crowd made eye contact with each other, they finally came to an agreement. At this time, Lu Li was in the office, and Ruan Tang was sitting on his lap, pulling his tie and winding it around his fingertips in boredom. Perhaps feel not enough. She again bad intentions of Lu Li's tie tugged some loose. See, he did not respond, but also boldly will be the first button of his collar to undo. Lu Li forced a smile and held her fingertips. Be good. Wait until the evening to take it off. Nguyen Tang was just having fun. Never had any side thoughts. Let him say that. It was like she was trying to do something with him. The tips of her ears were red, and she gave Lu Li an angry look. Brother rogue. There's no shame in going rogue on your own wife. Lu Li said cheekily. At some point, he had an extra picture of gold-rimmed eyes on the bridge of his nose, and with what he had just said, it added more of a svelte, defeated look. Used to seeing his usual serious look, now this actually made Ruan Tang feel a little uncomfortable, and for a moment even forgot to respond to him. There was a knock on the office door. Ruan Tang came back to his senses and tried to get up, only to be yanked back by Lu Li. Without giving her time to react further, Lu Li had already shouted, "Enter." Secretary Lu came in with the document. Mr. Lu, this document needs your signature. Lu Li didn't even lift his eyelids, picked up a pen, and signed his name with a few swishes. Secretary Lu took the document, bowed, and retreated. Well, how's it going? See, what's doing? As soon as she returned to the secretariat, the crowd gathered again. Wait. Secretary Lu walked over to her workstation and put the papers away first. Then she swept a glance at the crowd and sat straight on the lap of Secretary Lee, who was closest to her. Secretary Lee slapped her. I'm asking you, why are you sitting on my lap? Secretary Lu, I'm not demonstrating to you. When I went in, Ms. Sugarplum was sitting on Mr. Lu's lap. Ouch. Mr. Lu is quite good at it. Secretary Lu, after seeing me go in, Ms. Sugar blushed. Saying that, she pulled Secretary Lee's ring around her waist. Mr. Lu just held her like this, and she couldn't move. Isn't Lu Paopi bullying Sugar? This is outrageous. Secretary Lu, when I was leaving I heard Ms. Sugar ask Mr. Lu why he wouldn't let her go down. Guess what he said? How? Secretary Lu, Mr. Lu said, I'm the boss of the company. I want to hold my wife's office. What does anyone else care? Egu I go. What is this called? Entitled? Didn't see it. Lu pickpocket can be a real. I mean, we've got surveillance in the house. So take it easy. What are you afraid of? Mr. Lu's kind of day-to-day management. How could he have the leisure to watch our surveillance? Besides, it's not like we said it once. If something is really wrong, can we still wait until now? He said so on his lips, but his heart was still a bit weak. Forget it. Forget it. There's still work on hand that's not finished. Let's disperse. Let's go. AI. My Miss Sugarplum. How did she get into the wolf's den of Lu Pipey? Chapter 23, Unknown. Here's the new performance appraisal program that was handed over by the Human Resources Department. Take a look at it. Luli pulled out one of the documents in his hand and handed it to Ruan Tang. Ruan Tang received in his hands, from beginning to end, read it word for word, from the norms of the line to the terminology, all seriously studied once. 5 minutes later, she handed the paper back. Luli took it, still staring at her, as if waiting for her to say something. Nguyen Tang pursed his somewhat dry lips and slowly said, "Unknown. Joyful." Luli frowned slightly. "What do you mean? Don't get it, but think it's awesome." Luli helplessly laughed twice, clasping his hand tighter where Ruan Tang couldn't see it. "Isn't this your area of specialty?" "Yeah, but I'm not taking a performance management course until this semester." Nguyen Tang saw the prelude to anger in his eyes and explained warily. "Aha." Luli responded, swallowing back the words he wanted to chastise, his voice slowing. "In the future, when you have nothing to do, go to other departments of the company more often. Listen more, see more, learn more. It will help you in the future. Some things can be useless, but they must be understood." In Luli's private heart, he wished he could protect Ruan Tang for the rest of his life, but he was, after all, 7 years older than her, and besides, studies had shown that men generally lived 5 to 7 years shorter than women. Reality existed, and he had to consider that if there came a time when he couldn't protect her anymore, she would have to be able to defend herself as well. "Good," Ruan Tang answered, perhaps not yet relieved from the fear he had just felt. His voice was still timid. Luli looked at her and sighed silently, not knowing if the little girl could understand his bitterness. "Brother." After a long time, Ruan Tang suddenly called out to him again. "What's wrong?" As soon as Luli averted his eyes, he was confronted with her warm and genial smile like the sunshine, causing him to unconsciously tickle the corners of his mouth as well. "Nothing, just wanted to call out to you." "Naughty again." Luli spoiled. "Not at all." Nguyen Tang denied it. "Sugar. Actually, brother prefers you to call me." The latter words, which Luli did not finish, were interrupted by the intercom call on his desk. Luli pressed the speakerphone button. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Jiang from Brilliance wants to see you." "No see." Luli's smile froze at the corners of his mouth, coldly refused, and then dryly hung up the phone. "Did brother fall out with brother Jiangyu?" "Luli, Hanzhao and Jiangyu, the three of them are a piece of up." It is strange to say, Luli with Jiangyu's relationship is far from as good as he and Hanzhao that friendship, but also counted on the acquaintance. "Not like this." "No, because of some work-related matters. It's not convenient for me to see him right now." Luli flipped through the documents in his hand and casually explained. "That's so." Ruan Tang didn't doubt it. "Then if he can't see his brother at the office, will he go wait at home?" Luli's movements in his hand paused and he looked up at her, his knuckles gently tapping her on the head. "You have a point in reminding her." He then took out his cell phone and dialed the housekeeper at home. When he hung up the phone, Luli saw Ruan Tang covering the place he had just knocked with a resentful face glaring at him. "What's wrong? He clearly didn't use much force in that blow just now." "Ouch," Nguyen Tang accused in a petulant voice, pretending to be so much more. "Say, what's the idea again?" Luli read her mind at a glance. "How does brother know?" Ruan Tang asked with a smile. "Don't forget, you were raised by your brother. Then why don't brother guess first?" Nguyen Tang mischievously threw the question back. Luli was dumbfounded. She was good at gagging him. He deliberately teased her. "If you don't say it, forget it. Don't. I'll say." Ruan Tang hugged him affectionately and chirped. "I'm hungry. What do you want to eat?" "KFC burgers." She blinked, with a touch of tentativeness, her soft voice not much else in the way of emotion. "No." Luli refused without mercy. "Brother, I'm in pain." Now is to learn with him pampering cute. However, Luli does not intend to compromise. If the past days to let her eat once is just, but she now has a low blood sugar problem. Luli to give her a good nourishment are too late. How can she allow her to eat this kind of junk food? Pain is not allowed either. "I didn't feed you mountains of food just so you could think about the unhealthy food out there." Feed her? What's with all the talk about her being like a little house pet? Ruan Tang is not convinced. The small mouth pouted high, just because eat less to think about it. "Brother, if you let me eat every day. I have long been tired of eating." It was really eloquent. Luli shook his head helplessly. He didn't argue with her. He only gave her a faint look. But the meaning in that look was clear. Make a scene. It's useless to make a scene. Ruan Tang knows that he has been the degree of insensitivity. And then continue. He cannot fall good. Had to bite the silver teeth to swallow. "Lu pickpocket," she secretly slandered. But on her face she didn't dare to show half of her dissatisfaction with him, still maintaining that pitiful look. "Well, go down." Oh, after holding her for so long that Nguyen Tang thought she would take root in his lap, it was surprising that he was now trying to drive her off again. No, it was clear that he had asked to sit on his lap, making it sound like she had to do it herself. Typical over the top. Use it or lose it. Scumbag. Thinking so in his heart, a moment of unawareness of his feet, he kicked the coffee table. Ruantang painfully sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Looking at Luli again, he looked down and fiddled with his cell phone, seemingly unaware. For some reason, Nguyen seems to be getting angrier. She gave Luli a vicious glare, only not much of a deterrent, and then went into the lounge on her own. What she didn't know was that Luli, who was looking down at his cell phone, had a hint of an imperceptible smile flashing across the corner of his mouth. After another long time, Ruantang heard voices talking outside, and she guessed that the ordered lunch had been delivered. As expected, immediately afterward, Luli's voice came from in front of the lounge door. Sugar Plum, come out for dinner. I'm not eating, I don't have an appetite. Nguyen anger hadn't subsided yet, and she stated very stiffly, are you sure? Luli's tone was light, and could even be called gentle, but Ruantang heard a threatening undertone in it. I don't seem too sure. Nguyen wimped out for a split second. There was no response from outside, and there seemed to be a faint, low chuckle. A moment later, Luli asked again, burger or not? Ruantang scuffed up and sat up from the bed, then quickly ran to the door. Really? Brother? Luli nodded. See for yourself. Ruantang ran out excitedly around Luli. On the coffee table in the office were several takeout boxes from a five-star restaurant, neatly stacked in what looked like it should be a four-course meal. There was another box alone in the corner of the coffee table. Not KFC, but like the logo of a Western restaurant. Ruantang looked skeptically at Luli, who gestured for her to open it. Inside the box was indeed a burger, though not like a regular burger. Nguyen just tried to get it. Wait, Luli stopped her. He then pulled out a wet tissue from the table, took her hand, and wiped her up. Chapter 24, The son is not a fish, but he knows the joy of fish. You're going to eat without washing your hands? Ruantang smiled sarcastically. I forgot. Well, go eat. It may be different from the burger you wanted, but it's the biggest concession my brother has ever made. Luli was not ruthless after all. After sidetracking her, he arranged for his secretary to inquire about nearby restaurants that could make burgers. The requirement is to make it tasty and nutritious as well as clean and hygienic. The secretary quickly sent him a few over, and Luli selected this one after comprehensively weighing them. For Nguyen, she was happy enough to do that. She had died after being rejected by Luli before, and now that he was able to compromise for her, it was an unexpected pleasure for her. It wasn't the KFC she was looking for, but the way this burger looked now it should be delicious as well. Under the whole wheat bread embryo, the foie gras was charred on the outside and juicy on the inside. There's a thick layer of beef patty underneath, and one bite fills the entire mouth with flavor. That's KFC's expensive substitute. Is it good? Nguyen couldn't speak with something stuffed in his mouth and only nodded silently at him. The bit of resentment he had toward him before also instantly vanished. Oh yeah, and the belly aching about him just now is now retracted. She ate with such contentment that she didn't even realize she had sauce on her face. Luli reached out and wiped the sauce off her face with his fingers and put it in his mouth. Well, it's really good. Ruantang froze. Gradually a blush crept over his face and between his ears. Brother. Luli laughed. What's wrong? Shy again? Instead of answering, Ruantang said, brother won't allow this in the future. She was serious, even a bit reprimanding him, but after adding the childishness of her face, there was an inexplicable contrast. The smile at the corner of Luli's mouth deepened, reaching right to the bottom of his eyes. Tell me instead, why are you not allowed? Dirty. The sauce had gotten on her face, and she didn't know how many germs had gotten on it already, and Luli was such a clean person that Ruantang wasn't sure how he allowed himself to eat it in. Oh, Luli responded unimpressed. The son is not a fish, and he knows the joy of fish. Without giving Ruantang time to react, he lifted his hand and pinched her face again. Alright, hurry up and eat. Yo, girl, you're here early today. On Monday, Ruantang arrived earlier than Hiruru for a rare occasion. It wasn't just Hiruru. When Ruantang arrived at the classroom, there weren't many people in the class yet. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Luli, who was on a business trip today, with a 7 o'clock flight, and ran into Ruantang's room early in the morning and kissed her for a while, causing her to wake up early along with him. Look at this blush. It looks like someone who has been moisturized by love, which is not when she thought of the morning scene. Ruantang still inevitably blushed, and now that she was dismantled by Hiruru, she ranted in embarrassment. Don't pretend. I can see it all. Come on, tell your sister. Where did it go? What was that? Hiruru was afraid that she wouldn't understand and added body language. No. Kissed? Hiruru continued to pursue the question. Ruantang's face turned red and hesitated for half a second before nodding shyly and timidly. Really? Hiruru squealed and covered her mouth again as an afterthought, looking even more excited than Ruantang. Then she lowered her voice. What does it feel like? Nguyen shook her head. How did that make her describe it? Come on, good sugar, come on, we've known each other for so many years. What's there to be ashamed of? Ha, tell your sister. Ruan Tang couldn't argue with her, so he said vaguely, just fine. Pretty good? Hiruiru repeated in amusement, the first time she had ever seen someone describe it that way. However, she also understood Ruan Tang. Her willingness to open her mouth and tell her was the maximum she could do, and if she was asked to describe it in more detail, Ruan Tang would probably have to cry. Hiruru then didn't pursue the matter further, but opened her cell phone and fiddled with it. Sugar plum, I'll give you another gift. As soon as she heard the word gift, Ruan Tang had a bad feeling in her heart. I don't want it. The last time you gave me that whatever, my brother found out. So did he say anything? Hiruiru asked casually while looking at her cell phone. No, it was just given to confiscation. Hiruru's eyes moved away from the phone and her arm rested on Ruan Tang's shoulder. Bao, promise me that your first time must be the one I gave you. Ouch, I don't want to talk to you. Shy. Ruan Tang broke away from her and snapped. Joking with you. Hiruru wrapped her in her arms again and soothed. The gift has been sent to you on WeChat. Read it well and remember to take notes. Oh, I spent a lot of money to get it. When she finished speaking she raised an eyebrow, a few imperceptible hints of cunning in her eyes. What gift? With her like this, Ruan Tang couldn't help but be a little curious, and she was about to go look when she was stopped by Hiruru. Wait. Hiruru swept her eyes around the students who were coming in one after another and raised an eyebrow. It's not convenient to watch it here. I'll watch it at home. She spoke in a mysterious way, and still couldn't look at it at school, and thinking about the gift she gave last time, Ruan Tang had a hidden guess in his heart. Only, this conjecture was so shameful that Ruan Tang was too embarrassed to say it directly, so he had to ask as an aside. It wouldn't be anything illegal, would it? What illegal stuff? Hiruru asked rhetorically, not catching her drift. Just, Ruan Tang stammered for half a day without uttering a word, and under Hiruru's gradually anxious gaze, Ruan Tang turned her face away and gritted her teeth. It's that kind of Japanese movie. Chapter 25. Do I need to show you an invoice? Yo, you still know about this. At this, Hiruru was a bit surprised, but to your disappointment, no, it's a novel. When she finished, she added, special novels. What's a special novel? Ruan Tang asked curiously, blinking. It's just text. Hiruru wanted to explain to her, and in the way of the surrounding students, but had to wave his hand. Forget it. You'll know when you go back to see it at night. Believe me, you'll thank me. Will it? Why isn't Win Tang so unconvinced? Afterwards, Hiruru came close to her ear and whispered in a snarky voice. Seriously, the kind of movie you're talking about. I have the resources to share it with you for free if you want to watch it. Sister, Ruan Tang was mortified. Who wants to see it? Keep it for yourself. Female hooligan. Hiruru could not avoid receiving a few slaps from Ruan Tang. It did not hurt as that. Fell on the body with scratching like an itch. Looking at Ruan Tang's reddened face, Hiruru asked well to tease her again. Be good. I won't mess with you anymore. Then just happened to see the bling-bling chain on her wrist and steered the conversation away. So pretty. New. The one she brought with her today was the same one that Shurfei gave her 2 days ago. No, it's from a sister. Sister? Humph. Sugar Ruan, I'm not your only sister anymore. I'm angry. Hiruru pouted, shaking Ruan Tang's arm and pouting with her, pretending to be something like that. Why are you jealous of everything? Ruan Tang poked her face in amusement. Just eat. Hiruru relied on Ruan Tang. Her fingers fiddled with the chain on her hand. After looking at it for a while, Hiruru felt as if she had seen this bracelet somewhere. The more she looked at it, the more familiar it looked. She straightened up and reached out to peel the phone over without taking her eyes off Nguyen Tang's wrist. What's wrong? Nguyen Tang asked after noticing her measuring eyes. Wait. Hiruru looked twice more, then opened her cell phone. Nguyen Tang watched as she typed something into her phone and flipped it up and down again. Then her eyes began to gradually widen with a look of surprise. Bulgari? Nguyen Tang nodded. It was the right brand. Genuine? Hiruru followed up with another question. Nguyen Tang still nodded her head. Sister timeframe wasn't above sending her a fake one. 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000. Hiruru's mouth opened wide in disbelief. This bracelet is going to be big, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Wow. Does that sister of yours still lack a sister? Why don't I ask for you some other time? Ruan Tang played along with her. As soon as the words left her mouth, a soft snort came from her spot in the front row, and Julie set her books down on the table before glancing back at the duo with undisguised disdain on her face. Hundreds of thousands? You can really blow it. For this kind of bracelet, you can buy 2 of them for $100 on somewhere. Yeah, then I'll give you $100 for you to buy me 2 of them. Exactly the same. Hiruru was in the same dormitory as her, but she had always been at odds with her, and now that she heard her say that, she naturally refused to let her. What? Starting to break your defense when you get poked and prodded? Yuri said sarcastically in a conspiratorial manner. Hiruru was just about to open her mouth when she heard Won-tang at her side take the lead and ask, "Do I need to show you the invoice?" Her tone was polite and courteous, but there was an unquestionable strength in her eyes, and it was the first time that Hiruru felt a sense of intimidation in her. Not only her, even Julie didn't expect the always good-natured Won-tangs to lash out like her. For a moment, she was actually a bit frazzled. "It's none of my business what I'm looking at your invoice for. Hiruru, you know it's none of your business, so shut your mouth." Julie was unable to say anything because of her dislike, and seeing that the class bell had already rung, she fiercely gouged out Hiruru and then turned her back. Hiruru crooked her neck and made a face at Won-tang in triumph. After that, she secretly pointed at Julie behind her back, the first to tease the dare to be again. See if she dislikes her. Chapter 26, Hubby, what are you doing? The second class was Ma Yuan, a middle-aged professor in his mid-40s who had begun to lose his hair, talking eloquently from the podium and talking down half the class. Won-tang wasn't sleepy, but his entire body was groggy and yawning. After her umpteenth yawn, she finally waited for the dismissal bell. Won-tang pushed Hiruru, who was drooling in her sleep next to her. "It's thundering. It's raining. It's time to go home and collect the clothes." "It's raining? Where is it?" "It's raining." Sleeping soundly when she was woken up by someone, Hiruru was dazed and confused, and when she came to her senses, she realized that she had been fooled by Won-tang. "Good. Ruan sugar candy. You've grown up, haven't you?" Before Hiruru could officially settle the score with her, Won-tang had already run away and smiled provocatively at her from the classroom door. "Stop right there." Hiruru chased after him. "Still running?" Hiruru gripped the hat on Won-tang's jacket and made a fierce look. Won-tang shrunk his neck. His eyes looked at her and darted around twice. "No more running. Lady warrior, spare my life. Convinced? Convince. Convince. Humph." Hiruru let go of her hat and clapped her hands. "I count on you to know what you're doing." After the joke, Hiruru held Won-tang's hand affectionately as usual, and the two of them walked on campus shoulder to shoulder. It's already spring. The weather is warming up. The willows are starting to draw their branches, and the men and women who come and go are changing into lighter spring clothes. Occasionally, I would run into a few young couples, laughing and joking and making intimate gestures like no one else was watching. As far as the eye could see, there was a vibrant scene. "Ruru, there's something I've been wanting to ask you." Halfway there, Won-tang squirmed and opened his mouth to ask. Hiruru was painfully honest. "Well, ask, are you in love?" "In love?" Hiruru wasn't sure why she suddenly asked that. "No, I'm not. If I were in love, would I not tell you?" "Then how did you get that stuff?" "What kind of stuff?" "Just the one you gave me 2 days ago." "Oh, you mean that condom?" Won-tang looked around at the passers-by coming and going. Her scalp tingled, and she subconsciously went to cover Hiruru's mouth, but this time she dodged it. "Sugar plum, don't even think about it." Hiruru pointed at her threateningly, but after seeing Won-tang's little face with embarrassment, Hiruru softened her heart. "Okay, I won't say it is. I don't have a boyfriend. That thing is what I bought blindly. After all, there is a being without a problem." "Being prepared?" At this, Won-tang frowned not very understandingly. "Enough about that, let's think about what we're going to eat for lunch." "Eat?" Won-tang fought hard, but something didn't seem right. "Bad. Almost forgot about that. Ruru, there's no way I can eat at school from now on. My family ordered for me from a restaurant." "Then you're really happy." Hiruru drew out her hand and rubbed Won-tang's face, saying with envy but not half jealousy, "It's pretty happy, but for Won-tang, she seems to prefer the junk food out there." Are you? Why don't you come with me to eat at home? Your husband won't suddenly go over there again, right?" Hiruru still had palpitations about the last time she was caught red-handed saying something bad about someone. "No, he's traveling." Mentioning Luli, Won-tang subconsciously took out his cell phone and looked at it. There were no new messages, and his heart actually had a hidden feeling of loss. "What's wrong?" Noticing her disorientation, Hiruru opened her mouth to ask. Won-tang came back to his senses and put his cell phone back in his pocket. "It's nothing. I just wonder if my brother is at the place now." "Just ask if you want to know. What's the point of getting hung up on something so simple? It's not a good idea. In case he's busy, then I won't be disturbing him." Hiruru sighed, both helpless and a little heartbroken. "Baby, you can do without being so understanding. Besides, it's just a Weibo message. What can it bother him? Also right-o." Won-tang felt that Hiruru had a point. "I'll send it to him then." Hair. Won-tang took out her cell phone, typed a few words and deleted them, and after repeating this several times, Hiruru couldn't stand to look at it and silently rolled her eyes before taking the phone from her. From the current WeChat chat screen, he casually typed a sentence and sent it over, and tossed the phone to Won-tang again. The whole set of movements was done in a smooth flow, which also made Ruan-Tang look dumbfounded. Before Ruan-Tang could go see what Ru had sent, Luli's video dialed up. "Brother, are you at the place yet?" Luli didn't answer her, instead focusing on the way she addressed herself. "Brother? Sugar plum, that's not how you just pronounced it." "Ha, so, what is it that Ru sends?" Luli just arrived at the hotel. He received a message from the little girl, and his first reaction was that he should not be stolen. Now that he saw her look like she didn't know, and her eyes couldn't stop glancing to the side, Luli's heart was set. However, he was going to just leave the mistake at that. "Sugar, what you just said, brother wants to hear it from you." "So, what the hell was just sent?" Ruan-Tang gave Ru a wink. Ruan-Tang wasn't wearing headphones and his voice had been playing out, so it was inevitable that Ru could hear the conversation between the two when she was next to him. She instantly understood Luli's intentions and whispered, "Stupid. Call what brother? Call your husband." When Ruan-Tang couldn't see it, Luli hooked the corner of his mouth, showing a look of confidence, but quickly converged again. "Ha? Called husband?" Ruan-Tang's throat was dry and he couldn't call out, especially when there were pedestrians coming and going on the road. But after seeing Luli's expectant eyes in the picture, she couldn't bear to refuse. "Brother, I'm still on the road. Why don't you wait until I get home and then call?" Luli nodded his head and answered painfully, "Okay, be safe on the road and call me back when you get home." After saying that, he hung up the WeChat video. After the video hung up, Ruan-Tang saw the WeChat that Ru had sent to Luli for herself. "Husband, what are you doing?" "Oops." Ruan-Tang was ashamed and annoyed. She beamed and stomped her foot at Ru in exasperation. "What? Calling your husband makes you shy? Baby, you can't be like that. Remember to study the novel I sent you tonight. I'm not looking, definitely not a good one." Chapter 27 Hubby. Goodbye. Along the way, Ruan-Tang was doing mental construction, silently repeating those two words in his mind many times, as if it wasn't as hard as he thought. When she got home, she ducked into her bedroom, flopped down on her bed, and dialed up the video. Almost as soon as the point went down, Luli's side immediately picked up. After some time buffering, his face appeared on the phone interface. Clean short hair, delicate three-dimensional features. Ruan-Tang couldn't be more familiar, but looking at him through his cell phone seemed a little more unfamiliar. "Home?" His thin lips incited, his voice light. "Aha." Ruan-Tang rested his chin against the bed and nodded. "Speak." Off screen, Luli folded his legs and changed to a comfortable sitting position. His tone was light, and there wasn't much emotion on his face, as if he was waiting for a company employee to do his daily work report. Ruan-Tang's throat moved and he swallowed. With the previous mental construction, she had thought that this matter, doing it would be easy, but she opened her mouth, not to mention calling for her husband. Half a sound did not come out. It's like an old TV set that just turns on and jams. On the other side of the screen, Luli still maintained the position he had just held, quietly looking at her. It was Ruan-Tang himself. A little awkwardly smiled at him, and then again Wuji Shui. "That little look cute." Luli lowered his eyes, pursed his thin lips. There is a faint smile, in the corners of the eyes and eyebrows dense open. Then, as if Ruan-Tang had made some kind of determination, she bit her lip and pinched hard on her thigh with her fingers hanging to one side. "Old. Gone." She said it word for word, with difficulty, but those two words coming out of her crimson lips were enough to make Luli lose his concentration. It was like an electric current instantly carried through the body. He looked away and coughed softly with his fist in front of his mouth as a way to hide his outburst. When he turned back again, his face had already regained its calmness, and only the spots of brightness flickering in his deep eyes betrayed his current mood. But of this, Ruan-Tang was unaware. With a blush that had not yet dissipated, her clear eyes blinked at him, and she snapped earnestly, "Is brother catching a cold?" Luli shook his head and laughed lightly. It was still really stupid and cute. He blandly said, "No." Not much explanation was given. Then added, "Sugar plum." Scream again. The voice was inexplicably a little low, and it sounded extraordinarily sexy. Ruan-Tang's little heart fluttered. The old male. This time, she shouted with relative ease, except that her voice was still small, as if a feather had brushed gently against her heart, making it tingly. Luli clenched his fists hard and forced down the throbbing in his heart. Cough. Still not skillful. I need to practice more in the future. Oh, Ruan-Tang responded softly. More practice? How do you practice something like this? Did they make her face in the mirror at home? Or did she have to practice on the dolls at home? She secretly belly laughed. Well, go eat. I'm already at the hotel. We'll talk tonight. It was already late, and Luli was worried about chatting for a long time and delaying her dinner, not to mention that his purpose had already been achieved. Ruan-Tang sighed in timely relief. Okay, bye brother. See you at hubby. Bye. Luli contentedly clicked hang up. After the video hung up, Ruan-tang was stunned, still not having gotten over the emotions he had just experienced. Husband. She actually called her brother husband. It was hard to describe what she was feeling right now, something indefinable in her shyness. Granted, he'd been her husband for a long time in the legal sense, but there was a difference between that and saying those two words to him herself. It seemed that saying it meant that she had identified with him in that capacity from the bottom of her heart. The word husband, too, is no longer a virtual symbol, but is slowly becoming more concrete. Still not coming out to eat? Hiruru waited for her to eat and never waited for her to come out, so she came over to take a look. The bedroom door was left open, and as soon as she arrived, she saw Nguyen-tang giggling on the bed. Ruan-tang's laughter stopped abruptly, and his entire body froze momentarily. Hiruru shook her head. Get this, it's dead. Then she turned around and went out, leaving Ruan-tang to digest by himself in the bedroom. Ruan-tang was afraid that Hiruru would laugh at her, and she dawdled in the bedroom for half a day before daring to go out. Then one tiny step moved closer to the dining room. What are you waiting for? If you don't come, the food will get cold. She never came out, so Hiruru ate on her own first. Seeing that she didn't mention what happened just now, Ruan-tang then put his heart down. Good. I also ordered 2 egg pancakes. They should be here in a while. Do you think this is as good as an egg pancake? This is a 5-star restaurant dish. This is meat, this is seafood, which is not better than your egg pancake. If it wasn't so far away, Hiruru would have to knock her. Nguyen-tang smiled shyly, and rightly so. Not everyone had a fanatical predilection for those roadside snacks like she did. There were no classes in the afternoon, so Hiruru was in no hurry to go back. The two stayed in the apartment until late afternoon. The apartment was decorated exactly the way Nguyen-tang wanted it done. The overall color palette is a gentle cream color scheme, with soft pink and goose yellow furniture and accessories, full of girly touches. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gilding the room with a golden color. Hiruru lay down on the soft sofa, stretched out, and lay back again. Still, you are comfortable here. I really don't want to go back to the dormitory. As soon as I think of going back to see Julie's face, I'm annoyed to no end. Or you could just move in with me. Not moving, it's her who has to move. At the mention of Julie, Hiruru was furious and rubbed her shoulders and sat up. How in heaven's name can there be such a shameless person like her? Cosmetics use other people's. Shampoo use other people's. Even toilet paper have to use other people's. If she is really poor, it's okay. But you see, she usually eat and wear worse than rich people are. Even if she borrowed it openly, I wouldn't say anything. But she didn't use it secretly that time. And that thing today, we were chatting there. It's none of her business. She's got a big mouth. Pissed off. Pissed off. Ruan Sugarplum. Did you see that? The wrinkles on my face are all pissed off at her. The more Hiruru said, the more angry she became. And finally she simply relied on Ruan-tang and pampered herself. Ruan-tang hugged her. Alright, Sister Ruru, let's not be angry. We can't punish ourselves with other people's mistakes, right? Humph. Still so angry. But you surprised me today. I didn't think my little white rabbit would actually bite. Once she remembered the scene of Ruan-tang's dislike in the morning, Hiruru felt that the anger in her heart finally subsided a bit. Ruan-tang herself didn't feel anything. She was good-tempered. But that didn't mean she didn't have a temper. We're comrades in the same trench. If you're charging ahead, I can't hold you back. Chapter 28, Brother. I'm sleepy. While Ruan-tang said this, Hiruru shook her head meaningfully. No, I always felt it would be a dishonor to you to let you get involved in all this cockamamie business. A simple, sweet little baby like you was born to be protected. Where's the exaggeration? Nguyen-tang laughs. Hiruru nodded seriously. So baby, in the future, when you encounter this kind of thing again, hide behind me. I'll go through fire and water for you. Then thank you, Mistress RU. Good point, good point. Hiruru raised her eyebrows smugly. Sugar, I'll ask you another question. You don't really carry the invoice around with you, do you? How? Ruan-tang looked innocent. So what do you do if Julie really wants to see it then? Then I'll just have to ask Sister Shifu for it. However, she bet that Julie wouldn't look at it, because usually, when Luli spoke to her with that look and tone, she would be overwhelmed with fear every time. How can I think of anything else when I'm just scared? Brother. Early in the morning, Ruan-tang was still sleeping when she was woken up by Luli's WeChat video, and she still subconsciously called out to her brother. But it was quickly changed again by the scattered bits of sanity in his consciousness. Hubby, just woke up from a nap. Her voice sounded a little muffled and had a cute little milky sound to it. Why aren't you up yet? Luli asked in a muffled voice. Didn't sleep well last night. She was still not fully awake, half squinting her eyes, her broken hair hanging down in front of her forehead, like a lazy cat, teasingly tight. Is it too late to read a novel? Ruan-tang's eyes seemed to widen a bit, originally hazy sleepy eyes. At this moment also more a few points of clarity. The eyes clearly say, how do you know? She then nodded blushingly. Only, This novel is not a novel. No one escapes the law of true fragrance. And Nguyen Tang is no exception. Sugar Plum, I didn't allow you to read novels just to let you stay up late. Lu Li abruptly chilled his face, but it didn't seem to do much, and the camera showed the little girl closing her eyes again, looking very sleepy indeed, half asleep and half awake. She heard Lu Li seem to be talking to herself. Her mind was in chaos and she unconsciously answered, "Oh, okay The end note is uptempo with a touch of playfulness. Even though Lu Li's face was cold, he was amused by her and laughed out loud. What's so good about it? Not to mention the fact that he was supposed to be faking it. Ruan Tang's sleepy eyes, opened under and closed again, bared his rows of small teeth and smiled at Lu Li. Brother, so sleepy, oh really sleepy, oh. That little look was really pitifully tight. Lu Li couldn't bear to continue to disturb her. Okay, go to sleep. Don't be late for school. Aha, I'm going back today. I have a party tonight. It shouldn't be too early to get home, so don't wait for me. Nguyen Tang nodded as usual. Good. Her eyes were tightly closed, and she shifted again as she said this, shrinking back under the covers. The cell phone screen shook slightly along with it, holding it less than securely. Lu Li lost his smile helplessly, didn't say anything else, and tapped the hang-up button. The hand in which he held the cell phone, his fingers kept tightening, and Lu Li had a moment of disorientation. Ever since he took over the company, business trips have become the norm. Before, I would miss her if I was out for a long time, but never once as strongly as now. She was like a well-wrapped honey that she had lurked in the back of her heart, and once poked and prodded. She was out of control. The more beautiful something is, the more addictive it is. Mr. Lu, we should get going. According to the itinerary, Lu Li met with the boss who needed Westminster in the morning. It was now time to depart, but Su Yuan saw that he showed no signs of moving, so he bravely opened his mouth to remind him. Lu Li returned to his senses, nodded slightly, and walked out of the room. After his affairs abroad were over, he flew back on the hoof, and the plane landed at 6:15 local time. Originally on the road, Lu Li still holds the hope that if the plane arrives early, whether he can land and go home first, even if it is just to meet with her. But seeing the time now, and thinking about the traffic situation in Kyoto, he just dismissed the idea. The airport was far from the venue of the banquet, and in time for the rush hour. Even though he didn't go home, Lu Li barely made it to the venue before the banquet started. The largest banquet hall of North Sea International was filled with gold and blue and a lot of drinks. As soon as Lu Li entered, the boss of the organizer, Lin's Real Estate, greeted him. Mr. Lu, sorry Mr. Lin, I'm late. What are you talking about? Mr. Lu, it's already an honor to have you here. Please come inside. The two of them walked in politely, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, Mr. Lin began to go about his other business. But soon, Lu Li was surrounded by others. In terms of the Lu family's status in Kyoto, he was undoubtedly another center of attention at this banquet. Lu Li handled the crowd that came up to accost him with ease, detached and unobtrusive. Lu Li, after hiding from Jiang Yu for such a long time, it was finally unavoidable this time. It's also true that the circle in Kyoto is so big that there's always an escape from the occasions when they cross paths. In fact, Lu Li didn't have to avoid him, only that, once he thought of Qiaowen's current situation, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Jiang Yu expressionlessly swept his eyes at the crowd beside Lu Li, who understood and wisely found excuses to avoid them. Lu Li smiled as he watched the crowd leave, then pretended not to know what Jiang Yu was looking for him for, only looking at him in a good way. On the contrary, Jiang Yu, seeing him like this, his heart has no reason to lose a few points. Lu Li, where is Qiaowen? Lu Li let out a light laugh. A trace of sarcasm flashed on his face. It shouldn't be difficult to find someone in Kyoto with the power of the Jiang family. Why would Mr. Jiang ask me here? But I'm afraid it won't be so easy if someone helps her. Ever since Qiaowen disappeared, Jiang Yu has used all his connections to turn over the whole of Kyoto and several neighboring cities, but has not been able to find any trace of Qiaowen. A big living person silently disappeared under his eyes, as if she had evaporated from the earth, and Jiang Yu couldn't think of any other reason except that someone was helping her behind the scenes. Lu Li and Han Zhao are the most likely to help her. Joanne's mom and dad divorced early in life and each had their own families, and Joanne has had very little contact with them since she was an adult. Other than him, the only people closer to her were Lu Li, Han Zhao, and Ruan Tang. As for Ruan Tang, Xiaowen had always looked at her as a little sister, and the odds were that Xiaowen wouldn't tell her about the bad things between them. What's more, onlookers may not know, but Jiang Yu has been Lu Li's classmate and friend for so many years. He knows the weight of Ruan Tang in Lu Li's heart. Without Lu Li's approval, he didn't dare to go to Ruan Tang rashly. Therefore, he can only look for a breakthrough from Lu Li and Han Zhao here. If you can't find her, there's only one reason, and that's because she doesn't want to see you. After saying this, Lu Li was unwilling to dwell with him excessively and turned to leave. but Jiang Yu stopped him again. That project in the south of the city. Before he finished speaking, Luli let out a sudden laugh. Does Mr. Zhang mean to trade the project in the south of the city with me for Qiaoan's whereabouts? Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Mr. Jiang. After all, I'm not like you. I don't mean this. But when the words were said, Jiang Yu himself felt weak. He was planning to take the project in the south of the city in exchange for Luli to loosen his mouth. Although, in his heart, he also knew that Luli was not that kind of person. But he was at his wit's end. Luli turned around. If you really feel sorry for Qiaoan, I advise you not to bother bothering her anymore. Oh yeah, Joanne told me to tell you to sign the divorce papers as soon as possible. And when the time is right, she'll step in and go through the divorce process with you. Luli added. I won't divorce Qiaoan. Jiang Yu abruptly pulled up his tone, sounding more like a bluff. The people around them unanimously turned their eyes toward the two. Jiang Yu knew he was out of line and repeated in a low voice. I won't divorce Qiaoan. It was like saying it to Luli, or through Luli to Qiaoan, or even to himself. Luli just smiled and didn't say anything, but his eyes pierced Jiang Yu. In his eyes was unabashed sarcasm, contempt. Obviously not a word was said, but none of it no longer indicted him for the evil he had done to Joanne. Jiang Yu's already weak heart was even cooler all of a sudden. Chapter 29, My wife will not be pleased. Ray, what happened? Luli and Jiang Yu's side of the commotion. Many people at the banquet had noticed it, and Zhang Xian had also been watching. Now that she saw Luli walking away, she welcomed her. No, Luli said in a faint voice and walked right past her. It wasn't that Zhang Xian didn't hear the coldness in his words, but she blamed it on Luli's conflict with Jiang Yu and didn't take it to heart. She followed after Luli. You alone? Where's the date? Luli casually grabbed a glass of red wine on the drinks table without stopping his steps. Aha, he responded, as an answer to her first question. What a coincidence. So am I. I'll be your date if it's convenient? Although she used an inquiring tone, she actually had a plan. So after hearing Luli's answer, her smile froze at the corner of her mouth. Luli said, It's inconvenient, but you have an appointment? No, my wife would be upset. I was the one who didn't think it through. Zhang Xian replied stiffly. Unconsciously, she pressed down hard on her fingertips, the stiffness on her face quickly stretching away, but her heart was indignant. Obviously the last time they met, Luli didn't care about that little wife of his, and it's only been a few days since then. Why has his attitude changed? It seems that yellow-haired girl really does have two skills, so I really underestimated her. If you're young, it's inevitable that you'll be a bit capricious, marrying such a young wife. You don't have an easy time during the weekdays, do you? Zhang Xian said in a casual manner. Mr. Zhang, you've crossed the line. His wife is not something that any cat or dog can go and judge, not to mention his sugar plum. Well behaved. Luli still had a shallow smile on his face, but his eyes had a few more points of uncommon harshness in them. Zhang Xian couldn't help but stutter in her heart. She smiled sarcastically and didn't continue the topic. Luli's mind she more and more cannot see through. He so even seems to be moving sincere, but he was clearly. Could it be that she misunderstood? Zhang Xian's mood slowly changed from trepidation to resignation. How can that yellow girl compare to her? Who is she to marry Luli? How could she win Luli's heart? All these years she had kept on creating opportunities to appear beside Luli, in order that one day he would see her good. But she didn't realize that she waited and waited, but waited for the news that he was already married. If only she had made her feelings known earlier. Wouldn't Mr. Lu? Another person came forward with a glass of wine to accost Zhang Xian. And Zhang Xian's thoughts were interrupted as a result. While exchanging pleasantries and circling around with the crowd, Luli didn't move to look at Zhang Xian. She pretended that she didn't read the meaning in Luli's eyes, still wearing that decent smile and standing quietly at his side. Star River Media is not big in the same industry, but also in the past few years after hitching a ride on the Lu's line, the development is not bad. The reason why she spared no effort to lean towards Luli, one was to play up her presence. The other was to then follow up her relationship with Lu and pull in more cooperation. Just like now, she only needs to stand beside Luli, and in the future, these people present will naturally give her a face for Luli's sake. After a long time of pleasantries, someone finally steered the conversation to her. Mr. Lu, this is Luli, Mr. Zhang from Star River Media. Mr. Zhang, long time no see. You are welcome. Zhang Xian smiled lightly, a picture of dignity and generosity. I've heard that General Manager Zhang is young and beautiful, and when I see her today, it's true. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Lu standing together, they are really a pair of talented men and women. She followed Luli around so much that those who didn't know thought that she was Luli's female companion for the day, mistaking that the two of them had some kind of personal relationship, and couldn't help but start complimenting her. Mr. Li is joking. Mr. Zhang and I just happened to run into each other. Lu Li opened his mouth. Lu and I are university classmates. Today we just happened to run into each other and had a few casual conversations. But it made Mr. Li misunderstand. Zhang Xian also chimed in. She was going to leave it unexplained, neither admitting nor denying it, and just let them misunderstand it. But Lu Li had already opened his mouth to deny it, so she had to say it. Mr. Li laughed awkwardly twice. Sorry, it's my eyes that are clumsy. I hope Mr. Zhang won't take offense. Lu Li laughed at this, but these repeated several hiccups still inevitably affected Lu Li's mood. To say that he was able to maintain decent manners before, he now exuded an entire aura of being unapproachable. Seeing him like this, many people who came up to accost him were also deterred, which made him clean for a moment. Finally, it simmered down to the end of the banquet. Mr. Lu Li forcefully raised his hand and interrupted Su Yuan's words. Have the PR department prepare a copy early tomorrow morning to announce the news that I've gotten married. Yes. Find a chance to hammer Star River Media. If Zhang Xian still can't carry it, terminate the cooperation next quarter. Yes. What did you just want to say? After all his orders were given, Lu Li then remembered to ask Su Yuan what he hadn't finished saying at that time. Chapter 30. Now my wife, Little Mrs. Lu, is here. Sugar? Lu Li looked like he couldn't believe it and confirmed it again. Yes. Where? After receiving an affirmative answer, Lu Li's heart was ecstatic, and he couldn't wait to see her right away. It's right in front of the hotel. Su Yuan said. Why don't you bring her in? It was Mrs. Lu herself. Lu Li glanced at Su Yuan with an uneasy expression on his face and walked out quickly. Mr. Lu, on the way. Some people greeted him, and Lu Li just waved his hand without stopping, walking extremely fast as if he had the wind under his feet. In the hotel lobby, through the glass door, Lu Li saw the familiar figure outside the door at a glance. She was wearing a plain white dress with a denim jacket. The warm white light hit her as if it gilded her entire being. Lu Li unconsciously stopped his steps, and actually couldn't bear to spoil the scene. How to describe what he saw? It was as if the gods had been merciful and given him a maiden. I don't know if she noticed something. She slowly turned around, her long hair and plain face. At the moment she met Lu Li's eyes, a smile began to overflow from the corner of her eyes, and her face, as pure as water, slowly changed into a bright, animated one. The still portrait instantly came to life. She raised her arm and waved at Lu Li. Lu Li still stood in place, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily raised. The hostility dissipated, and the whole person became softer. The spikes that had been erected on the body began to subside. He pushed the door open and walked out. Why are you here? Lu Li raised his hand to test the temperature of her face. It was cold, and he didn't know how long Su Yuan, the useless one, had kept her waiting here. Lu Li took off his jacket and draped it over her, and couldn't help ruffling the broken hair on her forehead. The fingertips touched the skin. A little itchy. Ruan Tang shrunk his neck. Went shopping. Heard Su said brother was here, so I came over, waiting for brother to go home together. Why don't you go in? Don't want to go in. Her tone was sticky, with a hint of petulance. Lu Li's entire being melted away as he rubbed Ruan Tang's hair. Silly. Ruan Tang angrily opened his hand and straightened his messed up hair again. Xiaolu. The party was over and people were constantly starting to walk out of the hotel. Speaking as the North China's Mr. Shen, because with Lu Li's father has a few friendships, call him a small Lu, but it is not considered to be a big deal. Uncle Shun. Ruan Tang felt familiar and followed Lu Li with a shout. Uncle Shun. This is old Ruan's daughter? Sugar? Mr. Shen was also acquainted with Ruan Tang's father, having seen her several times when she was small, plus the fact that she hadn't changed too much in appearance over the years. So Mr. Shen had no trouble recognizing her. Yes, it's my wife now. Lu Li laughed lightly. Lu Ruan's marriage. Mr. Shen had heard the elders of both families mention it before. However, he also just took it as a joke between the two families. After all, what era is this, where we'll still talk about what doll marriage? Not to mention the fact that the old Lu family's boy is several years older than the other girl. Therefore, at first he was still slightly surprised to hear this news, but when he associated it with the little girl's appearance, he instantly realized. You kid, you're quite quick at it. Mr. Shen smiled and joked. Yes. Lu Li also admitted frankly, I'm afraid that if I start late, someone else will snatch it away. As he said this, Lu Li's eyes never moved away from Ruan Tang. She looked a little embarrassed, her face slightly flushed, and she gave Lu Li a beaming look. Mr. Shen laughed out loud. That's right. When do you plan to have the wedding? It's not definite yet. Remember to let me know when it's time. Definitely. Alright, it's cold outside. I won't bother you guys. Go back. If you really freeze this little girl, you brat should blame me. Don't dare. Lu Li laughed. It's dare not. Not won't. Mr. Shin burst out laughing again. After saying a brief goodbye to Mr. Shin, Luli and Ruan Tang entered the backseat of the car with the driver's open door. When the car was far away, there was an uproar in front of the hotel. The conversation between Luli and Mr. Shin just now was heard by many people, who on the one hand expressed surprise at the fact that Luli was already married, and on the other hand began to dig deeper into Ruan Tang's identity. Zhang Xian slowly stepped out from the corner, her shell teeth clenching her red lips as they began to flush white. In the small space in the backseat of the car, Luli sat next to Nguyen Tang. His straight suit pants clung to Nguyen Tang's calves that were exposed outside his skirt. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for a while. For this kind of contact, Ruan Tang began to become uncomfortable again. She didn't move to one side, but soon Luli was close again. He grabbed Ruan Tang's hand on his knee and stopped her from moving again. What did you buy for shopping? Ruan Tang's heart skipped a beat. A shirt for my brother. Previously promised to compensate him for the shirt. Never had the opportunity to go shopping with him. Nguyen Tang simply went ahead and bought it directly based on his knowledge of him. Why are you calling brother again? Luli frowned, obviously not very satisfied with this title. Getting used to calling my brother I'll just call my brother from now on, okay? Brother. Her dark eyes were even brighter in the obscure light, like they were glowing. The look of resignation, a few supplications, and little pity made it impossible not to refuse. Okay, Luli agreed. However, it's still necessary to call your husband in certain specific scenarios. What scene? Nguyen Tang asked, blinking. In her understanding this should mean situations where she needs to be present as his wife on some public occasion, but Luli just smiled meaningfully, then told her cryptically, you'll know when the time comes. Oh, now scream first and listen. Ruan Tang pointed to the driver in the front row with Su Yuan and shook his head. Luli would reach down and raise the back flap, nicely isolating them from the space in front. It's okay now. He was really persistent, refusing to give up until he achieved his goal. Ruan Tang couldn't help but smile as she hooked her lips and called him sweetly, husband. It's not the first time, but there's still a big difference in the feeling it brings between hearing it through a cell phone and now in reality. He reached under Nguyen Tang's legs and armpits and picked her up, placing her on his lap, and Nguyen Tang obediently hooked her arms around his slender neck. Scream again, husband, she said against his ear, her burning breath spilling over his face. Chapter 31, Missing My Brother. Wanting to see my brother earlier. Luli's throat was dry, pursed his lips, and the arm resting on her waist tightened violently, and he kissed hard against those daydreaming, delicate lips. A wet heat, along with the smell of alcohol on his breath, poured out with the overwhelming kiss. Ruan Tang was stunned and soon unconsciously closed his eyes in response. It had been a few days since he had touched. Luli kissed a little eagerly, forcefully ravaging and plundering between her lips and teeth. Is brother your husband? In the gap between air changes, Luli gasped and asked her in a muffled voice. Well, Ruan Tang whispered in response, perhaps mixed with lust, sounded extraordinarily tantalizing. Luli couldn't wait to kiss back again. He vigorously rubbed on Ruan Tang's lips, kissing her straight to the point where she complained in a delicate voice. Ouch! It was only then that Luli relented and let go of her. It hurts? Luli touched her slightly red and still slightly swollen lips with his fingertips. Nguyen Tang nodded with a grudging face. Luli was heartbroken and hugged her, his palms soothing her back. It's brother's fault. Brother didn't have control. Forgive brother. She jarred her voice, coming from his chest. Luli couldn't help but lose his smile. His hand around her began to release as he lowered his head and gazed at her. Tell your brother that you came here, just to go shopping? Nguyen Tang cracked a smile for no reason, but didn't reply. Luli pressed on again. She hooked Luli's neck with a delicate face. I miss my brother. I want to see him sooner. So bluntly to him to reveal his heart. Or the first time. Luli heart cannot help but a throbbing. Where do you think? Everywhere you want. How about here? Luli tapped her lips with his fingertips. Ruan Tang's face was shy, wanting to speak, and after a long time, she slowly nodded. I want to. Luli lost his smile and continued to coax her. Do you like it when brother kisses you? Nguyen Tang bit her lip and nodded again. Aha. Like. His lips were so soft, sheer and cool to the touch. When he was close to her, Ruan Tang could feel his fine breathing and the cold scent of his body. These were feelings she hadn't had before. Luli had always taught her to be honest, so there was no way she could say she didn't like it against her will. Luli lowered his head and rushed a few more points closer to her face, and after seeing that the redness on her lips hadn't dissipated yet, he still didn't hold back from kissing her and only hugged her hard and tight, dainty and tender and not at all kissable. I hates it. Luli laughed and rested his head against her shoulder, letting out a long sigh of relief. Is brother tired? Aha. The last few days had been packed, and it was at this moment that he could truly relax. Two small hands hitched up on his back, stepping hard to tighten him. What's the matter? Feeling sorry for your brother? Well, charge up your brother for a while, There are always some strange ideas in this little brain of hers. Luli couldn't help but lose his smile. Okay, flush for a while longer. In the villa, the lights were on. The maid took the coat from Ruan Tang's hand, then bent down to put the slippers on. Wuma also walked over from inside the house. Young master, you're back. Yes. Unlike the fake face he wore when he was outside, the smile on his face was unadulterated. There's stew in the kitchen. I'll serve you a bowl? No, it's getting late. You should rest early. After saying that, Luli walked straight away. Mrs. Wu, if brother doesn't drink, I'll drink. Ruan Tang chirped. Wuma lost her smile and looked loving. Didn't you have dinner in the evening? Hungry again? Wuma raised her hand and doted on her brow. Little glutton. At this moment, Luli had already begun to go up the stairs, and when he reached the corner of the stairs, he suddenly noticed that something seemed to be missing behind him. When Luli turned back, he saw Ruan Tang sticking to Mrs. Wu like an octopus. Sugar, where's that shirt you bought? By the time he started to make a sound, Nguyen Tang had gotten off of Mrs. Wu and stood up straight. She swept around and the bag was on the couch in the living room. Ruan Tang reached out her hand and pointed it out to Luli. There, take it and go upstairs. Oh, Ruan Tang secretly spat out her tongue, and secretly shrugged her shoulders towards Mrs. Wu. This time the delicious soup was not available. Luli went back into the bedroom first, and by the time Ruan Tang entered, he had already taken his top off, looking manly and sexy in just a pair of black suit pants with a metallic belt buckle down the middle. Once again, Nguyen Tang was confronted with his white flesh, and Nguyen Tang still inevitably looked straight up. The book says that you look thin in clothes and meaty out of clothes, so that's probably what your brother is like. What are you waiting for? Bring the clothes. Oh, Ruan Tang took out a light gray formal shirt from the bag and handed it to Luli. Luli took it, went inside to the check room, and put the dress on, but the front was open without a button. Come here and help your brother button up his coat. Oh, Ruan Tang answered, but in his heart, he was secretly slandering. So lazy, unwilling to do this little thing by himself. Thinking that, Ruan Tang still obediently stood in front of him and fastened the buttons one by one from bottom to top. Just halfway through tying it, Luli suddenly grabbed her hand. Alright, I'll do the rest myself. Nguyen Tang was unsure of what was going on. This letting her tie it one moment and then not letting it the next. Confusing. Luli touched her head as if she was soothing. It's nothing. Go back to your room to wash up first. Brother will go over to find you later. Oh, good. Originally, he had planned to take the opportunity of tying his coat buttons to pull in a little more affection with the little girl, but he hadn't expected the process to be so torturous. Her fingertips inevitably touched his skin, each touch sending a shiver down his spine and a muffled grunt caught in his throat. And if he continued, he didn't know what kind of outburst he'd make. After the sound of the door closing, Luli took a deep breath, suppressed the strangeness in his heart, and fastened the buttons he had finished tying. I have to say, the little girl had a good eye for clothes that fit and weighed him well. Luli did not change down and went directly to Ruan Tang's room. No one was in the bedroom, only the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom. Luli casually took a foreign literature book on the bookshelf and leaned on the bed, flipping through it. The book had been marked so much that it was obvious that the little girls read it with care, but it didn't take long to look at it before Luli took that idea back. The back is still brand new and mint except for the first 10 chapters that have seen marks in them. One of the pages, still crumpled, looked like it had been wet with water, but it looked like it should have been more like spit. Luli seemed to be able to visualize in his mind the scene where Nguyen Tang fell asleep on the book, drooling in his sleep. There was a snap and the restroom door opened from the inside out. Nguyen Tang stepped out of it in a white cotton nightgown, her soft skin a pink color steamed by the heat. Chapter 32, Though Food and Color Are Sex. What is brother laughing at? Did I laugh? Luli didn't realize it himself. Nguyen Tang nodded. Well, smile. Okay, you first come and explain to me why the back of this book is not even read. Luli unconsciously converged, slapped the book in his hand, and said in a deep voice, probably, forgot. Nguyen Tang smiled sarcastically and took small steps closer to him. Luli snorted coldly. 3 minutes of heat. Brother lectures me as soon as he comes back. Ruan Tang pouted unhappily and turned his back, puffing. Is it better to think that your brother might as well not come back? Luli asked, half jokingly and half seriously. And no, it did cross her mind in that moment, but after it passed, Nguyen Tang felt like she still wanted him back. Alright then, save the training for tomorrow. The floor is cold. Get on the bed first. Good. Ruan Tang went back around to the other side of the bed and, like Luli, half leaned against the head of the bed. Seeing that he was still wearing the shirt he had bought, Ruan Tang couldn't help but take a couple more glances. It wasn't as good as the customized model he usually wore, but Nguyen Tang had worked ahead of time to get this shirt. The internet says this brand is known as the standard for successful men or something. The clothes fit. Luli looked down at his book without raising his eyes. So does brother like it? Tang asked. Well, brother brought you a present too. It's too late now. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. What kind of gift? Upon hearing that there was a gift, Tang's eyes brightened a few more degrees. Bags, jewelry, perfume and such. There were so many things bought that Luli couldn't remember them, and only listed a few. Thank you, brother. Brother is so nice. That's good? Out of breath, Luli teased. Had ha. Tang laughed awkwardly twice. Well, sleep. Aha. Tang obediently lay down and pulled the covers up to his chin. Brother read to me. Aha. In Luli's hand was Margaret Mitchell's Gone with the Wind. Mitchell's Gone with the Wind. Scarlett grimaced and was about to count her out, but stopped. Mama Black hit the nail on the head. There was nothing to argue about. Seeing Scarlett's determined attitude, the black mother picked up her tray and, using the black man's trick of not moving, decided to change tactics. She sighed as she headed for the door. The low voice line entered his ears, and it didn't take long for Tang to fall asleep. In the middle of the night, Tang woke up from his sleep. Luli had already left, but the light in the restroom was on, and when he walked in, there was a strange sound coming from inside. Sugar. It was Luli, yet it was different from his usual voice, which seemed a bit lower and sexier. Tang put his hand on the doorknob and tentatively responded to him. Brother, don't come in. A low growl came from Luli inside the door. Tang was startled, and he was busy withdrawing his hand. She stood in the doorway not daring to move for a moment, and only after a few more moments did Luli come out of it. I'm going to my room. Tang didn't dare look at him. Oh, good. Go inside. He spoke calmly, as if nothing had happened. If there is no particular odor in the restroom or balled up tissues in the paper basket, Tang was just as slow as she was to realize what Luli had just done, not to mention that she was now a Nuhua who had been inculcated by Po1. Sugar. Tang was so shocked by his realization that he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Though food and color are also sex, but she still had no way to imagine what it would be like for a cool and reserved person like Luli to do something like that. It's in the restroom that's just a wall away from her, still shouting her name. At once, she had a feeling of both shame and secret excitement. On top of that, she felt guilty. She was his legal wife, and if she had been willing to do that, what would he have done? After spending a long time in the restroom and a daze, she ghosted over to Luli's bedroom door and knocked twice, but no one responded. With a flourish, Tang pushed straight through the door. There were no lights on in the room, and Luli stood on the balcony, the scarlet fire at his fingertips flickering in the darkness. Seeing Tang come in, he pressed the half-smoked cigarette in his hand into the ashtray. Know it all? Aha. Tang bit her lower lip and nodded. Luli pulled her to sit down and stood in front of her himself. Sugar. All men have that need, and brother is no exception. So don't be afraid. Aha. Tang hesitantly wrapped him in a hug, then smoothly rested his head against his waist and stomach. Brother. I'm sorry. Her voice was small and heartbreaking to hear. Luli's heart felt like it had been stabbed with a blunt knife. Raw pain. His large hand brushed against her back. Don't talk foolishly. It's my brother's fault. My brother was too eager to marry you without giving you a chance to get used to the process. But sugar, even though we're married, we can still develop gradually like a normal couple, starting with holding hands, hugging, kissing, and finally going to bed. The latter two words came out so bluntly from his mouth, but they carried a bit of wildness and evilness that was different from the usual. Tang's hand on his waist couldn't help but clench. Luli let out a light laugh. How dare you come knocking on brother's door when just hearing those two words makes you shy? Tang admitted that at first, she had held the thought of giving herself to him, but after that upward spiral went down, she became afraid again. Her mind is the same as a blank sheet of paper, where Luli will not know. Well, go back to bed. Chapter 33, Just Sleeping. Tang shook his head and said forcefully, Not back. Sleep in your brother's room? Aha. After a moment's thought, she added, Just sleeping. Luli couldn't help but lose his smile. Good. The quilt smelled just like he did. Nice and warm. Tang ghostly buried her face in it and sniffed hard. And when she came out, she saw Luli looking at her in amusement. Tang blushed and spat his tongue at him in embarrassment. Luli lay on his side on the bed, one hand propped up on his head, the other nudging Tang's lips. Does it still hurt? Tang shook his head. Let me kiss it again. Shouldn't it be hard for my brother to be kissed again? Then, isn't that how it's written in the PO text? After a man and woman kiss in bed, if the woman doesn't let the man touch her, the man will say, it's hard, it's hard, it's hard, it's hard, it's hard, it's hard, it hurts me, baby. She had a deal with Luli. She was here to simply sleep, but she also couldn't bear to make things difficult for Luli. But Luli said, I'm not afraid, I'm willing to do it. After saying this, he leaned down and articulated her lips, his lips and teeth rolling over and over. Soon, Luli was no longer satisfied on her lips. He wanted more. Face, ears, and neck. Picking the nightgown apart, he tentatively covered his hand on her leg, and after seeing that she didn't resist, Luli started moving further. He swiped his fingers up her leg and kept moving them upward. Her skin was smooth, like a fine piece of silk, and felt excellent to the touch. Lips and teeth and big hands kept moving over her body, bringing tingling touch. Ruan-tang was, after all, untouched, so how could she withstand such provocation? She craned her neck, her sandalwood mouth slightly open, and a small sound began to spill out of her mouth. At first, Nguyen-tang was shocked. She didn't think she would make that noise. It was almost shameful. She was too busy covering her mouth with her hand to make another sound. Luli, however, forcefully removed her hand. Don't hold back. His voice was hoarse and his breathing was getting ragged. Well, Nguyen-tang bit her lip and hummed out, her small snow-white teeth sinking into her cherry-red lips. After kissing her for a long time more, Luli was able to let go of her. His eyes flushed with suppressed lust. Sugar, turn your back and don't look back. Nguyen-tang seemed to guess what he was going to do. Her heart was beating hard and she was nervous. Luli passed one hand under her nightgown and kept caressing her back. Sugar, call me. Nguyen-tang couldn't stop shaking under his hands, her voice trembling as she closed her eyes tightly. Brother, it didn't feel right to change the name again. Luli, call your husband. Nguyen-tang now seemed to know what he meant by certain scenes. Husband. Scream again. Husband. Husband. I don't know how many times I called out, but finally Nguyen-tang's voice took on a sobbing tone. A contented sigh finally came from behind her, low and muffled, held in thick lust. The air was filled with the same smell she had smelled in the bathroom earlier. It was over, and Nguyen-tang breathed a slow sigh of relief. Then came the rustling sound of a paper draw. Nguyen-tang heard him get up to go to the restroom again and heard the sound of clattering running water. She remained in the same position she had just been in, not daring to turn around until Luli got into bed again and took her into his arms. Go to sleep. Perhaps this chain of events was too much of a shock to Ruan-tang, and in the latter half of the night, she didn't sleep much, and only fell into a deep sleep when it was almost dawn. By the time she woke up, Luli were already at the office. In the Luke's presidential office, the PR department had already prepared the copy announcing Luli's marriage, and Su Yuan showed it to Luli. Luli, changing Nguyen-tang's name to Ms. Nguyen. Sugarplum was still in school, and Luli didn't want this incident to affect her situation among her classmates. What's more, with the outburst in front of the hotel yesterday, those who should know her identity, naturally already know. Su Yuan, yes. Have the PR department send it out as soon as possible, and forward the link to my phone when it's done. Luli added. Su Yuan, yes. Luli, how's it going at the hospital? Su Yuan, the surgery is scheduled for next Monday. Luli, have someone keep an eye on it and report back to me if there are any problems. Su Yuan, understood. Luli, okay, go down. Su Yuan, yes. When Nguyen-tang changed, he noticed more spots on the back of his pajamas. Almost in a second she realized what it was. Sure enough, it's still useful to read the PO text. Scenes from last night began to come to mind. Nguyen-tang couldn't help but feel his heart racing. A cell phone rang suddenly, and the clothes in Ruan-tang's hand fell to the floor in shock. It was a WeChat video that Luli dialed over, and she didn't have time to pick her clothes up before she tapped the answer button. Chapter 34, I want to move into my brother's room. The video picked up, and Nguyen-tang swallowed unnaturally in his throat. Why is your face so red? Sick? On the other end of the video, Luli asked her with a slight frown. Only then did Ruan-tang notice that her face was blushing with an abnormal redness. As for the reason, she was naturally ashamed to say, No, it's probably because she just woke up. Hot. Do you have a headache? Did you take a temperature? Seeing her stammering, Luli was even more uneasy. Forget it. I'll go back now. Be good and wait for me at home. Don't brother. Seeing that the situation was about to start developing in a previously unforeseen direction, Ruan-tang panicked and spoke out to stop it. I'm not unwell and I don't have a fever. Brother doesn't need to come back. At this moment, the redness on her face began to dissipate, and she looked a bit more normal, so Luli didn't insist anymore. Did my brother call me for something? He shouldn't be calling the video at this hour for no reason. Did you read what I sent you on your phone? I don't know. I just went to the restroom and didn't hear my phone ring. Nguyen-tang said as he switched the page to the chat screen. Lying in the dialog box was a new happy announcement from Lu's public website. When he clicked on it, Nguyen-tang was again mildly surprised. A pair of almond eyes opened round, and her small lips opened slightly. Didn't brother say that he would announce it when we had a wedding? How is this? Well, don't want to wait any longer, lest there be any further misunderstanding that he had anything to do with the sidekick. If it wasn't, for all of his unspoken concerns, he would have hated to inform everyone that Ruan-tang was his woman at the first opportunity. He had been looking forward to this day for too long. when I was 7 years old. Mama Nguyen next door gave birth to a powdered baby girl doll. Rowan's father joked with him, when little sister grows up, how about marrying you as your daughter-in-law? He nodded and agreed with little hesitation. He was too young to understand the true meaning of a daughter-in-law at that time, and only knew that it was the kind of relationship that mom had to dad, and mom Ruan had to dad Ruan. Relationships that are going to be together for the rest of their lives. The little doll is adorable, and he'd like to spend the rest of his life with her. After a few more years, he gradually began to understand something. Ruan Tang also fell more and more beautiful, lovely. He is even more determined to marry her idea, though it was a bit unashamed to hold that kind of mind for a girl so many years younger than himself. But she was his future daughter-in-law. On second thought, he began to become at ease again. First of all, he did not have a pedophile. Before Ruan Tang 20 years old married his own, he is more scrupulous, not a little over-the-limit behavior. He is simply love Ruan Tang only, but the adults seem to be gradually forgetting about marrying Nguyen Tang to him, or perhaps that was a joke in itself, and he was older now, and some jokes just didn't work well anymore. That's not a good sign. After realizing this, Luli often mentioned this matter in front of the elders of the two families intentionally or unintentionally. Ruan Tang small, then still very sticky him, also followed his ass and attached. Well, I want to marry brother Luli when I grow up. Some things become true when they are said too often. The thing that has fretted him the most since he turned 22 is how come Nguyen Tang hasn't grown up yet. How is it that that little bean, day after day, year after year, is not yet old enough to marry? Now that he'd managed to marry her, he'd hate to let the whole world know if he could. Oh, Nguyen Tang tried his best to appear calm, but the corners of his mouth still involuntarily rose, even though she had figured out before that their marriage would be known by outsiders sooner or later. But now that she saw him solemnly declaring it to the public, Ruan Tang still couldn't help but feel joyful. The tone of his voice followed suit with a slight upturn. Luli laughed lightly. Now it seemed that he had made the right move. Sugar, now that outsiders know that you are my wife, there will be some occasions in the future where you will need to attend with me. This is also one of Luli's previous concerns. Ruan Tang is young. He does not want her to get involved in this whirlpool of fame and fortune too early. But if she didn't bring her, the outside world should again rumor that she was not favored in the Lu family. I understand. Nguyen Tang nodded in a serious manner. I'll do it right, brother. Luli was dumbfounded. How could this be what he was worried about? It's just that, always, he'll protect her. Well, go downstairs and eat something. Brother's going to be busy. Brother. Seeing that Luli was planning to hang up, Ruan Tang called out to him again. What is it? I want to. She bit her lip, wanting to speak. I want to move into my brother's room. After saying that, she lowered her eyes, not daring to look at Luli's reaction. Luli smiled at first, then paused for a moment. In these few seconds, Ruan Tang deeply realized what it meant to spend seconds like years, her heart beating like a drum, afraid that Luli would refuse. Luckily, he said, good. Ruan Tang still had her eyes downcast, one hand unconsciously dialing the charm on her cell phone, and after half a dozen tangled moments, she still chose to ask what was on her mind. Is brother unwilling? How? I begged for it. The reason he hesitated was that he was afraid that with the warmth and softness in his arms day after day, he would sooner or later be unable to hold on. The little girl was simple-minded enough to move in and simply sleep with him, but he was different. If he did anything against her will, he was afraid he would regret it. But on second thought, this was the way to go. Besides, the little girl was so proactive. He should be happy. Hearing him say that, Ruan Tang also let go of his heart, and a smile began to overflow from the corners of his mouth again. See, she's just so simple. It's written all over her face if she likes it or not, if she's happy or not. Luli thought to himself. She didn't even move the overall layout of Luli's bedroom, and only moved some of the things she normally used. A few more cute dolls had been added to the large silver gray bed, and the pillows on one side had been replaced with girly pink. Some starbursts of color were incorporated into his otherwise raw and introspective cool tones. It looks both hilariously funny and as if it's just right. Chapter 35, When you have a job, you forget your wife. Both father and son have the same problem. When it was almost noon, Wuma came up and asked her what she wanted to eat for lunch. The seafood at home. Ah, the vegetables, all of them were flown in early in the morning. But for all that, Nguyen Tang doesn't carry in the slightest. Mrs. Wu, is brother coming back for lunch? Young master didn't say he was coming back. Yeah. Her tone was playful and she was so happy she could hardly jump in place. Seeing her in such a cute manner, Wuma couldn't help but lose her smile for a while. You're so happy that young master isn't coming back? Ruan Tang also knew that her excitement showed a little too obviously. She spat out her tongue in embarrassment. No. Wuma sees through it and just laughs. Mrs. Wu, don't cook my meal for lunch. I want to order takeout for dinner. She shook Wuma's arm, pouting as she slowly opened her mouth. knew that's what she was playing at. You. Wuma then both helplessly and dotingly tapped the tip of her nose. What do you want to eat? Wuma will make it for you. Outside things are not clean. Hey, Mrs. Wu is the best. Ruantang pressed into Wuma. I want to eat hot and sour noodles and fried skewers. Go downstairs and drink the bird's nest first. This was considered a promise. Okay, Mrs. Wu. Ruantang mischievously stood up straight and saluted at Miss Wu. Wuma was amused by her and laughed out loud while shaking her head helplessly. Wuma has been working in the Lu family for many years, and Ruantang is considered to be the one she has watched grow up since she was a child. And to put it bluntly, she is just like her own child. As long as Ruantang was pampered with her, the moment that little expression was put on, she couldn't stand it and would agree to any more requests. Where could she refuse? Nguyen had the hot and sour noodles and fried skewers he wanted. As expected, little by little, she savored it in small bites, like she was eating some earthly delicacy. It had to be said that Nguyen Tang's grooming at the table still revealed her ladylike demeanor. Ru had also complimented her more than once, saying that she was slow and elegant when she ate. Actually, nonetheless, she was a small eater, but felt that it was impolite to retire too early, so she deliberately slowed down her eating so as to keep up with everyone else's eating progress. Over time, it becomes habitual. That's kind of an unexpected bonus. As he was eating, the heavy door of the villa was pulled open from the inside. Ma'am. Neat, respectful greetings followed. It was Lu's mom, and Ruantang was busy getting up and going over to greet her. Mom, where's dinner? You ran out before you wiped the oil off your mouth. Lu's mom laughed and joked. I'm so happy mommy's here. She smiled radiantly, like a freshly blossomed flower. Lu mother looked at a heart to melt away, hugged her vigorously, kissed two mouths. Oh yo, my baby girl, let mother pain. By the end of the day, Nguyen Tang had two more lipstick marks on his face, one on the left and one on the right. Where's Lu Li? Lu's mom toured the hall and looked upstairs twice. Brother went to the office and didn't come back at noon. Ruantang said, when you have a job, you forget about your wife. Father and son are one and the same. Lu's mom muttered in a low voice. Afterwards, she solemnly patted Ruantang's shoulder. It's fine. After dinner later, Mom will take you out shopping. Since they like to make money so much, let's make it hard for both of us to spend it on them. Good. Ruantang answered with a smile. Okay, you eat first. I'll check upstairs. Lu's mom said to go upstairs to take a look. Ruantang didn't think much of it. After all, this is her home too. It's normal for her to want to look wherever she wants. Then he went straight back into the dining room and ate again. Lu's mom soon came down from upstairs, and when she returned, her entire body was fleshed out with excitement. She sat down on the seat opposite Ruantang. Sugar, Mom asked you and Luli, do you live in a room now? Hearing Lu's mother's question and associating it with the unusually excited look she just had, Ruantang felt that Lu's mother might have misunderstood something. She answered faintly, without much of a pep in her step. It's sharing a room now. Only, it didn't happen as it should have. Then, it was time to look down and sheepishly inhale a couple of chutneys. Her body bent down slightly, and her neckline opened up with it. And looking over from Lu's mother's position, it was good to see the ambiguous red marks under her collarbone. It's from yesterday when Luli kissed her. Now that was even more confirmation, as if something had happened between them. The corner of Lu's mother's mouth curled up slightly. Great. It seems that her son is indeed a normal man. God knows how scared she was during these days. I'm afraid Luli can't. Sometimes when she couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, she even wondered if he would like guys. If it doesn't work, it can still be treated. But if she likes a guy, how can she live up to Ruan and Ruan's mom? Now she could finally put her mind at ease. Thinking this way, Lu's mother inexplicably felt a pang of heartache as she raised her hand and wiped the non-existent teardrops from her face. Is it easy to be a mom? It's a real pain in the ass. Chapter 36, Luli will be charmed to death. When Ruantang had eaten lunch, Lu's mom took her out, went to a familiar old tailor, chose a few pieces of material, each ordered 2 chonsams. The store is hidden in a quaint little yellow building, not very easy to find. Can find this to come? Are able to really love the chonsam charm of the people? And Lu's mom has always been a regular customer here. And when Ruantang's mom was in China in the past, she would also come here. And along with that, Ruantang has also become a half-familiar customer. The rise of new forms of clothing, chonsam has become a decline. The store business is not too good. Every time you come, there are few customers. The tailor who made the chonsam is a very kind uncle. When I was small, Ruantang still often worried that the store business is so bad. The tailor uncle cannot eat enough to eat. Wear warm. Oh, he's a tailor. He should be dressed warmly. Once, she couldn't help but whisper to her mom, could you give uncle a little more money? Uncle has no money, so poor. Mom laughed and rubbed her head. Silly child. Later, Ruan-tang realized that the uncle was a famous cheongsam master, and the price of one of his handmade cheongsams was a lot of money, and could even be called sky high. The reason why the business of the store is not good is because the average person cannot afford such high prices, and because the cheongsam masters have requirements for customers. Not everyone's business will do. Nguyen-tang then realized why her mother had called her a stupid child at that time. If you want to say that handmade cheongsams have any disadvantages other than being expensive, it is that the labor period is too long. Old Sue, do you have anything suitable for her to wear in these ready-made garments you've made? Lu's mom pointed at Ruan-tang and said to the tailor uncle, "Let me see." Uncle Sue picked his way through the rows of hanging cheongsams. "This one, I think, should fit." Uncle Sue first showed it to Lu's mom. "Well, good," Lu's mom said, handing it to Nguyen-tang again. "Go ahead and try it." "Good." Nguyen-tang took it and went to the locker room to change. The top of the cheongsam is a simple pure white color with cascading rolling hills at the hem, looking like a great ink landscape painting. Uncle Sue's words are still too modest. A ready-to-wear cheongsam on Ruan-tang. Not only is it appropriate, as if it was customized for her. They say it's the tailor's eye that's poisoned, and it's true. Nguyen-tang stepped out of the locker room, and the two men in the outer room looked on in disbelief. "Beautiful, so appropriate. Show mommy, my daughter is so beautiful." It's not going to charm that Luli kid to death. Lu's mom's words caused Uncle Sue to burst out laughing. Ruan-tang also laughed lowly twice, her face flushed with shame, further lining the whole person's face like a peach blossom. Miss Sugarplum is well-groomed and most suitable for a cheongsam. Old Sue, it's time to change your words. Sugar is my daughter-in-law now. Oh, isn't it time to call young Mrs. Lu, or is it little Mrs. Lu? Anything, and when they have their wedding, I'll have to ask you to make a few more dresses for Sugarplum. Definitely. The two of them joked and laughed some more before Lu's mom left with Ruan-tang. Ruan-tang was still wearing the cheongsam she had just worn, and Lu's mom wouldn't let her change, saying that she wanted to go home and charm Luli to death. Ruan-tang had no choice but to agree helplessly, but she was vaguely looking forward to it in her heart, wondering what Luli's reaction would be when he saw her. "Mom, will my brother really like it when I'm like this?" On the way, Ruan-tang uneasily asked again. "Baby, trust mommy. She's still more experienced than you when it comes to understanding men. To put it bluntly, men are visual creatures, and when they see a good-looking one, there is no reason not to like it." When she reached the entrance of the villa, Lu's mom was not going to go in, lest the young couple meet and can't hold on, want to daydream or something, in the way of her as an old mother here, and then have any concerns. Never mind, she'd rather not enter. "Baby, promise me that you must wear this cheongsam and wait for Luli to come back." Before leaving, Lu's mom gave Ruan-tang another serious, righteous instruction. When he saw her nod, he was relieved to leave in his car. "Mrs. Wu, I'm back." Seeing Ruan-tang, Wu-ma also brightened up. "Newly made cheongsam? Well, does it look good?" Nguyen-tang pinched the fabric at the sides and spun around. "It's beautiful," Wu-ma exclaimed. Seeing that Wu-ma also said it looked good, Ruan-tang was even more looking forward to Luli's response when he saw it. "Is brother back?" "Back, in the study." Saying that, Wu-ma smiled meaningfully as if she had read her mind. "Go." "Aha." Ruan-tang desperately wanted to see Luli. She walked up quickly, and if it wasn't for the cheongsam restricting her play, she would have hated to run. The door to the study was unlocked, and she pushed right in. "Brother." Luli's hand holding the pen lurched, and a drop of ink fell onto the paper, haloing it. As he gathered up the scraps of paper he wrote, he asked absently, "Why don't you know how to knock?" "Forget it." Still doing things so recklessly. 2 pots of cold water were poured down in a row, and Ruan-tang's heart full of expectations instantly chilled. After all these years of keeping her in check, he was used to a reprimanding tone, but this time, Nguyen-tang was born rebellious. She wore nice clothes, ran to him with her heart in her mouth, and didn't even get a look in return, not to mention a reprimand. Ruan-tang was as good-tempered as he could be, and this time, he felt aggrieved. She turned around gamely, ready to walk back, and just as she took a step, she was easily yanked back by Luli's long hand. "Trying to run?" Nguyen-tang pursed his lips and said nothing. Only then did Luli notice the difference. He slowed his tone. "What's wrong? Angry?" Another tug on Nguyen-tang's arm, trying to get her to face him. Ruan-tang, however, stubbornly shook his hand away. "The little girl's temper is getting bigger and bigger," Luli secretly said. He had to get up himself and walk around to the opposite side of her. Nguyen-tang hung her head, her shell teeth sinking into her red lips as round teardrops dripped one after the other from her chin. Luli then panicked. "Why are you crying? Think your brother's tone is heavy, don't you?" "It's my brother's fault. My brother apologizes to you." "No more crying, no more crying." Luli coaxed and hugged, and only after a while did Ruan-tang's mood gradually ease. Luli hugged her and sat on his lap, Still angry? Why don't you let me give you a beating? Ruan Tang sniffled and didn't answer directly. Isn't it what brother said? We are husband and wife. Why are there so many rules and regulations between husband and wife? I don't even know if this is my home or not. There are still so many rules in his own house. And at the end of the sentence, Ruan Tang was again aggrieved, and with a sobbing voice almost roared out, "Of course it's your home. It's all my brother's fault. I'll change in the future. Cubs don't get angry, okay?" Luli was shocked by her appearance and softened his tone to be gentle and uncharacteristic. "Cubs don't cry anymore. Brother knows it's wrong." Ruan Tang still ignored him, raised his hand and wiped the teardrops on his face, his red lips slightly pouting, his small face stubborn. Luli secretly lost his smile and reached out to pull out a tissue, wanting to help her wipe properly, only to be pushed away again by Nguyen Tang. She spun around and pulled the hem of Luli's shirt out of his pants, then slightly roughly unbuttoned the buttons on Luli's shirt from the bottom up again. Luli let her get it, but his gaze grew more and more puzzled. Is that the way you want to torture and retaliate against him? When did the little girl learn these tricks? For the first time, Luli felt as if his brain was not enough. Then the buttons were undone to the collar, and Luli saw her, seizing the corner of one side of her shirt, put it on her face, and wiped it vigorously. After wiping it off, he flung the clothes in his hand again with great panache. Luli's eyes gradually turned astonished. Afterward, Ruan Tang got up from his lap and said, "The big deal is that I'll just compensate my brother for another piece of clothing." After saying that, he left, and from the figure came up. Clearly there were still a few points of triumph that the prank had succeeded. Luli gasped and laughed at the little fox in sheep's clothing, then he followed after him. Chapter 37, My Life With You, All Day Long. The cheongsam on her body moved and swayed with her steps, and Luli finally realized why she was so angry. In such a hurry to come in here to show your brother the newly purchased cheongsam? Still squirming inside, Nguyen Tang once again chose to ignore him. Luli, however, pulled her back forcefully as he leaned his back on the crossbar of the second floor and circled Ruan Tang into his arms. Beautiful. He had a smile on his lips, still wearing the shirt that Nguyen Tang had soiled, the front wide open. Seductive but somehow comical. Ruan Tang didn't hold back his laughter, his lips red and teeth white, his eyes bright and white. It's really beautiful, so beautiful that Luli wants to take her right here, against it from behind, pushing the cheongsam up to her waist. If you were more violent, you could just tear it apart with your hands vigorously. It would reveal her straight legs and thin waist. Brother? Seeing her lost in thought, Ruan Tang called out to him in confusion, pulled back to reality from his imaginings. The desire had not dissipated, and he began to blush at the ends of his eyes, his voice low and hoarse. "Cub, let brother kiss you." "Ha!" Before Ruan Tang could react to what had happened, he was stopped by Luli and carried back into the study. He set her down on the couch, and then his whole body bullied his way in. Thin lips rubbed over her mouth, one hand resting on her waist, the other landed precisely on top of the coiled clasp of her collar. Men have an innate talent for certain things, like, for example, unbuttoning a shirt with one hand. The cheongsam on Ruan Tang's body was unraveled to the waist and stomach by Luli without a word, revealing the pure white underwear inside. "Don't be afraid, brother is just touching it, not doing anything. Remember what Han Zhao said about the breast enlargement method? Brother is telling you now." Luli coaxed and soothed her while tentatively placing his hand on it, just enough to hold in one hand. "Feels good in the hand." Kneading slowly, Nguyen Tang hummed like a kitten under his palm. Hands also unconsciously wrapped around his waist and roamed over his back. The shirt that had gotten in the way had been removed by him at some point, and the palms of his hands could touch his smooth skin and strong muscle lines directly. After traveling from his waist to his shoulders and neck and back to his waist, Nguyen Tang stopped. Luli let out a low laugh. "Why don't you stop touching? It's not like brother only has an upper body." He freed one hand and unbuckled his belt buckle. After touching a different touch, Nguyen Tang jerked his hand back, and his consciousness gradually awakened in an amorous stupor. She pushed Luli with her hand, trying to push him away, but her strength was too small to push him away. "All right, if you don't want to touch it, don't touch it. Let brother kiss it for a while longer." Luli continued to coax her. Ruan Tang turned his back to awkwardly fasten the buttons of his coat, and at the thought of the scene just now, there was another soldierly blush. Luli looked to be in a good mood, however, and he rubbed the top of her hair dotingly. "Cubby, get used to it fast. If this keeps up, brother will die." Ruan Tang huffed and puffed and glared at him. Obviously he was the one who had to catch himself kissing, but also said something about telling her the way to enlarge her breasts. Was that the way to enlarge her breasts? That's clearly hooligans. Seeing her like this, Luli burst into laughter. "Well, you stay by yourself for a while. Brother has to go take a bath. Extinguish the fire." The last two words he said were extraordinarily loving, and the smile spread in his peach blossom eyes. Nguyen Tang suspected that he was deliberately seducing her, but she had no proof. When Luli left, Ruan Tang stayed in his study for a while longer. It hadn't been long since she'd moved here, and she'd been in his study only a handful of times, much less for as long as she'd been today. On one side of the study was an oversized bookshelf that was densely packed with books, and Ruan Tang just swept away from it after a single glance. Ruan Tang felt suffocated just looking at it like that. There were a few pairs of brush strokes hanging on the white wall, not the ink of any calligraphy master, but Lu Li's own writing. Nguyen Tang doesn't know much about calligraphy and can only talk about his intuition. His script is atmospheric, as are the poems that leap onto the page through his brushstrokes. It suddenly occurred to her in a flash of lightning that Lu Li seemed to be writing when she came in earlier. Nguyen Tang walked around to his desk and saw the piece of paper that he had written badly and stowed away in the corner of his desk. I am with you, and I am with you. The last word was only half written and a puddle of ink fell next to it. Unfortunately, before this, Nguyen Tang thought he would write some grand and stirring poems like before, or the great river goes east and the waves are exhausted, or the fragrance of the sky through the Chang'an. But I didn't realize it was such a childish statement. Ruan Tang's heart was softened, and the last bit of resentment had dissipated. The ink had dried on the paper, and she carefully put it away, intending to take him to Lu Li. Just as he opened the door to go out, he was confronted by a wall of flesh, hard and bouncy, with the fresh scent of shower gel. Oh yo! Nguyen Tang rubbed his nose that was hurt by the bump and raised his head to look at the other party with a grumpy face. Lu Li, covered in vapor and was wiping his wet hair, stared at her in amusement. Where to? Can I have this calligraphy written by my brother? The writing is broken. Lu Li explained. I know. Naturally, she knew it was ruined, but she still wanted it. The handwriting is tainted, but the heart is still there. Oh, now Lu Li was a bit curious. He answered with a nice tail end. Reason? Tell me. Chapter 38, How the Goose Cries. Ruan Tang pursed her lips and didn't say anything, but a blush began to rise on her face, and her clear, watery eyes carried a few moments of shyness. Why do you want this writing? Say it. Lu Li continued to pursue the question again. I am with Ching, and I want to be with my brother. Ruan Tang blushed and said half of the words, and how the latter could not be said, but Lu Li already understood what she meant, and his heart trembled and rippled. You want to be with your brother towards the end of the day? Nguyen Tang nodded shyly. Lu Li has not come to the happy. Then see her. Eyes turn, face of shyness gradually evacuated away, become puzzled, eyebrows also followed slightly knit, scrutinized like a survey of Lu Li. What's wrong? It's me that's written here. Brother, or some side woman outside? Ruan Tang questioned with a cold little face. It suddenly occurred to her that it had been her preconceived notion of bringing Ching into herself, but was it or wasn't it? What Lu Li really thought when she wrote this character? She actually did not know. Everything was just her own speculation. What if, in fact, he's not writing about himself at all? What's more, he likes another woman because he can't marry her now that he's married. Before he thinks about spending time with her. It was because of Ruan Tang again that the character was broken, which was why Lu Li had lectured her so angrily earlier. And now, a piece of writing bad word just, what can not give her, but also have to ask what reason, obviously is a special meaning, not willing to give her. In just a few dozen seconds, Ruan Tang had brainstormed a big scene where Lu Li had his feet in two boats. A blow of chestnut met her head, interrupting her rambling thoughts. What nonsense! There's no such thing as another woman. Lu Li was furious. He really wanted to pry open this little heartless brain to see what was inside. Wasn't it obvious enough that he had his heart set on her? It was amazing that she could even suspect him of having any other women. The more Lu Li thought about it, the more angry he became, and he swung his arm up and tried another measurement on Ruan Tang's head. Ruan Tang clutched his head and scrunched his neck, pitifully. Ouch! Lu Li was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Seeing that Lu Li was really angry this time, Ruan Tang also knew that he had slipped up and took his arm, smiling to please him. Brother, do you know how a goose calls? Lu Li froze, not knowing why she suddenly asked this question. And what's worse, she also had a serious face. Her eyes were blinking, and she asked the question with special sincerity. It was simply adorable. Lu Li's anger was half gone, but he still stomped his neck and said, I don't know. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted brother. Brother, don't be angry. Ruan Tang rubbed against Lu Li's body and said in a delicate voice. Great. The rest of the half is gone. But no. Say, brother, I was wrong. Don't be angry. Okay, brother? Lu Li, husband? Brother is petty. Before brother made me angry. I have forgiven. After going to great lengths to coax him, even using the killer weapon, he still didn't say a word. Ruan Tang couldn't help but complain in a small voice. Lu Li sighed and said with a straight face, Sugar, this is a matter of principle. Only people with bad character will cheat. In your eyes is brother that kind of person? Nguyen Tang shook her head. No, she didn't know why she had just thought that. Could it be that I've been reading more novels lately and have a richer imagination? Brother, I was wrong. Never again. Luli put his hand on her head and rubbed it. So, what's the name of the goose? Boring. Luli said, which might have a few credibility points if the smirk on his face wasn't so deep. The next day, when Luli came back from outside, he brought back a set of jewelry made of jadeite to take to Ruan Tang. It's green and lush, so thick it's about to drip, and it's worth a lot of money at first glance. Why did brother suddenly give me such an expensive gift? I've been thinking about it, and I still need to apologize to you again for yesterday. Sugar, I'm sorry for not making you feel at home. Brother, I'll change. Give brother another chance, okay? He was still wearing his formal attire from work and looked solemn as he said this. Rather, it made Ruan Tang a little embarrassed. I didn't really blame my brother, nor did I feel that this wasn't my home, and I was the one who spoke out of turn yesterday. Instead, it was she herself who had flat out doubted Luli for once. Luli laughed softly. It's good that you don't blame your brother. Do you still like the gift? Nguyen Tang nodded, liking it, just right for her Cheongsam. She carefully put it away in her safe, placing it with the bracelet that Lu's mother had given her. If you ask me, why don't you just pack yourself up and give it to him? At school, Ruan Tang briefly told Ru what happened. Luli just said a few words about her, and then he apologized and gave her a gift. But it didn't seem good to have wronged him so much and not show any sign at all. She considered what kind of gift to give Luli as well, but didn't think of what to give, so she wanted to ask Ru to help her get an idea. Ru, however, suggests that she give herself to Luli. Ruan Tang blushed and pushed Ru angrily. I'm serious. I'm not kidding you. I'm also serious. I'm not kidding you. You think gift giving is not to send to people's heart What does your husband want most now? It's you. So, I say, you just give yourself to him. As much as Ruan Tang didn't want to admit it, Ru did have a point, only she didn't want to right now. Now is not the time. Wait a little longer. Her voice was astringent, and Nguyen Tang was still a little shy about discussing that aspect of herself and her husband with the same person, even though it was with her best friend. Ru, however, glimpsed something else in her rejection. Sugar, tell me honestly, do you not like him? That's why. No, Ruan Tang denied anxiously. I didn't dislike my brother. I'm asking about the kind of like between a man and a woman. Nguyen Tang nodded. She understood. From when did she realize she liked Luli? Probably realized it that time at the office when he heard the man call him Ray and a sour emotion flooded his heart. And again, it was confirmed in every subsequent, disorganized heartbeat when he was close to him. You like him and you're married and you won't let people touch him. Baby, that's what's wrong with you. This, Ruan Tang herself knows. Fortunately she married Luli. If another person, I'm afraid they can't accept her like this, but just couldn't get over that hurdle in her mind for a while. She took a breath. Better wait, let me do some more mental building. So let me ask you, there's no way he wouldn't react at all if you two slept together, right? Not just there, but quite often. And what does he usually do when there's a reaction? Haru asked. Take a cold shower or, he'll handle it himself. Nguyen Tang finished stiffly, stumbling. Ru clapped her hands together and had an idea. This way then, take a step back. What kind? Hiruiro leaned over to her ear and whispered a few words. Ruan Tang instantly blushed from her face to her ears, shaking her head vigorously. This was too shameful for her. She couldn't do it. What can't be done? Eyes closed, mind closed. It'll soon pass. Just think of it as something else, like a sausage, a weapon or a lollipop. Sausages? Weapons? Lollipops? How is that the same? But if you think of it that way, it does seem a little more acceptable. But I won't either. That's kind of a loose end. Those novels I sent you last time. Go back and work on them again. Go. Chapter 39, Secrets. When he got home from school, Nguyen Tang locked himself in his room. At dinner, Luli did not come back, so she hurriedly ate 2 bites and went upstairs, studied the novel Ru had sent herself last time in great detail, and made excerpts of the useful things in it, from the steps to the maneuvers. Looking at it so intently, he lost track of time until he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Wait, the knocking stopped, but there was no response from the other side, and Ruan Tang guessed that Luli had returned. She hurriedly turned off the page on her phone and hid the notebook she had been taking notes in to make sure she couldn't see it before she opened the door with confidence. Doing what? Taking so long to answer the door? Luli asked. No, didn't do anything, Ruan Tang said stiffly and perfunctorily. Aha, it was a good thing Luli didn't press further. Why are you back in this room? Just, some stuff is still here. Come over and stay a while. From downstairs, when he heard from Mrs. Wu that Ruan Tang stayed in her room all night, Luli was still a little scared, thinking that she had backtracked and didn't want to share a room with him. In the past few days, the two people slept in the same bed, although they did not break through that last bit of boundary, but Luli has not been idle. Kissing, hugging, and touching is still there. Luli was worried that she would get annoyed. Now that he saw that although she was stammering, it was good to see that she had no intention of backtracking. Luli then put his heart down. After asking, Luli had no intention of leaving. He leaned his back against the locker in the room and casually swept a glance around the room. Ruan-Tang was trembling in his heart, afraid that his little secret would be discovered by him. She unconsciously glanced over to where she'd put her book to make sure she couldn't see it, then returned to silently reassure herself. Out of sight, out of mind. Suddenly, the corner of Luli's mouth flashed with a teasing smile, and Ruan-Tang realized that something was wrong, and before he could stop it, he saw him owe his feet and take down a notebook from the highest part of the locker. Put this as thinking you can't see it at 6'6". So I can't see it at 6'9"? Is this about her being short? How can you attack a girl's appearance? If you can tolerate it, you can't. Nguyen-Tang blurted out, I'm obviously 6'8". After saying that, Ruan-Tang realized that the focus shouldn't be on height right now, but on the book in Luli's hand. Brother is not allowed to look. It's mine. Nguyen-Tang tried to take it back, but Nai Luli was so high that he was about to tap his talent for high jumping, and still hadn't touched a hair on Benji's head. Does brother know that invading someone's privacy is against the law? Ruan-Tang had no choice but to take out this to scare him. Oh, go ahead and sue. Luli held up Ruan-Tang's book with one hand and plucked a page with his finger, while saying in a nonchalant and casual manner. Even Ruan-Tang heard a few hints of sarcasm in it. Angry and flustered, she made futile movements around Luli's side. Perhaps she had gotten Luli annoyed, and as she tried to jump on Luli once again, Luli reached out and pressed her hand on Ruan-Tang's head, like Sun Monkey's five-finger mountain. It instantly suppressed Ruan-Tang. I'm really going to get angry if brother doesn't give it to me. Oh, so what's in there anyway? Make you so worried I'll look? Brother didn't look? Ruan-Tang confirmed incredulously. Luli released her and dropped the book on the table. What's there to see? Really? Well, if you're okay, get in the shower. It's getting late. Time to go back to bed. Then, Luli pushed the door and went out, leaving Ruan-Tang alone and messy in the same place. He said he didn't look at it. Nguyen-Tang didn't believe him. He obviously opened them all. But that shouldn't be his reaction if he reads it, right? Did he just open a blank page? Whatever. He said he didn't watch it anyway. After nearly experiencing a social death, Nguyen-Tang read over his notes and fell back on stirring up goosebumps for himself. This time he believed Luli didn't read it. If he knew he was secretly writing these things, he would still remove her hands. With the episode she had just had, these were things that she wouldn't dare keep. With a jab, he tore the paper from the book, balled it up and tossed it into the paper basket. Ruan-Tang thought about it and still couldn't, so he picked it back up again and tore it to pieces. In the master bedroom, Luli had just finished his shower and was only wearing a bathrobe. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the neckline was wide open, revealing the white chest and sexy collarbone inside. The belt is loosely tied around the waist, and it feels like it could fall apart after a couple steps. When Ruan-Tang came in, he casually sat down on the edge of the bed, his long legs thrown back and folded together, and the hem of his bathrobe retracted above his knees in the process. His legs were so clean, you could barely see the hair, and it looked great. Ruan-Tang involuntarily swallowed. Are the things hidden? Luli spoke faintly. Nguyen-Tang didn't react and nodded furtively. When he came back to his senses, he felt wrong again. I've thrown it away. Brother don't ever want to see it again. Luli held Ruan-Tang's hand and leaned forward, his eyes slightly narrowed and seductive. So what is it that makes you so nervous? Secret. It's my secret. The stuff was gone. And Nguyen-Tang spoke with a little more stiffness. Look out, grown up. You're starting to have secrets behind your brother's back. Luli stated hurtfully. I would have grown up. Nguyen-Tang muttered defiantly. Chapter 40, Mr. Lu, we're being followed. Luli nodded. It's growing up. Then he raised an eyebrow and added. All 6'8" it isn't. It was then that Ruan-Tang heard that he was poking fun at her, and, instantly annoyed, she pounced on him, waving her lower claws in a gesture to hit him. Luli grabbed her wrist and brought it behind her, and the two of them lay down on the bed in one smooth motion. Nguyen-Tang lay straight on his chest. The bathrobe on Luli fell apart, and Ruan-Tang realized that it was the only bathrobe he had on him. Realizing this, she struggled awkwardly, trying to move away from him. Luli, however, did not let go and directly rolled over and pressed her underneath. The bathrobe he was wearing was thrown casually to the floor, and his long arms fished over the quilt to cover the two of them. After being kissed by him for a long time, Nguyen-Tang remembered his mission. She bravely put her hand up. Sugar. Luli had a moment of surprise, and quickly returned to his natural self. Ruan-Tang closed his eyes and looked like he was ready to die, and Luli couldn't help but lose his smile again. Is that right, brother? She did her best to recall the notes she'd made, but the first time she did it, she didn't feel like she had a clue in her mind. Well, Luli answered, his voice muffled with desire. After another long time, Nguyen Tang's wrists ached. A different touch finally came from her palm and Lu Li's satisfied sigh of relief in her ear. Nguyen Tang's heart skipped a beat at the thought of what he just had the audacity to do. The touch in her hand was more than she knew what to do with. In the end, it was Lu Li who carried her to the restroom and washed her hands. After washing, Lu Li picked her up again and placed her on the sink, just facing him, her legs hanging down on the side of his waist. He was still wearing the robe, which was all regulation at the moment. Ruan Tang was too embarrassed to look at him and kept his eyes downcast. Lu Li lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Do you want brother to help you too? The current posture is uniquely suited for certain movements." Ruan Tang naturally understood what he was talking about. After all, learning all night wasn't for nothing. She moved uncomfortably. "No way." Lu Li didn't force her either. "Okay, so let me ask you, who taught you that one just now?" She had changed so much that Lu Li had to be suspicious. "No one. Self-taught," she mumbled in a small voice. "Reading it on a novel again?" "Aha." Nguyen Tang nodded. "What a great job. You can still read a yellow book and take so many dense notes. Usually I don't see her study this hard." "Ruan Tang, I asked you to read a novel, not a yellow book." Lu Li gritted his teeth and squeezed the words out from between them, only it sounded more like a bluff than anything else. Ruan Tang involuntarily shrunk his head, like a frightened quail. Brother was clearly not like this just now. What did I just look like? His eyelashes lifted, a thin hint of anger building in the bottom of his eyes. Ruan Tang shrunk his head a little deeper and timidly said, "I don't dare to say it. I'll allow you to say it. Brother just clearly enjoyed it." After being poked in the heart by Ruan Tang, Lu Li was momentarily speechless, and there was no way for him to say in good conscience that he didn't like it. "I couldn't get a word in edgewise for half a second, so I finally had to poke her in the nose and exclaimed, 'That's pretty eloquent.'" Seeing that he wasn't angry, Ruan Tang was also relieved and wrapped her arms around Lu Li's neck, saying in a delicate voice, "I'm sleepy. I need to sleep." Lu Li was helpless. "Okay, this is to carry the pups to bed." This day, Ruan Tang, just out of the school gate, found Lu Li's car parked in front of the door. He was in a decent black suit leaning in front of the car, holding a cigarette in his hand, did not smoke, just casually playing with it. "Why is brother here?" Ruan Tang walked up and asked suspiciously. "Get in the car first. We'll talk on the way." His expression was serious and Ruan Tang's heart thumped. Did something bad happen? The two men got in one after the other and the car began to start. Ruan Tang stared intently at Lu Li's face, trying to catch a glimpse of it. "Don't be nervous." After noticing her panicked eyes, Lu Li first soothed her before slowly speaking. "There's something I haven't told you. Xiaoan is sick. Breast cancer. However, you don't have to worry too much. It's already been operated on." His tone was calm, and he tried his best to recapitulate things as succinctly as possible. But Ruan Tang's mind buzzed as if it had exploded. "Sister Joanne is sick. Still cancer. How is this possible? She's only 27 years old. How could she have cancer?" With tears in her eyes, she looked at Lu Li in disbelief. Lu Li's heart was seized with pain. The reason why he hid it from her was because he was afraid that she would be like this. "It's already been operated on, and the doctor said it was removed cleanly, so as long as you cooperate with the chemo, nothing will happen." "Really? Really? When has brother ever lied to you? But the surgery will hurt too, right? Does chemotherapy make you lose your hair? Sister Xiaoan is such a good person. Why do you have to suffer like this?" Ruan Tang was crying with a sobbing voice, tears pouring down her face. Lu Li silently sighed and picked her up. "Brother knows that you feel sorry for Xiaoan, but brother also feels sorry for you." "Brother, well, cry for a while if you want to. Brother is holding you." Lu Li took her in his arms and stroked his palms over her back one at a time. The spot at her chest was quickly stained with tears, and she cried in a small voice, only sobbing every now and then. Lu Li's few hairy friends were all on good terms with Ruan Tang, but Ruan Tang was the most clingy to Xiaoan. From the first moment she met Joanne as a child, she loved to follow Joanne's ass. Sister, sister. Later, it was more like treating her like a real sister. Even her previous dance lessons had Joanne in them. Sometimes, Lu Li couldn't help but be jealous. "Mr. Lu, we're being followed." Su Yuan, who was sitting on the co-pilot, suddenly spoke. Lu Li, however, was a picture of what was expected and said in a faint voice, "Let him follow." Nguyen Tang sniffled and looked up from his arms in confusion. "It's Jiang Yu. Xiaoan wants to divorce him. Jiang Yu doesn't know about her illness." Lu Li explained. "Why do you want a divorce? Sister Xiaoan and Jiang Yu haven't always been good. Xiaoan and Jiang Yu have been together since they were teenagers and got married as soon as they graduated from college. People always praise them for being a model of how to go from a school romance to a marriage. Every time I've seen them before, they've always been in love. And every time they weren't eating a mouthful of dog food. Ruan Tang had even secretly envied it. But now, Luli is telling her that they are getting a divorce? This simply turning Nguyen Tang's cognitive outlook upside down. The surprise in her eyes didn't dissipate for a long time. For the specific reason, when Joanne recovers physically, you can ask her yourself, Luli said. He was unwilling to meddle too much in the affairs of others. Aha! Nguyen Tang had to nod. Chapter 41 Jiangyu, I don't want you anymore. The car circled around and stopped in front of a private hospital in the city. Private hospitals focus on the privacy of their clients, and there's Luli's special care, so that's why Jiangyu hasn't been able to find out Xiaoan's whereabouts. After the car stopped, the one that had been following them also stopped from a short distance away. Have someone stop him and let him go upstairs in 20 minutes. Luli ordered Su Yuan, who was following behind him. Yes, if he asks about Joanne, tell him everything one by one. Yes, that's what Joanne meant. He had guessed that he would be tailed when he brought Nguyen Tang here. Xiaoan says that sooner or later, things between her and Jiangyu will have to come to an end. And now that she's done with her surgery, it's time to put an end to it. The reason why he didn't let Jiangyu know before was that he didn't want to affect his mood for healing. Sugar, smile, don't be a crybaby. Nguyen Tang tugged at the corner of his mouth, trying to make a less than stellar smile. But as soon as he entered the hospital room, his eyes inevitably reddened upon seeing Joanne's appearance. She looked particularly frail in her hospital gown, her whole body thin, her eyes sunken in. Seeing Nguyen Tang come in, a smile appeared on her pale face. Little crybaby, you're here. What had been a bright smile on her face now seemed only heartbreaking. Nguyen Tang sniffled and forced himself to hold back the sadness in his heart as he sat down on the side of the hospital bed and shook Joanne's hand. Her hands were cold, and the retention needles from the infusion were still stuck to them. Looking a little ghastly, and Nguyen Tang didn't hold back the teardrops that slid down her cheeks and dripped onto the bed. Why are you crying? Isn't my sister fine? Sister, does it hurt? Nguyen Tang choked back her sobs. It doesn't hurt when I see you. Seeing Nguyen Tang like this, Xiaoan's heart didn't feel good either, and her eyes started to tear up. Nguyen Tang wiped the tears on his face carelessly. I'm sorry sister, it's my fault, for making you cry. Joanne shook her head. Sister wants to thank you. She hadn't cried once since she knew she was sick. She didn't dare cry. She was only one person. She couldn't fall. The few people who knew she was ill, mindful of her emotions, didn't dare show any semblance of sadness when they were in her presence. They told her to be strong, that it was no big deal and that it would get better. So she was even more afraid to cry, crying as if she would be sorry for them. She just kept pushing through, but sometimes when she was quiet and thought about it, it seemed quite exhausting, and she kind of wanted to cry in pain. Now that Sugar had given her a reason to cry, she should thank her. Joanne shed silent tears and began to let go as she cried. It's pretty pointless. What's there to cry about? She survived. The hardest times are behind her, and it's only going to get better from here. She should be happy. Looking at Nguyen Tang again, a pair of eyes red like a white rabbit. Xiaoan wiped her tears and drew another piece of paper and handed it to Nguyen Tang. Okay little crybaby, if you keep crying it's going to be dark. Nguyen Tang then broke into laughter. Luli, who was on the side, followed suit and sighed in relief, his clenched hands slowly loosening. Sugar, this time, thanks to your husband, you can go back and thank him properly for your sister. Xiaoan raised an eyebrow at Luli meaningfully. Luli lost his smile. Good, Nguyen Tang timidly answered, probably because the word husband made her a little embarrassed, and when she finished she gave Luli a blushing look. Luli looked at her with a smile on his lips as well, his peach blossom eyes looking affectionate. Xiaoan took it all in. Our Mr. Lu finally got what he wanted. Luli smiled again and said nothing. He had always been unabashedly fond of Nguyen Tang, so these people around him had always known that he liked her. Okay, time to get Jiangyu up here, Xiaoan said. He hadn't let him come up at first because he didn't want him to disturb himself and Nguyen Tang, and now that he had said what he needed to say and cried what he needed to cry, it was time for him to come up and settle things between the two of them. Aha! Luli took out his cell phone and instructed Su Yuan downstairs. Release them. When he finished speaking, he gave Nguyen Tang a wink, which he understood. After she got up, she said to Joanne, I'll go out first. I'll come in when my sister is done. Johan took her hand. No need to go. There's nothing to avoid. Luli had always known about her affair with Jiangyu, and Nguyen Tang she had no intention of hiding from her. Letting Jiangyu come isn't for the sake of catching up. It's just to bring this relationship to a close as soon as possible. There's nothing that needs to be said behind someone's back. Luli nodded and said nothing. Seeing that he was all for it, Nguyen Tang had even less of a problem with it, but he still moved away from between the hospital beds and sat down with Luli on the sofa at the side of the room. When Jiangyu entered the door and saw that the two were still here, there was a moment of dismay, and it was only a moment. His eyes were red, like he had been crying. He then squatted down at the heel of the hospital bed. Joanne, are you better? He sounded weak, like a child who had made a mistake. Xiaoan smiled. have you signed the divorce papers? I'm in this state now, as you can see, and there's no way to go through the formalities with you for now. Joanne, I'm not getting a divorce. We're not getting a divorce, okay? Me and her. There's nothing between us? You're just attracted to her, Joanne added with a smile. Yes, I see your younger self in her. Xiaoan suddenly let out a cold laugh with a few points of sarcasm. I didn't realize that I'm only 27 years old and I'm going to be reminiscing about the past. Jiang Yu, you're less disgusting to me. Originally, Xiaoan thought she was all but dead, but now that she's heard these shameless arguments from Jiang Yu, she still can't help but feel a little pain in her heart. Jiang Yu is not the only one who was considered cheating after you have slept with her and have a substantial relationship. Besides, why do I have to wait for that day as if I'm self-mutilating? Wouldn't it be better to settle it earlier? I didn't think about anything with her. Joanne, you believe me. Joanne laughed and shook her head. Jiang Yu panics. He'd rather have Xiaoan hysterically hitting him, cursing him, and messing with him than seeing Xiaoan in this calm state. The only way to be free of grief is to truly let go. Joanne, we've been together for more than 10 years. If you say divorce, are you willing to give up? I don't want to let go. But aren't you the first one to let go in this relationship? Joanne smiled faintly and asked rhetorically. Jiang Yu was speechless. Jiang Yu, I actually knew from the beginning. And in the beginning, I was also worried that once I poked and prodded things, there would be no room for redemption. But then, all my reluctance wore away in every single one of your soul-crushing moments. Every single one of your late returns. And when did I finally decide to let go? It was the day you lied to me about having a social engagement and actually went to spend her birthday with her. You may think it's no big deal that you just went off the deep end in our marriage, but what makes you think I'm going to accept it? Jiang Yu, I don't want you. Xiaoan finished the sentence word by word, always holding a faint smile on her face, gentle and tranquil. But Jiang Yu only felt a bone-chilling coolness that ran from his head to the soles of his feet. How could he have forgotten? Joanne was much of an idea person, and what she recognized would not change, just as she had gone out of her way to be good to him back then. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that she didn't want him now. When he was a teenager, he told Joanne that he would give her a home in the future, a home that belonged to the two of them, and then he did. But now he's destroying the family with his own hands. Okay, I'll sign. Jiang Yu choked out. But I have one condition. Before the formalities are completed, I am still your husband. Let me take care of you here until you recover. Joanne didn't answer positively, just smiled. The doctor said to keep me in a good mood. She couldn't be in a pleasant mood if she saw him. Jiang Yu's throat knots rolled up and down as he uttered with difficulty. Okay, I understand. He then walked out of the hospital room in silence. He was hunched over and looked a little more forlorn. But Nguyen Tang couldn't muster half a bit of sympathy in his heart. Joanne's desire for a family is evident to everyone around her. She didn't believe that Jiang Yu didn't understand. Ruan Tang remembers that when she was still a kid, Jiang Yu was yelling all day long that he wanted to marry Xiaoan home. Joanne always snapped at him. Who's going to marry you? However, the smile on her face betrayed her mind. They had their good times. Only, in the end, it was just a mirror image. No one knew how much essence Joanne had drained from a relationship. But thankfully, she's come out of it. Chapter 42, Brother, Kiss. After staying for a while, Luli and Ruan Tang also went back. Xiaoan had just finished surgery and still needed to rest. It was only when he left that he realized that Jiang Yu didn't know what he had in mind and didn't leave. He sat on a bench in the hallway, his head hanging low. Ruan Tang and Luli passed by before looking up. Thanks. Luli's footsteps paused and he nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. After that, he left the hospital with Nguyen Tang. In the evening, Luli had a video conference, and after dinner, he stayed in the study. Nguyen Tang gauged the time and knocked on the study door when he felt his meeting was almost over. The first time, there was no response from the study, and it was only when he knocked a second time that Luli's voice came. Enter. Ruan Tang pushed the door in, and Luli looked up from the papers he was holding. His eyes narrowed slightly with some inquiry. Brother, I have something to tell you. Luli nodded. Okay, come here and talk. He set the object in his hand down, and the chair underneath him took 2 steps back, leaving some clearance. Ruan Tang slowly stepped forward and stood not far in front of him, a pair of cool eyes staring straight at him. Luli reached out and gripped her arm tightly, bringing it towards his body. Sit. What's so polite about it? Ruan Tang's taut face then showed a bit of a smile. She followed Luli's wishes and sat on his lap, burying her head at his chest and wrapping her hands around his waist, murmuring, "It's still a little sad to hug my brother first." She was all scrunched up in a ball, a tiny one, looking like a good little puppy dog. Luli stroked her hair and whispered, "Okay, cuddle, brother will charge you up too." The shrunken man's head moved in his arms, and the hand around him tightened a few degrees. Just by holding him like this, Ruan Tang felt solid, and his originally restless heart gradually became stabilized. She grew to crave the feeling, and lay in his arms, unwilling to get up. It was like that for a long time before he slowly let go of him, and when he looked up, there was more than a little warmth in his eyes. Brother, you shouldn't have kept this from me. She hadn't forgotten what she was here for. Luli knew she was talking about the Chowan thing. I was afraid you'd be worried. I know, but if something really happens to my sister this time, then won't I? Wouldn't she not even be able to see her one last time? But these words, she didn't dare to say. Sister Joanne will be fine. She will live a long life. Brother is being selfish. Yes. Luli had no way to refute Ruan Tang's accusation that he was not only selfish, but also arbitrary, and unilaterally made the decision for Ruan Tang. But it couldn't be helped. When it came to Ruan Tang's business, he would instinctively tend to avoid harm. Brother, I'm not a child anymore. I have my own capacity to endure. Besides, isn't there still brother? When I am sad, brother can accompany me. But you shouldn't deprive me of my right to know. Brother, don't hide anything from me anymore. She had a serious and grave expression on her face, a stubbornness that could not be denied on her tender little face. Luli smiled. Unexpectedly, this little girl was more penetrating than him. In the end, he still nodded. Okay, brother, promise you. Aha. Nguyen Tang's face finally relaxed, and a nice trailing tone was brought to his tone. She raised her hand and hooked it around Luli's neck, a bright smile overflowing from the corner of her mouth. Brother, kiss. The petulant-like tone caused Luli to burst out laughing. He pursed his lips and gave a few low chuckles, and then leaned down to plant a kiss on her slightly beaked one. As he approached her, Nguyen Tang closed his eyes obediently, his long eyelashes curling and stirring slightly, like a delicate porcelain doll that you can't bear to destroy. Luli licked gently on her lips, a fine stream of water in general, not mixed with any lust. Hungry? Luli asked. After coming back from the hospital, Ruan Tang's heart was so clogged that she didn't eat much for dinner, and now that she heard him ask, she was really a little hungry. She nodded, looking slightly embarrassed still. What do you want to eat? Or is it like last time? Instant noodles with donuts? She was unhappy, and Luli instinctively wanted her to eat something she normally liked to eat. Ruan Tang really smiled and said delicately, well, it's only delicious if brother makes it. Luli understood the meaning of her words. If you want me to do it, just say it, no need to beat around the bush. After his mind was pierced through, the smile on Ruan Tang's face had a few more points of embarrassment and curtness. Well, go to your room first and I'll bring it straight up when it's done. Don't. Ruan Tang pouted her lips and unhappily wrapped her arms around Luli. I want to be with my brother. She was extra clingy to him tonight and wanted to grow on him. Luli had to carry her downstairs in one piece. She hung around his neck like a wombat, occasionally wiggling her feet mischievously. It wasn't until they were downstairs in the kitchen that Nguyen Tang had to come down. Luli boiled water on the stove and prepared some side dishes while she followed along, looking east and west. When he came across ingredients that could be eaten directly, he twisted a piece of it into his mouth when Luli was not paying attention, and then ate it secretly. Looking like a little squirrel in the cantonment, Luli secretly hooked the corner of his mouth and pretended he didn't see it. When the instant noodles were ready, Luli served 2 bowls and carried them into the dining room, with Ruan Tang following closely behind, also following in his footsteps. Want brother to feed you? Well, Nguyen Tang thought very carefully. I'd better forget it. I'll do it myself. What's the matter? Shy again? No, it's not convenient to feed me if I eat noodles. I'll splash soup on my body. It's better to wait for the food. Brother will feed me. She was serious and headstrong in her analysis. Luli couldn't help himself. Good. Brother, when I don't have classes, can I often go to the hospital to keep Sister Joanne company? Yes. Mentioning Chowan, Luli remembered something. In the hospital, Chowan asked you to thank me properly for her. Have you thought about how to thank me? Ruan Tang shook her head. Haven't thought about it yet. How about? Then her face reddened. Blushing, she unconsciously stirred the bowl of instant noodles and whispered, how about? Still like yesterday? Aha. Luli answered faintly, unable to hear any emotions. Is brother unwilling? Shall I change it? No need. Perhaps feeling that his tone was too eager, Luli coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. No need to change. Oh. Nguyen Tang lowered his head and snickered. Well, hurry up and eat. After a good early dinner, go upstairs and sauce the stuffing. Chapter 43. How can you tell where you're going to go when you're playing your third wife? After that day, Ruan Tang went to the hospital from time to time to check on Chowan. Every time I go, I run into Jiang Yu, who was still sitting on the bench at the entrance like he did that day. He had lost a lot of weight, was bearded, and looked particularly downtrodden. Joanne said he was afraid to come in during the day, so he stood guard at the door, and would come in at night to check on her while she was asleep. And a couple of times Joanne was actually pretending to be asleep. Nguyen Tang asks her if she'll ever be touched by what he's done. Johan shook his head, a hint of disdain flashing across his face as it grew paler and paler due to the long hours of chemotherapy. He's doing nothing more than touching himself, and I don't need it. After saying that, she smiled, held Ruan Tang's hand and said in a serious tone, Sugar, although my marriage was a failure, I still believe in love. People are different from each other. You can't think that all men in the world are generally black just because I met a scummy man. If in the future, I can still meet someone I like, I'll still love without a second thought. Sugar, you too, have a good time with Luli. Nguyen Tang nodded. The door to the hospital room was not closed, and through the gap, Nguyen Tang saw a figure shifting in the doorway. On this day, Ruan Tang comes in with a rare absence of Zhang Yu, and listens to the caregiver who takes care of Chowan inadvertently mentioning that he was called away by a phone call, as if something had happened, and was in quite a hurry when he left. When she said this, Ruan Tang had been observing Chowan's face, and seeing that she didn't have the slightest reaction, Ruan Tang believed that she had truly let go. Zhang Yu is gone, but the hospital room welcomes an uninvited guest, a very innocent little girl, or at least that's what it looked like on the outside, looking like she should have just graduated from college. Ruan Tang guesses that this is probably the same she that Chowan talked to Zhang Yu about earlier. Zhang Yu says he sees Chowan's shadow in her, and Ruan Tang suspects he's blind. Originally, Ruan Tang had planned to kick her out. Seeing this kind of person would affect Joanne's recovery, but Chowan said, Ms. Chen went through a lot of trouble to find this place. Where's the sense in letting someone leave just after coming? Have a seat. Chen Ran heard the irony in Chowan's words and his face was a little embarrassed, but he still sat down with a hard head. I'm sorry Ms. Joe, I've taken the liberty of bothering you because there are a few things I'd like you to communicate alone. She put the accent on the word alone, and gave Nguyen Tang a meaningful look. She's my sister. If you have anything to say, you can say it to her face, or you can just leave if you don't want to. Chen Ran clenched her teeth, her eyes reddened along with her. With a look of icy pity, I heard from Mr. Zhang that Ms. Xiao is going to divorce Mr. Zhang because of me. There is innocence between me and Mr. Zhang. I'm sorry to make you misunderstand. So Ms. Chen came here to talk me out of divorcing Zhang Yu? Xiaoan laughed. Yes. Chen Ran probably didn't expect her to ask this, and answered with a strained neck. Xiaoan snorted coldly. If Ms. Chen really thought so, she wouldn't have tried everything to add my WeChat in the first place, and secretly sent some specious content. After his mind was poked through, Chen Ran rose with a red face and thick neck. That is, after half a day of stalking, she finally did not say a reason, but to put herself aggrieved. Do not know also thought that Xiaoan how to do with her. I can't help it if Ms. Joe has to think that way. There's nothing I can do about it, and there's nothing I can do about it if I want to. Lust for a crime? Xiaoan repeated with a good laugh. Those friend circles you sent out before, you should have blocked Zhang Yu. Right, but I saved all the screenshots, so if I send them to Zhang Yu, guess what he'll think? Ms. Xiao, you're divorcing Mr. Zhang. Why do you still want to pick a fight between us? Chen Ran was infuriated. Xiaoan smiled. It wasn't Ms. Chen who said she didn't want us to get divorced. Don't pretend in front of me. I'm not used to seeing it. Did you come to me to ask me to persuade Zhang Yu to leave? Yes, Mr. Zhang has decided to step down as Zhang's president in order to be here for you. What are you afraid of? The president doesn't do it anymore. He still has shares. Even if the Zhang family is bankrupt now, it's still richer than you think. Don't worry. You can't bear to watch him fall so far and bear to ruin him? Chen Ran also stopped pretending and snapped angrily. I'm divorcing him. What does it matter to me what happens to him? Besides, I told you I don't need him. He's the one who has to stay here. Perhaps by the words of Xiaoan angry, Chen Ran face a little twisted. Originally innocent little girl, even looked a few hideous. She got up to leave. You're so mean. After walking out 2 steps, she felt unconvinced again. She turned her head and said with dark sarcasm, have you never thought of your own reasons for your marriage with Mr. Zhang coming to this point? Xiaoan laughed lightly, unimpressed. If I have a problem, Zhang you could have brought it up, and he could have just divorced me instead of letting you disgust me during the duration of our marriage. That's very sensible of you. Thank you. Chen Ran didn't say anything else and left angrily. She had just left when the door to the hospital room opened again, and it was Shifei and Han Zhao. As soon as he came in, Shifei asked, who was the woman who just went out of your hospital room? Her feet were like stepping on wind and fire wheels, and she was very aggressive. Chen Ran. What? With a zippy sound, Shifei's pitch snapped up so high that she hated to topple the ceiling, and she turned around, making a show of chasing her out, but was stopped by Han Zhao. Let go and see if I don't tear that apart. Honey, stop. This is a hospital. What's wrong with the hospital? What's a place for beating up a mistress? Honey, think about it for Joanne. Han Zhao mentioned Xiaoan, and Shifei finally calmed down, but the fire in her heart didn't go away, and she lifted her leg and viciously kicked Han Zhao. Useless thing. Yes, I'm useless. Han Zhao responded good-naturedly. Ruan Tang couldn't help but laugh as he watched the two of them like this. Joanne was even more, laughing her waist off late, her pale face becoming more and more vibrant. Usually my place is cold and quiet. What's going on today? So lively, she teased with a smile. Sure Fei glared at her. You're still laughing? Did that woman bully you? Joanne shook her head. It's not like I'm the kind of person who just lets things happen. That's true. What did she want with you? Instead of answering directly, Xiaoan looked at Ruan Tang. Little sugar plum, bring out the stuff. Ha, don't play dumb. Didn't you record all my conversations with her? As soon as Chen Ran came in, Ruan Tang guessed that she wouldn't say anything nice to Xiaoan, so she secretly left a heart and turned on the recording function of her cell phone. Chapter 44, Mr. Lu, my life is very hard. However, after all, this involved Xiaoan's privacy, and she had not communicated with Xiaoan beforehand. She had recorded in private. She was doing something that was indeed out of place. I'm sorry sis, I shouldn't have done that. The tone carried the guilt of having done something wrong. Joanne waved her hand. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm asking you to play the recording to your sister Tokofei, so I don't have to go through the trouble of telling her all over again. So, okay. Seeing that Xiaoan didn't blame her, Ruan Tang then put her heart down. But sugar, tell your sister first, what are you going to do with it? Send it to Jiang Yu's brother. Ruan Tang habitually took off Jiang Yu's brother and swallowed back when he was halfway through saying, send it to Jiang Yu to listen to it, so that he will know the true face of that woman, even though my sister doesn't want him to. But I also want to make the person who harmed although my sister doesn't want him. I also want to let the person who hurt my sister live a good life. She hadn't thought to hide this plan from Xiaoan, but before she could discuss it with her, Shifei and Han Zhao came. Oh yo, our little sugar plum is starting to darken up too. However, sister likes it, just can't let their scummy couple have a good time, Timothy said. However, Xiaoan shook her head. There's no need. This matter, in the end, it's not Chen Ran's fault. Without her there would also be Wang Ran, Li Ran, Lu Ran. The reason why I just disliked her wasn't because of this. Simply because I couldn't stand to see those small actions and that hypocritical look in her private life. As for whether they will still be together in the future, who cares? I would like them to be together, so as to save them from wreaking havoc on others. Saying that, she laughed again. But to be honest, it's really quite comfortable to dislike her just now. I haven't felt this good in a long time. That's right, we need to let the scum man lock up with the mistress, so as not to jeopardize others. Shifei also agreed, but in vain even dragged Han Zhao beside him. The more Shifei looked at him, the more unpleasant, so he lifted his leg and kicked again. Scum man. Han Zhao, who was brushing his cell phone, looked up with a confused face. Unwarranted disaster. Daughter-in-law. Shifei viciously gouged him out. Then, changing his face, he said to Ruan Tang, little sugar plum, quickly play the recording for me, so that I can have a good time too. Good. Ruan Tang answered with a smile. She opened her phone, found the recording file from earlier, and tapped the play button. Xiaoan and Chen Ran's voices echoed up in the hospital room. As the recording played, Timothy's face perked up more and more. Bull, Joanne, you're so awesome. No wonder that woman's nose was all bent out of shape when she left. If you don't mind, could you have Sugar send me the recording? I'm going to study it. Maybe I'll use it someday. Wife, there won't be that day. Han Zhao on one side made a timely statement of determination. However, it didn't seem to be of any use. As Timothy slanted a glance at him, man's mouth, lying ghost, get lost. Hey, got it. I'll roll. Chen Ran came to the ward to look for Xiaoan about this, and although Xiaoan didn't plan to tell Jiang Yu, he later found out about it. The caregiver who takes care of Joanne is a middle-aged divorced woman whose husband, once he has a little money, can't look at the chaffing wife who has been with him for years, and starts to like the fresh blood out there. The older sister of the caregiver was so angry that she chose to get a divorce, and was a poor woman to say the least. The eldest sister has a bright and spicy personality and can't stand negative men. In the past, she didn't know what was going on between Xiaoan and Jiang Yu, and when she saw Jiang Yu's unrelenting guardianship of Xiaoan, she thought he was really a deeply affectionate man. More than once, Joanne had advised her to cherish this kind of man when she met him, but Joanne just laughed it off. Later, after Chen Ran went there, the elder sister seemed to realize what was really going on. From that day on, when I saw Jiang Yu again, he changed his face. His nose was not his nose, and his face was not his face. Every now and then, he even made a sarcastic side comment. Jiang Yu knew that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to attack, but where had he been spoken to like this since he was a child? Every time she watched him suffer, Joanne got a special kick out of it. Once, when Big Sis was being sarcastic, she accidentally boldly told him about Chen Ran coming to find Xiaoan, and Jiang Yu realized that someone had come to find Xiaoan that day when he wasn't there. Jianyu says that he's already warned Shenran that she won't appear in front of Xiaoan in the future, so she can rest assured, and says that he's already dismissed Shenran. Oh, Xiaoan faintly answered, and finally disliked him. There's no need to tell me about these things in the future. After all, the two of you are closer now. Xiaoan says that the time spent on chemotherapy is indeed quite boring, and the only fun she has right now is watching Jianyu suffer, as well as disliking him from time to time. Honestly, it's kinda cool. Of course, this is all an afterthought. That day, Ruantang stayed in Xiaoan's hospital room until late afternoon. Luli took another detour from work to come and pick her up, and in front of the hospital, he met up with Han Zhao and Shifei. Timothy ignored him and walked straight away. Luli couldn't help but get puzzled. Did I mess with her at some point? Han Zhao shook his head. It's not you. It's me. She's angry with me. She's angry with you. What's the point of flipping me off? It's not like it's the first day you've known her. What do I care who you are when my wife is angry? No more. No more. I've got to get over there and take a look. Han Zhao sighed helplessly, got up to leave, and after taking 2 steps out, turned back to Luli, calling out to him, Lu Xiao, buddy's life is bitter, bitter life. Luli and Ruantang couldn't help but burst out laughing in unison. He rubbed Ruantang's head. Come on, get in the car. Aha, what brings your brother here? If I didn't come, could you have known to go home? Luli asked rhetorically, his tone thick with dissatisfaction. During this recent period of time, Ruantang was either at school or at the hospital, causing Luli to only see her at night when she was sleeping. Brother, don't be stingy. I'll stay with Sister Joanne for this little bit of time, with brother but to live a lifetime. These words were very flattering to Luli, but he still had a stern face and deliberately snapped. You're the one with the sweet mouth. Nguyen pressed against his arm and smiled at him curtly. Seeing her bright smiling face, Luli didn't hold back and hooked the corners of his mouth as well. The exhaustion of the whole day was instantly swept away. Brother, do you know why Sister Tokofei is angry? Why? Because Sister Shifei is angry at Brother Hanzhao because of Jiangyu. Ruantang laughed. Luli is very keen to catch the change in Ruantang's name. Jiangyu, Hanzhao brother, near and dear, immediately see clear. Luli knew that the little girl in front of him was never as sheepish as she appeared on the outside. The little girl loves to hate and holds a grudge. What about you? Will you take it out on me too because of Jiangyu's matter? Ruantang shook his head. No, didn't brother say that? People with character problems are the ones who cheat. Brother is not that kind of person. Hearing her say that, Luli was relieved. Chapter 45, the so-called double. But it wasn't long before Luli saw her half lifting her eyes and scanning him, as if she had something to say but was deliberating whether to say it or not. After a few times like this, Luli couldn't help himself. Say whatever you want. Ruantang hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. Brother is so smart. Luli lost his smile, but not as smart as her, and knew to put a high hat on him in advance before saying things. Say it. Actually, I'm also a bit scared. In the future, will my brother also find a double that looks like me? Ruantang asked. I'm not sick. Looking for a great living person to miss another great living person. The so-called stand-in is just a glorified excuse for a change of heart. If you really like someone, how can you possibly want to find another person to humiliate her? But I'll be old by then? Nguyen pressed on again. Sugar, brother is 7 years older than you, and when you get older, brother only gets older. Also Ruantang felt that Luli had a point. Then if I die. Shut up, Luli scolded sternly. He considered himself to be a staunch materialist, but he still couldn't see Ruantang saying that word, afraid that it might scare her. Luli slowed down his tone and added, don't talk nonsense. Oh, Nguyen responded, in a cheerful tone. So what kind of wife do you like, brother? Sexy ones? She didn't just talk about it, she brought a display of movement, and when she did, she struck a flirty pose, or a professional one, or a virtuous wife and mother? Or does brother want to try them all? I can go learn. Luli forced a smile, and if you looked closely, the corners of his mouth were twitching slightly. Less of this nonsense. Be yourself. He told her to be herself, so did that mean he liked her the way she was now? Does that count as confessing to her? Nguyen then self-denied away. It shouldn't count. But in spite of this, her whole being grew brighter and brighter. Luli had always thought his mind was obvious, so he didn't really know why she was suddenly so happy. Brother, let's eat out today. Well, what do you want to eat? Let's eat French food. I thought you were going to say fondue. Luli laughed. After all, compared to French food, fondue appealed to her more. It's for fondue, but it's more romantic to have French food for a date. Ruantang explained. Luli understood the meaning of her words, but then confirmed uneasily. Is it to date your brother? Aha. Nguyen nodded. Is that okay? She blinked, a questioning look in her bright eyes. Sure, Luli begged. Then after dinner, let's go see a movie again, okay? She was extraordinarily happy today, chattering all the way. Okay, Su Yuan, you arrange it. Yes. Su Yuan's voice came from the co-pilot. The car turned around and traveled for about another 20 minutes or so. The location of the restaurant is in a park in the city, and the contrast between the Chinese architecture of the tiles and red walls outside and the elegant, high-class French decor of the restaurant's interior is stark, yet complementary. Ruan Tang glanced down at the strappy dress and white sneakers on her body and sighed silently. Lu Li's hand interlocked with her fingers tightened. What's wrong? Ruan Tang pouted, a little chagrined, so angry. I should have known that I should have dressed a little prettier when I came here. It's already beautiful. Lu Li raised his hand and rubbed it in her hair. Really? Ruan Tang's eyes, which had originally darkened, abruptly lit up again. Lu Li nodded. Aha. The tall, handsome waiter came over and took them inside the reserved room. The dim lighting and violin playing in the private room pulls the sense of atmosphere straight through, and I have to say, it really is a great place for a date. When the official serving began, Nguyen Tang realized that each dish was tailored with lighting, music, and fragrance, which was both mysterious and high class. Not only that, but the wine pairings for each meal are extremely elaborate. But unfortunately, Ruan Tang only had eyes for it. She didn't dare to drink it without Lu Li's permission. All you could do was watch with bated breath and secretly lick your lips. Lu Li took in her small movements. Want to drink? May I? Brother, Nguyen Tang said, fists pumping, dumbfounded. Well, drink less. After saying that, he thought about it and then felt it was not right. Forget it. If you drink too much, brother will carry you back. Since it's a date, naturally it's most important to make her happy. There's no need to put some more restrictions on her. He then jokingly added, but no drinking, no tricks, no tricks. Nguyen Tang excitedly made a promise. She picked up the wine poured in her goblet, took a shallow sip, and smashed it in her mouth again. The look silly and adorable. Lu Li laughed softly. Well, yummy. Since she was a child, Ruan Tang could count the number of times she had drunk alcohol on one hand. She had not studied much about it and could only describe it as good. Not good. Lu Li didn't realize that this was still a small drinker. He smiled lightly and raised his glass to gesture to Ruan Tang. Nguyen Tang raised his glass and clinked it, making a crisp clink in the silence. Really grown up to drink with me. Ruan Tang looked down at the wine in the cup, which had a nice luster under the light, and unconsciously returned. Not only can you drink with your brother anymore, but you can also sleep with your brother. It was only when he said this that Ruan Tang realized something was wrong and put on the emergency brake, swallowing back the last word raw. Obviously it's only been half a glass of wine. How did it start to go to your head? It's amazing that you can say such things. Nguyen Tang hated to rewind time and slap himself. Lu Li looked at her with a playful expression, waiting for her to continue. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Who is right? Who is wrong? Who is right and who is wrong and who owes who? In the heat of the moment, Nguyen Tang sang directly, so he just played dumb and didn't dare to look at him. Let Su Yuan take you to the hospital tomorrow to register? Why? Wasn't the hypoglycemia just reviewed? Nguyen Tang asked, looking up in confusion. Lu Li spoke slowly, go check the brain. Hearing that Lu Li was deliberately poking fun at her, Ruan Tang's face turned red and snapped. Brother hates. Well, eat quickly. Lu Li laughed softly. French food is known for its slowness, and Nguyen Tang and Lu Li's meal took 4 hours. Chapter 46, Brother is a dog. When I came, there was still light outside, but by the time I left, it was dark. The moon and stars were sparse, and the sky looked like an inky dome. Brother, it's so strange. There seems to be a big pit in front of us. How come the ground is all turned up? In front of the hotel, in the arms of a man in a suit with an elitist demeanor, a slender arm stretched out, pointing petulantly at the pavement in front of him. This is probably a prophecy. When Lu Li said those words, he didn't think that he really had to carry her back in the end. The little girl liked to drink, but it was a poor drink. He moved his arm and hid Ruan Tang's face in his arms again. She was so mesmerized and seductive. How could Lu Li be willing to let others see it? Nay, the person in his arms didn't realize his painstaking efforts, not only generously revealing his face, but also accusing him with an unhappy face. Is brother trying to suffocate me? Good thing the car pulled up at that moment. Lu Li didn't say anything and just shoved her into the back seat. Where to? She leaned against Lu Li's shoulder, her eyes opening and closing, her consciousness gradually becoming blurred. Lu Li simply hugged her directly and sat on his lap. Go home and take a nap. Not going home. Not going home. Didn't we say we'd go to the movies? Ruan Tang made a scene in her arms. The man who was always calm and self-possessed lowered his head and kissed her lightly on her eyes, coaxing her in a gentle voice. Be good. You're drunk. Go home and make trouble again. For a drunk. The last thing she wants to hear is someone calling her drunk. Ruan Tang was on the verge of falling asleep. When she heard him say that, she instantly woke up. I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk at all. I can still drink. Okay, not drunk. Movie we'll watch at home. Well, Go home and watch it. Suddenly, she covered her mouth and snickered twice, like a little mouse, and watched the last kind. The kissing ones. The last time she fell asleep while watching the movie. Luli thought that she didn't know any of the above plots, but I didn't expect that she knew everything, and the little girl's hiding was quite deep. Okay, watch the kissing. Obviously my brother himself takes me to see those kinds of movies, and he doesn't allow me to read pornographic novels. What is this called? Double standard. Double standard dog. Brother is a dog. A dog? In Luli's 27 years, it was the first time someone dared to call him a dog to his face. No anger, no anger. One's daughter-in-law can't be angry. Brother, you call aha. Luli clenched his back teeth and grunted out through them. No, that's not what dogs are called. That's not how dogs bark. Nguyen made a scene again. Luli regretted. Had known that she would be like this if she drank too much. Just said nothing to let her drink. He relented and slapped at Ruan Tang's ass. Behave. Realized that drunk people have no sanity to speak of. After receiving a slap, Ruan Tang instantly became aggrieved, her eyes containing tears, watering and pitiful. Brother hit me. I'm your wife and you're still hitting me. I don't want to be with you anymore. Brother is wrong. Brother shouldn't hit you. Will you be obedient? Luli was made to feel no temper at all by her. Brother called. Nguyen Tang repeated back what he had just said, as if there was an implication that he wouldn't stop until he called. Luli looked at the driver and Su Yuan, who didn't dare to make a sound in the front row of the atmosphere, and silently raised the fender of the car. He stiffened and forced himself to let out a raw woof. Only then did Ruan Tang smile in satisfaction, and Luli followed suit with a sigh of relief. Then, she took her finger and scratched Luli's chin, and mumbled, "Good dog. I'll give you candy at home." Knowing that she didn't mean what she said, Luli still secretly fumed in the bottom of his heart. It had better be, if he didn't let it be eaten. Let's see how he would clean her up. It was good that after this bout, she finally subsided completely, and soon lay down in Luli's arms and fell asleep. After arriving home, Luli carried her back from the car again, and when Wuma saw her like this, she couldn't help but start to worry. What's wrong with Sugar? It's okay Mom Wu. I just drank too much, Luli explained. Then I'm going to make her some sober soup to drink when she wakes up. Never mind, she doesn't know when she's going to wake up yet. You can make her a cup of honey water. Hey, okay, I'm on my way. Luli then carried Ruan Tang upstairs. She had just gotten her settled on the bed when a few faint knocks sounded at the door of her room. It was Wuma who came up to deliver the honey water. Warm it up first, lest it gets cold later. Wuma uneasily instructed again. Good, young master, you also rest early. Luli just spoke a few words with Wuma's effort, and when he turned back again, he saw Ruan Tang sitting up from the bed in a daze. Slightly annoyed, he rubbed his messy hair. What's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable? Luli softly inquired. Nguyen Tang looked up. To take a shower. I'm not going to wash it today, so do as you're told and wait until you wake up from your nap. No, it's uncomfortable not to take a bath. I want to take a bath. She even stomped and kicked, living like a little devil. Luli really wanted to slap her ass again. He took a deep breath. Okay, take a bath. Go, brother carry you. Luli carried her to the bathroom and put her clothes into the bathtub. Take it off yourself or I'll help you take it off. Brother out. Ruan Tang wrapped his arms around his chest, a picture of a man who was afraid he would take advantage of him. Luli was helpless. How am I going to get out when you're like this? The little girl perked up. How am I going to get undressed if my brother doesn't go out? Luli wondered if she was really drunk or not. Otherwise how could her thoughts be so organized? Okay, I'll go out. Watch your step. Don't bump into anything. Luli said a few more words. The little girl was not happy. Why is brother so nagging? Close the door. No peeking. He had to do as he was told, but he didn't dare go too far. So he stayed at the doorway and watched for movement inside. Is it true that the little girl didn't use drinking to deliberately torment him? How does a normally well-behaved child become so abrasive when she drinks too much? However, there are a few cute moments. Luli wondered if he had masochistic tendencies. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom, and Luli glanced inside through the frosted glass every now and then. In fact, he could not see anything, but it was just a subconscious action that he was uneasy in his heart. Chapter 47, Drinking Mistakes. Drinking is a mistake. After a few more moments, the sound of water finally stopped. Luli guessed that she should be coming out, and the heart that had been lifted up was then eased down. But after waiting for a while, instead of waiting for the sound of her opening the door, a dull thud and Nguyen Tang's scream came from the bathroom. Luli's heart thumped. Without much thought, he opened the door and barged in. Good thing she didn't lock the door behind her. What happened? I got laundry detergent on the floor. Nguyen Tang sat on the floor next to the sink. There was a red mark between his forehead. It should have just been knocked. His tone mumbled, a kind of self-reproach after doing something wrong. She had planned to wash her little underwear after the shower, but it had turned into this without her noticing. Luli leaned down and picked her up by the waist. Does it hurt? Where else are you hurt? On my back and above my ass. In a flash of lightning, Tang realized with hindsight that she was still naked, so she was now lying completely naked in Luli's arms. After drinking, the remnants of sanity was not much. This moment is even more confused. The whole person instantly overwhelmed. Up, down is not down is not. Luli casually pulled a bath towel and covered her. Don't move. It's not like you haven't seen it before. When you were little, your brother even changed your diaper. Is that so? Oh, yeah, she's supposed to be his wife, so it's okay to look. Then why the towel? Should I lift the towel and invite him to look at it again? Tang hadn't figured out whether or not to do this, and then Luli laid her down on the bed, perhaps wanting to check the injuries on her back and buttocks. Luli directly let her lie on her back, so that the bath towel was directly pressed underneath her body, and there was no need to think about lifting it or not. There was a red welt on both her back and buttocks that stood out against her white skin. Luli couldn't think of anything else. Stay down here, honestly. I'll get the ointment. Going to the medicine box to get the ointment for activating blood circulation and removing blood stasis. When he came back, Tang was still in the same position he had just been in, his pretty torso falling onto the silk sheets. The slim waist, straight legs and firm buttocks are not to be overlooked. Luli's throat couldn't help but begin to tighten. A moment of disorientation. After a while, waiting for no one to pass, Tang raised his head, turned his face sideways, and looked at him angrily. Why is brother frozen? Hurry up! The black hair hung casually over her bare shoulders, a breathtakingly beautiful contrast to her white, glowing skin. Luli gave a muffled his body tense, and walked towards the bed. Apply the ointment to the redness and massage with your palm until it is absorbed into the skin. Her body began to heat up in her own palm. The visual impact of such a direct touch under his own gaze was too strong, and Luli's blood pulsed and dried up. By the time he had forced his body's desire to apply the medicine to both her back and buttocks, a thin layer of sweat was born on Luli's body. Sugar, lift your head up and put medicine on your forehead. After the words were uttered, the person lying on his side never responded, and when he looked more closely, he had actually fallen asleep. Luli looked down at herself. Having gotten him like this, she was even asleep. Looks like we won't be getting any candy today. However, it is possible to collect some interest first. He leaned down, dropping thin kisses on the uninjured areas of her back and moving ever downward. Tang slept soundly and didn't resist, only grunting a few times every now and then, kitten-like and extraordinarily scratchy. The next day, Tang was woken up by thirst, and in a daze, he reached for the glass of water on the bedside and slammed it down before the stinging sensation in his throat subsided. Then she lay back down again. What's wrong with a bad headache? Like a pain in my ass too. And my back? Gradually the memories of yesterday began to revive in my mind, too disconnected to remember them clearly. She seems to have fallen in the bathroom. Then Luli went in and carried her out. At that time, she had just taken a shower and shouldn't have had time to put on her clothes. So she was looked at naked by Luli last night? Taking a chance, Tang lifted the covers to see that he was indeed naked, not even wearing a pair of panties. Although she had also done some intimate things with Luli, those were all under the covers, out of sight, and it was the first time that she had displayed herself nakedly to him like this. It's a mistake to drink. Drinking is a mistake. If she had known, she wouldn't have drank at all. What can she do now? Tang hated that there was a time machine for her to travel back in time. What made it even harder was that there were more and more fragments in her head, and she seemed to be unaware of the fact that she had asked Luli to learn how to bark like a dog. It's over. It's over. Luli will definitely not let her go. Tang scratched his hair in remorse. Oh yeah, her half-washed panties from yesterday seemed to be left in the bathroom. After realizing this, Tang scrambled up from the bed and rushed towards the bathroom. I just ran halfway and realized I wasn't dressed yet and backed away, finding a random shirt to put on. She realized it was Luli's shirt when she put it on, but she couldn't care less now. She had to get rid of that thing in the bathroom as soon as possible. I don't know if it was seen by Luli or not. I'll be damned. I can't believe the after effects of a drink. In her panic, Tang didn't pay attention to collide with Luli, who had just come out of the bathroom. What's the rush to get there? No, nothing. Tang lowered his head, hating to pestle it to the ground. Tell the truth. My clothes, she stammered, but Luli knew what she was referring to. Oh, it's been washed. Ha! Luli helped her wash her panties. Tang couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What's wrong? Can't you? Luli asked rhetorically. No. What's a panty wash when you've seen it all anyway? Tang was going to break the mold. Does your head hurt? Tang nodded. It hurt. It hurt more now. Go and lie down on the bed. I'll bring up breakfast for you. Oh, Tang had only one thing on his mind at the moment, and that was to stay away from him. When Luli went out, She sat on the bed and pulled the covers off her head. Shame on you. It's just impossible to live. Heavens, earth, someone save her. When Luli came up from downstairs, he saw a small tent-like bulge on the bed. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Come out to dinner. The top of the small tent wiggled. Luli placed his dinner plate on the table in the room and then sat down next to the small tent. The palm of his hand attached to the top of the tent and rubbed it. Now you know you're shy? Isn't it a little too late? Ouch. Brother, don't say it. Ruan-tang was both exasperated and frustrated. I was wrong, brother. I'm sorry. Brother doesn't blame you. Come out and eat your food. Only then did Ruan-tang poke a head out from under the covers. Brother, I won't drink anymore. Okay, let's eat first. After dinner. Chapter 48, Baby, I love you. Ruan-tang shook her head. She didn't have any appetite at all now. Brother, did you not see it all yesterday? Aha. Luli didn't intend to hide it from her. Yes, see, those who have seen it before, and those who haven't, saw it yesterday. Sugar, between husband and wife. This is the most normal thing. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Yes, Nguyen-tang admitted that he had a point. They had been married for over 2 months now, and normal couples, not to mention just looking, had done what they needed to do a long time ago, and it had been her problem all along. But what? There's no need to hide it. Just say what you want to say. Ruan-tang took a deep breath and pursed her lips for a moment before speaking. Does brother like me? With a flourish, she voiced the question that had been hidden in her mind for so long, fearing that if she was a second late, she wouldn't have the courage to say it. I mean, does brother love me? After not having that chi to bolster her courage, Ruan-tang instantly looked like a poked balloon. Her spine collapsed, shyly and somewhat timidly looking at Luli. Why do you ask? Why would I marry you if I didn't love you? Luli had always thought that his heart for her was laid out in plain sight, but he didn't think that the little girl didn't know a thing about it. Aren't we engaged? She actually thought he had married her because of the marriage contract. Luli let out a sudden laugh. How that so-called marriage contract came about may not be known to others, but as the originator of the originator, he knew exactly. Sugar, it would be hurting you to marry you if you didn't love you, and brother wouldn't do that. So that means he married her because he loved her. After getting a clear answer, Ruan Sugar's mood began to brighten. Oh, she responded, dropping her eyes, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted upward. Just oh? Facing his confession of love. It's just a flippant word and that's it? Luli was clearly dissatisfied with her reply. Ha? What else? What was she supposed to say? Luli lost his smile helplessly. Just, can you come out from under the covers now? Aha. Ruan-tang nodded, wheedling the covers off and moving a little more toward Luli. The movement was as slow as a snail. Luli extended his arm around her waist and directly swept her over. Luli held her in his arms, leveling his eyes with her. Sugar plum, brother has confessed to you. Isn't it time for a kiss? If you want to kiss, just kiss. It's not like you haven't kissed before, but you have to ask her a special question. How is she going to answer? Nguyen-tang looked away a little embarrassed. I haven't brushed my teeth yet, even though I've just rinsed my mouth with mouthwash. It's okay, Luli said as he cupped Ruan-tang's face in his hands and kissed him in that position. Almost close to kissing, Ruan-tang's stomach growled at an inopportune time, so Luli had to stop. He pursed his lips and smiled lightly. Let's eat first. Aha. Nguyen-tang was so ashamed and bashful that her face was red. It had been a morning of soldiering, and she had been on a roller coaster of ups and downs. It seemed as if all the embarrassments that had not been experienced in the previous 20 years had been experienced this morning. If she could, she'd rather not have woken up this morning. It wasn't right. How could she know Luli liked her if she didn't wake up? It seemed to make me feel better again if I thought about it that way. Luli shang a bowl of soup and handed it to her. Wuma specially made it for you. Drink more. Good. Ruan-tang took it and shivered in small bites, his eyes occasionally glancing at Luli next to him. To be honest, she felt a little bit of a twinge in her heart when Luli was around her. She hadn't had time to change her clothes yet. She was still wearing the same white shirt that Luli had. And what was worse, she was vacuumed inside. If you look closely, you can even see the outline of the chest. Nguyen-tang unconsciously folded her legs together and quietly buttoned up her collar again. Is brother not working today? Ruan-tang tentatively asked. Luli hooked his lips. Well, I was tossed around by some little devil yesterday, so I'm resting today. This is digging itself another hole. Well, she shouldn't have asked. Nguyen-tang hung his head, desperate to hide his face in the bowl. Okay, just kidding, eat up, and afterward brother has something to ask you too. What's the word? Let's eat first, afterward. Oh, Ruan-tang was almost full after drinking a small bowl of soup and eating 2 shrimp dumplings. She pulled out a tissue and wiped her mouth clean, then looked at Luli with questioning eyes. Luli understood. Sugar plum, brother has actually been wanting to ask you. The reason why you've been refusing to give yourself to brother is because you're shy. Or because you don't like me? During this period of time, when Luli couldn't sleep, he often thought about this problem, and the more he thought about it, the more vain he became. It seemed like it was just his wishful thinking from the beginning. He never asked Ruan Sugar if she liked him. For the first time, he felt unsure of himself. There's no disliking brother. I don't know if it was because of shyness or what. Ruan Tang's voice got weaker and weaker, and in the end it was almost inaudible. So, you like your brother too, right? Luli uneasily confirmed again. Ruan Tang bit his lip, still didn't have the heart to say that yes, and only nodded silently. Luli didn't respond, containing a smile and opening his arms at her. Nguyen Tang went over shyly and leaned into his arms. Luli hugged her tightly, and his lips and teeth came close to her ear, biting gently on her earlobe. It tickled, and Ruan Tang's body couldn't help but tremble, spilling out a call, and then his low, mellow voice rang in his ears, "Baby, I love you." In that instant, Ruan Tang clearly heard his heart beating violently a few times. It was as if fireworks exploded in his head, and there was still a big difference between his own speculation and hearing him say it in person. Nguyen Tang's hand on his back tightened violently. "Brother," Private pouting like murmuring words, unconsciously from the mouth out of utterance. The voice was low and soft, and she blushed at the sound of it herself. She unconsciously raised her neck to take his increasingly passionate kisses. Hot lips kept traveling over her shoulders and neck, and the buttons of her shirt were unbuttoned by him one by one. The only thing left standing between the two was the thin material of Luli's body. He could even feel the heat radiating from her body. Desire festered and fell out of control. "Baby, is that okay?" Nguyen Tang didn't seem to be listening to her in her ecstasy, just clambering feebly on his shoulders with her hands, responding to his kisses with equal passion. Chapter 49 Rituals. It was only when Luli's fingers touched a certain place that Ruan Tang abruptly came to her senses. "Brother, wait a few more days." Luli's eyes reddened at the end. Why? It had come to this point. She couldn't still be shy. Just wait a few more days. Ruan Tang rubbed against Luli's arms and said in a delicate voice. Luli instantly lost his temper. "Okay, how many days?" "Secret." Nguyen Tang was mysterious. "What's the idea again?" "In time my brother will know." "Okay." Luli gestured down to her. "So what now? Help me." He trailed off, and there was actually a hint of petulance in his tone. Nguyen Tang nodded with a red face. With that, Luli picked her up and headed for the bed, also not forgetting to warn in her ear, "If you dare to dress like that again to tempt me, let's see what I'll do to you." Injustice, totally by accident. To say that she seduced him, humph. Ruan Tang was angry. She didn't know where she got the courage to suddenly charge him. "Brother, can't the time be faster this time? It's so slow every time. My hands hurt." Luli laughed lowly. "You won't say that when it's later." "Thinking about it?" Hiro confirmed with her again. "Aha." Nguyen Tang nodded. "Why do we have to wait until his birthday? Can't we just do it now? Life's too short to have fun in time." "I don't. Still the first time well. Just want to find a more memorable time." Because of shyness, Ruan Tang said stammered. "Oh, I see. The ritual. Commemorate your first night." Hearing the word first night, Ruan Tang's face turned even redder as she shyly glanced at Hiruru. "Don't say that. First night, sounds weird. What's wrong? Am I wrong?" "But it's not the first night." "Yes, but Nguyen Tang was still embarrassed to say it so bluntly. Hiruru wrapped her arm around her shoulders. "Baby, tell your sister. How did you figure it out? I see that you're not still quite shy." Hearing the baby in Hiruru's mouth, Ruan Tang suddenly thought of yesterday when Luli called him baby. His thin lips flicked out, and his cool, low voice uttered the sweetest two words, lustful and provocative. Nguyen Tang's heart fluttered and his lower abdomen tightened. Hiruru looked at her suspiciously and saw her smiling for no reason. A picture of dementia. She held her hand in front of Ruan Tang's eyes. "What's wrong? Stupid?" Ruan Tang then came back to her senses. She smiled and moved Hiruru's hand away. "No. So why did it just suddenly click?" "Because, brother, he confessed to me." Hiruru heard the meaning expressed in her words. "So you've been refusing to sleep with him because you don't know if he likes you?" Nguyen Tang nodded. "Seems like it." She used to think that she was shy because she wasn't ready, but after Luli told her "I love you" yesterday, she realized that what she had actually been mindful of was Luli's thoughts about her, and she wondered if he really loved her. After confirming it, I realized that doing that kind of thing with him didn't seem so unacceptable, and I was even looking forward to it a little bit. She planned to give herself to Luli on his birthday, and on her birthday, as soon as she passed 0 hour, she was going to be the first one to give him a birthday present. So, when she was having lunch with Hiruru this day at noon, she told Hiruru about her idea. Hiruru patted her meaningfully. "Baby, you really do live a more penetrating life than I do." Nguyen Tang smiled. "There are still a few days left until your husband's birthday. Don't you want to take advantage of these few days to make up for the knowledge in that area? I still have a few excellent books here. Do you want to send them to you?" Hiruru raised her eyebrows and smiled in a sneaky way. Is it okay? Ruantang asked with a red, shy face. Oh, this surprised Hiruru. Who was it that said last time that they wouldn't look at it? What? Are you addicted now? The little liar who talks out of his ass. His mind was revealed. Ruantang was bashful. Don't say it, Sister Ruru. I'm wrong. So tell me the truth. Isn't it pretty good looking? Just, kinda, okay. Nguyen mouthed off. Hiruru saw through it and didn't say anything. She took out her cell phone and sent the very best of her collection to Ruantang. Do you want to send you a few more movies? The novels have to rely on your own understanding, or the videos are more shallow and easy to understand. Forget it. She hadn't even looked at Lu Li's body in its entirety. If she went to look at a strange man's body, especially the private parts, if Lu Li knew about it, she would be furious. Forget it. Okay, then you'll go ahead and study these novels I sent you. Well, Nguyen nodded before adding, I'm also planning to go to a beauty salon in the next few days to get a skin treatment. Be at your best for your first time. Want another haircut? As well. It just so happens that I saw a hairstyle 2 days ago that particularly suits you. Saying that, Hiruru opened her cell phone again, found the previously saved picture in the photo album, and gave Ruantang a look. Yes, it is pretty if you look at the picture. It is a red curly hair, raspberry red, but the color is a little too flashy for Nguyen. She shook her head. I don't think I can handle it. Why can't you handle it? You were already white. This color will set off you even more white. And this role, you can modify the shape of your face better look. You think about it, under the bright lights, the young girl's palm-sized face, white as if through the light in general. This who see it is not confused. Hiruru spoke with a lot of emotion, and even brought body language when she talked about important places. Nguyen was starting to be impressed by what she was saying. Really? Trust me. But will my brother get mad if I get like this? Will he lecture me? If he lectures you, you dislike him back. Where else would a husband get mad at his wife for getting a haircut? If you can't dislike him, I'll dislike him for you. Don't be afraid. So, go. The two said to leave. Before Ruantang could backtrack, Hiruru took her to the barber store with a burst of energy and pressed her into the chair without a word. By the time Nguyen uptight energy gradually went down, the hair dye had already been applied halfway, and it was just too late to regret it. Don't worry, I'm good with my hands. Mr. Tony, a very handsome little brother, saw that Nguyen seemed to have something on his mind and opened his mouth to comfort him. Nguyen smiled. Good, your friend has a good eye. This hairstyle suits you, and of course, you're pretty and look good with any hairstyle. Thanks. I didn't realize that my little brother was not only handsome, but also so warm. Chapter 50, I'm wrong. I'll go stand in the penalty box now. Overall, Nguyen was impressed with this Tony. Even the coloring and ironing that lengthy didn't feel as hard. The afternoon passed quickly and by about 6 p.m. the hair was finally done. Ruantang looked at the mirror of the person who changed his face. Instantly had been surprised by himself. Really, quite good looking. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Yours looks good too. Hiruru had a very sharp short haircut and looked beautiful and valiant. Come on, let's take a picture. The two shot out of the barbershop all the way to the mall entrance, still somewhat unfulfilled. It would have been nice to have a full body shot, Hiruru stated regretfully. It would be a shame not to document such a beautiful time. Do you need help? As soon as he spoke, a clear male voice rang out next to him. It was the same Mr. Tony who had been fixing Nguyen hair earlier. Are you off duty here? Hiruru asked. Yes. Hiruru handed him her cell phone. Then please, remember to take beautiful pictures of us. Don't worry. Is that okay? That's fine. More shots. Good. How about a different position? For example, you could go up another step, with your arm casually resting on her shoulder and your eyes to the side. After a few shots, the little brother instructed the duo directly on their photo poses. Ruantang and Hiruru felt that his guidance seemed somewhat reasonable, so they did as he said. Like this? Exactly. Good for you. You've got some skills. These photos are as good as a blockbuster. Don't you really want to consider becoming a photographer? Hiruru looked at the photos that had just been taken one by one slide and couldn't help but marvel. The little brother waved his hand and said modestly, at my level, I'm just shooting for fun. Thanks, Nguyen said. You're too kind. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ruantang and Hiruru said to him and then left, and just 2 steps out, the little brother chased after him again. He unconsciously scratched his head in some embarrassment. I wonder if it's convenient to leave a contact. I think you want to keep her. Hiruru laughed and pointed at Ruantang. Otherwise, I've been to your store so many times. How come I haven't seen you ask me for my contact information? The youngest brother smiled and didn't say anything, as a sort of acquiescence. But you may be disappointed. She is married. When he first heard this news, The youngest brother was surprised, and sized up Ruantang once more. How to look at her, how she didn't look like she had already taken over the marriage, and was skeptical about this answer from Hiruru. Nguyen laughed softly. It's true, I'm sorry to be abrupt. Nguyen smiled and shook his head. It's okay. Yo, girl, great. Come to get a hair can meet the pursuer. This charm has not dropped. Hiruru frivolously hooked Ruantang's chin and joked. Well, you can stop snarking and remember to send me pictures. Got it. After the driver sent Hiruru back to school, Ruantang also went straight home. However, the closer he got to his home, the more apprehensive Nguyen became. I also wonder, what would Lu Li's reaction be when he saw her now? Is it like, or will it be angry? Nguyen was a little bit out of his mind. Uncle Li, do you think my hair looks good today? Ruantang thought about it and decided to ask the only man in front of her, the driver, for his opinion first. It's nice to look at, especially beautiful. And do you think brother will like it? Uncle Li laughed. How dare we guess what's in young master's mind? And yes, not only do you not dare to guess, but who can guess? Didn't she get a lecture last time when she dressed up so beautifully to show him? Forget it. Don't want to show him. Thinking so, Ruantang silently put the hood of the sweatshirt on her head, and tucked the exposed hair in again in the mirror. Luckily the hood was wide enough. Make sure you can't see anything without looking closely before getting out of the car. As soon as Ruantang entered the door, he saw Lu Li coming down from upstairs. He should have just come back as well, still wearing his formal shirt, slowly and methodically pulling up his sleeves. What took you so long? Where have you been? Went out shopping with my classmates. I told Mrs. Wu. Ruantang lowered her head and casually made a few perfunctory remarks, intending to go straight upstairs, and when she passed Lu Li, she accelerated her steps as if she was a thief. Lu Li backhanded her and grabbed her hat. Where to run? When the hat came off, Ruantang's hidden hair, too, instantly fell apart. Red curly hair that fell casually over her shoulders. A flash of color flashed in Lu Li's eyes, but it was fleeting. When to get my hair done? Aha! Lu Li stared at her with an uncertain expression. Ruantang was flustered by his look. I'm wrong. I'll go find a place to stand for punishment now. Come back. She had just taken a step when Lu Li tugged on her hat and yanked it back, and he hooked the corners of his mouth. When did I say I'd let you stand in punishment? Not bad. He was referring to the hair. Not bad coming from him is already extremely high praise. Ruantang snickered but didn't dare to show it for fear that Lu Li would think she was self-absorbed. She pursed her lips and forced herself to respond with a calm. Is that so? But the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Well, did you just hide it because you were afraid I'd see it? Lu Li asked. Aha. Nguyen acknowledged with a nod. Are you stupid? Can this be hidden? Lu Li raised his hand and made a gesture to knock her. But after seeing her pitiful little appearance, he still didn't have the heart to do it. As long as it takes. I didn't intend to hide it for long. I just didn't want to show it to him for the time being. Afraid I'll lecture you? Lu Li asked again. Kind of. Nguyen mumbled in a low voice. Didn't brother tell you? I will change. In the future. As long as it's not a matter of principle. Like this kind of harmless little thing. Brother doesn't care about you. Really? Ruantang instantly beamed with joy. Lu Li squinted at her. Fake. When he finished speaking, he took a step toward the location of the restaurant. Ruantang followed closely, wrapping his arms around him and relying on him. Don't, brother, I won't ask. Lu Li smiled and withdrew his arm, then circled her neck with his arm. Let's go eat first. He was more than 20 centimeters taller than Nguyen, and in this position he hated to lift Nguyen's entire body. Ruantang couldn't help but cry out. It hurts, brother. Chapter 51, I'm to blame for your short legs. I'm full. That's all you're going to eat? Well, I've gained some weight lately. I need to lose some. After all, she wanted to look her best for the day. Saying that, she stood up, intending to leave. The several novels that Hiruru had sent her today she hadn't come to read yet, wanting to take this opportunity to go and take a look at a couple of them, to see if they were really as superb as she said they were. Sit down. What's the point of losing weight? You're going to be a sparrow if you're any thinner. You'll be a diaphragm to hold. Again the tone of command. This time, Ruantang Dai was not happy. Brother just said that he wouldn't care about me in the future, and now he's starting to go back on his word. Ro! The little girl was now stumped up. Lu Li knew that he was in the wrong, but he couldn't be angry, gritted his teeth and smiled sorrowfully. Okay, brother doesn't care about you. Go upstairs. Ruantang raised his feet and just walked away when Lu Li's voice came from behind him again. Oh yeah, Mom called today and said she's taking you to a party tomorrow. Said it's Auntie Wu's birthday party. Ha, so I'm releasing it on this end? Lu Li looked up and surveyed her for a few moments, shaking his head. I don't think so. Think about how you're going to deal with those elders tomorrow with this little red hair of yours. Nguyen seems to have that image in her head. A bunch of ants gathered around her and commented. What then, brother? Is it too late for me to get it back? Luli raised his hand fussily to look at the time and held it out to Ruan Tang. What do you think? And can this bit of your hair stand up to you tossing it around like that? Nguyen Tang dropped his eyes in dismay. Then his eyes lit up again. Then why don't I tell Mom that I can't go tomorrow? Well, what's the reason? Nguyen Tang thought for a moment. I'm sick. I can't go. Oh, then you don't have to wait until tomorrow. Mom has to come over to see you later. Then I'll say, I have a class tomorrow and can't go. Luli gave her a skeptical look. Need I remind you that tomorrow is Saturday? Oh, what should I do? Brother, give me a solution. Luli didn't respond, just looked meaningfully at the rice bowl in front of Ruan Tang. I see. I'll eat now. Well, eat more. Luli chucked a piece of fish into Ruan Tang's bowl. This meal, Ruan Tang was hard dragged to accompany Luli to eat until the end. As if she wanted to deliberately please him, she rarely ate more, and in the end directly burped. Ruan Tang covered her mouth in embarrassment and smiled at Luli. Luli pushed back his chair and stood up. I'm done eating. After saying that, he turned to leave, seemingly with no intention of giving Ruan Tang any ideas. Ruan Tang had to speak up to remind him. Brother, what the hell are we going to do? Think for yourself. You lied. I did everything you asked and ate my meal. Luli turned back, wrinkled his eyebrows, and asked rhetorically, did I say I'd help you after you finished eating? Yes, he hadn't said it outright. It was all in Nguyen Tang's own imagination, but he'd clearly implied it all. Ruan Tang was so angry that his brain short-circuited a bit. Brother, you're such a dog. Luli's eyes sank. What did you say? Just now that was Ruan Tang was so angry that he could not choose his words, and he regretted saying it. Now after seeing his expression, it was even more abysmal, and she couldn't help but shrink her neck, and very spinelessly stated, no, didn't say anything. Luli turned around, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. He went upstairs and came down after changing into his workout clothes, and Nguyen Tang was still sitting at the table, puffed up and looking upset. Come here. Luli stood still in the living room and greeted her. What for? Nguyen Tang asked. Not to lose weight, take you out for a walk. Not going. She was a wimp, but that didn't mean she wasn't angry, especially during the moment Luli went upstairs. The more she thought about it, the more angry she was, and still wanted her to go out with him, not even a door. She brainstormed. No. There are ghosts out there at night. A ghost? Luli wondered what was going on in her head. How could she say something so idiotic and inexplicably cute? Ruan Tang, tribal ting me again. Having been in the top position for a long time, he had easily grasped which tone to use to say the words with the most oppressive feeling. What's more, Nguyen Tang was supposed to be a little wimp. No more. Come here. Oh, brother, good brother. After going out, Ruan Tang affectionately held Luli's arm, hating the whole person to hang on it. Luckily, she was thin, and it wasn't too much effort for Luli to drag her. If you have something to say it. Luli asked knowingly. Help me. What should I do? When the time comes, if I go, I won't be disgracing your Lu family. Your Lu family? Luli paused and repeated. After hearing the meaning of his words, Ruan Tang busily changed his words. No, let's. If those ants don't have a good impression of me tomorrow, won't Lu's mom's face be dishonored as well? Well, you have a point. Luli suddenly changed his attitude. Seeing him say that, Nguyen Tang thought it was a good idea. Right. Luli used his hand to ruffle the tips of her hair, and then after carefully observing some seriously said, why don't you go back later and brother take the ink to dye it for you? At this moment, if Ruan Tang didn't realize that Luli was playing a trick on her, she was a cutie. She stomped her foot in exasperation. Brother, yuck. The puffy little look is adorable. Luli couldn't help but pinch her face. How can you be so gullible? Ruan Tang glared at him. Obviously, it's brother who is old and cunning. Humph. To show the level of exasperation, she grunted twice. Luli put his arm around her shoulder. Alright, brother is teasing you. If you go like this, no one will talk about you. They can't wait to praise you. Really? The Lu family still has this bit of status in Kyoto. This is, of course, a modest statement. That's right. Even if others wanted to say something on the basis of her being the Lu family's daughter-in-law, they wouldn't put it out in the open. How does she fall for Luli? Humph. So angry. Let's go. Luli put his arm around her and walked forward. Brother, carry me. Luli looked down at her. Didn't you say you wanted to lose weight? Tired. That's only a few steps and you're tired? It's just that I'm tired. Look at how long your legs are. One step can take two of mine. I can't even keep up. Carry me. Ruan Tang complained in a delicate voice. Luli laughed. You blame me for your short legs? It's your fault. You're carrying me on your back. Luli stopped. Okay, come up here yourself. Ruan-Tang looked at the man standing straight in front of her and was furious. This man was clearly making things difficult for her. How could she get on when he was standing like this? The old very strengthens the new enmity. Ruan-Tang didn't hold back and raised his foot to kick him in the calf. You dare to kick me? Lu Li was a bit surprised. Aang. Nguyen-Tang stated in a very small but hard voice. Didn't you kick it already? What else to ask? Typical reasoning. Chapter 52, is this your child? You've taken good care of him. Subsequently, Ruan-Tang did not know what came to her mind. Suddenly began to laugh. This laugh directly could not be put away. She bent over, pinching her stomach and laughing uncontrollably. What are you laughing at? Lu Li was surprised. Wait, until I finish laughing. Nguyen-Tang tried to say come on, but couldn't stop laughing. Okay, it's time to get a tummy ache from laughing again. But how can such things be controlled by man? Ruan-Tang himself didn't want to laugh, but there was no way out, and it was only after another half hour that he slowly stopped, tears coming out of the corners of his eyes. Lu Li took his fingertips to help her wipe it off. What's wrong? It makes you laugh like this. That's just it. A paragraph just came to mind. What paragraph? A netizen made up a segment for an artiste that said don't mess with that artiste in the future and watch out for him jumping up and hitting you in the knee. So saying, she couldn't help but smile again. Lu Li's face didn't change. Very funny? Funny? Ha? You don't think it's funny? Childish. Lu Li turned around and continued to walk forward. Childish? He's not childish. Old man. Ruan-Tang rushed at Lu Li's back and kicked again through the air. He looked back as if he had a sense. Nguyen-Tang was so scared that he was busy pulling his foot back. Or are you going to jump up and hit me in the knee too? Lu Li opened his mouth. Who wants to punch him in the knee? Sick. So does brother let fight? You can try. His tone was uncertain, unable to say whether it was a threat or an invitation. Nguyen-Tang interpreted it as an invitation to try it out. Ruan-Tang walked up to Lu Li. I don't need to jump to hit my brother's knee. Oh. He said that he was even a little bit proud of himself. Lu Li laughed lightly and said nothing, letting her play. She watched Lu Li's demeanor and tentatively moved her foot closer to his knee, almost touching it. Ruan-Tang, however, was picked up violently, and the sudden suspension startled her, causing her to exclaim, ah. When she came back to her senses again, she was already being held face to face in Lu Li's arms, acting as if she were holding a child, and Ruan-Tang was self-conscious of being a little ashamed. Brother, put me down. Not tired? Yes, but also did not let him so embrace his knot. Even if he came to a princess embrace it, Ruan-Tang are not so awkward. Face-to-face embrace like what appearance? That's not good. Lu Li had to put her down, then raised his hand and pinched her cheeks. Why is her skin so thin? Just thin. Okay, walk a little longer and brother will carry you. Well, brother go slow. Good. The two of them walked a little further, and in front of the mall, a lot of people were gathered around the balloon seller uncle. Nguyen-Tang looked at the balloons in the hands of the passing children and his mind began to wander. Brother, I want balloons too. She tugged at Lu Li, her eyes a careful inquiry. Go buy it. A balloon is just a balloon. Why does it still look pathetic? Lu Li is a little puzzled. I don't want to go. Brother buy it over for me. Ruan-Tang tugged on Lu Li's sleeve and squirmed. What's wrong? It's all the kids buying. I'm so old. I'm sorry. Oh, so that's where the concern lies. Lu Li let out a light laugh, then snickered. Brother won't be embarrassed? Am I shameless, or do I have thick skin? Brother can pretend it was bought for his own child. After all, he was old enough to say it was normal to have children. Of course, Ruan-Tang didn't say the latter words. She was afraid that if she did, Lu Li would be even less likely to agree. Buying it for a child? That's like something someone with her brain circuits could come up with. Then wait here and stay put. Well, brother go on. Want a couple? Or all of them? One. Just one. Where do I put it all? To play with? Ruan-Tang thinks Lu Li isn't smart sometimes. Not to mention, it's kind of awkward to shop with so many kids. Lu Li waited for the children to finish their shopping and all disperse before he had the good sense to step forward. Would you like to see which one you want? There are many kinds of balloons. There are several kinds of small animals. There are also small flowers. Lu Li is really a little difficult. Ruan-Tang did not say which kind she wants. Seeing him torn, the stall owner reminded. Why don't you ask your child what he likes? Lu Li waved at Nguyen-Tang across the road. Nguyen-Tang didn't know what was going on, so he had to walk over. The stall owner looked at Ruan-Tang and then looked again with surprise in his eyes. This is your child? You've taken good care of it. Lu Li's face sank. Ruan-Tang didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. Lu Li's face darkened even more, giving Ruan-Tang a warning glance before asking, which one do you want? Ruan-Tang forced a smile. Let's have that little piggy one. It was pink and cute. What? Is it because you think the looks resemble you? Lu Li asked with a sullen face. Nguyen-Tang shook his head and didn't respond, afraid that if he opened his mouth, he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. Lu Li glared at her, then led her back. On the way, the more Ruan Tang thought about it, the funnier he felt, and he held back, but in the end he couldn't hold back. Lu Li was helpless and stood to the side holding his arms waiting for her to finish laughing. So happy to be treated like my daughter? Not at all. Nguyen Tang denied desperately. Lu Li surveyed her meaningfully, the corner of his mouth hooked, and he laughed. That's right, my genes can't give birth to a daughter with such short legs. Brother, nasty. Ruan Tang was furious. I'm going to tell Dad that you said he has bad genes. Why didn't I realize he was so toxic before? Obviously quite a decent person. How come he has grown a mouth? I didn't say that. Lu Li stated airily. Yes, he is not saying it directly, but you meant that. Nguyen Tang huffed. Oh, do you have proof? He asked back very roguishly. You. Ruan Tang was furious. How could there be such a shameless person who could disown what he said? What was even more annoying was that Ruan Tang could not help him. You have been half a day, but did not think of a rebuttal to his words, and finally angry directly squatted to the ground. Exasperated. Said, I'm angry. I don't want to like brother ever again. Before the latter few words were finished, Lu Li covered his lips with a nervous expression. Don't say it. Nguyen Tang didn't know why he reacted so strongly, and not caring that he was still angry with him, he explained, I was joking. Joking is not okay. What brother did not do well? You say a brother can go to change, but you can not like brother. Lu Li realized with hindsight that there was no way he could imagine what Ruan Tang would be like if he didn't like him. He could be strong enough to keep her to himself, but there was no way for him not to care if she was happy or not. The fact that she didn't like him anymore meant that he would lose her forever. Lu Li didn't dare to imagine what he would do in the future without her. The mere thought of it hurt like a tear in the heart. Seeing him like this, Ruan Tang's heart inexplicably also felt hard for a moment and whispered, I didn't dislike my brother. Aha! Lu Li simply answered without saying anything else. The two people continued to walk forward. Perhaps because of that little episode just now, Lu Li did not tease her from time to time like when he came. He has been silent. The air pressure around him is very low. Chapter 53, I'd like to put a balloon in your ear. This was like his previous style, but Nguyen Tang felt uncomfortable with it. It's a little scary how quiet it is. Didn't brother say he would carry me? Ruan Tang tentatively looked for a topic. Lu Li obediently crouched down. Come up here. Oh, wish granted but not as happy as expected. Ruan Tang silently climbed onto his back. Lu Li rested his hand on her leg and stood up. The elevation suddenly rose. Even the view became wider. Didn't they say that those who are taller breathe different air? It seems to be the case. Ruan Tang thought darkly. She tightly hugged Lu Li's neck, still clutching the balloon she just bought in her hand. The rope fell on Lu Li's ear, and when the wind blew, it gently cut and rubbed on it. A ridiculous thought surfaced in Nguyen Tang's mind. Brother, can I tie a balloon to your ear? Lu Li first choked, probably not expecting her to ask that, and then sneered. Why don't you just bolt it into my brother's neck and just hang me to death? Brother, no nonsense. Hearing him say something about death, Ruan Tang got anxious and chided. And you know it's nonsense. Unconsciously a smile began to spill from the corners of his mouth. It was indeed nonsense, and it was only when he heard that he was in the mood to joke with himself again that Nguyen Tang began to let go. Then, Ruan Tang heard him say, Sugar Plum, I should have known that my brother should have gone to study medicine. Why do you want to study medicine? Never heard him say that he liked medicine before. How is this even a sudden regret? Good to study what's going on in your head. Otherwise, how could there be so many strange and bizarre brain circuits? Bolting balloons to his ears. Thanks to her for thinking of it. Ruan Tang then realized that Lu Li was teasing her. In the spirit of coming and going, Nguyen Tang whispered into his ear. What's in my head? Didn't brother already know? It was Lu Li's turn to be puzzled. All I have in my head is brother Saying that, she added, Brother, I like you so much. Knowing that she was joking, but Lu Li's heartbeat was still uncharacteristically messed up. The knots in his throat rolled, and he didn't respond for half a second, before giving a helpless laugh a moment later. Stinky girl, I can't do anything about you. The next morning, Lu's mom came over from the old mansion, followed by an entire styling team. In the living room, Ruan Tang was being circled in Lu Li's arms, reading a book with him, and when she heard the commotion, she made a move to get up, but was held down by Lu Li. It's not good that mom is here, Nguyen Tang reminded him. She was getting used to being close to him in private now, but she was still apprehensive in front of people. Lu Li calmly turned the book in his hand over a page, circling her hand without the slightest intention of letting go. No, she will be happier. Ruan Tang wanted to say something else, but Lu's mom had already entered the house. Mom! Nguyen Tang struggled to get up anyway. This time, without waiting for Lu Li to say anything, Lu's mom jumped ahead and said, Don't get up, just like this. It's fine. She scrutinized the duo's posture. Overjoyed, Ruan-Tang was already a little embarrassed, and being looked at by Mother Lu in this way, she couldn't help but start blushing. Her eyes were shy and delicate and about to drip water. Luli looked at her and signaled her with his eyes. See, I was right. Nguyen-Tang glared back angrily, then forcefully broke away from his arms. She still couldn't stand making out in front of her elders, and besides, there were outsiders. Why are you up? Mom came at a bad time and disturbed you, didn't she? Now Ruan-Tang's face turned even redder. Mom, it's my brother who bullies me. You don't even care. Honey, that's not bullying. Lu's mom laughed. What is it if it's not bullying? Lu's mom didn't say it, but Ruan-Tang understood and instantly became even more shy. Knowing that she was thin-skinned, Lu's mother smiled and didn't continue the topic. When she had just come in, Lu's mother had seen at a glance that she had changed her hairstyle, but at the time, there were more important things than that, so she didn't ask. It was just the right moment to speak up and ask, Sugar, when did you get your hair done? Show mommy. Nguyen-Tang took 2 steps back. Is it nice? Mom. Her tone was weak, not too confident. The words of Lu Li's joke yesterday still cast a shadow over her, and she wasn't sure if her current hairstyle and color would be pleasing to the elders. Lu's mother scrutinized her carefully, then smiled. Good looking, even prettier. Really? Sure. Ruan-Tang glanced at Lu Li and her eyes darted around. Mom, isn't it not good if I go to a banquet like this? The aunts shouldn't like my hairstyle. She looked down and picked at her fingers, her tone timid and sounding a little pathetic. Lu Li shook his head and lost his smile. The little fox was starting to take revenge. Why yes, aunts aren't that old-fashioned. We can't wait for you little girls to dress up. It's so eye-catching, but my brother said it would make people gossip behind my back, so I'd better not go. Mother Lu glared at Lu Li and turned to Ruan-Tang. Don't listen to him. With mother here, who dares to gossip? Then, she poked Ruan-Tang's nose with hatred. You too. Why do you believe his words so much? I dare not disbelieve what my brother says. When she finished, she sniffled appropriately. Lu's mother was heartbroken, took Ruan-Tang into her arms, and in the meantime, she ruthlessly plucked out Lu Li twice. Okay baby, poor thing. Mommy will help you teach him a lesson. Mommy will do it for you, haha. Aha. Nguyen-Tang answered timidly. Lu's mother went over and punched Lu Li twice. How have you been bullying her? Making her afraid of you like this? Lu Li looked at the little fox who was smiling smugly and said helplessly. Mom, do you see her like that, like she's afraid of me? Lu's mother turned her head. Ruan-Tang still had that pitiful look. She was even more furious. I'm telling you, Sugar Candy is your wife now. You need to stop putting up those as a brother. Chapter 54. Hey, help me cover the hickey on my body. Lu Li was helpless. Okay, it was sort of posed by the little fox. What is this? The one who played with the eagle was pecked by the eagle. Why didn't I realize before that the little fox acted so well? Okay baby, mommy has taught him a lesson. He doesn't dare anymore. Let's pick out some clothes, okay? After lecturing Lu Li, Lu's mom hoofed it to coax Ruan-Tang again. The trick had worked, so Ruan-Tang also stopped pretending and answered crisply. Good. Sugar, how about wearing this gown today? Mom thinks this one matches your hair quite well. Lu's mom picked a white satin sheath dress. Good looking. Then go try. Yeah. As he passed by Lu Li, he reached out and grabbed Ruan-Tang's wrist. Do you need my help? Nguyen-Tang shrugged him off and stated suavely. No need. It would not occur to her at this moment that there would be a time when she would need his help. Nguyen-Tang went into the house to change for a long time and never came out. Lu's mother nudged Lu Li. Your wife hasn't come out for so long. Aren't you worried? Lu Li looked up from his book. Worried. Go check it out. Lu's mom unconsciously raised her voice. Good. Looking at her son's back, Lu's mother was speechless to the extreme. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Rotten wood cannot be carved. When Lu Li went in, Ruan-Tang had already changed her clothes, but there was no sign that she was going out. She was frowning and didn't know what she was thinking. When she saw Lu Li go in, her frown deepened, and there was even more indignation and resentment in her eyes. Lu Li was unsure. What's wrong? Ignoring him, Ruan-Tang grunted and turned his back, looking like he was angry. Lu Li sat down next to her. What's wrong, baby? It was probably because of this address that Nguyen-Tang finally turned to look at him. She huffed and pointed to her bare skin. Look at, below the collarbone, there were a few ambiguous red marks, which couldn't be seen when wearing normal clothes on weekdays, so Ruan-Tang didn't pay attention to them. However, with this gown, some of what shouldn't be shown is shown. No wonder I'm mad at him. It's really his fault. Lu Li can't defend himself. How about another one? Lu Li suggested. Maybe it would cover it. Ruan-Tang shook her head and denied. When she was choosing the clothes just now, she had looked at them, the ones that showed even more than this one. A little further down, the teeth marks on her chest would have been exposed. At the thought of this, Ruan-Tang was even more furious. her fists pounding on Lu Li's body in no good humor. It's all because of brother. You have to be like this. When the love is strong, no one thinks this is something, but now there is a problem. But it is the blame for the originator. Lu Li wrapped his arms around her. Lay on me. Lay on me. Don't be angry, baby. Let's think of something else. What's the solution? Tang was on the verge of crying. Let the makeup artist figure out how to cover it up. So what do I say? I can't say. Hey, I've got a couple hickeys on me. Will you guys cover them up for me? Hearing her say this, Lu Li didn't hold back a laugh. And brother laughs. No more laughing. No more laughing. Lu Li then shook her hand and said with a straight face, don't worry. I'm here. Tang himself also understood that it was not a solution to hide any longer, since it was unavoidable. Having him in front of him was much more acceptable than going out on your own. She nodded. Let's go then. Just as she got up, Lu Li pulled her back, her body tilting just enough to sit on his lap. Leave later? Brother asked you why you didn't ask me to come in just now. If he doesn't come, is it possible that she has to stay here forever? Tang squirmed a little before replying after half a second. Isn't that because I said I didn't need your help before? Oh, so it's a case of pulling the plug on him and just toughing it out alone. Lu Li snorted and lost a little, preferring to be left alone, refusing to look for him. The little girl still didn't treat him as a husband in her heart now. What is a couple? Husbands and wives are the closest people who can be honest and open with each other. It's someone who can do without worrying about image or face. However, it was becoming more natural to lose his temper with him now, which was a good step forward. Lu Li raised his hand to knock her, but in the end he didn't have the heart to do it, and just snapped at her. Silly. As soon as the words left his mouth, another voice sounded outside the door. Lu Li, sugar. For a long time, not seeing the two go out, Lu's mom couldn't help but come over and knock on the door. Tang didn't reply, waiting for Lu Li to answer. Mom, it's coming, he said. The two of them got up, and Lu Li naturally took her hand, shielding her on the inside. Lu's mother was still at the door, and when she saw them come out she opened her mouth and asked, what happened? The eyes traveled over the faces of the two. Tang's eyes dodged and he tugged on Lu Li's hand, signaling him to speak. Lu Li coughed lightly. There are a few marks on Sugar's body that the gown can't cover. I didn't think so before, but now that I'm saying it myself, it's kind of embarrassing. Prince? What marks? Mother Lu's eyes wandered back to Tang, and after seeing the red marks under her collarbone, she instantly understood. She was naturally happy that the two of them were on good terms, but then she saw Tang's reddened eyes, and she was angry for a moment, blaming Lu Li for his indiscriminate nonsense, knowing full well that Sugar Plum had to go to a banquet today, and then messing with her like this yesterday. Lu Li smiled back and said awkwardly, not yesterday. How many days has it been? The marks haven't gone down for days. How heavy you must have been. Your own daughter-in-law doesn't know how much it hurts. Concerned about Tang's emotions, Lu's mother deliberately turned her back and lowered her voice. Tang could still inevitably hear it. After all, it was so close. Lu Li just laughed, did not respond. Usually high-cold and reserved General Manager Lu will also have a time to be defeated. Rarely. Tang's heart finally felt better. Deserved it. After that, according to what Lu Li said, the marks on his body were finally covered up under the makeup artist's skillful makeup techniques, although it was impossible to completely cover them up, but if you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell. The bit of resentment towards Lu Li in his heart gradually disappeared. Before leaving, Tang even sweetly greeted Lu Li. Brother, I'm leaving. Lu Li looked at the person in front of him and had a momentary wobble. She was beautiful in a long white sheath dress, her slightly curly red hair hanging over her white, bare shoulders, and her face was covered in delicate makeup. Perhaps it was because he had watched her grow up. In addition to being amazed, Lu Li also had a sense of relief that a daughter in my family was growing up. I wanted to kiss her, but in the end I held back and only raised my hand to touch the top of her hair. I have a social engagement tonight, so if it ends early, I'll go over and pick you up. Good. Thoughtfully, he added in a low voice, drink less. Aha. Chapter 55. What's sister saying? I don't understand. At the banquet, Tang obediently followed the side of Mother Lu. Before she occasionally accompanied Mother Lu to participate in some banquets, cannot say that it is easy to do so, but also can cope with it. As Lu Li said, this night, in addition to a belly full of good food, he also gained a bucket full of good words. She was praised for her beauty and understanding. And, of course, there were those who praised Mama Lu for finding a good daughter-in-law. She wasn't a child anymore, so naturally she wouldn't take it all seriously. But despite this, Tang was quite happy. After the party was over, the drinks consumed at the dinner party played a role, and Tang went to the restroom after talking to Lu's mom. As soon as she came out, she received a Weibo message on her cell phone, sent by Lu Li. telling her that he had already arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Although he hadn't seen him for only one night, when he thought of seeing him right away, Ruan Tang was actually a little bit expectant, and his steps were also a little bit more eager, perhaps walking too fast. In the corner, almost with the opposite side of the coming people collided together. Fortunately, the two people are relatively fast reaction. In time to collect, Nguyen Tang smiled apologetically at her and said, "Sorry." The person across from her choked at first, looking at her in a not-so-friendly way. After all, with what had just happened, Ruan Tang didn't take it to heart. She apologized, and nothing substantial happened as she lifted her foot and continued on her way. "Ms. Nguyen," the voice came from behind. Ruan Tang stopped and looked back. It was the same lady from just now. Ruan Tang couldn't remember having seen her anywhere. Her first thought was that the Miss Ruan she was talking about shouldn't be her, but after looking around and seeing no other people, Ruan Tang confirmed to her, "You are calling me?" The lady on the other side laughed. "Yes, we've met before. Doesn't Ms. Ruan remember?" It was true that he didn't remember. Nguyen Tang didn't express it outright. He just smiled. "I had a meeting with Ms. Ruan last time at Lu's." Hearing her say this, Ruan Tang then remembered that this was the lady who had called out Lu Liali at Lu's earlier. As for what the other party's name was, Nguyen Tang still didn't think of it, or she simply didn't know, so he just said, "Hello." Sort of tells her that she's remembered what she said. "Ray didn't come with you?" She still referred to Luli as Ali, but Ruan Tang was now not as sour as she had been when she first heard it. "Yes," she responded, making no explanation. Nor could she. Zhang Xin laughed twice. "Last time I saw Ali at the banquet he was also alone. It just so happened that I was by myself at the time, so I just..." "Miss Ruan, don't mind." She paused for a moment, as if she had said nothing, and then as if she had said everything, only nodding, but evocative. "Sister, what's being said? I don't seem to understand much." The childish tone coupled with her innocent expression made it hard to suspect that she was lying, but Zhang Xin was like a punch in the cotton. Even though she had more lingering thoughts, they were all blocked back by the other party's words of not being able to understand. She smiled sarcastically, and wondered if the yellow-haired girl in front of her was really stupid, or if she was pretending to be stupid. As she was thinking, Lu's mom didn't see Ruan Tang come out of the restroom for a long time and was worried, so she looked for her. "Mom, Mrs. Lu." Zhang Xin recognized that this was Lu Li's mother and then shouted back, "Who is this?" Because she was standing with Ruan Tang, Lu's mother recognized her as Ruan Tang's friend as a matter of course. Before Ruan Tang could open her mouth, Zhang Xin took the lead to introduce herself. "Hello Mrs. Lu, I'm Ali's college classmate, and now I have some business cooperation with Lu's. You can call me Zhang Xin." Mother Lu also understood what was going on. "Miss Zhang, right? I do have a son named Lu Li. I don't know which one of you is the Ali in Miss Zhang's mouth." She mentioned Li and named Lu. Who else could it be but Lu Li? "No, that Mrs. Lu, this is deliberately difficult her." But Zhang Xin did not dare to attack, can only accompany the smile. Embarrassed, "Sorry Mrs. Lu, I and Lu Li is 4 years of college classmates, so in the name of the inevitable on the intimate sum, since Miss Zhang is Lu Li's college classmate, I'm sure she should know that he's already married, and it's a bit inappropriate for Miss Zhang to address him like that in front of Lu Li's wife." "Yes, you're right. If Miss Zhang has nothing else, we will take our leave." "Take your time then. I'll visit you some other time." Zhang Xin didn't think much of it when she said that. It was just a polite remark, but Lu's mom refused without mercy. "It's still not necessary. There are so many Lu Li's classmates. I can't entertain them." This is to tell her that there are so many classmates, so don't rely on this relationship to get closer. Zhang Xin had been put down a few times in a row, and at once did not know what to say, but stood dumbfounded, with a dizzy spell in front of her eyes. She only gradually came back to her senses when Mama Lu had already walked away with Ruan Tang. She touched her cheek, a slightly cool touch, and she realized she was crying. After realizing this, Zhang Xin wiped her tears hard and smiled again, only under the cold white light. That smile was a bit creepy. "Is it because you think Mom is too insensitive?" After noticing Ruan Tang's eyes falling on her face, Lu's mom asked with a smile. Nguyen Tang shook his head. "Not, Mom, I adore you." Ruan Tang admired Lu's mother, clearly speaking the strongest words out of her mouth, but her posture remained elegant and generous, easily disliking people without being able to pick any faults. Unlike her, all she does is play dumb. Lu's mom pampered and pinched Ruan Tang's cheeks. "Aren't you pretty good too?" It turned out that when Lu's mom went over, she happened to hear those last two conversations between Ruan Tang and Zhang Xin. What Ruan Tang could hear, how could Lu's mom not hear? She'd seen a lot of women like that who pounced on men with all their might. The best way to deal with this kind of people is to be quick, steady, accurate and ruthless, without leaving any mercy. Although her relationship with Lu Li's father had always been good, Successful and attractive men were most likely to attract butterflies, and Luli's father was no exception, even though he himself didn't have the heart for it. Over the years, there had been quite a few that had danced before her, and those like Zhang Xin, whose Dao was too shallow, had been handled with little effort for a long time. But Ruan Tang has not experienced this kind of thing, although some small smart, but after all, the age of young, Lu mother thought about it, but still feel that it is not good, should be told to Luli, so that he restrained himself in good behavior. Chapter 56, whose husband should be responsible. Just as she was thinking this, she saw that in the hotel lobby, the person who was turning his back to her was not her son Luli. Who else could it be? Luli's words that he might come to pick up Ruan Tang in the evening were not known to Lu's mom. It was still a bit of a surprise to see him here. What brings you here? I've come to pick up sugar candy and take her home, he explained as he stood squarely in front of Lu's mother, but his fingers hanging down at his side hooked immodestly at Ruan Tang. Nguyen Tang understood and took small steps away from Mama Lu to lean toward him. Mother Lu didn't know what came to her mind. She yanked Ruan Tang and pulled back. Sugar candy is coming back to the old mansion with me today. You go home by yourself. After saying that, he didn't pay attention to Luli's doubts and led Ruan Tang out. On his way out, he added, "Don't follow me." In the car, Ruan Tang looked down at his fingertips, seemingly still able to feel the warm touch that had just touched his palm, though only for a moment. Nguyen Tang unconsciously glanced back. What? Want to go back with Luli? Lu's mother smiled and teased after noticing her movements. Naturally, Nguyen Tang refused to admit it. No, I still want to spend more time with mom. All past from this stage, Lu's mother naturally understands her mind, but did not poke it. Sugar Plum, you and Luli you have a good relationship. Mom is very happy, but then, I have to tell you, don't be too nice to him, and chill out a bit from time to time so that you can hold him better. Ruan Tang laughed. It should be rare for such a mother-in-law to hand over to her daughter-in-law to take her son how she wanted. Mom is on your side, Lu's mom added. When mom says that, my brother should be jealous, then let him eat it. Their car arrived around the same time as Luli's car, and as soon as Luli got out of the car, she received Lu's mother's angry look. Didn't I not let you come with me? Although he didn't know what his mother Sama was doing to him for such a reason, Luli had no choice but to smile and say, "You've brought the hostages back, do I dare not come?" Lu's mother was surprised at her own son is quite a humor cell. This face cannot be boarded down. Smiling and ranting, "Count you know what you're doing, but Sugar will be sleeping with me tonight. It's been a long time since we've slept together as a mother, so it's a good time to have some private conversations. What about my dad? Your dad? Let him deal with it in the guest room for the night." As he was talking, Luanhua happened to come down from upstairs, only half listening to the conversation between the two, and casually asked, "Who's going to the guest room? Guests at home?" "You," Lu's mom told him succinctly. "Mom said she wants to sleep with Sugar Plum," Luli explained, while not forgetting to give a wink to Lu's father. Lu's father didn't react on his face, but Ruan Tang clearly saw him give Luli a private okay gesture. Then Lu's father walked to Lu's mother, half embraced her, and walked in the direction of the bedroom. "Wife, listen to me. First of all, people's young couple just got married. Where is the reason to sleep in separate rooms? Have you not always wanted to hold grandchildren earlier? Where to harvest without plowing?" Plowing? Was that what she thought it meant? Nguyen Tang felt like her three views had been refreshed, although she was used to seeing the love between the two of them. Ruan Tang was still a little unsteady when she heard this kind of words from Lu's father. She glanced at Luli, who was much more calm than she was. "And yeah, I'll sleep in the guest room. How am I supposed to sleep if you're not around?" Papa Lu's voice faded away, ending in a slamming door. It seems that the idea of Lu's mom wanting to sleep with her today is out of the question. Ruan Tang rang up the theory that Lu's mom had told her when she was in the car, that Lu's mom thought she was the one who was holding Lu's dad, but in fact, she was also being held by Lu's dad. It's probably just a case of brine to tofu. One thing leads to another, and both of them are both brine and tofu. What are you thinking about? Perhaps she was too mesmerized by her thinking, and she only came back to her senses after Luli spoke. "Secret." Thin lips flicked out in a coquettish smile. "There are more and more secrets now, and I don't like it," Luli stated hurtfully. His comment was met with a simple tone of voice from the other side. "Oh," Luli repeated again. "I said I don't like it." There was more or less a bit of gnashing of teeth. "I know, but doesn't brother have a lot of secrets he hasn't told me, such as Sister Joanne's matter?" She rehashed old scores from before. Luli felt that she was doing it on purpose, but she favored an innocent expression. "Didn't my brother say so? I'll change." "Oh, I'll change that too." Brother, wait a little longer. Not being able to hold back, a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and was even seen by Luli. Nguyen Tang felt that he should be unlucky if he stayed any longer, so the 36th plan was to leave. However, it didn't work out. "Want to run?" Luli hooked his lips, a hint of danger in his eyes, and looped his arm around her neck to bring her into his arms. Brother, I was wrong. Ruan-Tang had always practiced the principle that those who knew what was right were right. We'll talk about this later. Right now I have more important things to do. What? Plow. Dad is right. Where is the harvest? If you don't plow, it doesn't matter to him if there is a harvest or not. The focus is still on whether or not you can plow. So come on, wife. Let's grab a plow. Upon hearing him say the word wife, Ruan-Tang froze again. And what he said afterward, Ruan-Tang didn't even listen to. She'd called him her husband many times, but this was the first time she'd called her wife, and her heart fluttered as if fireworks had exploded, and a little bit of regret, not realizing it was in this situation to hear him called that. But on second thought, what need is there for ritual in such things? When Ruan-Tang came back to his senses again, he had already been picked up in the air by Luli, who lowered his head and kissed him on the forehead. Silly? Aha, Nguyen-Tang admitted, being a little silly. Happy silly. Honey, can we plow today? Ruan-Tang couldn't look at the word plowing straight now. She drew out her hand and pinched Luli's waist. Brother, be serious. Why don't you let Dad be decent when he says that? How dare I? Besides, Nguyen-Tang said with desire. Say what again? Luli pursued. Ruan-Tang was too embarrassed to open her mouth, and only after half a second did she squirm and say, whose husband should be responsible. Luli smiled. That's a good realization. Chapter 57, after all, cold water can't make green tea. Luli carried her all the way to the bedroom and placed her straight on the bed, and his entire body pressed up. May I? Wife. His husky voice rang seductively in his ears. Nguyen-Tang was almost about to nod, but in the end reason overcame emotion and refused before his lips fell. Wait a little longer. Brother. She had already thought about giving herself to Luli on his birthday and didn't want to change her plans on the fly. Luli's kiss didn't stop because of this. Instead it was a little more violent and stated nicely. Then let's weed and turn over the ground first. What the hell? Weeding? Turning the ground? Nguyen-Tang was messed up again. After letting him fool around for a while, the makeup on Ruan-Tang's face was splattered and the clothes on his body were torn to pieces. In fact, the two had done everything they needed to do in the past few days. Even some borderline behavior, except for the fact that they hadn't broken through that last boundary. But it was even harder for Luli. You don't want it so much at first when you have nothing, but if you get a little and get a taste, you want more. But every time she was on the brink, she grunted that she didn't want to, and Luli was reluctant to force her. Honey, for the sake of your future happiness, I hope it won't be too long before the day you say. Luli lay on top of her, gasping for air. If this continued, even if he could endure it, his body should rebel. Just wait a few more days, brother. Soon. A few days? Something suddenly occurred to Luli. Sugar, it's my birthday in a few days. Have you thought of a present for me? Well, thought I'd get a pair of cufflinks for my brother and bring them to you when it's your birthday. It's also true that giving him cufflinks is not a lie on Nguyen-Tang's part. Cufflinks, ah. Heard the loss in his tone, but Ruan-Tang selectively did not ask. The subject was put off, and afterward, each went to wash up and get ready for bed. When the bedroom door slammed, Luli opened the door and saw that it was Lu's mom. Luli, you come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. Luli turned around and signaled to Ruan-Tang with his eyes before walking out with Mama Lu. It didn't take long to get out, probably only a minute or so, and then he came back in. What's wrong? Is it because Mom wants me to go sleep with her? Ruan-Tang thought that Lu's mom was looking for him because of this matter. No. When he finished, he laughed and added, quite immodestly, if you don't let plow, Mom and Dad have to plow. Nguyen-Tang wanted to cry and plow through again. Was she not going to be able to avoid that word tonight? Moreover, it was fine for Luli to make fun of her with this kind of his. How could he make fun of Mom and Dad? Shy and annoyed, she picked up the pillow and threw it at Luli. Nasty. Sugar. Actually, this sex thing is just like eating and sleeping. It's a normal physiological need for adults. As long as it's permitted by law and morality, it's not that difficult to talk about. Luli felt the need to take this opportunity to properly change her values in this regard. Ruan-Tang nodded. She understands, but understand and accept that are two different things. At least she is not yet able to discuss gender issues with people in a dignified manner. Luli also did not continue this topic. Point to point can be, I ask you, the banquet met Zhang Xin things, why did not tell me? Forgot. Besides, he didn't give her a chance to say anything. Have you seen her idol since she came back? Forget about it? Being implied to have a relationship with one's own husband, not to come back to question it, even if it's not enough, but also to forget about it. Luli didn't know if he should say that she had a big heart, or that she didn't care about him at all. So what did she tell you? Lu's mom hadn't heard much, and had only told him what she had heard, and Luli was worried that she had said something else to hurt Sugar. Ruan-Tang repeated what Zhang Xin had told herself to Luli, and at the end, she asked with a wink. She asked if she wouldn't mind. Right, Brother, what does she mean by that? What do I have to mind? She had an innocent look on her face, and she did look like she was asking a serious question. If Luli didn't know that this was a little fox. Really? I don't know. Brother, tell me. Pretend again, or I'll throw you out. Ruan Tang skimmed his lips. What's so fierce? It's not all the rotten peach blossoms that he has incurred. The blue face is a scourge. The blue-faced scourge. Okay, I admit I know. She leaned toward Luli, but I trust my brother. So well behaved. Luli raised his hand and rubbed her hair, then added, starting from next season, Lu will not renew the contract with Star River Media. Luli thought that his attitude was obvious enough last time, but he didn't expect her to be dead serious. Ruan Tang, however, shook her head, and Luli, not knowing why she was like this, looked at her, waiting for her to speak. Then Ruan Tang said, in fact, there is no need to be like this. If their company is really suitable and there is no problem in cooperation, there is no need to have to terminate the cooperation. Brother is so excellent. It is normal that there will be someone else who will like it. It can't be solved like this every time. The key is still to look at the brother himself. As long as the brother himself does not have that meaning, she again how to stick on. I am not worried. After all, cool water it bubble not open green tea well. In other words, if Luli himself has that intention, even if she can get rid of all the opposite sex around him, who knows if he will have love for a female mosquito. Ahem. Of course, she believed Luli was not that kind of person. Cold water doesn't make green tea? That's quite a statement. Where did you learn that? On the novel. Another novel. Luli could not help but laugh. This novel of yours is good. Not only teaching you how to give your brother. He paused, directly said so. Not to mention Ruan Tang cannot accept. He himself is also a little ashamed to say. Really teach others and do it themselves are two different things. He weighed his options and switched to a more acceptable word. How to give a massage and teach you all this. As for what the massage he was talking about, the onlookers didn't know, but the two parties involved did, and Ruan Tang immediately blushed. Brother hates it. Ignore you. Luli laughed. I'm talking about a massage. What were you thinking? You, me. He obviously does not mean this, but Ruan Tang and do not know what to say. You and I half a day, but also did not say a so-and-so. A face is up red. In the end, Sol directly broke the pot. I don't care. Anyway, I will not give my brother a massage in the future. Yes, that's the massage she was talking about. How dare the little girl threaten him with this? Right, he admitted that he was threatened, and that was all the fun he had on days when he couldn't plow. No, you hear me? No. When Ruan Tang didn't answer, Luli deliberately went to tickle the soft flesh of her waist. Ruan Tang was itching and couldn't avoid it. Oh, itchy. No. Chapter 58, Ruan Tang, do you think I won't be jealous? If brother says it again I really won't get it. There was no other way. Ruan Tang had to say this, but it was a relief. Okay, brother won't say anything, so now massage your brother once. When it was over, Luli brought up that previous topic again. Sugar, disregard what you've read in novels, disregard the company's interests, and say what you really think. Nguyen Tang leaned into his arms, one of his arms coming around his shoulder and neck, just brushing against her breast. Ever since Nguyen Tang had stopped being repulsed by this action of his, it had become a habit that he had to clutch in his hand even when he slept. At first, Ruan Tang would remove his hand, but before long, it was back, and over time, she got used to it herself. As it was, she didn't feel the least bit bad about it. What I just said is the true opinion. In fact, like her, brother knows she is bad. I also know she is bad people. I do not worry. I worry is the kind of people I know she is bad, but brother does not know. She was also a bit roundabout in what she said, but Luli should understand what she meant. You know she's bad. How can brother not know? Is brother not as good as you at reading people? No. Men look at women differently than women look at women. After all, there are certain cautions that only a fellow woman can see. After thinking about it, she added, but that's okay, it's not like my brother is the only one anyone likes. Luli heard the hidden meaning from these words, instantly had been stimulated, violently sat his body straight, and said in a deep voice, tell me clearly, who else likes you? Nguyen Tang laughed. Secret. Ruan Tang, you're capable. You dare to hide this kind of thing from me. Starting to call her by name proved that Mr. Lu was really angry right now. Nguyen Tang was still laughing. Now get up. Go stand by the wall. And stand there until you're willing to talk. I don't. Didn't my brother say that in the future? He will only care about me if it involves a matter of principle. Which it isn't. The longer he was with him, the more hardened Ruan Tang became. It's all about principle. It's not. Don't forget that the final interpretation is in my hands. Well, carelessness, forgetting that he's a capitalist of all evils. Blame it on these tricks. Brother, you are so. What? Trying to call me a dog again. Just so you know, Luli pulled Ruan Tang out from the quilt, lying horizontally on his lap, his hands mercilessly on her buttocks. Slapped. Now the guts are getting bigger and bigger. Ouch. Say no. Say. Ruan Tang told Luli about getting her hair done that day, including Tony-chan taking pictures of them and asking her for WeChat. He kept his face dark the entire time, and it wasn't until he heard Nguyen Tang say that she had refused that his face began to lighten up a bit. It's kinda understandable. That's for sure. Where are the pictures? Show them to me. In order to prevent Lu Dog from continuing to blow up, Nguyen Tang had to take the cell phone to him. The password is Nguyen Tang's birthday. He knows. Screensaver this one too? Aha. When she received the photos sent by Hiruru, Ruan Tang chose the one she thought looked the best and set it as her screensaver. Changed. Why change it? Look how well he takes pictures. Although he's not a professional photographer, his photo-taking skills are no worse than a professional's. Ruan Tang spoke to himself, not noticing Luli's face becoming more and more unsightly. As soon as her words left her mouth, she was pressed underneath Luli in the next second. Ruan Tang, you're assuming I won't be jealous, are you? Ah, don't bite. After biting a few not-so-gentle teeth marks on Nguyen Tang wasn't enough, Lu ordered DSLR and photography-related books that night. Later, Ruan Tang told this as a joke to Hiruru, who said you should never underestimate a man's desire to win. On the third day before Luli's birthday, he went out of town on a business trip, and when he left, he agreed with Ruan Tang that he would be back the day before his birthday. But then, because things weren't taken care of, it needed to be postponed for a day, which meant it would have to be the day of my birthday before I could come back. Then Nguyen Tang's plan to give himself to him as soon as 0 hour passed on his birthday and be the first person to give him a present went out the window. It wouldn't hurt to be a little late, but wouldn't that be a lack of ceremony? She had waited so many days with her heart in her mouth, had beauty treatments, skin treatments, and even snuck 2 of the sexy pajamas from the old mansion that Lu's mom had prepared earlier back. It would be a lie to say that it is not lost. Later in the evening Luli called him video. She did not answer. He called again at another time. Still not answered. Luli had no choice but to call Wu Ma again. Wu's mom said she went to her room early and probably fell asleep. Forget it. Anyway, he would be going back tomorrow. Luli didn't persist, but this little girl was getting better and better at torturing him. When I slept in the middle of the night, I realized in a daze that something was wrong. There was a slight sound of a door opening and closing in the room, and the sound of high heels touching the floor. Luli instantly came to his senses, but for fear of spooking a snake, he didn't dare to act rashly and only slightly opened his eyes. The room was dimly lit, with no lights on and no light at all through the heavy curtains, only able to vaguely see a figure cautiously coming in the direction of his bed. Luli's first thought was that he was being counted on. That person first took off the jacket on his body, very carefully hung on the coat rack next to him, and then sneakily climbed into his bed. This time Luli is even more to confirm his own conjecture. This is someone wants to use a woman to count him. Ah, Luli sneered in the bottom of his heart. There really was this kind of person who didn't know how to die and dared to count on him. In the darkness, he watched the other man's movements warily, and waited until he had the audacity to sit on him before he surprised him with a roll and subdued the man. The other party didn't expect him to have this trick, and couldn't help but start to cry out in shock, and then his voice came to an abrupt end when his neck was pinched with a hand. Say, who sent you? The man couldn't speak, and could only make some whimpering noises, while slapping the back of Luli's hand that was strangling his neck hard. Chapter 59. Brother. I'm scared. Luli loosened the strength on his hand and withdrew another, trying to turn the lamp on the bed, his fingers just resting on the button of the switch. Brother. A female voice rang out. Luli was dumbfounded. Although her voice was still a little hoarse, Luli could still clearly hear that it was Ruan Tang's voice. Sugar, he said, his voice trembling. He didn't know it was Nguyen Tang, but he hadn't shown any mercy just now, especially with the choke on the neck. The lights in the room turned on, and Nguyen Tang, teary-eyed and coughing violently, looked uncomfortable. The fingerprints left on the white neck were also unusually visible. Luli looked at his hands in panic and had a moment of disorientation. Seeing her like this, his heart is also not good, and then think that it is caused by himself is even more not a taste. Baby, it's brother's fault. Brother didn't know it was you. He opened his hand to hug her, but didn't dare to touch it for fear of hurting her again. Instead, Nguyen Tang jumped into his arms at once and broke down crying. She was dying of fear. Her neck was being choked. She couldn't breathe, and she had no way to call for help. For a moment, she felt like she was suffocating to death. The feeling of both desperation and powerlessness made her recoil, and her teeth bit hatefully into his neck. Luli's body trembled, but he didn't say a word, only saying, bite harder. The intensity on Ruan Tang's mouth increased a little more, and Luli couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It was only after a long time that Ruan Tang gradually calmed down in his arms, and his sanity began to gradually return. Brother, I'm scared, she commiserated. Luli's heart was so sour that he didn't know how to comfort her better. If it was someone else who had hurt her today, he could have made that person pay several times the price, but it was himself. He could only hold her tightly, his mouth repeating over and over again, "Not afraid, baby, it's all brother's fault, not afraid." After a long time, the person in his arms crying gradually stopped, a pair of eyes crying red and swollen, faces still stained with undried teardrops. Luli heart again a pain. "Baby." He kissed her lightly at the ends of her eyes. Nguyen Tang sniffled. "Brother, I don't blame you, I'm the one who didn't tell you in advance. No one wanted this to happen." Luli didn't mean to hurt her. Ruan Tang didn't want him to blame himself. Besides, it was still his birthday. Ruan Tang wanted him to be happy. "Does it still hurt? Does it hurt anywhere else?" Luli's fingertips touched the fingerprints on her neck, and Ruan Tang couldn't help but wince, but still stubbornly shook her head. "It doesn't hurt. Silly girl." Luli was zapped again in his heart and hugged her, his palm gently stroking behind his head. Luli sighed softly. His baby was so understanding at times that it was heartbreaking. Nguyen Tang hugged him back. "Happy birthday, brother. Smile and have fun. Come over for my birthday?" "Aha. When did it arrive? How did you get here? Is it dangerous to come so late?" "I'm going back tomorrow." "Why do I have to come back?" He asked so many questions at once that Nguyen Tang couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What's wrong? My brother is asking me so many questions at once. Which one do I have to answer first?" Although he said so, Ruan Tang still explained to him. "I arrived long ago. I've been staying in the room next to yours. Before I came here I said hello to Su's assistant. It was all arranged by him for me, and the door card to your room was also given to me by him." "Su Yuan? How dare he hide it from me? I think he's tired of living." "Brother, don't blame Siasuk. I'm the one who didn't let him tell you. I wanted to surprise you. I just didn't expect the surprise to turn into a shock. So it seems it's not good to overdo the ritual." However, it did make this first night even more memorable for her, and when she looked back on it later, the first thing she would think of was the thrill of the front. "Aren't you going to open your presents, brother?" Ruan Tang tugged at the sleeve of his pajamas and bit his lip, murmuring with desire. After all, the night was short, and it would be dawn if we talked any longer. Luli's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a trace of doubt, but after seeing her current dress and demeanor, he instantly understood again, and his originally obscure and unsettling eyes brightened up at once. Luli realized that the little girl was only wearing a sexy halter nightgown. Slender arms and superior shoulders and neck are exposed, perhaps because of the shyness of the body is flooded with a light pink color. The position of the full breasts was also hidden. Looking down from where the neckline was, the light under the pajamas was visible. "May I, baby?" Ruan Tang nodded, her scarlet-colored features half petite and half shy. Dry fire, a touch of fire. In the quiet of the night, the sound of disordered breathing, stoic mouth breath sound and the gentle low mouth this sound echoed. "Drinking? Aha." Although she had done her homework for a long time, she was still a little nervous when the day came, and before she came, she drank 2 glasses of red wine to give herself courage. Luli's warm lips and teeth kept traveling over the body. It was like tasting a piece of sweet candy, wanting to contain her with her own heat. Nguyen Tang did as he wished, his body softening into a puddle like water under his teasing and provoking. Give and take and let him have his way. Soft, boneless arms were draped over his back, enjoying all the feelings he was giving her. In the deepest recesses of his consciousness, he even wished he could give more. But in the nick of time, Luli stopped. "Baby, why don't we just forget about it today?" His voice was raspy, and he tried desperately to restrain the fire that was spurting and boiling in his body. Ruan Tang's consciousness was disoriented, but her tone was resentful. It was uncomfortable for her to just stop him. "Slow down a bit more. My brother is waiting impatiently." Today this thing Ruan Tang was scared to death, and Luli was already worried that she would have a shadow over this because of what happened before, so he couldn't bear to take her again in this situation. Ruan Tang was about to be pissed off at him. He was eager to wait, but she couldn't wait any longer. She's an adult too, and there's no way she can't have feelings about this kind of thing. Previously, when the two of them had proceeded to this point, Luli was still able to pester her to let her help him, but as for her, she could only endure it on her own. Now it's hardly his birthday and he's giving her this. For a moment the alcohol went to his head and he blurted out, "Brother, are you no good?" After saying it, Ruan Tang regretted it a little. Her intuition told her that she had no good consequences later. Sure enough, Luli's brimming peach blossom eyes flooded with a cold, chilling light. "I can't?" Ruan Tang shrunk his neck and warily tried to move away from underneath him, but he fished him back again. "Ruan Tang, I'll show you today if I can or can't." How dare the little girl doubt his ability? It's intolerable. He moved forcefully, almost rudely, and Nguyen Tang couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Luli then slowed down his movements, and the sanity that had just left his home began to gradually return. "Bite your brother if it hurts. Don't bite yourself." Nguyen nodded, fine beads of sweat oozing from his body, his shredded hair damp and sticking to his forehead. She was too nervous, and Luli didn't feel good either. Inch by inch. Baby, don't be afraid, just relax. Chapter 60. Brother, say something nice. I won't. Although she had done her homework, no one had told her how to refrain from this natural reaction of her body, and she was panicking. Brother, am I different from the others? The tone had taken on a sobbing tone. Luli but want to laugh. The little girl asked what is called this question. Do not know also thought he read countless people. I don't know what the others are like, but you, well, a short period of pain followed by extreme joy / pleasure. The spring light leaks out of the room and the rain breaks the banana. Luli used his strength to prove to Nguyen that he was good. After tossing and turning most of the night, Ruan slept straight through until noon the next day. His body was sore and aching as if he had been beaten up. Ruan struggled to sit up, the covers slipping off his body, revealing the red marks that had been ravaged on his body, and even more so on his chest, which was simply miserable. The bedding hadn't been changed yet, and dots of red plums fell on the snow-white sheets, which Nguyen ghostly caressed with his hand. The door to the room, however, was suddenly opened from outside, and Luli pushed his way in. His sharp, short hair, smart tailored suit, and svelte gold-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose were as usual but a little different. Essence is much more energized, a whole lot more refreshed and radiant. Awake? Any discomfort? Hearing his voice, Ruan then realized as an afterthought that she was still naked, scrambling to pull the quilt over her body. Her face was a scarlet red that hadn't yet fallen. Luli sat down next to her. What's done is done. Why are you still so shy? Nguyen didn't say anything, just gave him a shy, sidelong glance. Okay? Aha. Just a little tired. She leaned on Luli's shoulder and closed her eyes tight. Does it hurt? His fingers found the exact spot and touched it. Nguyen sucked in a breath of cold air as her body answered before she did. Show me. Luli panicked and got up, saying that he was going to lift her covers. Brother, don't. Ruan tugged the quilt not to give him a look. Now after all, is not the time to do that thing? Just so let him show him that in a big way. For Ruan it is still difficult to accept. Besides is in the time to do that thing. She is covered with the quilt. Behave yourself and show your brother that if you're hurt, it's only fair to take care of it. Luli half coaxed and half forced before she exposed the injury, which was red and swollen. Get dressed and I'll take you to the hospital. To the hospital? Have someone show her there? Or is it caused by something like that? Ruan was shocked 3 times. This was harder to accept than taking her life. She moved back in panic. I'm not going. Brother, I'm not going. Behave baby, you're hurt. Ruan desperately shook his head, and teardrops began to overflow from his eyes. I won't go even if I die. Brother, please. As she cried pitifully, Luli was quickly defeated and sighed helplessly. Alright then, you rest first. I'll go out and buy you medicine. Aha. Nguyen nodded, the undripped teardrops still hanging on her face. Luli's heart was sore. He raised his hand to help her wipe, and kissed her on the forehead. Little poor thing, be good and wait for me. I'll be back soon. Don't move. Good. Luli got up and walked out, seemingly uneasy, and looked back at her again, the smile at the corner of his mouth slightly bitter. It's because of him again. After leaving the hotel, Luli found Han Zhao's number in his address book and dialed it, and the other party quickly picked up. It's me. I know it's you. What can I do for you at this hour? Lu, who has always been eloquent and skillful, had some difficulty in speaking at this moment. I didn't control it yesterday and hurt Sugar. The opposite side was shocked. What? You hit Sugar? Are you crazy? Or are you drunk? Another female voice with a smaller voice next to her chimed in. Luli hit Sugar? Is he sick? Are you men all so cheap? You don't cherish it when you get it. No, I have to find him. Hey, where are you going? Wait for me to ask. Luli really had a hard time saying, no, how could I possibly hit her? I told you, how could you possibly shed? So what the hell is going on? How did she get hurt? We were together yesterday. He spoke cryptically, but Han Zhao was also a person from the past and instantly understood what was going on. Is that what I understand it to mean? Yes. Okay, Lu Xiao. What's this called? Not a hit, but a hit. Don't talk about sarcasm. Ask Timothy for me what medicine should be better in her case. After a murmur from across the room, the replacement picked up the phone. Is it badly hurt? Aha. Then I'll send you the names of the medicines later. Try them first, and if there's no relief, go to the hospital as soon as possible. Okay, thanks a lot. Luli then ignored Han Zhao's shouts from across the room. Lu Xiao, tapped the call straight to hang up. When the phone hung up, his face didn't change, but a thin layer of sweat had broken out under his shirt. Nguyen wasn't the only one embarrassed by this sort of thing. When she came back from buying medicine, Ruantang half leaned on the bed and drifted off to sleep. When she heard Luli enter, she slightly opened her eyes. Her eyes were misty and she looked exhausted. Go to sleep. Brother will help you with the medicine, Luli said softly. Nguyen nodded. This time it was obedient. Luli secretly said. After applying the ointment to his fingers, he lightly touched it to her injury. A cool touch and a strange physical reaction brought Ruantang instantly to his senses, and he leaned in close enough that he could even feel the sensation of his nostrils spraying over his body. Nguyen struggled shyly and impatiently. Brother, I'll do it myself. Don't move. In a minute, brother, Ruantang called out again, and Luli ignored it, continuing the movements of his hands until he had finished applying the ointment. Baby, I'm your husband. There's nothing I can't see or do. At that, he let out a light laugh before adding, besides, do you think I'll take it any better than you? You know, he's just been on the meat and eating it. Ruantang unconsciously looked at him. The straight suit pants could not hide the body's abnormality. Her already flushed cheeks were even redder now. Luli laughed and didn't say anything else, going to the restroom to wash the residual ointment off his hands before sitting on the bed and taking Ruantang into his arms. With what happened just now, Ruantang wasn't sleepy anymore and just snuggled into his arms, rubbing her head against his chest every now and then, like a well-behaved dog. Luli took his hand and rubbed it on her head. Silly girl, why don't you tell me if you're not feeling well? Did it hurt yesterday? Aha. Nguyen nodded softly. Last night, when the first one ended, Luli asked her if it hurt. She was in pain, but she was afraid that Luli would feel guilty, so she stubbornly shook her head. It doesn't hurt. Probably at that time, the spermatozoa, desire overcame reason. Luli really believed her this clumsy lie. So, later, he could not help but want again. At the time, Ruantang had actually pushed back against him, and he just assumed that she was shy and coaxed her to give it to him anyway. She even told her boldly, do you know why the longer a volcano hasn't erupted, the more powerful it is? Because it's been held back too long. It's a shame to think about it now. What a silly girl. Ruantang turned to him, his fingers rubbing the depression between his brows away. I don't blame brother. I did it of my own free will. Luli's heart was sour and he hugged her hard. Her little head tilted at the nape of his neck and she whispered, brother, say something nice for me. What's good to hear? Ruantang was too embarrassed to say it outright and squirmed. It's just good ah. Luli laughed softly. Baby, I love you. There was no direct response from the other man, but there was an extra pair of small hands on his back, picking at him hard. A moment later, the person in his arms murmured, brother, I'm yours. Brother is yours too. Chapter 61, Don't plead for another man. He hadn't slept a wink last night, afraid that what had happened before he woke up was a dream. Only by keeping looking at the blush on the face of the little girl beside him that hadn't dissipated for a long time and the marks on her body that he had made could he be constantly reminded that what had happened before was real. His baby finally did become his. With an afternoon flight, the two began to depart for the airport after lunch. After leaving the house, Luli picked her up without a word and carried her all the way down to the hotel. Suyuan saw this and attentively opened the car door. Luli did not look at him the whole time. I do not know if it is an illusion. Suyuan always feel that, Mr. Lu is a little bit out of place today. Since the morning, especially when facing him, the surrounding air pressure is simply low to the extreme. He went over in his head the work that Luli had given him in the last few days, and he thought that he had accomplished it quite well, or at least without making any mistakes. Moreover, he had helped little Mrs. Lu give Mr. Lu a birthday surprise, and looking at this state of little Mrs. Lu today, the battle last night should have been quite intense. Not to say he should reward him, but at least he shouldn't be in this state. Luli's wrongness was also noticed by Ruantang, and when she got to the car, the first thing she did was to raise the rear fender, and then glared at Luli. Brother, don't do this to Susuk. Ruantang didn't know how this sentence stepped on Luli's thunderpoint, causing him to become jealous. Don't beg for other men. The relationship is more intimate after Ruantang more is found Luli with their own impression of that old and stable, not smiling image more and more far, and even a little childish. How she gave other men to plead for mercy. This kind of vinegar can be eaten. Brother is petty. I'm petty? Well, my brother is just being petty. That incident yesterday was none of Siasuk's business. I was the one who didn't let him tell you. Luli Hart also know that it is not to blame Su Yuan. His intention is also to give him a surprise, but the surprise did not give to, but is the cause of his wife almost strangled to death. When I just dressed Ruantang, the fingerprints in her neck hadn't gone down yet, but had gotten more and more bruised, and looked even more gruesome. Luli was angry, heartbroken, and guilty, a variety of complex emotions, mixed together, making him little sense to speak of. Unconsciously darkened his face. Does it still hurt? His fingers rubbed over her neck through her shirt. Where's brother? She hadn't left any strength in her mouth when she'd gotten down on Luli yesterday. but she hadn't left any strength in her mouth either. It doesn't hurt. Luli shook his head. Nguyen smiled. I'm not in pain either. Silly girl. Brother, don't blame Su Susuk anymore, okay? Ruan-tang hugged Luli's body and chirped. Luli glared at her and slapped his palm on her ass not too gently. Try saying one more word. Okay? I won't say it. I won't say it. Mister. Lu's jealousy can be really good Firo. Luli's birthday has never been ostentatious. Just set up 2 tables in the old mansion, and invited only the Lu family's close relatives. As soon as she entered, Jiang Yuan greeted her from inside. Brother, Sister Sugarplum. Brother? Ruan-tang suddenly thought of something and repeated it in a small voice. Luli didn't notice. His attention was on Jiang Yuan's address to Ruan-tang. His brows furrowed slightly. What sugar sister? Call sister-in-law. Good. Sister-in-law. Hope is getting prettier and prettier. Ruan-tang laughed, inexplicably taking on an adult tone as he spoke. Luli laughed softly. Finally, I've come across one younger than you, and I can let you pose as an adult as well. Ruan-tang looked at him. Annoying. Why to poke it? Jiang Yuan looked at the undercurrent between the two and silently rolled her eyes. Okay you guys, can you stop showing love in front of me? A single dog. Hurry up and go. Just waiting for you guys. I'm starving to death. With that, she took Ruan-tang's hand and ran inside. You slow down and tug your sister-in-law, Luli said sharply from behind. Jiang Yuan stopped and shot a suspicious glance at the two of them. Sister-in-law, you're not pregnant, are you? Brother, you're good. It's only been a short time since we got married and got my sister-in-law pregnant. Say, were you guys together before marriage? Nowadays, middle school students, do they know so much? It's so natural to say such things. Ruan-tang is ashamed of himself. She was shy at the moment and not shy at all. Ruan-tang was naturally embarrassed to be discussed about her private life with her husband, but felt that Jiang Yuan was a few years younger than herself and didn't think anything of it, so it seemed like a bit of a downer if she acted like she was making a big deal out of it. Without giving her a chance to explain, Jiang Yuan added to herself. That's right, the two of you originally lived in the same house. It's normal for you to be together before marriage. But brother, you're being more or less shameless. Luli saw that the more she spoke, the less she spoke, and sank his face to reprimand her. What are you babbling about? Jiang Yuan scratched his head. Nonsense? Brother, which sentence are you referring to? The one where I say you're good, or the one where you're shameless? Jiang Yuan is the only daughter of her family, and has been spoiled by her family since she was a child, so Luli only had a headache when he saw her. You say one more word of nonsense, believe it or not I'll have you thrown out right now. Jiang Yuan bristled. What's so mean about being mean? Sister-in-law, my brother is so fierce. How do you live with him? And rightly so, he's definitely not like that with you. Nguyen shrugged. Not really, when it was time to be mean then now. Chapter 62, Luli, you're so dark. Jiang Yuan went into the restaurant first, and Ruan-tang tried to leave, but Luli grabbed his wrist and yanked him back. What's wrong? Was there any unhappiness? Luli asked. Ruan-tang shook his head. So it was because of this. Don't take what that crazy girl said to heart. How? I'm the one who's that fragile. She did think that Jiang Yuan and Hiruru should be able to talk. Luli smiled. Yes. In the dining room, after Jiang Yuan went in, the old lady of the Lu family, who was sitting at the main seat of the dining table, asked, Yuan, with whom are you staggering outside? My brother, my sister-in-law is back. Luli is back? Where? The old lady was excited and glanced out with bated breath. Jiang Yuan also looked back just in time to see Luli and Ruan-tang enter the door. Isn't this Luli, Sugar, Grandma? The guests had all arrived and taken their seats. Luli brought Ruan-tang to greet them one by one before taking his seat. Just now I heard you guys say something about being pregnant. Who is pregnant? Old Mrs. Lu asked again. My sister-in-law. Who else? Jiang Yuan casually said. She didn't realize that she was putting Ruan-tang in a bad light with that comment, and the whole restaurant was instantly abuzz. Is it true? Sugar, you're pregnant. When did this happen? And why haven't I heard you guys talk about it? What's more, some of them had already started to congratulate Lu's mom. Sister-in-law, congratulations, soon to be a grandmother. Without waiting for the person concerned to make a statement, it was just like a direct conclusion, as if the fact that she was pregnant was already a nail in the coffin. Everyone was talking to each other, and Ruan-tang couldn't even interject if he wanted to. One could only look at Luli anxiously. Luli squeezed this hand, signaling that she didn't need to worry. He looked as if nothing had happened, and even had the leisure to pick up the drink in front of him and take a sip, just watching the farce with equanimity. His eyes narrowed slightly and he looked at Jiang Yuan with a smirk. Jiang Yuan knew that this was a precursor to her own bad luck. The crowd that was immersed in their own world, at some point, suddenly realized that something was wrong, and instantly stopped, looking in unison at the two parties who seemed to be staying out of it. Luli, you speak up. Seeing him so calm, Lu's mother seemed to understand something in her heart and eagerly wanted him to state his position. You guys are giving me a chance. Luli returned, half serious and half joking. One word from Jiang Yuan and you guys have already decided that Sugar Plum is pregnant. We don't even have a chance to explain if we want to. Luli's words sort of confirmed the suspicion in Lu's mother's heart, but she was still undeterred and confirmed again. So, Sugar Candy isn't pregnant? No. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Dare I say that the play just now was a joke? You this child. Lu mother wanted to say. You this child, why not say earlier ah? And then remembered Luli said rather give him the opportunity to say ah, and then swallowed back the words. Empty joy. To say not lost, that is false, but the most lost than the Lu family old lady. Old people get older and have a special obsession with children. It's hard to say about this kind of thing. Luli and Sugar have been married for a while, so maybe they really have it. Do you guys want to go to the hospital in a couple days to check? For Wantang, very Luli get along with the situation. Lu family old lady knows little. Rightly defaulted to the two did not do contraception after marriage. Even less likely to know that the two actually had a substantial relationship only yesterday. Grandma, Sugar Plum and I don't have any plans to have children right now. Luli explained. You're not getting any younger. How long will you have to put it off if you don't want it now? Grandma, I'm only 27 after my birthday. I'm still young. I'm not getting any younger. And I'm looking forward to having great-grandchildren in my lifetime. Grandma, it doesn't matter so much if you have a child or not. Without a great-grandson, don't you still have us? We'll be with you. You child, that can be the same? Luli said this. Lu family old lady mouth although reluctant, but the heart is beautiful. Mom, today is Luli's birthday, so let's not talk about this for now. Let's start dinner first. Father Lu saw that if he didn't stop it, this topic would continue without end, and had to speak out. Look at me. I almost missed the main event. Dinner. Finally, the topic was lifted, and Wantang was silently relieved. She twisted her head to look at Luli. It felt good to have him in front of her at a time like this. Luli sensed her eyes and looked at her as well, and when his eyes collided, Luli dotingly raised his hand and rubbed her hair. Nguyen was glad that the incident was over, but it wasn't over for Luli. After 3 rounds of wine, the table began to chat again. Luli cued to Jiang Yuan as if unintentionally. Hope we'll be taking the midterm soon, right? Which school are you planning on going to? As soon as Luli said this, the eyes of everyone at the table focused on Jiang Yuan. At the same time, there was a hateful look from Lu Jingyi. Whichever one you can get on, just get on. Jiang Yuan replied in a pretense of calmness while warning Luli with a mouthful of words. Don't mention which pot is which. Onlookers might not know, but Jiang Yuan understood that this was Luli getting back at him for what he had just done. How did you do on your final exams? Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and glared at Luli. Before she opened her mouth to reply, Lu Jingyi took the lead inside. Don't mention it. The countdown. I just wonder. Our kids are all pretty good in their studies. How come she's the only one who? Mom Jiang Yuan was always a little girl. No matter how outgoing she was, she still felt embarrassed to be told off in front of so many people. Mom, what mom? From tomorrow onwards you're going to study at home. Luli didn't move and hooked the corner of his mouth, then echoed in a serious manner. Well, although a family like ours doesn't need to rely on studying to change its destiny, it wouldn't be good to spread the word if our grades were too poor. Lu Jingyi felt that Luli had a point and chided loudly. Jiang Yuan, do you hear me? Here, I'm not deaf. Jiang Yuan reluctantly responded. She then gave Luli a vicious glare. Luli, you're so dark. Chapter 63, you're my wife. If you don't care about me, who will care about me? Luli is also what you call yourself. No big deal. Lu Jingyi raised her hand and slapped Jiang Yuan on the head. Dad, look at my mom. Jiang Jiwu was a notorious daughter slave. Seeing his daughter being beaten, he was naturally heartbroken. Talking is talking. Why are you still hitting the child? And you say, if you hadn't spoiled her, would she be the way she is today? Seeing that the two couples were about to quarrel, Luli watched to see what was going on. I was passing by Hope's school the other day and ran into her. Brother, I'm wrong. You're generous. Forgive me this time. I'll never talk nonsense again. Even threatened her with this kind of thing. It is not the day in front of the school. She and her boyfriend in a piece by Luli was touched. She said she wouldn't tell her mom and dad, and now she's threatening her with it, with no martial virtues at all. Luli didn't pay any attention to Jiang Yuan's pleas for mercy. Instead he said righteously, Yuan, I'm doing this for your own good. Jiang Yuan gritted her teeth. I can't thank you enough. Lu Jingyi on the side listened in confusion. What did you run into her for? Ran into her. What else can I do? Jiang Yuan interrupted his words, and then exerted his ability to make up nonsense. Just that day, didn't I take a leave of absence because I had a stomach ache? I just happened to run into my brother, and he thought I was skipping class and gave me a lecture. Su Jingyi half-heartedly said, "Is that so?" Luli. Zhang Yuan gave Luli a wink and saw that Luli still didn't take a stand. So in desperation, she had to turn to Ruan Tang for help. "Sister-in-law, mind my brother, don't let him tease me all the time." Ruan Tang didn't think she could control Luli, but she couldn't help but be worthy of Zhang Yuan's name of sister-in-law. She tugged on Luli's sleeve and pouted at him daintily. Luli laughed. "Trying to control me? Okay?" Nguyen Tang asked uncertainly. "Why not?" Luli whispered, and added in a voice that only two people could hear. "You're my wife. If you don't care, who cares?" Nguyen Tang blushed and smiled. He then followed up Lu Jingyi's question by saying, "Well, I do think that although studying is important, she has to pay attention to her body as well, and with all the junk food out there, it's better to try to get her to eat less of it." Was that last sentence surely about Zhang Yuan? Why did Ruan Tang think he was insinuating? Hearing Luli say this, Lu Jingyi, though still skeptical, didn't say anything more and only scolded Zhang Yuan. "Did you hear what your brother said? No more ordering takeout before the midterm. Do you hear me?" Got it. Zhang Yuan responded impatiently. "Eat more, and later brother will take you out." "Where to?" Nguyen Tang asked. "Your brother Han Zhao and the others have formed a group." "Yes, every year. Luli's birthday. In addition to the home and outside has been Han Zhao as the leader of the Fox Friends to organize the scene for him. It was only that before, it was Luli himself who went to attend. And now that they were married and Luli had requested it, she had no reason to refuse." "Yes, is the body eating or not? And does it still hurt?" Naturally, he was not asking about the injury on her neck. Ruan Tang sheepishly looked around and after seeing that no one had heard, she shyly pinched Luli's waist again. "Sister-in-law, what did my brother just say to you? Why is your face red?" Zhang Yuan was typically for getting pain after a good wound. Luli had just let her off the hook and she couldn't help but start flailing again. With these words, Zhang Yuan focused the attention of the people in the table on Ruan Tang and Luli again. Nguyen Tang was getting more and more vain as he was being looked at. "Brother says, I told Sugar to take her out later." All the people in the Lu family also knew that Luli had to go out and get together with his friends again every year after having dinner at home. And they didn't think there was anything wrong with this statement of his, but instead advised him, "Then you guys go early. Don't let your friends wait for a long time." But that doesn't include that ghostly wit Zhang Yuan. "Then what's my sister-in-law blushing about? The house is a little hot." Seeing that Zhang Yuan refused to stop, Ruan Tang had to pull a small panic. For all that, the little girl still muttered in disbelief. "Hot." After receiving Lu Li's warning look, Zhang Yuan remembered what had just happened and her voice weakened for a moment, closing her mouth in fear. After staying for a while longer, unable to stand the continuous bombardment of Han Zhao's phone calls, WeChat, and text messages from them, Luli greeted the crowd and then left with Ruan Tang. Just coming out of the villa, Ruan Tang suddenly realized something and pulled Luli, smiling at him awkwardly and with a few pleasing-like smiles. "What's wrong?" "Forgot my cell phone. I had just put my cell phone on the table during dinner and forgot to take it when I came out." Luli raised his hand and tapped her on the head. "Where's the brain? Forgot it too?" Nguyen Tang met his deliberately feigned black face and laughed. "Well, forgot that too." She admitted it as a matter of course, royally tight. Luli also couldn't help but smile. "Let's go. Go back and get it." The two of them then turned back and walked to the front of the dining room. The sound of the house talking came out. The topic seemed to center around Luli and Ruan Tang. Ruan Tang's steps unconsciously stopped. She glanced at Luli, who didn't say anything but stopped along with her piece by piece. "You guys said that Luli doesn't want to have a child. It couldn't be that one of the two of them has a health problem, right? Otherwise, how come they are well and married and don't want a child? That sugar candy is so thin. I was a little worried before." Before Mrs. Lu finished her sentence, she was interrupted by Mrs. Lu. "Mom, what are you talking about? Isn't that what young people do nowadays? It's normal to want to spend a few more years in the world of two. I have long said that he will not be allowed to marry Ruan Tang. If you find a similar age, this time the child can go to kindergarten, which will be delayed for so many years." Inside the house, the Lu family's old lady's middle-heated voice came out in a steady stream. Ruan Tang only felt that the temperature around the person next to him dropped to 0. Luli grimaced ironically, intending to enter the house. Nguyen Tang stopped him and wordlessly shook his head at him. There was no point in just going in there and embarrassing both sides. That was Luli's grandmother after all. So even if she was upset, she couldn't do anything. Then, a male voice resounded in the room, which should be Lu's father's voice. "Mom, sugar candy is the one we watched grow up, just like our own daughter. Where do you want us to put our faces when you say that? Besides, it's not that your grandson has to marry someone else's sugar candy. It's good that old Ruan's family didn't suspect that your grandson was too old. Lu family old lady, and why do not know this truth? Only people always think that their own things are good." Hearing Lu's father say this, Lu's old lady's temper instantly went down. Okay, you all have a point. Anyway, that's your son, I don't care. The sounds of conversation in the room stopped, and another moment passed before the two entered. Even though the two deliberately came in at a staggered time, there was still some unnaturalness on the faces of the crowd when they saw them return. Wen Tang just pretended he didn't see or hear it, explained the situation, and then walked out again with his cell phone. Chapter 64, Brother in Love. During this time, Luli kept a cold face and didn't say anything, and this state continued until after the two of them got into the car. Ruan Tang rubbed against his arm, and seeing her like this, the depressed color between Luli's brows finally eased a bit. To make you suffer. Ruan Tang shook his head. No, even if it did, this could not be blamed on Luli. Luli didn't feel the same way. Cry if you want to cry. Make a scene if you want to make a scene. Brother is at your disposal. Ruan Tang still shook her head as she raised her hand and hooked it around Luli's neck, smoothly kissing him on the lips. I want you to be happy. Luli laughed softly and wrapped his arms around her. What a silly girl. Brother, came the delicate voice from his chest. Brother? I didn't feel anything when I heard Zhang Yuan call it, but when it came out of Ruan Tang's mouth, it sounded awkward. That's hard to hear. Either call me brother or husband, choose one yourself. Ruan Tang raised his head and smiled at him. He didn't realize that this man was so hard to serve. Well, Ruan Tang had to change his address back again. Brother, why are you suddenly calling me brother? Luli thought about it and still didn't get it. The person who had always called himself brother, how did he suddenly call him brother on a whim? Even though there was only a one-word difference, it just sounded like a change of flavor. Hope she's younger than me and she calls you brother? I'm so big, and then call my brother. Is not too good. It always felt like pouting, though it hadn't been a bad time to pout at him. Wen Tang stammered. Luli did not expect it to be for this reason. The little girl's brain circuit is just different from normal people. But anyway, Luli was in a much better mood now. It's not like the two of you are the same. What are you comparing her to? Ruan Tang was just about to ask what was different when he heard Luli continue. She calls me brother because she is my sister. Oh, they were serious sisters, naturally different from her imposter. You called me brother. Brother of love. A love brother? What the hell? Ruan Tang had a hard time believing this was coming from Luli's mouth. She was profoundly aware that Luli was recently moving towards a path of no return, and was becoming more and more like an old rogue. She frowned, her expression messy. With this display of hers, Luli couldn't help but scratch her nose in amusement. Can't it be that you really want to be my sister? Without waiting for Ruan Tang to answer, he added to himself, I don't want to. If you are really my sister, how can I marry you? Speaking of this, the corner of his mouth flashed an evil smile, and he came close to Ruan Tang's ear, lowering his voice, and how to do that with you? Ruan Tang looked at the driver in front of him, and the tips of his ears instantly reddened, and he didn't hold back from tickling Luli's neck. He wasn't just a rogue anymore. He was also prodigal to the point of no return. This was in front of people after all, and it was amazing that he could bring that kind of thing up without blushing. Luli sucked in a breath of cool air in pain. Stinky girl, try to tickle me and pinch me again? It was really a 3-day fight, and now this little girl was simply getting more and more casual about moving against him. Just as he finished speaking, Ruan Tang reached out and pinched him on the waist, without the slightest bit of fear on his face, and even smiled provocatively at him. Luli hooked his lips. Stirring up your nose? Ha! With two hands, he hauled Wen Tang up from the car seat and onto his lap, slapping her hard on the ass again. Ouching! Wen Tang frowned, accusing him. It hurts to remember. Humph. Ruan Tang turned his head away and ignored him. Angry? Luli pawed Wen Tang's body with his hand, which Wen Tang shrugged off. Really angry? Then how about you hit it back again? Don't be angry. From now on, my brother will let you pinch as much as you want. Hearing this, Ruan Tang's forced laughter could no longer be held back, and he laughed out uncontrollably. Luli then realized that he was concerned and had been fooled by this little girl again. Yeah, lie to me, huh? I didn't say I was angry. My brother said it himself. The little fox is getting more and more cunning. Luli looked at the smug little girl in front of him and secretly said, Junyi Club, located in the golden location of Kyoto, the current rich people's grotto, Hanzhou's name of the industry. The private room on the top floor with a 360-degree view of the city at night and the hustle and bustle of the city was the place Hanzhou usually used to entertain them. His friends. Luli's second birthday banquet today was located here. Luli and Ruan Tang had just entered the clubhouse in the front foot, and then Hanzhou received the news in the back foot. Hanzhou then gathered his group of foxy friends in the private room. Luli and Ruan Tang to the top floor just down the elevator to see the door of the private room. Stood in front of 2 rows of men, but also a water of broad shoulders, thin waist and long legs. There were those who had played with Luli since childhood like Hanzhou, and there were also new faces that Ruan Tang did not recognize. Nguyen Tang instantly had a picture of the plot written in the novel where the heroine was looking for a male model. Seeing Ruan Tang and Lu Li come over, the men, led by Han Zhao, shouted in unison, "Welcome to the presence of Lu Xiao with his wife, and wish my brother Lu a happy birthday, blessed as the East Sea and longevity as the South Mountain." Well, more like it. Han Zhao loves to make a mess, and even the people around him are the same as him. Lu Li has long seen this and just laughed at the situation. What? Starting to play awkwardly? It's not your birthday. The brothers thought of giving you a big gift, Han Zhao said. Lu Li faintly swept a glance at the crowd. Well, not bad. If you practice again you can go straight downstairs to receive guests. But he's right up there with Nguyen Tang. Lu, be merciful with your mouth. Blame me? First ask your brother Han what he had in mind when he asked you to do this. Lu Li mercilessly dragged Han Zhao down. Hey, what's it got to do with me? Han Zhao commiserated. It wasn't you who made them. Lu Li lifted his chin in a gesture. Like that? Someone next to him laughed and chimed in. I say brother Han, you don't really want your brothers to pick up customers for you in your clubhouse, do you? I guess. Will you guys? Why don't you want to? However, we have to make it clear in advance that the brothers are not only good looking, but also good at work. So if the price is low, we won't do it. Come on you. Less than 3 minutes of, or blowing a good living here. The more a group of big old men get together, the rougher the words get. Chapter 66, Can you feel comfortable if you don't stab me twice? Lu Li took his hand and covered Ruan Tang's ears next to him, lest his own little tenderling be contaminated by this group of people. He had been reluctant to bring Nguyen Tang to this kind of party before, and because of that, the group had never gotten off the line when they talked, and they couldn't get out of the lower third of the room without saying 3 words. At this time, someone in the box noticed the situation on their side and joked with a smile. Watch what you say, can't you see that little sister-in-law's face is red? If this goes on, my brother Lu should take her away. Little sister-in-law? Even though he knew that the other party did not mean any harm, and that the word little referred to Ruan Tang's age, Lu Li couldn't get it right how he heard it, as if it was someone he had kept on the outside. Speak properly, that's the only wife I have. What little sister-in-law? The man also realized that something was wrong. Look at my mouth. I said the wrong thing again. I'll punish myself with a cup to make amends to sister-in-law, he said, picking up the wine in front of him and drying it off. Han Zhao, it's time to be punished. But, Lu Xiao, the brothers came early to celebrate your birthday and have been waiting for you until now, so what should we say about that? The others followed suit. Yes brother Lu, we've all had quite a bit to drink. Do you have to punish yourself for coming late? 1 cup is not enough. At least 3. Yes, 3 cups. My brother Lu has recently had a double happiness, not only for his birthday, but also marrying his petite wife. How can you drink a cup for such a big happy event? Lu Li signaled the waiter to pour the wine, and without saying a word, he picked it up and dried it, followed by a second and third glass. Where has Ruan Tang seen this formation? Looking at the heart of the fear, slowly drink. After 3 glasses of wine, the crowd was up in arms again. My Lu is just a pain in the ass. What do you know? Lu is happy. Old Five's words spoke to Lu's heart. Han Zhao thought of something and smiled meaningfully. Of course your brother Lu is happy. The others didn't think much of it and just took it as Han Zhao's casual concurrence. But Lu Li knew what he meant by it. Can you not be happy when you've got the meat in your mouth? He didn't move to warn Han Zhao, who smiled and didn't say anything else. The others in the booth didn't notice the undercurrent between the two, still snickering along with what they had just said. You guys didn't see the worried look on sister-in-law's face just now. If you let Lu drink 2 more cups, he'd be willing to do it. Worried about me? Lu Li looked down at the person in his arms. Ruan Tang has long been said by those people's face red. How can still have the nerve to answer? Only unconsciously to Lu Li to hide on the body. Don't worry. This drink is nothing. They're used to making trouble, so don't take what they say to heart. Aha. Nguyen Tang nodded blushingly. So what? Don't we have to toast sister-in-law? This marriage is not a one-man affair. Without Mrs. Lu, who will brother Lu tie the knot with? Yes, to sister-in-law. Thank you for taking Lu in and not minding my Lu's age. Saying that, a bunch of people came to Ruan Tang with their wine cups in their hands. Sister-in-law, we ed you at will. Nguyen Tang was a bit overwhelmed, and had just picked up his glass with trepidation when it was snatched from his hand in the next second. Your sister-in-law doesn't know how to drink, so I'll take over. Lu Li still had palpitations from the last time Ruan Tang got drunk, and he would be a dog if he let Ruan Tang drink again, let alone with such a group of smelly men. Nah, the sidekick wasn't happy about it. Brother Lu, I know you feel sorry for sister-in-law. We are honoring sister-in-law. It's our intention. Sister-in-law won't drink it, just dip her lips. Yeah, you drink it on you. It's not a bad idea to dip your lips. Ruan Tang was just thinking about it when he heard Han Zhao open his mouth and say, alright you guys, your sister-in-law is not well these days, so just forget about it if you can't drink. He also made a point of focusing on the words bad health. Ruan Tang only thought that Han Zhao was relieving her and didn't think much of it, but how could Luli not know what Han Zhao was insinuating? Old 5. Have your wife come over and stay with your sister-in-law for a while? Okay, brother. The reason why Old 5 was called Old 5 was not because he was fifth in line, but because his last name was Wang, and he was jokingly called by them as the King of Diamonds. Then, Luli spoke again at the person in his arms. I'm going out. Be good. With so many people here, Ruan Tang didn't have the heart to ask him what he was going for and only nodded silently. Afterward, Luli got up and tugged Han Zhao. Follow me out. Just before reaching the door, he turned back uneasily and instructed. I'm going out, so you guys don't come closer to your sister-in-law. Don't worry brother Lu, we'll definitely stay far away from sister-in-law. A meter or more. Luli gave Ruan Tang another uneasy look before going out. Say it. After going out, Luli was the first to speak. You called me out, and you're asking me to say? Say what? Han Zhao didn't get what he was selling. Can you get comfortable without jabbing and scratching me a few times tonight? When Luli said this, Han Zhao understood. Oh, that can't be. The frankness of his admission was expected by Luli. Now you have the chance. Say it. Ha? No. He let him out just so he could stab and scratch him? Han Zhao still didn't quite understand what operation he was pulling again. Masochistic tendencies? Not saying? Luli asked rhetorically. If you don't say it now, when you go back you'll have to talk more. Don't blame me for not being polite. No way big brother. You're too careful. Say it or not. Luli didn't bother to talk to him. I say, Mr. Lu, was it the first time you fought so fiercely yesterday? Luli did not answer. Getting someone to the point where they have to be medicated must have been done more than once. Okay Lu Xiao. I thought you held back for so many years. Xiao Luli had to be suffocated. I didn't realize that you're sheathing your sharp edge and your sword hasn't aged yet. Luli's face didn't change, and as he let him talk, Han Zhao suddenly felt that the fun was lost. No, I said, why don't you give a reaction? Aha. Luli responded. Well said. Anything else? Han Zhao was shocked. That's it? Sure enough, old men have thick skin. They're impervious to knives and spears. He seemed to have forgotten that he was the same age as Luli, and his birthday was a bit earlier than Luli. Not talking about it, are you? Then mention it again when you go in, especially in front of Nguyen Tang. Han Zhao this moment is finally a complete understanding. He went to the trouble of making this show is for Ruan Tang ah. Seeing that Han Zhao didn't say anything, Luli took it as if he was recognizing it and turned around to leave, only to be pulled back by Han Zhao again. Hey don't go ah, show me. With that, he went to pick at Luli's collar. When he was in the house, Luli felt hot so he unbuttoned the top 2 buttons, and just turned sideways, and at Han Zhao's angle he just saw the teeth marks that Ruan Tang had left on his neck yesterday. Han Zhao looked at the dark red teeth marks on Luli's neck and said twice, this little sugar candy has a really mean mouth. Can you not be ruthless? She was terrified. Han Zhao thought of something else and joked. I mean, you two don't have that alphabetical tendency, do you? Scram. Luli's thin lips slightly opened, and a nice word spilled out from between his lips. Chapter 67, I was wrong. You're better than that dog. What do you call this? Typical bridge crossing. It wasn't this attitude yesterday when you begged me for help. The one who helped me was Shi Fei, not you. Mentioning Shi Fei, Luli suddenly thought that he didn't seem to see Shi Fei today and asked again. Where is Shi Fei? I can't get away for the night shift at the hospital, so I was asked to tell you happy birthday. Thanks. This is still considered speaking human words, Han Zhao secretly said. The two then went back into the booth. When the woman beside Ruan Tang saw Luli come in, she knew that her mission had been accomplished, so she excused herself and walked away. Brother, where have you been? Didn't go anywhere, just chatted with your brother Han Zhao at the door. Nguyen Tang thought he had spoken very quietly, but somehow he was still heard by the person next to him. Sister-in-law hasn't changed her name yet. It's still called Lu. Brother. The other party was astonished. Someone soon picked up. What do you know? A love brother is also a brother. Love brother? Ruan Tang finally realized why he felt that Luli had changed. Things come in groups, and people come in groups, and just by looking at these friends of his, he knew what kind of person Luli was essentially. It was only because he had pretended to be too much before that Ruan Tang had created the illusion that he was steady and old-fashioned and did not smile. It was halfway through the night, and while the people in the room were still enthusiastic and showed no signs of wanting to end, Nguyen Tang was a bit overwhelmed. He hadn't slept much last night, and after an afternoon flight, he leaned on Luli and fought with his eyelids. Don't sleep here. I'll take you back. Ruan Tang rubbed his dazed eyes. Not too good. How could there be a reason to give him a birthday and have him leave first by himself? It's all my own people. Not so much. Luli had said so. Ruan Tang felt that there was no need for her to be melodramatic and nodded. The main thing was that she was indeed too sleepy. Luli got up and greeted the crowd. Your sister-in-law is a bit tired. I'll take her back first. Speaking of this, Luli added, I just got back from out of town today and took an afternoon flight. But that's not as good an explanation as he's giving. We get it. We're tired. Right. Understand. Sister-in-law's small body can't stand an old man like Lu. Not to mention older men who have been abstinent for years. Sure enough, the group of them couldn't get away from the lower third of the conversation when they got together. Ruantang blushed and pinched Luli on the waist. Stop it. It hurts. I don't know. What did he think? It hurts. It hurts. And he even said it on purpose. Not too loud and not too small. Just enough to be heard in the presence. There was another round of giggles from the crowd. Okay, stop it. Don't you see that your sister-in-law is shy? If you make your sister-in-law angry, it won't be our brother Lu who goes home in bad luck. What's the matter with Luli having a little bit of smugness when he's being talked about like that? Here, Lu, smoke one before you go. Someone handed Luli a cigarette, and instead of taking it directly, Luli first looked down at Ruantang and inquired, I'll have one? This is the first one today. If you want to smoke it, just smoke it. Why ask her? But in front of so many people, Ruantang didn't have the heart to say so, and gently nodded. Egu, my brother Lu has his day. Lu has gotten so mixed up that he has to report for a cigarette. Luli smiled and took Ruantang into his arms. There's no way. This is tightly regulated at home. Upon hearing this, Han Zhao bristled. Alright, Lu Xiao. I know you have a wife. Don't show off. You're being controlled for smoking a cigarette. You're like a pussy. You don't mind the shame. You're not a pussy. You're not the one who grunts and pouts in front of Shifei every day. Luli sneered back. I say brother Han, don't get involved in this topic. Who doesn't know that your status in the family is not as good as the dog your sister-in-law keeps? Any more nonsense, believe it or not I'll whip you. Okay, I was wrong. You are better than that dog. Alright then, we'll go back first. You guys have a good time. If you don't want to be here anymore, change the place, and put all the spending on my account. Luli laughed. Don't worry Lu, the brothers won't save it for you. As soon as he was out the door, Ruantang shook off Luli's hand on his shoulder and walked away quickly. Luli went after him. What's wrong? Angry? You kind of ruined my image with your friends. When did I ever manage to control you so harshly? The drama on the way out kind of made Ruantang's sleepiness disappear. Wasn't it Sugar who said before that she wouldn't let me smoke? Worried he'd die early, and said I should drink less. Yes, she did say. Well, I'm doing it for your health, and I'm just saying it. I don't really control you, but I took it seriously. Haven't you noticed I don't even smoke much anymore? Wintang was stunned and sat in the back seat with regard to the driver's open door. Luli then came up and heard her mutter a small, yes? Luli snorted and said helplessly, doesn't care about me at all? Which is not. Ruantang denied sheepishly, talking about your problems. Why are you bringing it back to me? Luli lost his smile. The little girl was getting more and more difficult to fool now. Well, say what you will about me. It's not like it's a bad thing to keep a tight rein on your own man. Is that still a good thing to say? Even if I don't care. Anyway, she couldn't meet with his friends a few times. Then you're not afraid of them laughing at you behind your back. Just laugh. I have a wife and they don't. He sounds pretty proud of himself. Ruantang couldn't help but laugh as well. Seeing this, Luli directly hugged her on his lap. Sugar Plum, this is something you should learn from your sister Shifei. How does sister Shifei even manage brother Han Zhao? She only knew that in Han Zhao and Shifei's husband and wife relationship, it had always been a state where the woman was strong and the man was weak. But as for how Shifei managed Han Zhao, she really wasn't clear, and couldn't help but be a little curious as well. Luli did not answer, but asked instead, what is this place we have come to today? The clubhouse. Doing what? Naturally, it's all about food and drink. So did you feel any different in this game today? Nguyen shook her head honestly. It wasn't like she'd ever been to a bureau like this before, so how would she know any different? How many women did you see in the booth today besides you? Luli asked again. Nguyen fought back. I think there were just 3 or 4. Well, those 3 or 4 are all married or engaged. Ruantang heard and understood that Luli's words meant that it was all that could be put in the open, in accordance with the law and morality, and there was nothing that was kept in private, much less women used for hospitality in the clubhouse. Although Ruantang was simple, she also knew that the so-called eating and drinking in the clubhouse was not just eating and drinking, not to mention that she had heard about the private behavior of these young masters. If you think about it that way, there is indeed something wrong with this inning today. It's too vegan. But what does this have to do with Sister Shifei? If she could control Han Zhao from looking for another woman, could she control anyone else? Your Sister Shifei's request to Han Zhao is that as long as there's a place where he's present, no messy women are allowed, not even if it's not him. and not even if it's brought by someone close to him. So wherever there's a bureau where your brother Han Zhao is present, no one dares to bring a messy woman there. Chapter 68, I can't even get in the door now. Ruan Tang was a little surprised, not realizing that Sister Shifei was so powerful, but after thinking about it carefully seemed to understand what she was trying to do. It's still the same old saying that people are divided into groups, and things come together. Or maybe it's true that those who are close to Zhu are red, and those who are close to Ink are black, even if he himself was clean, but after seeing more and watching for a long time, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be influenced. Luli wants Nguyen Tang to control him, but Nguyen Tang doesn't think so. She is still the same idea before. People or to rely on self-consciousness, rely on the words of the tube. How can manage over? She also does not have that mind everything to manage. Of course, it couldn't be generalized. After all, this method of Shifei's was still useful when used on Han Zhao, and it could only be said that everyone had their own way of being good at it. However, these things aside, Ruan Tang seemed to hear something else from these words of Lu Li. Her eyes tailed off, a thin layer of mist able to come up from her eyes. What does brother mean by telling me this? Is it telling me that if I don't care about you in the future, you'll bring those messed up women to parties, or that all those parties you went to in the past that didn't have Han Zhao's brother had other women brought to them? The little girl spoke like a succession of guns, one sentence after another. Luli wanted to interject words cannot be inserted. He then realized that he'd gotten himself into a loop. Was he digging a hole and burying himself in it? As the old saying goes, joy breeds sorrow, and he seems to have fooled around too much today. Oh, no wonder brother never took me out before. Luckily, I thought that my brother was a good person and wouldn't cheat on me. It seems that what the sister surname Zhang hinted to me last time is also true. Saying so, Ruan Tang also didn't let him hug him anymore. Breaking away from his arms and staying away from him, Luli had to move his body and come over again. It's not true, sugar. You misunderstood. I didn't mean it like that. Apart from you, I've never brought any other kind of woman to a party. Not on any other occasion. In Han Zhao's words, let alone a woman. He hadn't even had a female mosquito by his side all these years. Whether I misunderstood or not, I don't know. But what my brother just said, that's what I heard. I swear, if swearing worked, lightning would be too busy. Luli instantly choked. What would it take for my brother to explain for you to believe it? The car stopped at home. Ruan Tang pushed open the door and got out straight away, ignoring Luli's question. Baby, Luli was close behind. It's better if you don't explain, brother. I don't want to hear it. Oh yeah, I want to sleep by myself tonight. Baby, you can't sentence me to death based on your own imagination. Baby, wife, whatever he said again. Ruan Tang didn't answer, pretended not to hear and ran upstairs in a negative manner. Entered the master bedroom one step ahead of Luli, and then had to close the door. Luli took a quick step and almost flashed his old back before stopping. Baby, I can't sleep without you. Nguyen Tang narrowed his eyes and gave a fake smile. I fell asleep when I was sleepy. Baby, it's my birthday. You're being cruel. It's past 12. The implication is that my birthday is over and I don't need to be threatened with this. The little girl who had been sweet enough to want him to be happy before had really flipped her lid. Brother, I'm going to bed. Please move over. After saying that, he pushed Luli out with force, followed by a heavy slamming of the door. Bang! Luli did not come back to his senses for a long time. So, he's going to be alone today? He just got a taste of meat, and now he's going to start eating veggies again? After a few more moments at the bedroom door, the person inside showed no sign of letting him in. Instead, Han Zhao called. Mr. Lu, are you home yet? Aha! Luli tiredly rubbed the spot on his brow and faintly answered. What? It doesn't sound like it's in a good mood. Shouldn't be interrupting your good deed. Han Zhao didn't mention it, but the more he said, the more Luli's heart was blocked. What a bother. I can't even get in the door now. Influenced by his grandfather. He has some banditry in him, only that he hides it well on weekdays, and it is exposed when he drinks at this moment. Had a fight with sugar? Wasn't it fine when you left? Han Zhao's gloating voice from the opposite side came over. Luli then told him what had just happened. Not that I'm talking to you. What are you telling her that for? You want her to control you so badly. Are you out of your mind? Han Zhao nonchalantly reprimanded. He was almost bewitched by Shifei's control, and he couldn't understand that there was even someone here who took the initiative to let people control him. Luli's throat stuttered. I'm sick. You're satisfied. He wasn't sick. Otherwise why would he tell her this for good reason? Not only did he make his wife angry, but he made it so that he couldn't even get into the bedroom. Then there was a burst of laughter on the other side of the phone, and Luli realized that Han Zhao was on speakerphone on the other end. The person speaking from the opposite side changed. Lu, you are indeed suffering from a disease called jealousy. Both the person on the other side of the phone and the person on this side of the phone froze their ears and listened to him continue. You think, Brother Han and sister-in-law have been together since they were in school, and they envied a lot of people at that time. Our brother Lu is different. Sister-in-law is young. Hard to wait for so many years, but also all day to watch Han and sister-in-law love. But not just envy it. After a long time even sister-in-law to Han's discipline are feeling a kind of love. So now that you have a wife, you can't wait to experience that kind of love. After this was said, another person on the other side of the room asked, "Is that so, Lu?" The environment in the private room was too noisy. No one heard Lu Li's awkward light cough and just assumed that he was not answering. If Lu doesn't say anything, it means he's acquiescing. "Lu, you're mentally ill. You need to see a psychiatrist." Lu Li's head was about to explode because of the noise from the other side. "Is there anything else?" "Nothing. I'm hanging up." Chapter 69, Little Ancestor. "Please feel sorry for your husband." "Hey, don't," Han Zhao voiced. "So do you want to come back and play with us for a while?" "No. Sugar will find me when she wakes up from her nap." There was another roar of laughter from across the room. "Come on you. People are letting you in and looking for you. What a beautiful thing to think." Han Zhao's words were undoubtedly another stab to Lu Li's heart. "You'll die if you don't talk a little. Hang up." Lu Li tugged his tie away in annoyance and pulled out another cigarette from his jacket pocket. Thought better of it and put it back. In the bedroom one door away from Lu Li, Ruantang silently curved the corners of her mouth, then opened the door and came out, shoving a cup of warm boiled water into Lu Li's hand. "Drink the water before you go to sleep." Not waiting for Lu Li to react, the bedroom door closed again, came and went like a gust of wind. If not for the fact that he did have an extra glass of water in his hand, Lu Li suspected that just now it was his own hallucination. He froze looking at the glass of water in his hand and let out a soft laugh before taking a drink. Having not had a good night's sleep for 2 days in a row, Ruantang slept solidly and for a long time this time, and didn't wake up until the afternoon of the next day. She stretched out and glanced sideways as she passed the other bedroom, the door to which was closed, and she wondered if the person inside was still asleep or had gotten up and gone out. Ruantang did not think much. Directly downstairs. This sleep, breakfast and lunch did not eat. She was already hungry chest to back. While going downstairs, he started summoning Wu's mom. "Wu's mom, Mrs. Wu, coming." Seeing Wu Ma walking over, she jumped over and took Wu Ma's hand, softly and gluttonously pouting. "I'm hungry. I want to eat rice." Wu Ma's face was full of pampering. Her plump face smiled with crow's feet. "Good. Eat rice. Eat some snacks first. I'll heat up the rice for you again." "Well, thank you Mrs. Wu." Mrs. Wu is so nice. The nice words, paired with the young girl's sweet voice, were like honey, making one's heart flood with sweetness. "Just your sweet mouth." Wu Ma laughed and snapped at her, but when she turned her head back, her line of sight crossed over Ruantang and landed on the man behind her. "Young master, you're back." Ruantang also followed her line of sight and looked back, but surprised herself. Lu Li did not know when he stood behind her, looking down at her without uttering a word. Nguyen calmed his beating little heart and grumbled, "Doesn't brother ever walk without a sound?" Lu Li pulled out the chair next to Ruantang and sat down. "You're the one who didn't hear it." Nguyen secretly skimmed his lips. "Not surprisingly. Just woke up?" "Aha." Ruantang nodded in response. His eyes swept over Lu Li, still in his usual suit, meticulously groomed, but the auburn under his eyes could hardly hide his fatigue. "Brother didn't sleep well yesterday?" Lu Li didn't answer, just coldly grunted with a nasal voice. Where was it that he didn't sleep well? He didn't sleep at all. Seeing as this little girl is sleeping quite well, she has a big heart. In the kitchen, Wu Ma brought up the heated meal, and in passing, she brought a picture of bowls and chopsticks for Lu Li as well. "Young master, have some as well." "No need, Mrs. Wu, I ate outside." Seeing Ruantang looking at him, he finished and said to Ruantang, "Eat quickly, I'll find you something afterward." "What is it?" After Ruantang asked, she lowered her head and began to eat in a muffled voice, and when Lu Li didn't respond, she muttered again in a low voice, "I haven't forgiven my brother yet." "Aha," he answered and nothing more. Ruantang raised his head suspiciously, only to find him propping up his head with one hand, his eyes closed tightly, not knowing if he was asleep or faking sleep. "Brother?" She called out to him in a small voice, and the other didn't respond, looking genuinely tired. Although the two had been sharing the same bed for some time, Ruantang rarely saw Lu Li's sleeping face. Lu Li usually got up early, and when Ruantang woke up in the morning, he was usually already up. "The few times, but also in the middle of the night when I woke up, through the dim nightlight hazy scene, like so clear look, as if it is the first time." Ruantang couldn't help but put down his chopsticks and scrutinize them. The tightly closed eyes could not hide his good looks in the least, and his high nose and superior jawline were each so exquisite. Long, slender eyelashes that fluttered slightly with each breath, gently, like feathers. She suddenly wanted to touch his lashes, wondering if they were as gentle and soft as she'd seen them. Fingers were clutched into his hand before he could touch them. His eyelids didn't open and he remained in the same position as earlier. Eat properly. Oh, caught in the act. Ruan-Tang awkwardly drew back his fingers and silently ate his meal, knowing that he wasn't asleep. Ruan-Tang didn't dare to look at him as blatantly as he did just now, only using the corner of his eyes to keep glancing there. After a few more moments, Nguyen-Tang finished her meal, and Luli stood up at almost the same time as she did. Come on, follow me upstairs. What for? Sleep with me for a while first. Don't, I just woke up. Luli rubbed his forehead brow. Little ancestor, feel sorry for your husband. The look on his face was one of undisguised exhaustion. Oh, want me to hold you? Don't. He was so sleepy like that. Ruan-Tang was afraid he'd drop her halfway. Luli tugged her upstairs, and without changing his clothes, he just hugged her to sleep. It smelled strongly of tobacco, causing Nguyen-Tang to wrinkle his nose. She couldn't help but think of what Luli told her yesterday. He now smokes very little. As if there is really quite a long time not to smell such a heavy smell of cigarettes on Luli. Today this is also very sleepy. More smoke, a few refreshing. Ruan-Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Her body pressed further into his arms, and it wasn't long before she followed suit and fell asleep. When I woke up again, the house was dark, with only a dim nightlight on. She had just opened her eyes and moved when a low male voice came from above her head. Awake? Ruan-Tang raised his eyelids and looked over to him. Isn't brother sleepy? Waking up so early? Luli sidled up and turned the bedroom light on, and Nguyen-Tang squinted as she didn't quite adjust. Now you know you care if I'm sleepy? You wouldn't even let me in the door last night. His tone was teasing, and the ends of his peach blossom eyes rose slightly, and it was obvious that he had recovered a lot of his mental state after the sleep. He had changed into a gray housecoat, and the smell of tobacco, which had been replaced by the scent of shower gel, smelled fresh and clean. Ruan-Tang hooked her lips. Oh, I forgot if brother didn't say it. I still want to sleep by myself today. So it's hard for brother to make do with another night in my previous bedroom. Don't even think about it. The feeling of being alone in the room was too hard to bear. Used to holding this little thing to sleep, he really couldn't sleep without her. It wasn't quite the same as when he usually traveled out of town, when he knew he couldn't hold it and didn't have the thought in his mind. But now, if he slept in a separate room from her, he would always be thinking that she was next door, close at hand, but not able to hug her, and that kind of scratching and clawing feeling was the worst. Chapter 70, The Little Fox of White Cut Black. Sugar, brother really didn't mean that with what he said yesterday. Old Five is right. I'm just jealous. I'm jealous of Han Zhao. He has a wife to control. I don't, and now I'm not easy to have a wife, so I want you to control me too. In fact, Ruan-Tang had already guessed it, but now that she heard him speak so bluntly, she still had a surprised glance in her heart. She didn't expect such childish words to come out of Luli's mouth. Exactly how do I need my brother to explain this so you'll believe it? Ruan-Tang didn't say anything and looked at her and smiled, his bright star-like eyes blinking. Only then did he ask rhetorically, do you think I'd let you hug me if I didn't believe you, brother? So that's what it means to believe. So what did you pull this stunt for? To play me? Ruan-Tang beamed. I wouldn't dare. Luli snorted coldly. Is there anything you wouldn't dare to do now? If Ruan-Tang had said this before, he would have believed it. But now, there was nothing this little girl wouldn't dare to do. Ruan-Tang did not respond. Frankly, need Luli's line of sight to look over. But there are a few points of not humble that flavor, but also a few points you can do anything about my dejection. The reason she messed with him yesterday wasn't that she didn't believe what he said. She wasn't going to bother him, but she had to let him know where she stood on the matter. He had planned to mess with him for a few more days, but seeing how tired he was today, Ruan-Tang went a little soft. Forget it. After hearing her thoughts, Luli couldn't say whether he was relieved or surprised in his heart. And he sized up Ruan-Tang meaningfully. I knew it was a small fox, I just didn't realize it was a white-cut black one. He'd scared twice. I obviously raised it in the direction of a white rabbit. So how did it turn out like this? What part of the process went wrong? Oh, did brother want to raise me as a white rabbit just so he could hold me now? No wonder he's been managing me so tightly since I was a kid. Luli was about to be exasperated by her, raising his hand to pinch her cheek. This little mouth is really getting stronger and stronger, not allowing a single word. Ruan-Tang rubbed the place he had pinched and muttered in a small voice. It was all ready, and he still won't let it be said. Luli grunted and laughed when he heard this and said nothing more. Ruan-Tang hung her eyes, not knowing what came to her mind. A hint of a smile overflowed from the corner of her mouth. Then she raised her arms and wrapped them around Luli's neck, saying in a delicate voice, then does brother like little white rabbits or little foxes? Luli's hand on her ass dragged the man upward. I like you. Satisfied with this answer, Nguyen-Tang raised his head and kissed him. Luli obediently hugged her a little tighter. Are you hungry? The two of them slept this sleep, directly missed dinner. Ruan-Tang ate late in the afternoon. This moment is not hungry. I'm hungry. I want to eat something sweet, Luli said, a hint of a meaningful smile hanging at the corners of his mouth, spreading from the corners of his mouth until it reached those good-looking peach blossom eyes. There are cupcakes in the fridge. I'll get them for my brother. Luli shook his head. No cupcakes, I want candy. Well, what he said about eating candy was really candy, but it was her piece of candy, and the rest of the gasp was swallowed whole into his belly. Breath with a hint of mint flavor invaded the mouth in a smooth manner. Does it still hurt? Both understood what that question meant. Does it still hurt? How could Nguyen Tang answer this? To say it hurts is a lie. To say it doesn't hurt, is that not inviting him? As if he wanted to. Never mind. Nguyen Tang chose not to answer. If you don't, I'll come see for myself. As soon as he spoke, Nguyen Tang felt a large hand caress the wound. He touched it gently, and only dropped his heart when he saw that Nguyen Tang didn't react the way he did last time. He moved his fingers. Fingertips have been wrapped by a warm touch. Luli mouth curved up, whispered to the person underneath him. This time how so? The latter words, Luli thought about it and swallowed back, afraid that saying it out the little girl shy, affecting him to eat candy. In a daze, hearing his desire to speak, Nguyen Tang let out a question from between his throats. The sound and color was different from her usual sweetness, and there was more of a loving and seductive flirtation. That always green and childish eyebrows were also tinted with ardent affection, and the flow of the eyes were all mesmerizing colors of desire. A layer of pink color covered the small face. Sandalwood mouth slightly open. Exhaled hot air. Chest the up and down with breathing. Why are you so hooked? Luli changed what he had just said, but it was also what he was really thinking at the moment. The palms of his hands pressed against her, rubbing her into his body, telling her in a tangible way that what he was saying was true. The wind came up, stirring up a pool of spring water and blowing a tree of flowers. Tired, baby, brother, cuddle, girl, come here. That day, as soon as Nguyen Tang entered the classroom, Hiruru poked her head out from her seat against the wall on the right and waved at her. Nguyen Tang adjusted her direction, slowly stepped forward and sat down on the seat that Hiruru had reserved for her. Then while taking out the things she used for today's class from her bag, she casually asked, coming so early. As soon as she finished speaking, Nguyen Tang felt an empty space in her hand. Her bag was taken by Hiruru and casually tossed it aside. Which day did I not come early? Are you? I haven't finished taking it yet. Get it later. Let me smell it first. Sniffing? Before Nguyen Tang could react, she saw Hiruru, like a good-looking big dog, lying on top of her sniffing and sniffing, going up and down simply not intending to spare any corner. Seeing this inexplicable action of hers, Nguyen Tang's heart was flustered. His body dodged back uncomfortably, and his brows furrowed tightly afterward. Is there something about me that smells? Nguyen Tang asked uncertainly. Aha, Hiruru responded, her movements still not stopping. Nguyen Tang's first reaction was that there was some kind of bad smell, and she panicked even more inside. But, it shouldn't be. I just took a shower this morning, and my clothes and shoes were just changed today. Could it be that she had been exposed to something smelly today? Nguyen Tang went over everything in his mind from the day he woke up, and finally came up with the answer that there wasn't one. She was about to open her mouth to ask, when Hiruru finally shed her nose from her, and she said with a mesmerized expression, womanly. Chapter 71, Your husband is quite vigilant. Nguyen Tang realized that this was another Hiruru's prank, and the heart that had just been hanging in the air instantly relaxed. Quickly scared me. I thought I had some kind of stench on me. Saying that, she went around Hiruru and took her own bag over, continuing to take out the things she just didn't finish. You're a woman too. Why do you have to smell mine? It's easier to smell yourself, she added. Then, Hiruru's slightly delicate and pretentious voice sounded from one side. I'm not a woman. I'm still a girl. I also, Nguyen Tang said halfway, and swallowed back. She seemed to understand the Hiruru early in the morning to get this out of the reason. Face to the naked eye visible speed stained a layer of scarlet. You what you? Say something. Hiruru saw her reaction like this and knew that she finally understood what she meant. It's really hard for this little fool to react only now. She touched Nguyen Tang with her shoulder. Tell sister, what does it feel like to do that? Nguyen Tang blushed even more. I'm not going to tell you. Come on. You've done it and you're still embarrassed to talk about it? Nguyen Tang had no choice but to tell her. Wait until you experience it yourself later, and you'll know. Hiruru staggered. Isn't it because I didn't have the chance to experience it that I'm asking you? Tell me, did it hurt? Did it feel good? Did it feel like the kind of death written in novels? Speaking of which, she gave a vocal demonstration of what it meant for Yu Xianyu to die. At the moment, Nguyen Tang hated to admit that he knew her. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the next row and saw that there were still empty seats. She panicked and moved over before the bell rang. The notebook for taking notes fell on its original position and didn't bother. The only thing on her mind right now was to stay away from that person. But if you can hide the first day, you can't hide the 15th day. And you can't run away from the monk. but you can't run away from the temple. At noon, back to the apartment to eat, Hiruru not die again began to continue the previous topic. Is your husband any good or not? Is the size okay? How's the staying power? How many times a night? Ruantang was glad that this was at home and not at school. Otherwise she was really worried that Hiruru's mouth would continue to pop up with some kind of tiger and wolf words. Ruantang smothered her food and pretended not to hear it. She wasn't at a point yet where she could openly share her post-sleep feelings with other people. However, Hiruru was not a person who would give up. Seeing that Ruantang did not answer, after a while she asked again. Each time it was a new question, but it all centered around gender relations. At first Ruantang would blush a little, and after asking more questions, she became immune to it, and would even sneakily tick the corners of her mouth when Hiruru was furious and wanted to get mad. It was only when she was asked for the nth time that she was willing to give up. Alright, Ruan Sugarplum, I'm convinced. This mouth of yours, it's getting harder and harder to pry now. Ruantang raised his head to look at her, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Why don't I tell you something else? What? She sounded bereft, clearly unable to raise her interest. It's an incident that happened the other day when I went to see my brother. As soon as Hiruru heard that this was related to Luli, her first reaction was to think of it in an unhealthy direction. Maybe it was some meat dregs, and her head, which was originally lowered, instantly froze. Speak, quickly. Ruantang then told her about the day he was almost strangled by Luli. Although this is not quite the same as Hiruru's expectations, but this matter is quite dramatic enough to say, but also to satisfy Hiruru's psychology of gossip. That's a pretty vigilant husband you've got there. In this regard, Ruantang deeply agreed. But also understand, brother, after all, he has to manage the company. If you are not vigilant, it may have been eaten by others. At that, Nguyen sighed unexpectedly. What's wrong? It's fine. I just think that it's not easy for my brother either. I'll have to ask Wuma to make him some good food at night to make up for it. Yo, sleeping over is different. Now you know that your heart hurts. Hiruru teased. What's the matter? He was originally my brother. She paused, coughed lightly, a little uncomfortable, and continued. My husband, I heartache is not normal? Yes. Hiruru nodded. Normal. Now you can finally understand that's your husband. Progress is good. Keep up the good work. Ruantang smiled blushingly and didn't say anything, but listening to Hiruru, she felt as if Luli was even more pitiful. She looked down and pondered over something, her hands unconsciously snapping her nails. Hiruru separated her two hands in no good humor. Still picking, and then picking the diamonds on top of it. I'll let you snap them off. Nguyen smiled twice. I was thinking about how I could help my brother share the load. Minding your own business is the best distraction for him. And if you can't, help him with another child. Stop it. I knew she was a man who couldn't be serious for more than 3 seconds. Who's messing with you? You can't get involved in his company right now. And you don't need to take care of your parents. So that's not all you can do. Nguyen thought about it for a moment, and it seemed to be the case. Words to the wise. Hey, in all seriousness, are you and your husband planning on having kids now? Granted, you haven't graduated yet, but that's not a problem in a family like yours, and it's not uncommon to get pregnant and have kids in college these days. This question, Ruantang is not sure how to answer. She herself words is not to want to have children so early. After all, she has always felt that she is still a child. As for Luli, that day at the birthday banquet he said in front of all the people that he had no intention of having children for the time being. But Nguyen felt that the reason he said that was more to defend her. Was he really thinking that? But Nguyen had always wanted to talk to him but had never found the opportunity to do so. After some deliberation, he could only finally tell Hiruru. I don't know, so did you guys wear tees when you did it? You again. Come on, what does it matter? Are you wearing it or not? Just answer me this one question, okay? Don't forget, I'm your emotional mentor. I have a reason to know the progress of your relationship. Otherwise how can I help you later? Well, Nguyen responded vaguely from his throat as he was pestered by her. Finally getting some words out of her, Hiruru collapsed on the sofa in satisfaction. Sugar Plum, you're just too shy. Don't you see on people's texts that it's all about girlfriends sharing their feelings about each other's beds? Well, the PO text did a lot of harm. Chapter 72, Brother has a lot to change. The villa's thick door was pulled open from inside. Young master, you're back. Luli nodded slightly and took off the jacket he was wearing, handing it to the servant at hand. I got it. Looking at the person running from the house, Luli's hand movements paused. Ruantang came over and grabbed the jacket from Luli's hand. Brother, after I said that, I thought it was wrong. Honey, I'll get it. In Luli's astonished eyes, she ran upside down to put the clothes away and ran back upside down. Honey, sit down and change your shoes. Luli sat down on the shoe-changing stool in the doorway, and Nguyen crouched down after him. The servant beside her was shocked. Young lady, brother, no, husband, Take off your shoes. Luli's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at her with a bit more coldness in his eyes. Get up. When did I ever need you to do such a thing? His tone was low, and Gwentang looked dismayed as he answered. Oh. Then he stood up, a little upset in his mind. After that, he stood silently by the side, waiting for Luli to change his shoes under the servant's service. Angry? No. The tone was one of total resentment. How can I let the person I raised in the palm of my hand let her do these things? Not even if the other party was himself. Ruantang was so happy in her heart that even her movements up the stairs were a bit more playful. But still, he raised his mouth and complained. Then can't brother be more gentle? Luli reached around her shoulders and wrapped his arms around her. Okay, brother's fault. I'll change it. Walk properly. Don't jump around. Oh. Ruantang collected himself for a moment, and then suddenly realized that there seemed to be something wrong with his previous sentence. What do you mean brother raised me? Brother is taking advantage of me. Since junior high school your parent-teacher conferences are almost always me to open. Your usual cold fever stomachache 8 out of 10 times is me to take you to the hospital. Even your first physiological period. Ruantang's face reddened. Alright brother, don't say it. It's you. It's you. That's still because Lu's dad and mom couldn't snatch him, and as long as he was at home, he had to go to Ruantang's parent-teacher conferences. Her classmates thought for a while that her brother was the only relative in her family. She was even approached by a teacher at the school, who sidestepped her and told her that she was still very good, and that if she had any problems, she should also communicate with her parents in a timely and good manner. The teacher thought she was afraid her parents would find out about her grades, so she let her brother go. Unbeknownst to her, Luli was much more fierce than her mom and dad. As for her first physical period, she was too embarrassed to talk about it and hid in the restroom alone, refusing to come out, and it was Luli who noticed the difference and bought her sanitary napkins. Later, when she was in severe pain, it was also him who made her brown sugar water and rubbed her stomach. Luli hooked up the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. I'll go change into some clothes first and come back later to settle your score. Settle her score? What accounts did she have to settle? Ruantang was confused and just about to ask. Luli had already entered the check room. A few moments later, he changed into loose loungewear and came out, and when he saw Gwentang sitting on wear, he lifted his chin to signal her to get up, then sat himself down in her original position, legs folded. Say, what did you do wrong again? He bowed his head, unclasping the wristwatch from his hand and casually tossing it on the bedside cabinet. Didn't do anything wrong. She's been behaving well lately. She hasn't skipped any classes. She hasn't gone anywhere she shouldn't have behind his back. She's just eaten takeout a few times, so she can't be interrogated for that. Didn't he do anything wrong? Why so attentive? Again, he was helping him with his clothes, and he was calling out to her husband. As the saying goes, if you don't have anything to offer, you're either a traitor or a thief. And with her being so erratic today, Luli decided that she was up to something. Upon hearing this, Ruantang stomped his foot angrily. Brother is really a dog that bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for him. Dogs again? In this little girl's mouth she seems to have become inseparable from the dog. I thought it was too hard for my brother to work, so I wanted to do something for him. Luli looked at her with more and more softness in his eyes, a few more points of comfort. He hooked his long arm and held her in his lap. Heartbroken me? Well, brother even wronged me. So angry. Brother is wrong. Brother change. Ruantang skimmed his mouth. Again this cliché. Brother is wrong. Brother change. Every time. Without holding back for a moment, he teased. Brother has a lot to change. Luli's throat stuttered with a feeling of being choked, and his palm gently slapped her on the buttocks. Stinky girl, this mouth is getting more and more powerful now. It's true that there are a lot of problems that need to be changed in my brother, but which time did my brother say change and not do it? Heartless little girl. It's not that I'm heartless. I even asked Wuma to cook a lot of delicious food for my brother to make up for him. Luli instantly felt that his dignity as a male was being challenged. The arm on Ruantang's waist violently tightened, gritting his teeth. I need to make up? Patch. Brain. Can't I satisfy you? Who was the one who cried out last night that he didn't want it? Before Ruantang could finish her sentence, she heard Luli whisper in her ear. Bedtime things, by him in this situation to say out. Ruantang instantly read through the root of the ear, rubbing up from his lap, as if to hide again what horrible things. A jump to a long distance. You, hooligan. Leaving these words behind, Gwentang fled as if he were going downstairs. What's wrong? Wuma asked when she saw her come down in a panic. Her face flushed. Ruantang paused and eased his mind. No, nothing. Wuma opened dinner. Brother is back. Hey, good. A few moments later, Luli came down from upstairs and sat down next to Ruantang. Ruantang hadn't yet recovered from the mortification he had just experienced, and slanted a glance at him, silently moving to the side again. Luli didn't move and followed. Such a big table. had to do it next to her. What's wrong with it? Ruan-tang secretly slandered. A dish was brought from the kitchen to the dining room. Luli looked at a white roasted brain flower placed in front of him and was stunned. As far as he knew, this thing should not have the function of tonifying the kidney. Mrs. Wu, this is. Sugarplum is distressed that young master usually uses his brain a lot, and asked me to make you some brain-boosting food. So it's form for form? When you say tonic, you mean brain tonic? What did brother think? Nguyen-tang slanted him a look in disinterest. Luli laughed softly. What did I expect? Doesn't Sugar know? Brother hates it. Ruan-tang stomped her foot angrily. His peach blossom eyes curved up under his gold-rimmed glasses, and a bright smile appeared on his cool face. Brother, is Grandma still at the old mansion? After the death of the Liu family's old man, Mrs. Liu moved out of the old mansion and now lives in a mansion on the outskirts of the capital, cultivating her body and mind. Chapter 73, Disgusting. Brother, don't kiss me. What's wrong? Luli replied as he ate his portion of roasted brains with relish. He actually didn't love this kind of thing. Only, this was what Ruan-tang had specially prepared for her. So naturally, it had more of something else to add to it. I was thinking about going to the old house to spend time with Grandma when I don't have class. It's not because she likes her so much, it's because she thinks Luli usually doesn't have time to go over there. So can she do her filial piety for him and kind of share the burden? Well, Luli throat words, has not yet set out. Thinking of that day from the door to hear those words, he swallowed back raw. No, when I'm not busy one day, I will take you there. After thinking about it, he emphasized again. I'm not taking you there, so don't go to the old mansion for a while. Oh, Ruan-tang didn't know why he said that, and just faintly answered, afraid that she would think too much. Luli laughed again and said, every day you think of accompanying Chowan and Grandma. Why don't you think of accompanying your husband? Not accompanied every day. Ruan-tang muttered in a small voice, eating with him and sleeping with him. Luli lightly laughed, less worry about these messy things. Not still want to study for the exams. Put your mind on learning. Here we go. Here we go. Back to preaching. Ruan-tang frowned and pushed that brain flower toward him again. Brother, eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold in a while. He can't even gag on food. Baba, why does he talk so much? Taste it? Just after Luli finished speaking, he saw the little girl ducking back with a disgusted face. Don't. Disgusting. Brother is not allowed to kiss me tonight. After thinking about it, he added, not even tomorrow. Luli resisted the urge to throw the cutlery in his hand on the table. I'm eating on it and you're telling me this. Then didn't brother ask me before he ate it? Sugar commiserated. And Sugar didn't say anything. Good. Really good. Luli gritted his teeth. The rest of the brain flower in front of his eyes became more and more annoying the more he looked at it, and he pushed the thing aside with a big wave of his hand. Seeing this, Ruan-tang secretly spat out his tongue. Lu Dog's temper is really bad. Later, the meal was eaten by Ruan-tang under Luli's mournful eyes. As soon as they finished eating, Ruan-tang was dragged upstairs by Luli. Why? I'd like to play down here for a while. Accompany me to brush my teeth, Luli said in a hateful voice. It's not like brother doesn't know how to brush. Why do you need to call me? After seeing Luli's slightly cold eyes, she wisely closed her mouth. Ruan-tang just passively watched him squeeze the toothpaste and brush his teeth in the restroom, secretly wondering in his heart, when did he add such a problem? When did he get such a problem? He had to watch him brush his teeth. Luli this tooth. Enough to have to brush for nearly 10 minutes, during which Ruan-tang once worried that if he continued to brush like this, his teeth would have to let him poke through. Is that okay? He opened his mouth and the refreshing minty scent hit him. What ya? Nguyen-tang didn't know why he was asking. Can I kiss you now? Oh, so that's why she was told to come up and brush her teeth for so long. Ruan-tang heart joy. The corners of the mouth have a smile overflowed. A feeling of being valued came to life, but also vaguely feel Luli sometimes. Childish tight. Oh, just a yes. Without waiting for her to respond, Luli picked her up in one go and turned around to place her on the sink. Oh, with a strong invasion of cool breath. Brother, don't. Oh, be honest. Don't move. Ruan-tang instinctively placed her legs on Luli's lean waist. The soft and boneless legs were like two slender vines wrapped around him. Luli's mind couldn't help but start flashing some not so healthy images from last night. For a while, the breathing became more and more rapid. Luli picked her up and kissed her while shifting positions. Sharply, he removed the top that was in the way and leaned over to pin her to the bed. Ruan-tang naturally knew what was going to happen next. She pushed Luli and inclined her head before his lips fell again. Brother, later, only just finished eating. It's not good to do this just after eating. Luli's warm lips fell smoothly on one side of her cheek, kissing and licking. Aha. After hearing Ruan-tang's words, he answered and added vaguely, just finished eating, all the more reason to do some exercise. Right now for him, exercise in bed is the best exercise. As he said this, a steady stream of hot breath exhaled. landing on her face, her ears, wherever it went. It setting Wintang's enthusiasm ablaze like a starburst. In a moment of ecstasy, he gradually began to forget what he had said that for in the first place. The body, more honest than the mouth, began to respond as well, driven by him. I don't know how long it took, but Wintang suddenly felt a lightness in his body. Luli braced himself and pulled out a small box in the bedside drawer. Then there was a stabbing sound as the bag was ripped open. Wintang suddenly thought of something. Brother, wait a minute, wait, as if he had heard something funny. Luli repeated, baby, this kind of thing can't wait. With the lustful, teasing tone in his voice, he actually sounded inexplicably more sexy. Wintang's face heated up and he swallowed his throat involuntarily. It's something important. Luli smiled, his thin lips flicking out. It's just that the sky is the limit. With that, he slapped Wintang's ass. Concentrate. At a time like this, to be thinking about something that's not there. It seems like I'm not trying hard enough. Hearing this, Wintang intuited that today would be another unlucky day for him. In actuality, it also proved that her intuition was right. Chapter 74, None of Your Business. When it was over, Luli carried her to the shower and back again, and Wintang had no recollection of it. I only remember being in a daze and hearing Luli ask her in her ear, didn't you say you had something to tell me? How did she answer to come? Oh, it's like she said, I'm going to dream. Go dream about it. It wasn't until the next day when Wintang was drifting off to sleep in class that a thought suddenly flashed through her mind and she remembered what she had to tell Luli yesterday. She was planning to communicate with Luli about having a child, but she was tossed straight to sleep and then forgot about it. Why are you so sleepy? Hiruru asked when she saw her dozing straight off with her head propped up. Wintang yawned. My brother forget it, don't want to mention that dog man. How can she study well when she talks about letting her put her mind on her studies and then tosses her around like this? Dog man, Hiruru willed it. It's overindulgence. But when she heard Wintang say dog man, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes before she laughed. I'm surprised to hear this word from you. Wintang thought to herself. She had long ago not known how many times she had called Luli dogman. Lu dog, only secretly in her heart. Just as he was thinking this, the neckline of his blouse was tugged downward. Wintang opened his eyes to see that it was Hiruru, and then closed his eyes again. The miserable marks underneath the clothes were exposed to the people, and Hiruru scared twice. Old men who have just gone carnal are horrible. At that, Wintang just smiled. She was too sleepy to have the strength to answer her, to be shy, or to bother with her about it. I'm going to squint for a while. Watch the teacher point for me. She propped her head up with one hand and held a pen in the other, making a show of being in the middle of writing. I didn't learn anything else in 2 years of college, but I've perfected this position. Until class ended at noon. On the way to dinner with Hiruru, Wintang was still yawning non-stop. Hiruru put her arm around her shoulders. I say, Bao Bao, why don't you talk to your husband? If this goes on I'm really afraid that you can't take it with this little body. Aha! Wintang nodded heavily. I've decided. I'm going to sleep in a separate room from Lu Dog. Yo, Wintang, you're living with someone. No wonder you don't live at school. Wintang's words were just finished when a female voice came from behind her. Wintang and Hiruru looked back and it was no one else but their classmate, Julie, the already not so good-looking features, at this moment, even more into a twisted shape, said in a conspiratorial manner. I didn't realize you were this kind of person, thanks to how innocent we used to think you were. Hiruru raised an eyebrow. None of your business. You. Julie was speechless for a moment, but quickly came back to her senses. Hiruru, are you Wintang's dog? How come there is something about you everywhere? Do you think that Wintang really treats you as a friend? I think they are just using you as a shield. They just know how to hide behind you every day. Hiruru was so angry that he made a gesture to hit her, but was stopped by Wintang. The school is crowded. If you fight here, it will inevitably be surrounded by spectators. If it becomes a big deal and then take a disciplinary action, it is not worth it. Ruru in the future. But you want to go to the public examination this road. Wintang blocked in front of Hiruru, following her tone, and sent that sentence she just said, back to Julie, none of your business. You, classmate Julie, I'll pretend I didn't hear those words you just said, but if you say them again in the future I'll sue you for defamation and insult. Just sue. Who's afraid of who? You have the good sense to be adopted yourself, and you're still afraid of others saying it. She said this on her lips, but her anger was still much smaller, and afterward she angrily walked away around the two of them. Wintang stopped the furious Hiruru. She was furious. Why don't you let me hit her? She's saying you've been adopted. You can stand it. She could tolerate saying that she was being adopted or whatever, but she couldn't tolerate the ones she said about Hiruru. However, she always felt it wasn't too good to just hit her here. Don't worry about it yet. We'll see later. She lifted her chin to indicate a glance. Ahead of Julie, let's follow her and see what she's up to. Hiruru shot her a couple of suspicious glances. What are you selling? Nothing, just trying to wait for an opportunity. Ruan-tang and Hiruru tailed Julie out of the school gates until they reached a small alley next to the school. Julie-san. Hearing Ruan-tang's voice, Julie, who had been walking ahead, turned back. What's the matter? I didn't say anything about you. Well, I know. Nguyen-tang smiled, then walked over to her. Then you find me. Julie did not finish her sentence. Pop clear slap sound in the ear. Face from the hot pain. She looked incredulously at the serene-looking man in front of her. You hit me? She wouldn't have been surprised if it was Hiruru who hit her, but it was Ruan-tang, who had always been known for her good behavior and sweetness. Not to mention Julie, even Hiruru was stunned when she said she was waiting for an opportunity. It turned out she meant this. The most let Hiruru surprised. She hit on the hit, but the face is not the slightest bit of hysterical anger. On the contrary, the face is calm, a picture of warm and small-minded appearance. Hiruru didn't know whether to admire her superb acting skills or her strong mental capacity. This girl's loss is that she didn't go crooked, otherwise this would be a good candidate for top green tea. Then, she heard Ruan-tang say, well, hit it, I'm not going to bother with you about me. This slap is because you scolded Ruru. I'm going to tell the teacher so the school can give you disciplinary action. Julie covered her cheek and snapped. Ruan-tang didn't panic and said in a light voice, it's off campus. I suggest you just call the police. She looked like she had a plan, as if she had prepared for it, a look that made Julie look a little flustered instead. After Ruan-tang finished speaking, he ignored Julie's reaction and straightaway dragged Hiruru away. Hiruru was staggered by her tugging. What's the point of walking so fast? Afraid she'll react and hit us. Nguyen-tang said. What's there to be afraid of? The two of us can't beat one of her? And rightly so. Ruan-tang's footsteps then slowed down. She let out a long breath and slapped her hand against her chest. Scared to death. Scared to death. Hiruru looked at her with amusement. You didn't look like you were scared just now. I have to pretend. I can't lose the battle. If I show my cowardice, how can I bluff her? After saying that, she hugged Hiruru's arm. Ruru, you're my best friend. Hiruru slapped her on the head without any good humor. What are you bothering to say? I don't know the relationship between the two of us? I can still go ahead and believe the crap she says. Other not to mention. Just now, usually will not even say a dirty word in the person. For her to dare to go to beat up people. Is the king of the heavens to come? Cannot shake the feelings between them. He. Ruan-tang was a little worried, afraid that Hiruru would be upset with her because of Julie's words, but after hearing her say that, it was her own fault for underestimating their previous feelings, and she smiled at Hiruru in embarrassment. So what should we do now? She won't really go and tell the teacher, right? You even told her to go to the police. Are you stupid? Thinking of the scene just now when Ruan-tang suggested that Julie go to the police, Hiruru couldn't help but hit her again. Ouch! Ruan-tang covered his head and looked at her accusingly. It's right that it hurts. Remember, I told you, in the future, when you encounter this kind of thing, you don't have to take the lead. My sister will help you to support you. Had. Well, next time I'll know. She took Hiruru's arm and continued walking in the direction of the apartment. I don't think she will. Chapter 75, a little smart, but not much. Through these several observations, Ruan-tang realized that Julie that person is a paper tiger. Mouth but small guts, probably the legendary king of strong mouth. Otherwise she and Hiruru just would not have escaped so easily. If it were a different person, how could they not return that slap? When she was at school, Ruan-tang had obviously been scared when she mentioned suing her, which was why she had just deliberately suggested that she go to the police. She expected she wouldn't do that, but she called Luli just to be on the safe side. The phone dialed out, and it took a moment for the opposite party to pick up, not knowing if they were busy or eating. Baby, what's wrong? A familiar voice came through the receiver. Brother, I hit someone. Hit someone? Where are you now? Are there any injuries? No injuries. I slapped someone. Aha. He answered faintly, the worried tone just now seeming as if it was Ruan-tang's fault. Tell me what's going on. He had a businesslike attitude, and Ruan-tang seemed to be able to imagine him sitting at his desk, legs folded, his face cold as he interrogated her. She said that I was living with someone outside and was being kept, and called Ruru a dog, so I didn't hold back and slapped her. So, now it's fear? Nguyen-tang didn't answer positively. Fear wasn't really an issue. She said she was going to tell the teacher. But, I've looked and there's no surveillance in that place. Luli on the other end of the phone hooked his lips. A little smart, but not much. But it doesn't show in his tone. I know. I'll take care of this. Don't worry. Well, brother. Nguyen-tang bit her lip and called him again with a tangled look. What's wrong? Any other questions? You don't blame me? She had hit someone, and Luli had perversely not said a single word of blame about her. To say that she slapped Julie's slap, on the one hand, it was for Hiruru. who was so angry at Ruan Tang for talking about her that way. But on the other hand, it was also because she knew that even if something did happen, Lu Li would hold her back, and the big deal was that she would get a lecture from him, or another hour of standing. But as to whether or not she was doing the right thing, she didn't have a clue in her heart, and she felt like she was now just like the evil matriarch in a novel. And now Lu Li didn't even say anything about her. It was even more so that she had an indescribable meaning in her heart. There's nothing wrong with a reasonable counterattack, and I don't want you to bully others, let alone be bullied and have to put up with it. What Ruan Tang didn't know was that after Lu Li heard the other party say that she was harboring, all he could think of was that slapping her would be considered cheap. Only this kind of words he couldn't say directly to Ruan Tang. He had to play the right guidance in her life's path. However, there is one thing I need to remind you of. After all, you are classmates. Lo and behold, have you ever thought that the other party may retaliate against you in other ways? For example, one day when you are alone, the other party then beat you up. That friend of yours should be living in school. Have you ever thought that when you go home? What about her? And then, for example, if the other party is even more nasty, secretly adding some spices in your water cup. This is not Lu Li alarmist. Are the reality of real cases have happened? College students are not that innocent these days. Only after hearing Lu Li say this did Ruan Tang feel fearful. She was still a little too conceited and thought things too simply. And Lu Li just reminded her. Ru and Julie in a dormitory. Julie to want to do something to her words is simply easy, then what to do, brother? I'll let someone handle this matter. You don't have to worry, but in the future, before you do something, think more about the consequences. Think about whether there is a better plan. And the most important point, everything is the most stupid choice to get your hands dirty yourself. You have to learn to utilize the resources. If she'd thought to call him before she did it, this wouldn't have happened. Not only did he get himself in trouble, but he didn't save him any of what he should have done. There was no response on the other end of the line for a long time, so Lu Li asked again. Understand? Well, it seems to make sense. I'll digest it. Lu Li let out a light laugh. Alright, don't stress. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. Just got to the apartment. Well, eat quickly and call me if you need anything. Good. After the phone hung up, Hiruru noticed that Ruan Tang's mood instantly dropped. What's wrong? Your husband lectured you again. No. Ruan Tang repeated what Lu Li had told her to Hiruru. It's not that serious. Don't be afraid. Hiruru comforted her. Her conflict with Julie had been a long time coming, and it wasn't that bad. If she wanted to do something, she would have done it a long time ago, and she would still be able to wait until now. Besides, even if she did do something, she wasn't afraid of her. Ruru, you'd better move in with me. She took it for granted too much, thinking that she knew each other well enough. But people were separated by their bellies, and who knew what was going on inside? Don't worry, it's really not that bad. I can handle it. Ruan Tang was still uneasy. Hiruru had to promise her that she would be careful, and if anything went wrong, she would be the first to move over. And only then did Ruan Tang agree. Ruru, have I offended Julie before? Why do I feel as if she has a grudge against me, always targeting me? It was like that last time, and it's like that this time. Hiruru laughed. With some irony, she is not with you have a grudge. She is with all the people who are better than her have a grudge. Woman, how does that saying come? Hira thought for a moment. Oh, equal jealousy of everyone who is better than her. Ha! Ruan Tang was little surprised for a moment. Her brow furrowed slightly. Why should she be like this? It's not like I have any direct conflict of interest with her, and I rarely even cross paths with her on a regular basis. So what does she have to be jealous of? This you don't understand. Some people, born pretentious, think that all people should have been her center. The earth revolves around the sun. The sun has to revolve around her. Once she needs better than her own center position is affected. The first thing she thinks of is not to improve herself, but to envy other people. Talking about Julie like this. Nguyen Tang nodded seriously. Then it's a disease she has. It has to be cured. Later, I don't know how Lu Li let people actually deal with it. Anyway, since then, Julie didn't find fault with her for a long time, and the matter that she slapped her just passed, like nothing had happened. Hiruru said. She also in the dormitory a lot of low profile, with a change of like, but Nguyen Tang vaguely felt that being too calm might not be a good thing. However, Hiru blamed it on her thinking too much. Chapter 76 Save it for when I'm old and gray. On this day, Ruan Tang had a rare opportunity to see Lu Li still in bed when he woke up on his own. The two of them obviously slept in the same bed, but it felt like they were on different sides of the world. One was on the far left and the other on the far right, separated by a great distance in the center, and both looked at each other. Lu Li laughed softly, and Ruan Tang also revealed a big smile, opening his hazel sleepy eyes and opening his arms at Lu Li. Brother, hug. Her voice was soft and sticky, with a hint of the lazy, coquettish undertone of a freshly awakened sleep. naturally murmuring and pouting. The smile at the corner of Luli's mouth deepened to the bottom of his eyes, and his entire body was flustered by her early in the morning. He scooted closer to her, his white arms taking her body into them. Fingers pinched at her delicate little face. Stinky girl, didn't brother sleep with me in his arms yesterday? How is it that after a night's sleep, the cowherd and the weaver are looking at each other in the Milky Way? Well, I don't know which little devil it was that slept in the middle of the night and died and wouldn't let me cuddle anymore. Rolled himself to the side and kicked me in the face. Quite a temper, and a kick to his thigh really hurt. He. Nguyen laughed in embarrassment. Maybe I'm just too hot. Luli believed it for the moment. So is it still hot? The little furry head in his arms bobbed. It's not hot anymore. I want my brother to hold it. As she said that, her hand on Luli's back tightened, and her small face was buried deeply at his chest. The familiar flavor permeated his nostrils, and Ruantang felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. Why is brother up late today? Well, today is Saturday. Still a little laziness. Ruantang's small hand is not honestly scratching on his back. Fingertips across the skin. Crispy itchy touch. The body instinctively responded. There is still time. Or we don't. Upon hearing these words, Ruantang looked like a frightened animal, breaking away from his arms at once and running far away. Brother, don't. Run for what? I'm not going to eat you. Can. Nguyen said darkly. I don't know where he got such an addiction. Since he says there's still time, it's a choice of days. Brother, I have something to tell you. Well, come here and talk. Luli smiled and opened his hand at her. Nguyen hesitated and refused to move forward. Come here. I promise not to do anything. Only after getting Luli's promise did Ruantang slowly move over. Brother is true to his word. Oh, want to say something? Say it. Brother, in the future, can we not do that every day? Ruantang asked carefully, a few blushes in her watery eyes. Luli's eyes narrowed slightly. His eyebrows seemed to be a little puzzled, but also with some indefinable frustration. What? I didn't let you. She use service? Nguyen face flushed. No, that's comfortable. The topic was taken off course by him, and Ruantang couldn't help but start to get annoyed. Oops, who's discussing this with you? Luli smiled. Okay, go ahead. Brother has to. That every day. I'm too tired to have any spirit in class. Her tone was slightly huffy. It has seriously affected my normal study in life. Well, it really couldn't be. Luli smiled awkwardly. It was his carelessness. Then the baby thinks it's better for us to do it a couple times a week. Nguyen thought for a moment, raised a finger in deliberation, and asked tentatively, once, save that for when I'm 70 or 80 years old and come back to me. Asking him, a physically normal adult male, to only have conjugal intercourse once a week is not only a bump in the road for him, but also a questioning of his abilities. 3 times a week. No, 3 days a week. As for how many times a day, when the time comes, say, no less. After thinking about it, he added, if your body still can't take it, you'll talk to me then. Seeing that he had said so, Nguyen had no choice but to agree. Brother, there's something else I want to tell you too. Well, go ahead. Luli twisted a strand of her hair and wrapped it around his fingertips. Brother, are you sure you don't want a baby right now? Luli obviously didn't expect her to ask that. You want it? No. Ruantang panicked and shook his head. I don't want it. I just want to know what my brother thinks. After all, my brother is older and it's normal to want a child. Before Ruantang could finish the latter words, he heard Luli say, I don't want it. I just raised my own wife. I don't have the heart to raise another child, but if you want it, we'll prepare it in 2 more years, when you graduate from college. I don't want to. Not wanting to, at least for now. Nguyen repeated in a whisper. Luli's palm stroked her head. Then let's not, and spend a few more years as a couple. He had gotten her so hard, he wasn't going to get another child to compete with him for favor. Grandma and mom, if they want to ask, just push it on me. Let them come to me. It really cannot. Said this. Luli paused and did not go on. It's just not possible. How? It's nothing. You just push it on me. He was going to say that if it didn't work out, it wouldn't be too hard for him to get a fake medical record if he had fertility problems. But after thinking about that dim idea, he let it go. Just pretend I made you do it. You should know how to act. Well, what about brother? Don't worry. I can handle it. He took his cell phone and looked at the time. It's almost time. I should get up. You sleep some more. I'll come back earlier in the afternoon and take you to the old mansion. Luli reluctantly withdrew his arm and sat up after giving her a heavy kiss on the forehead. Nguyen nodded. Yeah. After Luli left, Ruantang couldn't sleep either, and after staying in bed for another half an hour, he got up and prepared for dinner. Mrs. Wu, what's for breakfast? Young master just had someone send back the crab meat xiaolongbao that he said you love to eat. It's still hot. I'm going to get it for you. Aha. Ruan Tang answered sweetly. The smile at the corners of her mouth couldn't even be covered up. Yesterday, before going to bed, she casually mentioned that she wanted to eat Jinko Road's crabmeat steamed dumplings. Luli didn't say anything at that time, just answered and then didn't bring it up again. So Ruan Tang thought that his was just simply to know. I didn't realize that he didn't just know about it. He went ahead and did it. As soon as he thought of this, the smile at the corner of Ruan Tang's mouth danced again. Chapter 77, You Don't Speak of Martial Virtue. Here, have a taste. Mrs. Wu took out an exquisite food box from the kitchen. The lagoon, it was the same one that Ruan Tang always ate at. It's an old store that has been open for decades, with a great flavor and of course a price tag, and has always been called the luxury of Xiaolongbao. Ruan Tang opened the food box, pinching one and placing it on the plate in front of her, handing it to Wu Ma. Wu Ma, you eat too. Wu Ma didn't pick it up. I've eaten. This is what young master bought for you specially. It's okay, there's so many, I won't be able to eat it all, so try it while it's hot. The restaurant was arguing over a small dumpling, and neither of the two noticed that in the living room, a graceful old lady came in, followed by two black-clad men, not knowing whether they were bodyguards or servants. Sugar. After hearing the voice, Ruan Tang froze for a moment, and when she saw the visitor clearly, she was busy putting down the plate in her hand and drew another tissue to wipe her fingers clean. Grandma Hao, you? Just after the words came out of his mouth, Ruan Tang realized that something was wrong and instantly made a sharp turn. You're here. Where's Lu Li? Old Mrs. Lu was holding a poodle in her arms, her eyes glancing up and down the villa. Brother went to the company. We had planned to go to the old mansion to see you in the afternoon when brother got off work. Grandma, sit down. Ruan Tang responded obediently. No, I'll take a look around. Oh yeah. Saying that, she waved at the men in black behind her, and one of them respectfully walked to Ruan Tang with an orange-colored gift box in his hand. Young lady, this is a gift from the old lady. It's a bag. I think you young people should like it. Old Mrs. Lu added. Ruan Tang took it and handed it back to Wu Ma, who was at the side. Thank you, Grandma. Family, you're welcome. Old Mrs. Lu strolled around the first floor again, and after strolling to the dining room, she stopped to look at the Xiaolongbao that Ruan Tang had left on the dining table and hadn't even come to move yet. Haven't you eaten yet? She asked. Yes, Ruan Tang answered. Old Mrs. Lu nodded thoughtfully, and only after a few more moments did she say to Ruan Tang, who was following to the side, that's just right. Later Grandma will take you to a place. Ruan Tang looked at the elaborate suit on Mrs. Lu's old lady, and then at the white tee and jeans she was wearing. I'll go change my clothes then. Ruan Tang didn't know where old Mrs. Lu was taking her. If it was a more formal occasion, her own outfit was too casual. Old Mrs. Lu, however, said, no, you're fine in this body. Saying that, he didn't forget to compliment her. It's good to be young. You look good in everything. Ruan Tang smiled, then walked out with her, and all the way to the car. Mrs. Lu's old lady didn't tell her where she was taking her. Ruan Tang couldn't help but ask, Grandma, where are we going? Old Mrs. Lu didn't look at her, lowered her head to pet the dog in her arms, and said in a faint voice, you'll know when you arrive. Being so mysterious made Ruan Tang inexplicably uneasy, a feeling that grew stronger and stronger as the car traveled farther and farther away. Ruan Tang thought about it, but decided to talk to Luli, only just took out her cell phone. The old lady Lu, who had been busy teasing her dog, suddenly gave her a sideways glance. She smiled, and seemed to see through Ruan Tang's intentions. Luli is busy at work. I don't think it's necessary to tell him about such a small matter. Don't you think so? Yes, you're right. Nguyen Tang only responded, putting his cell phone away again. This made Ruan Tang even more uneasy. What was it that he had to hide from Luli? Besides, with Grandma here, what are you afraid of? Old Mrs. Lu added, sounding like she was comforting her. Nguyen Tang didn't say anything, just smiled. Although the Ruan and Lu families were very close friends, Ruan Tang was not too familiar with this grandmother. Lu old lady moved out from the Lu family's old mansion a long time ago, and only on the occasion of the New Year's festivals may meet on the side. Polite pleasantries. Unlike the rest of the Lu family, she was polite to Ruan Tang, but not intimate, and even a hidden sense of detachment, which Ruan Tang herself could also notice. So since childhood, she rarely came to her. Nguyen Tang probably only trusted her as much as a distant relative. That afternoon, in the office of Lu's president, Han Zhao sat in Lu Li's office chair, his feet gently tapping the ground as he rotated the chair to play. Lu Li, who was originally supposed to be in this position, was holding a small spray bottle in his hand, taking care of the greenery on the windowsill. You've had a double harvest of love and career lately. I heard that project in the south of the city ended up in your hands. Aha, Lu Li answered, the spray can in his hand bared twice, spraying on the leaves, The fine droplets of water looked like a layer of colorful mist under the eyes. I thought that Jiang Yu and the one from the Li family were fighting to the death over this project. Who would have thought that in the end it would be a snipe and a fisherman? Ha! Lu Li snorted coldly, thinking that Jiang Yu was planning to trade this project for Qiaoan's whereabouts. He thought of something he would find a way to get himself. He wouldn't and didn't care to sell out his friends in exchange for his own interests. How's Qiaoan doing lately? There's been a lot going on in the company lately and I haven't been over to see her. Mentioning Jiang Yu, Han Zhao also thought of Qiaoan. The doctor said the post-op recovery was good. Lu Li said. Han Zhao nodded. That's good. Where's Jiang Yu? Still with him somewhere? Aha. What do you think Qiaoan is thinking? She won't be touched by Jiang Yu's play. No. Lu Li was inexplicably certain. Qiaoan has always had no room for sand in her eyes, and Jiang Yu doing more won't help. What happened is what happened, and no amount of remediation at a later stage can change the fact that it has happened before. As the old saying goes, it's hard to break a mirror. Even if it was barely rounded, the cracks from before were still there, and there was no way to restore it to its original form, no matter how much it was mended. Some people may be able to pretend to turn a blind eye for love or for profit, but some can't, and Joanne is the latter. Then I'm relieved. I was worried that Qiaoan would be soft-hearted before. Jiang Yu made this mess. On the surface it looks like it's for Qiaoan, but in reality it's just for his own peace of mind. In the end, the good ones are all for him to take advantage of, and the curses are in turn for Qiaoan to carry. Now that old man in the Zhang family, the old lady, outside everyone said, his son in order to Qiaoan, every day in the hospital. Qiaoan is not satisfied, have to divorce, is not mention his son cheated on that small secretary thing. Those people outside who don't know what's going on are still praising Jiang Yu for his deep love and loyalty, and saying that Qiaoan doesn't know what's good for her. Hey, you say, why didn't I realize before that Jiang Yu is such a hypocrite? Lu Li laughed. Non-committal. Do you know what's happening to the little secretary now? Lu Li shook his head. That kind of person, how it is has nothing to do with him. Do not care, do not care. Han Zhao said with interest. I heard that the small secretary since Jiang Yu on this line, boasts of the company's half the boss's wife. The class is not properly on. Mistakes constantly, and later because of what offended a customer. So that brilliance lost a large single. Before Jiang Yu to her pressure did not have anything to do. But later, that little secretary privately went to the hospital to find Qiaoan after. Jiang Yu will be her dismissed, and now also asked her to compensate for economic losses. Although, this thing is also that little secretary self-inflicted it. But Jiang Yu acted out this flip-flopping is also ruthless enough. Haven't you been quite busy lately? Still have the leisure to care about this kind of thing? Lu Li said. I can't help it. As a five good men I instinctively reject scumbags like them, and the more I know they're having a bad time, the more excited I get. Lu Li slanted him a glance. Thought only girls would like to gossip, but it turns out that men do too. Don't look at me like that. It's not like I'm repulsed by you. With that, the chair underneath him spun around again. It's not like I'm a scumbag. That's why I don't reject you. Then do I have to thank you? Lu Li teased. Han Zhao replied in a serious manner. No need for thanks. After saying that, Han Zhao thoughtfully scrutinized Lu Li, who was tending to his potted greenery on the other side. Haven't you already gone dirty? Why do you still look like you've been abstaining from sex for years and have an endocrine disorder? Do you actually want it? Roll. Hey, I'm serious. Sugar learns to dance should be able to. He raised an eyebrow. A lecherous face. Meet you quite a few gestures / potential it. Lu Li bared Han Zhao's face with a spray can. Asterisk 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 off. I mean it too. Blah blah blah. Han Zhao drew out a paper towel and wiped the water droplets on his face and clothes. Playing is playing. Fooling around is fooling around. How can you use weapons? You don't speak of martial virtues. Lu Li laughed. With people like you, there is no martial virtue to speak of. Hey, it's okay for Sugar to be shy when she's young. You're an old man of almost 30. What's there to be shy about? It has nothing to do with being shy. I'm not in the habit of discussing private matters with others. Lu Li said with a straight face. Ruantang was a piece of pure land in his heart that could not be violated by others. And if he took that kind of thing out and told others about it, it would make him feel that it was a kind of defilement to Ruantang. Chapter 78. Maybe the quality of the partner is an important test item. As we were chatting, there was a knock on the office door. After Lu Li's enter, Su Yuan pushed the door in. Mr. Lu, Mr. Han, what is it? The front desk staff said that Mrs. Lu just came in, didn't go upstairs, stayed downstairs for a while and then left. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's watery complexion instantly solidified, and a trace of doubt flashed across Han Zhao's face. The two of them exchanged glances, and Han Zhao spoke. Did you two have a disagreement? No. The front desk side said that Mrs. Xiao Lu had talked to Mr. Zhang from Star River Media downstairs. Su Yuan added another sentence. In Lu Li's eyes, a hint of sternness flashed. Have someone call up the surveillance downstairs and send it to me. Yes. After Su Yuan went out, Luli took out and dialed Ruantang, and after the phone rang twice, it was connected. Brother. Luli started by asking. Where? In the car. Nguyen replied. If you're here at the office, why haven't you not come up? Well, she paused. Just now, I went shopping, happened to pass by that way, was planning to go to see my brother, but was afraid that my brother was busy, disturbing you. Then, just didn't go up. She spoke in a broken voice, like she was looking for a reason now, and Luli didn't dismantle her. Good. Then when you get home, get some rest and brother will be back soon. Yeah. After that, Luli hung up the phone. What's the situation? Han Zhao asked hurriedly. She doesn't say. Luli pursed his thin lips. He couldn't figure out what Ruantang would be so abnormal. The only thing he could think of was whether it would be Zhang Xian saying something specious to her again. The surveillance was quickly pulled up, and Nguyen Tang appeared in the picture. She was seen pacing back and forth in the downstairs lobby with her head hung low, her eyes occasionally glancing in the direction of the elevator. As the image zoomed in, a complex look could be seen covering her green face, a knot twisted between her eyebrows. After repeating this several times, she seemed to have made up her mind and turned to leave. At this time, Zhang Xian came out of the elevator, and after seeing Ruantang, her footsteps sped up by a few points, and she shouted again in Ruantang's direction. Miss Ruan. Nguyen Tang physically choked, but then continued on a few more steps. Undeterred, Zhang Xian continued to shout again. Miss Ruan, please stay. Nguyen Tang stopped then. What can I do for you? She asked politely and detachedly. Ms. Ruan, I know that you may have some misunderstandings about me, but isn't it inappropriate for you to terminate Lu's cooperation with our company because of your misunderstandings about me? Star River Media received a notice that Lu's contract would not be renewed, and she came here today to find Luli to fight for it again. But who knows? She didn't even see the person, and then she was blocked back. Hearing that Ruantang was first stunned, she had previously told Luli that if there was no problem with the cooperation, there was no need to have to break it off, and she didn't care that much about Zhang Xian. Although Luli didn't say anything at that time, she thought that there shouldn't be any major problems with the cooperation between the two companies. As for why Luli still insisted on dissolving the cooperation, Ruantang did not know, but she believed that Luli had his own considerations. Believe it or not, I never asked my brother to uncooperate with you guys. However, the other party obviously didn't believe her. She pulled the corner of her mouth, revealing a sarcastic smile. Our cooperation with Luz has always been very cordial, and I don't think there's ever been a problem in our cooperation. Other than that, I can't think of any other reason. Ruantang bit his lip and guessed. I don't understand business matters, but perhaps the quality of the partner is also an important item to be assessed. Zhang Xian's heart was shaken, and her face began to gradually turn white. Yes, those little tricks of hers couldn't even fool this seemingly innocent little girl in front of her. So how could she possibly hide it from Luli? So, from a long time ago she was a clown-like existence in front of Luli. Luli had obviously hammered her as well, but she had been ignoring it. She smiled to herself. You're smart. No wonder I lost to you. Ruantang found her baffling, saying this as if Luli had been snatched from her by Ruantang. If it was in the past, she might not have said anything, but now, her chest was already clogged with a mouthful of pent-up anger, which was even more so at this moment, and she desperately needed to have an outlet for it. Chapter 79. Who gave you permission to do this? I don't know why my sister would say that. Also do not know why sister will always regard me as an enemy. I know you. I've already married my brother. And Luli, I've never had a competitive relationship with my sister. Or does my sister think that if I divorce him, Luli will marry you? Zhang Xian's throat stuttered, and she said stiffly, it's not that there isn't that possibility. She thought she wasn't bad looking, and before it was she who was so proud of herself that she refused to pull down her face to express her feelings to him. If she had lowered her head to go after him, he might not have not liked her. The little girl in front of her was just relying on the fact that she was younger than herself and had a better family history than she did. That's all. Ruantang smiled. Sister is very pretty, but there are many pretty ones in this world. It's not like sister is the only one. Not to mention that sister and Luli knew each other before we got married. If he really wanted to marry you, he wouldn't have married me. Zhang Xian knew that what she said wasn't unreasonable, but she didn't want to admit it. That's not because you're engaged. I've investigated. Your two families were engaged when you were small. Otherwise why would he marry someone so much younger than himself? Sister, it has long been the 21st century. Who would still marry someone they don't like because of the so-called marriage contract? Not to mention how opinionated Luli is. How could he be bound by the so-called marriage contract? In fact, to put it bluntly, who he likes and who he marries lies in his will, not ours, and this kind of thing is not a two-option multiple-choice question. If it's not me, it's definitely going to be you. With that said, Ruan Tang was unwilling to say anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Zhang Xian froze in place for a long time, not coming back to his senses in those words of hers. It wasn't that she didn't understand what Ruan Tang was saying, it was just that there were times when the authorities were in the dark and the onlookers were in the dark. She burrowed into the net she had woven, paranoid that Lu Li wouldn't marry her because of Ruan Tang's existence. But once this net was pierced, she would realize that these were nothing more than her own wishful thinking. As Ruan Tang was on his way out the door, he glanced back and Zhang Xian was still standing in the same place. After thinking about it, she added, "Sister is beautiful and excellent. There's no need to hang on to a tree. In the future, sister will also meet her right one." Not knowing which string in her heart was touched, Zhang Xian instantly burst into tears, and she choked. "Thank you, and I'm sorry." She apologized to her for all the poor care she'd taken earlier. Ruan Tang didn't say anything, just nodded slightly and walked out. The video was seen and Lu Li turned it off. "It looks like it has nothing to do with the woman surnamed Zhang." "Aha." Lu Li agreed, and Ruan Tang was already debating whether or not to go upstairs before Zhang Xian came down. "However, I really didn't expect those words just now to come out of Sugar's mouth. Although, both of you are married, but in my impression, Sugar, she is still a child. Children, or to play the time of pampering, where is now this calm and unhurried?" Abortive reasoning with the people of the small adult appearance. Lu Li's originally obscure eyes showed some smiles. This time doing it was much better than the last time he hit someone. He just still hadn't figured out what Nguyen Tang had come and gone for. Thinking about it, Lu Li still cannot rest assured. Decided to go home to see. "I'll go with you piece by piece." The two went out from the office, and just as they entered the elevator with their front feet, Lu Li's cell phone rang. It's Lu's mom calling. He had to back out again, and Han Zhao followed. "Mom, Lu Li, there's something Mom wants to talk to you about." Lu Li intuited that this matter should have something to do with Ruan Tang. "Well, go ahead." He did not open the speakerphone. Han Zhao could not hear what was being said on the phone. He only looked at Lu Li, face instantly cold to the extreme. His arm hanging on the side, clenched, trying to restrain something. Then, it was heard, his voice rising all at once. "What?" Han Zhao patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Lu Li looked at him and took a deep breath. "Who gave you permission to do this?" Probably realizing his outburst, he lowered his voice as much as he could, but there was still a questioning tone in his voice. "Don't get mad yet. I only just found out about this." "I know. I'm sorry. Mom, understand." "Hey." Lu mother a sentence, not yet finished. The phone was snatched. The phone was changed to a man's voice. "You failed to protect your wife yourself. What are you getting mad at my wife for? Get the out of here, asshole." Then the call was hung up forcefully. Lu Li froze as he listened to the mechanical beeping on the other side. "What's wrong? What happened?" Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief. "My grandmother took Sugar for a gynecological checkup." "Ha?" Upon hearing this, Han Zhao was also taken aback. "You guys are planning to have a child here? Sugar Plum hasn't graduated yet." "No." "Oh, got it." That's when the old man in the family can't stand it anymore and forcefully intervenes. But it's always someone else's family matter. So Han Zhao didn't say anything else. "Alright, then you go back quickly. This is the kind of thing that can be big or small. And there's no excuse for an adult to do this kind of test, to put it mildly. But if it was taken by force, it would be a bit hard to accept. Plus the little girl, being thin-skinned, would definitely feel embarrassed." Chapter 80, Brother is My Hero. In the old Lu family house, after Lu's father forcefully hung up the phone, Lu's mother on the side snapped. "Why are you scolding him?" Lu's father snorted coldly. "He spoke to you in that tone. Scolding him is light. If he were here, I'd have to beat him up." "So cruel. That's not your own son." "What's wrong with the son? If the son disrespects you, the old man beats him up just the same." Lu's mom laughed and gave him a sidelong glance. "You're the one who can talk. So what now? Will Sugar blame us?" Lu's father paused. In this matter, what mom did was indeed ill-considered. "I owe consideration. Who am I doing this for?" A mid-range voice sounded from behind. The Lu family's old lady pushed open the hidden door and came in. "I'm still not doing it for their own good. I'm also worried if there's something physically wrong with them. That's why they haven't wanted a child." "Mom, why are you up here?" Lu's father asked. Afraid of the old man think too much. Just now the phone. Lu mother and Lu father deliberately hide into the study to play. I do not know which of the two into the door. Did not close the door to the room, or by the old man to hear. "Humph, if I don't come up here, how do I know you guys are hiding and talking bad about me?" Lu's father laughed slightly helplessly. "Look at what you said. There is no saying bad things about you. We are just discussing the matter." "Humph, just now you were there saying what I did was wrong, and now you're denying it." "Mom, as far as today's incident is concerned, what you did was indeed a bit wrong. You were worried that there was something wrong with their health. Then why didn't you take Luli for a checkup, but instead took Sugar? Wasn't I just looking at that girl's thinness and worrying about what's wrong with her? Mom, that's prejudice on your part, because Luli is your grandson. You think there's nothing wrong with him, and even though Sugar Candy has married into our Lu family, she's still an outsider in your eyes. So you've decided in your heart that it's Sugar Candy's problem. Mom, Sugar Candy was also pampered and raised in the family. You are like this not to mention other people's parents. Even we feel heartbroken. Lu Dad said this Lu family old lady face some can hang, but that kind of superiority brought by decades of living in the upper position, so that she refused to bow down. Still sophomoric, even if that's the case, wouldn't it be nice for me to take her for a checkup now that I know there's nothing physically wrong with her, even if it's just as a routine medical checkup? But you shouldn't have taken her there privately. You should have discussed it with Sugar Plum in any case and taken her there with her consent. Upon hearing this, old Mrs. Lu was even more upset. I still have to discuss with her? I'm an elder and I have to discuss with her? Over the decades, she's gotten used to being in a position to give orders and has developed a habit of being dictatorial. Okay, I kind of get it. I'm just not pleasing in anything I do anyway, so I'll go. I'm not going to be a pain in the ass here. Lu old lady more than 70 years old, but the body is healthy, walking with a gust of wind. Lu father Lu mother chased down the time, then look at her aggressively with holding the dog on the car, and then went away. The car started, stirring up a cloud of dust, and Lu's mother fanned herself with her hand. Just let mom go back like this? Should we chase her back again? No, it's good that mom is gone now. Just watch. Your son's doggy temper should kill him in a little while. Lest that brat say anything else mixed up and piss off the old lady. It would be a problem. My son? That's not your son. I see that temper of his just follows you. Lu father very naturally put his hand on Lu mother's face and walked back with his arm around her. Yes, follow me. Especially this virtue of loving your wife. It's all inherited from me. Lu's mother laughed and spat at him. Bah, shameless. When that brat comes later, the matter of having a child. Don't mention it, since he said that he has no intention of having a child now. He definitely has his own plans. It's not like you don't know that that brat has had his own ideas since he was a child. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Let them be. I do want them to have a child earlier, but I didn't force them. Before that is to see that they haven't been cohabitating, that after a long time, the relationship mustn't have problems. Lu's mom explained. Yes, my wife is most reasonable. These words made Lu's mother feel beautiful in her heart, but she still laughed and glared at him. Don't give me the bewitching soup. After entering the house, the two sat on the sofa in the living room. Lu's mother reclined in Lu's father's arms. It's better to let someone watch over mom's side, than to suffocate alone and get sick. Well, I'll call the housekeeper over there later. When Luli arrived home, he didn't see Ruan Tang downstairs, and when he asked Mrs. Wu, he found out that she went into the bedroom as soon as she arrived home. Wuma was still wondering if she was sick and why she went to rest at this hour. Luli said he knew and went upstairs. The bedroom door pushed open and upon hearing the commotion, Nguyen Tang, who was lying on his side with his back to the door, turned around. Brother, aha. Luli walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, and Ruan Tang moved over and rested her head on his lap, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Long, ink-like hair, cascading down his legs. He opened his fingers and ran them through the strands. Why didn't you tell me? Hearing him ask that, Ruan Tang realized that he already knew. She sniffled. I don't know how to tell my brother. After coming back from the hospital, she was very sad and aggravated. The first thing she thought of was to go to Luli, but when she waited until she got to the place, she didn't know how to speak to him. That was Luli's own grandmother after all, and it didn't seem right to accuse him of his grandmother's bad behavior. What's more, what's the point of even talking to him? He couldn't be expected to join him in blaming his grandmother. So after thinking about it, she came back. Luli heart mixed feelings. Since ancient times family matters are the most difficult to deal with. He lowered his head, lips gently swept over Ruan Tang's hair. Fool, afraid or not? Well, scared. The doctor told me to take off my pants and lie there. I was so scared and embarrassed. Her voice was small, with a faint tremor, and Luli's heart hurt like pins and needles all at once. That time, when she was hurt like that there, she refused to go to the hospital and died, and now she's going to be taken there for a checkup, half by force. It was my brother who didn't protect you. His tone was low, and the color of lust between his eyebrows was on the verge of dripping out. Even though Ruan Tang didn't see it, she could hear his self-reproach in his voice, and she shook her head. It's none of brother's business. She was a living, breathing person, not a humanoid pendant. Luli couldn't just hang on to her whenever he wanted. He had done enough to her. He couldn't be blamed for this. But you could have been spared all this if you hadn't married me. Ruan Tang moved outward from his arms, then sat up. Is brother stupid? Even if I marry someone else, won't I still be facing extra relationships? Marrying Luli she has to face instead a lot less. At least Lu father Lu mother are truly love her. And most importantly, even if I do suffer, my brother will be on my side. Not like some men who demand unconditional and bottomless obedience from their wives. Luli hugged her and brought her towards himself. Really? Aha. Ruantang obediently wrapped his hand around the neck of, you know what, brother? You've always been my Superman, my hero. I've never regretted marrying my brother. Okay, brother will do a good job of being your hero. So, does brother want to stay in bed with me for a while? Don't lie down yet. Good boy. Get up first. I'll take you to the old mansion. Ruantang's arm that was resting on him instantly dropped, her small mouth slightly pouting. Can I not go? Chapter 80, Mom and Dad are old, but they're not shy. She didn't really want to face the old lady of the Lu family for the time being. Luli sat upright and explained to her in a serious tone. We cannot go. We can even compromise to have a child. But sugar, what brother wants to tell you is that we will encounter a lot of problems in the future. But no matter what we encounter we should face it together and solve it, instead of escaping and compromising. Ruantang lowered her head and unconsciously bit her lower lip for a moment before slowly nodding. Aha! Don't be afraid. There's brother here. Luli raised his hand and rubbed the top of his head. Aha! Nguyen smiled and opened his arms at him. Want brother to carry me down? Okay, brother hug. Luli propped her up and hugged her to his body. Stinky girl, getting more and more pampered. Doesn't brother like it? Like. Luli suddenly thought of something else and snorted. There was a time before when I was especially envious of Wuma. You pampered Wuma all day long. Not even to me. Saying that, Ruantang actually heard a few points of resentment in Luli's tone. Then how about I also pamper my brother every day from now on? Brother can't be annoying. It doesn't bother you, little heart. Luli carefully placed her in the back of the car and got himself on the other side. The window pane was open a crack, and the breeze brushed against his face through the gap, carrying some refreshing coolness. The hair on one side, flying wildly in the breezes, occasionally swept across her cheek with a tingly touch. Ruantang closed her eyes and leaned on Luli's shoulder, sniffing the faint fur scent of his body and enjoying this moment of silence. She wasn't sure what she was going to have to face when she got to the old mansion later, but, thankfully, he was there for everything. With that thought, she unconsciously laid her hand over the back of the one he had placed in his lap, only to have him hold it again in a backhanded grip. The car kept speeding on the road, the scenery outside the window like a horse-like skimming, twilight thick, the whole city, like a layer of faint golden light, warm, more than a few points of magnificence. Stop it, didn't you say that Luli and the others will come later? It will be seen by them. Just look, we're a proper couple. Are we afraid of them? After Luli and Ruantang arrived at the old mansion, they stumbled upon this scene that made people blush, even though they were used to seeing the picture of the two of them making out. In this situation, Ruantang still turned her face away and didn't have the heart to look at it. Luli lightly coughed twice, and the two people stuck together on the sofa only separated as if they were waking up from a dream. You guys are here. Lu's mom stood up and gathered her clothes awkwardly. What's that? I'll go talk to the kitchen and ask them to make 2 more dishes. Lu's mom ducked away with a red face, leaving Lu's dad, Luli and Nguyen in the living room staring at each other in disbelief. After a period of awkward silence, Lu's father was the first to break it. You're really here. This was said to Luli. Well, where's grandma? Back. Why do you want your grandmother to apologize to Sugar? Luli touched the tip of his nose and whispered. It's not impossible. Ha! Father Lu snorted coldly. You really dare to think. On his lips, Lu's father still called Ruantang over and solemnly said to her, Sugar Plum, I apologize to you on behalf of Grandma for the trouble you've suffered today. Dad, don't say that. When Papa Lu was like this, it made Ruantang feel ashamed. Lu's father nudged his mouth and signaled Luli. You know what kind of temper that brother of yours has. You also know that he won't stop until this happens. Brother him. You don't have to explain for him. This son of mine, that's the only thing he inherited from me. He will love his daughter-in-law. Don't worry, Dad won't really blame him. However, your grandma is old. Even if this is really her fault, Dad has no way to make Grandma apologize to you. Dad, I don't really blame Grandma either. I know that Grandma's original intention was also for the good of my brother and I, wanting us to have a child earlier. But this is something that my brother and I would like to think about for a little while longer. I've discussed this matter with your mom as well. Saying this, Father Lu beckoned towards Luli who was on the side. You come over and listen too. Luli nodded and walked over. Lu's father continued. I've already made a deal with your mother. The matter of having a child. Let it be. We won't interfere. As for your grandmother's side, I'll communicate with her. Lu father looked at Luli. What's the matter? Look for me. You don't want to go against your grandmother for this. She's a handful of years old, and then you'll be pissed off for a good reason. Dad, Am I that uninformed? Luli said helplessly. I can't say. Well, you guys do what you need to do. I still have to go coax your mom. Well, we'll go to our room then. Papa Lu waved his hand, signaling them to make themselves at home. Luli led Ruan-Tang up the stairs, his arm on her shoulder, taking her into his arms. Ruan-Tang was afraid of being seen by Lu's father and uncomfortably pushed his arm away. Mom and Dad are a handful of years old, and they're not shy, so what are you shy about? Then, Lu's father's angry roar came from behind him. Brat! What nonsense are you talking about? Run! Luli picked up Ruan-Tang and ran quickly upstairs. He made Nguyen-Tang laugh at this, and he still couldn't stop laughing until after he reached his room. You're so happy that I've been disciplined? Luli asked after staring at her for a while. Ruan-Tang shook his head. No, it's just that I think brother is getting more and more childish now. Very different from your previous old cadre persona. Old cadre? His eyes narrowed slightly as he pressed Nguyen-Tang against the counter. His arm braced against her side could, and you could see the smooth lines of his muscles and the veins in his arms. Nguyen-Tang thought ill-timely of him bracing his hands on either side of her with his arms in the same position when he did certain things at night. Is that how I look to you? Ruan-Tang snapped back. That's not because my brother was always lecturing me before, and always had a stern face. Luli didn't say anything, his eyes fixed on her face. Why is your face red? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Ha? No. When he thought of those charming thoughts he had just had, Ruan-Tang had a moment of weakness. Luli looked at her out of focus, and a gradual reddening began at the ends of his eyes, and after a moment, he laughed lowly. You don't know how tempting you look like this. Every time I see you like this I want to pin you down and soften/ravage you hard. Some fragments flashed in his mind, making Ruan-Tang's already scarlet-colored face even more red, and his heartbeat became more and more disordered. Brother, rogue. Chapter 81, Brother is unclean. I don't want him. Luli laughed. How is it hooliganism? I'm just stating a fact. You are the rascal. If I were your rogue, you'd be a rogue's wife, and that's nothing to be proud of. Ruan-Tang's face turned even redder. Humph, I'm ignoring my brother. Luli also did not continue to tease her. If he teased her further, the little girl was afraid that she should be annoyed. I bought something for you, left it in the car. I'll have someone send it up. What is it? You'll see in a moment. Luli turned around, took out his cell phone and made a call, and soon the driver sent a box up. Luli handed it to her. It's chocolate. Nguyen-Tang had instantly been pleasantly surprised, which could have made her happier than anything else. Can I eat? She had bad teeth, and usually Luli controlled her so tightly that he rarely let her eat. Luli nodded. Of course, today you are the queen. Brother listens to you. The words were pretty decent up to here, and Nguyen-Tang gave a joyful Then he hooked his lips, however, and the words changed, whispering, I'll let you in the Shang face tonight, too. Ruan-Tang was no longer an untouched little girl now, not to mention that she had read so many PO articles. She naturally knew what Luli meant by this. The blush that had just dissipated, instantly swept back. Brother hates. I really ignore you. No, I want to make you happy. Are you feeling better? Ruan-Tang was stunned. It turned out that he was teasing her so much all because he was worried that she was in a bad mood. That little bit of anger in his heart before, instantly disappeared. She nodded and responded. Aha, I'll take you out tomorrow. Is there anywhere you want to go? Want my brother to take me flying again? Can I? Luli obtained a helicopter pilot's license when he became an adult, and later set up a helicopter flight base in Kyoto, purely because of a hobby at the time. However, since Luli took over the Lu clan, he hasn't been in charge of it, and directly handed it over to the people below him to manage. I've heard that it's doing well, too, with a few more branches now open in other parts of the country. No problem. What else? Well, Nguyen-Tang thought for a moment. I didn't get to eat any of the Xiaolong Bao that my brother bought me this morning, and I want more in the morning. Okay, tomorrow my brother will go and buy it for you himself. Brother is so nice. Ruan-Tang stood on her tiptoes and hooked her hand around his neck, pulling down and giving him a kiss on the lips. What's the point of being so tall? It's hard to kiss, Nguyen-Tang said secretly. Luli dragged her by the waist and brought her toward his arms as he leaned into her ear. The fire spoon/hot breath kept spraying over it, and a low or human voice rang out. So, want to meet at the Shang tonight? Ruan-Tang sheepishly turned her face away. Brother again. We need to be open to new things. It was a skill to be able to talk about this kind of thing in such a dignified manner, and Ruan-Tang had to admire him for it. Want it? Seeing that her expression had loosened, Luli continued to pursue the question. It's not like I know how, Nguyen-Tang stated with a red face. Don't you read that kind of novel every day? Luli asked with a smile. Whenever she has time, she steals a look, and hides it when she sees him. Luli has long seen her little thoughts, but it's just a matter of looking the other way and not tearing it down because you're getting better at that sort of thing. Ruantang was little surprised for a moment, and then realized, right, since childhood, what could she do to hide from him? It's not like the, up there taught me, how to get it, then when the time comes, brother will teach you. Upon hearing this, alarm bells went off in Ruantang's heart. Why would my brother? Luli just said it casually and didn't expect Ruantang to capture this so keenly. He frowned. It's probably uneducated. Liar. Brother couldn't have watched the video version of that novel. It's just that kind of movie in Japan. After saying that, she thought of something else. Her attitude changed, and she snapped. Brother is not allowed to lie. Well, Luli awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. Cough. That what? Before when I went to school, your brother Hanjiao likes to see these things. I saw it once with them piece by piece. Just once. Luli emphasized again. When they went to school, they were a few hairy kids. They always had to be in one piece for everything, but they didn't leave the scales. The weight didn't leave the scale. Going to school together, fighting together, even things like watching videos together. Luli was dragged by them to see it once. He was just that one time. He thought it was not interesting, and then they watched it again. Luli did not even participate in it again. And watch it together? Ruantang's little face scrunched together. You guys aren't still going to solve your physical needs together, are you? How disgusting. What's the difference between this and that several P's together written in novels? Where do you think? How can we be like that? Luli had been surprised by the little girl's divergent thinking. Nguyen bristled. Who knows? We've watched a movie together. Maybe we'll do something else together. Thanks to her previous fear of Luli's anger, she rejected Hiruru's idea of sending her resources, not realizing that he had already seen it. Wouldn't he have already seen another woman naked then? So angry. The more Ruantang thought about it, the more angry she got. She stomped her foot hatefully, broke away from Luli's arms, went around to sit on the edge of the bed, still angry, and stomped her foot again. Any more stomping should hurt. Luli walked over and sat down next to her. Nguyen moved to the other side again. Baby, that was years ago. Isn't it bad to get angry over something like that now? I don't feel bad. Nguyen puffed out her face like a little hamster. Okay, it's okay to be angry. So what would it take for your brother to do for you to forgive him? Ruantang wrapped her arms around herself and said indignantly, I want to see it too. I'll let Ruru send me later. Don't even think about it. Allowing you to read that kind of novel is already my bottom line. That's not fair. You're only allowing the officials to set fire to the people. Consider it done. Either way, there was no way he was going to let her see those things. You. Ruantang was furious. Such a scoundrel words. He can say so justified. Ruantang pounced over. A bite on Luli's arm. Hiss. Luli sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The little girl's mouth can be really hard. Nguyen collapsed onto the bed and buried his head under the covers. Brother is not allowed to go to bed tonight. Luli pressed her down. Then I'll do what needs to be done ahead of time. No, I'm not going to do it when my brother is unclean. Chapter 82. I'd die for you. Nguyen couldn't push back, and the hem of his blouse had been ripped out. Bony fingers, poking under the hem of his shirt. Bull *********. I'm clean inside and out when I'm with you. Brother's eyes. Not clean anymore. A soft touch came from her collarbone. Nguyen let out an involuntary wooing sound. Luli turned a deaf ear to her accusations, one hand ravaging her body unceasingly. With one hand, he methodically unbuttoned the coat he was wearing. I don't want it. Brother, it's against a woman's will. I could sue you. Luli hooked his lips, and Ruantang realized with hindsight that the button on her jeans had been undone at some point. He ripped it off with one hand. Are you sure it was against your will? Nguyen bowed with difficulty. Brother bad. Baby, good girl. Do the business first, and then you can do whatever you want later. The internet says that there's nothing that can't be solved with one shot, and if there is, then another. Ruantang realized that after Luli's so-called business, the anger in her heart also disappeared. She lay on Luli's furrowed chest, her fingers tracing circles on his bare skin, one at a time. Brother, do I have a better body? Or does the woman up there have a better body? What nonsense! How do they deserve to be compared to you? Then brother still watches. I wasn't little then. I had a dumb curiosity about things like sex, but I really just looked at it that one time. Baby, don't be mad. Ruantang didn't say anything, raised his head and placed a kiss on each of his eyes. Brother's eyes are dirty. I'm going to purify them for him. Luli laughed. Good, then you purify yourself well. Nguyen gave him a few more kisses on the eyelids, and it wasn't long before Luli started calling it quits. Well, it's almost time to eat. There's no time for another one. The little girl's movements made the fire that had just gone down in him get aroused again. Brother thinks about that every day, and he's not afraid that one day, the rice green is exhausted. Ruantang blankly glared at him and snapped. Luli smiled and held her tightly in his arms, his teeth nipping gently at her ear. I'm willing to die even if it means dying on you. Ruantang was ruffled by him, and before he could react, he heard him say, how does it feel just now? Again. He can't seem to talk properly except for this. Ruantang was mortified. Who wants to talk to you about this? I'm your husband. If you don't tell me, who will you tell? I'm not talking to anyone. Tell me so I know how to make you more comfortable in the future. Just as Luli's words fell, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Almost at the same time, Ruantang dabbed and bounced off Luli. A feeling of being caught cheating came over him. Luli lost his smile and grabbed her back again. Young lady, master invites you down for dinner. Got it, Luli responded in a faint voice. Then he hooked Ruantang's chin. Run for what? Scared? Stupid or not? Ruantang ignored him and urged him to get up quickly. Luli could not afford to tarry in bed any longer and carried Ruantang to the bathroom to clean up, and then took a set of clothes in the check room and handed them to her. The previous one is not to be worn again. If you change your clothes and go down, Mom and Dad won't see anything. Ruantang looked at the clothes in her hand and was a little worried. It's not normal to change into loungewear at home. Luli's mouth was so comforting to her. It's a good thing the little girl is also good at fooling. That's right. 2. Downstairs in the dining room, waiting left and right. The two are still not coming down. Lu's mom is a little impatient. You go give them another shout. The maid lifted her foot and just wanted to leave, but she was shouted at by Lu's father again. Don't go. After saying that, he then explained in Lu Then's astonished eyes. They haven't come down for so long, and you still can't guess what they're doing? Lu's mother instantly understood, red-faced, and snapped at him, you old immodest. Luli's helicopter flight base was built on the outskirts of the capital, and it took about an hour or so from the old mansion to reach the destination. The person in charge of the base was already at the airport early and greeting. Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, all set? It's arranged. Don't worry. Luli nodded slightly. Aha. Several people then entered the airport together and were greeted by a wide, flat expanse of runway and grass. A helicopter of different shapes and colors perched on a runway not far away, like a child's toy model. It wasn't Ruantang's first time here, so she didn't find it too unusual. But she was surprised to see that there didn't seem to be any other customers in the base besides the staff. She whispered at Luli beside her. Has base business not been good lately? How come I don't see anyone coming? Luli laughed. I had it cleared. Ha, not so much. What? Worried I can't afford you if business is bad? CHCH changes. Nguyen snorted lightly. Not at all. Who doesn't know that this amount of income is not even a drop in the bucket for Luli? Come on, let's get you changed first. Aha. There were flight suits in the locker room that had been prepared in advance. A navy blue jumpsuit with a belt tied around the middle to outline the waist and a chest pocket with a colored cloth tag made of the base's logo. Nguyen changed and tied her hair into a high ponytail look, looked around in the mirror and walked out satisfied. Luli was waiting for her not far from the door. He was wearing the same type of flight suit as hers, but much larger, with black leather boots. Ruantang looked at the side of his face, and his mind flashed back to when he brought her here some years ago. He was a bit more hard and sharp than before, which was probably the charm of a mature male. Don't come over yet. What are you waiting for? Luli twisted his head in the direction of the locker room, and saw Ruantang staying in the doorway, giggling at him. Oh, Ruantang came back to his senses and sprinted towards Luli at a quick run. Run slow and be careful of falling. No way. She ran up to Luli and grabbed his arm, her eyes as brilliant as stars, not mincing words as she complimented him. Brother, you're so handsome today. Am I usually not handsome? Luli deliberately teased her. No. Ruantang shook his head. It's even more handsome today. The tone was very certain. What about me? Do I look good? Ruantang liked today's outfit. It was very different from her usual, a whole lot of valor. She beautifully turned around in front of Luli. Well, good looking. I don't know where she pulled out another pair of sunglasses and put them on her face. How about this? Good looking too. Luli smiled slightly, the sight that fell on her sweet and sticky. Ruantang was happy and crossed Luli's arm. Then let's go, brother. Luli's personalized helicopter was a black and red helicopter that Nguyen couldn't name or model. With the hatch open, Luli helped her and sat in the front cabin co-pilot's seat, helping her to fasten her seatbelt. Check. Nguyen moved. There, that's tight. Aha. He brought the headset over Nguyen's head and went back around to the other side, sitting in the cockpit, checking the gauges and making pre-takeoff preparations. Chapter 83, Hitting is Kissing is Loving. Ruantang raised his eyes to look at the side of his face, his thin lips slightly pressed and pursed into a line, his expression unusually focused. When all the preparations were done, he meticulously checked again to make sure there were no mistakes, before his tightly pursed thin lips loosened and rose up in a certain arc. Ready? We're about to take off. Aha. Nguyen nodded excitedly. Ready, go! As if in response to her command, the helicopter started up and a roar began to ring in her ears. Then, the helicopter began to rise steadily, gradually getting higher and higher from the ground, and Luli began to return to the serious and solemn look he had just worn. Outside the window, the blue sky looked like a canvas, dotted with pieces of soft, marshmallow-like clouds. Golden sunlight in the refraction of the glass turned into seven-colored light. The beauty is amazing. Ruan Tang opened his mouth, afraid of disturbing the person next to him, and swallowed his voice back. Only darkly did he mutter mentally, "It's beautiful." Soon the airplane began to fly smoothly after reaching a certain altitude. The buildings on the ground gradually began to turn into boxes of various sizes. After passing through the layers of mountains, the airplane began to hover above the Great Wall. Looking down through the window, it looks like a long dragon twisting and turning in a dense forest as green as emerald. Dense crowds moved slowly on long lines. Happy? I don't know how long it took, but Lu Li's voice finally came from the headset. Happy. Nguyen Tang had the urge to shout. One more round then. Aha! She responded happily, her whole being as vibrant as the turquoise in her vision. After years of baptism, the Badaling Great Wall has been integrated with the mountains and natural scenery. Both marveled at the beauty of the natural landscape and were deeply impressed by the greatness of the ancients. Until the plane landed, Nguyen Tang hadn't recovered from that shock. On the lawn of the base, Ruan Tang jumped into Lu Li's arms as if no one else was there, hugging him and jumping straight upward in excitement. Brother, it's so beautiful, so beautiful. Back on the plane, she'd wanted to do that. Lu Li put his hand on her waist. Jump slowly, be careful of crooked feet. If you like it, I'll bring you here again. Okay, I want to learn how to fly an airplane too. My brother is so handsome when he's up there. Lu Li curved the corner of his mouth. Handsome? Well, brother's great. Lu Li laughed lowly twice, the tip of his tongue sweeping over his lower lip, whispering in her ear. Actually, I prefer you to say that when you're in bed/on the bed. Hooligans. Talking to him about business. He could always pull that. Ruan Tang silently rolled his eyes while kicking him in the face in exasperation. Hiss. Lu Li sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Stinky girl. Poof. Serves him right. Who let him talk nonsense all day? I don't care. I want to learn. Okay, when you're on summer vacation, I'll have someone teach you, provided you're up to par on all counts. Aha! Ruan Tang instantly smiled again and joyfully answered. She didn't know if it reached the standard or not, but if Lu Li could agree, she was already happy. Back to the locker room to change clothes. The two began to walk towards the parking lot. Ruan Tang was bouncing all the way. If it wasn't for Lu Li holding her hand, she couldn't wait to fly straight up in place. Once in the car, she hoofed it and pulled out her cell phone to check the eligibility requirements for a helicopter pilot's license. When his eyes landed on a certain article, Ruan Tang looked up at Lu Li, a trace of doubt flashing across his face. Brother, it says here that the helicopter pilot's license has requirements for eyesight. Isn't brother nearsighted? How can he still take the test? See for yourself. Instead of answering directly, Lu Li removed the silver, thin-rimmed eyes on the bridge of his nose and handed them to Ruan Tang. Ruan Tang held it in his hand and examined it twice, not seeing anything wrong with it, and then put it in front of his eyes and looked at it again before realizing what Lu Li meant. This is a flat mirror. Aha! Lu Li nodded. But it's not right. Lu Li was clearly nearsighted before. Seeing her confusion, Lu Li explained again. After I graduated from high school, I went for LASIK. That's why he wears flat glasses, and that's why he can get a helicopter pilot's license. It's obvious you just don't care enough about me to even notice something like that. Nguyen Tang smiled sarcastically and really didn't notice. Maybe I happened to be out of town at the time. Maybe I went to my grandmother's house. Then why does brother have to wear glasses again? Guess what? Good looking? Ruan Tang guessed tentatively, and when Lu Li didn't make a statement, she continued down the line. Getting used to it? After she said that, she denied herself away. No. Is it so that when people look into your eyes, they can't easily guess what you're thinking again? Lu Li still didn't say anything. Ruan Tang hugged his arm and shook it. You talk, don't you? It may be both. It may be neither. It's because of whatever you think it is. This plausible, ambiguous explanation was clearly teasing her. Cheapskate. Isn't she the one who didn't know he'd had surgery on his eyes? As for being so petty, she gave Lu Li an exasperated glare. Lu Li laughed softly, picking her up and placing her on his lap, his fingertips poking at her bulging face. Why is it getting easier and easier to get angry? It's like a little puffer fish. Ruan Tang slapped him on the hand without any good humor. It's not because brother is always teasing me. After she reminded him, Lu Li also realized in hindsight that since their relationship had become better, he did often tease her and took pleasure in it. That's probably one way. Brother loves you. When Lu Li went to school, there was a saying circulating in the school that hitting is kissing, scolding is loving, and fooling around is falling in love. To this, Nguyen Tang begs to differ. Humph. She snorted darkly. This way of loving people would have to be experienced by him sooner or later. Chapter 84. I'm not. It was almost summer. The sunlight at noon became sufficient. Ruan Tang lazily nestled on Luli. The sunlight spread on her face through the car window. Serene and restful. After about the same amount of time as it took to get there, the car slowed down until it pulled up to the villa at Luli's old mansion. Ruan Tang didn't get up in a hurry, and a hint of uncommon cunning flashed in his clear, bright eyes. In Luli's surprised eyes, she hooked his neck, her red lips pressed on Luli's ear, and with a voice that only two people could hear, she whispered, "Brother is so great, ah. Good, she gives the service, ah." Her voice was coquettish, and she did her best to make a flirtatious and seductive tone. Then, before Luli could react, she took the first step, pushed open the car door, and leapt down. "Mom, I'm home. Mom." She ran all the way to the house, and unbeknownst to her, she thought a dog was chasing her from behind. "Back, did you have fun?" Upon hearing the voice, Mom in the interior of the house greeted her. "Well, happy, especially good." Nguyen Tang hadn't gotten over that excitement yet. Lu's mother looked on and felt happy in her heart. It's good to be happy. Ruan Tang all went into the house for a while, and hadn't seen Luli come in. Lu's mother looked out and only saw his car parked in the yard, but didn't see Luli's silhouette, and couldn't help but wonder, "Where's your brother? Why isn't he back?" "Brother, he is still in the car. I don't know what he is busy with." It's not a lie to say that. Lu's mom didn't notice Ruan Tang's weakness. What else can he be busy with? He's busy with his work. He's still thinking about his work even when he's out with his wife. Forget it, forget him. Tell your mom what you saw today? As soon as this was mentioned, Ruan Tang came back with energy. "I saw the Great Wall, and the zoo. My brother told me to look at the lions and tigers in there, but I didn't see them, only the camels. And also, my brother promised that I could also learn the helicopter pilot's license when I'm on summer vacation." "Yes? Well, when I learn, I'll take you and Dad flying too." "Good, that's good. It's better to have a daughter." Thinking this way, Lu's mother felt more and more that her son, who had just entered the house, wasn't that pleasant to look at. "Why don't you just live at the office when you're so busy with work?" Luli didn't know where Mama Lu was getting this from, but when he saw the little girl cowering behind her, he instantly understood. Good, flirting and then running away, causing him to sit in the car until now to put down all the fire. Good for her. She's here to start a rumor that he's busy working. After noticing Luli's slightly dangerous eyes, Ruan Tang ducked behind Lu's mom again, and her small hand grabbed Lu's mom's clothes. "Mom, brother, he glares at me." Complaining and pretending was really quite like that. If Luli didn't know the inside story. "What are you staring at her for? You still have a point." Lu's mother scolded Luli without being able to say a word. Then he kindly pulled Ruan Tang out from behind him and hugged her. "Don't be afraid. Mommy will do it for you." Luli looked at the scene and shook his head helplessly and amusedly. "Mom, why don't you ask me why I'm glaring at her? Whatever the reason, you glaring at her is wrong of you." "All right, where's my dad? Still not back for dinner?" "Your dad went out fishing with his friends. He won't be back for lunch. I'll go to the kitchen to see how the meal is prepared. You two stay here for a while." Lu's mom left, leaving Ruan Tang in the living room with Luli, and this situation was very bad for her. "I'll check it out too. Want to run?" Luli yanked her back by her collar. "Brother, have a word. Don't do it. Don't do it." Seeing her like this, Luli couldn't help but smile. His knuckles gently knocked on the top of her head. "Little goon, when you just teased me, weren't you quite powerful? I was trying to show my brother how I love you, too." Why should his way of loving her be to tease her? Then she had to make Luli feel it too. With that, she raised an eyebrow and added, "How's brother feeling?" Luli bent down, leaned his head against her neck, and whispered, "You'll know by night." "No, we've already exceeded the number of times this week." Nguyen Tang accuses him with righteous indignation. Luli's thin lips slightly hooked up, dense with a smile. "What times?" "It's the number of times you do that kind of thing well. Brother knows," said, 3 days a week. "Oh, I didn't say that either. You're the one overthinking it, and there's something wrong with the way you're measuring it. It's clear that it's only been mandated since yesterday. How come it's been a week?" Ignoring Ruan Tang's exasperation, he walked towards the dining room on his own. "Eat first." Ruan Tang looked at the back of the angry head to explode. She stomped her foot hard. Her mouth issued a vicious ah-oh sound. "What? Starting to morph into a little dinosaur?" Luli turned around and laughed. How dare he say that she disguised herself as a small dinosaur? Then she'll disguise one to show him. Ruan Tang huffed and puffed and charged towards Luli. "Do what?" Luli avoided it. "I'll bite you." With that, he lunged at Luli again. He stretched out his hand against the top of Ruan Tang's head. His arms were long, and Ruan Tang couldn't even get close to him with all the effort he put into being where he was. It didn't hurt him at all. but it made him sweat. Ruantang was so angry that she wanted to sit on the ground and roll around to show him, but after all, she wanted a face, and finally shrugged it off and walked away. Annoying, I'm not playing anymore. Behind them, there was a bright laughter. Ruantang turned back to look before realizing that Lu's mother had been watching the duo from the sidelines since I don't know when. Some years have not seen the two of you like this, especially Luli. Now this look is only like a, well, normal, 20-something young man. The first 2 years, I am worried. You want to develop that way again. Then, with the it won't be long, you have to become older than your father. The three of them walked together to sit down in the dining room, and one by one the servants brought dishes from the kitchen to the table. Is that such a stretch? Luli laughed. Why not? In the past, not to mention Sugarplum, I was scared to see you. He's got a blank face all day long. He's got no smile. At that time, he had just taken over Lu's, and his nerves were in a highly tense state for a long time. The company is watching him inside and outside, waiting for him to make a mistake. He can't take a single wrong step. He can't make a single wrong decision. Luli glanced at the rather gloating little girl next to him and laughed. Now she's not afraid of me, and can't wait to ride on my neck end. We're eating. What are you saying about or not? Lu's mom frowned and snapped at him. Then you repeat. Luli laughed. Okay, none of that. Oh yeah, the family has recently hired a new cook to do Lu cuisine. This 9-turned large intestine you try. Aha. Luli put a chopstick to his mouth, then suddenly thought of something and put it right on the bone dish in front of him. What's wrong? Doesn't it taste right? Lu's mom took a piece for herself, first putting it under her nose and sniffing it, then putting it in her mouth. It's this flavor. I'm afraid that if I eat it, some people should be kept from kissing it again. As he said this, he lowered his eyes and looked at Ruantang. Nguyen quickly denied. I'm not. No? Who was the one who wouldn't let me kiss the last time because I ate my brains? Lu's mom OS, although I am very happy about this kind of scene, but is it really good for you guys to discuss the issue of kissing or not kissing in front of me? Last time was not the same as this time again. What's different? Is a large intestine not as disgusting as a brain flower? Nguyen nodded, disregarding their actual function. The large intestine didn't look as disgusting as the brain flower, at least if you looked at it from the outside. Luli caught a piece and put it into Ruantang's bowl. Then you eat a piece. Ha? I thought I said it wasn't disgusting? Oh, Ruantang wasn't unwilling to eat. She just didn't understand, for a moment, what he meant by this maneuver, and she took a piece and put it in her mouth. Yummy! Staring at her as she finished eating and swallowed, Luli then tasted it with confidence. Well, it's really good. She had eaten it herself, so now there was no reason to dislike him. Lu mother looked at the two like this, could not help but shake her head and lose laughter. This no was a young couple flirting. Do not know also thought it is 2 elementary school students and teasing mouth it. Should really drag both of them to the hospital to check what their mental age is. By the way, isn't it time for Joanne to be discharged from the hospital? Lu's mom asked. Well, soon, Luli said. Her parents that kind of situation should not be able to take care of her. I thought to not let her come to our home. I take care of her, although the operation was very successful, but this after the discharge of the hospital on the physical recovery, cannot be taken lightly. Well, I'll talk to her about it, and it's still up to her whether she'll come or not. Well, you talk her down. Chapter 85, Don't Stab Me in the Heart, you little bastard. Later, Xiaowen still didn't go to Lu's house. This point Luli actually guessed it already. She had always disliked troubling others. When she was hospitalized, Luli had helped her a lot, and she had no choice at that time. But now that she had been discharged from the hospital, how could she possibly be willing to trouble him again? Instead of staying in Kyoto, she chose to go to a small southern town. A strange place with no family, no loved ones, not even friends, but under the care of her nanny, she was recovering well. Luli took Ruantang to see her a few times. She had gained some weight and her body was no longer as thin as before. The hair that had been shaved off due to chemotherapy had also grown back, reaching just to her ears the last time I saw her. Where she lived she had a small yard which she had filled with flowers and plants. She says the illness has taught her a lot and has made her start to learn to love and enjoy life. After going from ghost to ghost, every subsequent day felt like it was snatched from her, and made her appreciate it all the more because of it. She said that every day from now on, she will live it to the fullest. In December of the same year, Xiaowen's health has been greatly improved. At the same time, she told Luli and a few of them, she intends to go abroad to study, and after that the probability is that she will also stay abroad. On the day of her departure, Luli and a few of them went to the airport to see her off. The crowd knew what it meant that she was gone. On the contrary, Xiaowen himself has to turn around to comfort them. Don't be like this. I go out is not to escape anything. Go abroad to study has always been my dream. Before because, forget it, don't mention it. I will come back to see you guys. Of course, if you go abroad, remember to go see me too. Oh. After that, she hugged Ruan Tang. Be good. When you and Luli have a wedding, remember to send me invitations, or I'll be angry. Well, be well too, sis, and take care of yourself. Ruan Tang hugged her back. Well, I should get going, and you guys should get back. Timothy wiped the teardrops from the corners of his eyes and pulled a less than pretty smile. Remember to message us when you land. Aha. Joanne nodded. Don't worry. Then she turned away and waved at the crowd. Luli found Ruan Tang's hand hanging at his side and held it tightly. The little girl's performance today had impressed him. Fei had cried, and this little crybaby hadn't shed a single tear. I'm not sad. Look at Sister Joanne, how happy she is. She's off doing what she loves to do, and I'm happy for her. Up ahead, Joanne, who had just finished going through security, turned back to them and waved again. She was dressed in a simple casual dress, sharp short hair, increasingly plump face overflowing with a smile, bright eyes and teeth. The whole person seems to glow. Well, she's happy, Luli said, sort of responding to what Ruan Tang had just said. Ruan Tang looked up at him, and what entered his eyes was the man's superior jawline and high nose. Luli lowered his eyes and interacted with her line of sight. What's wrong? Mulling over something again? I was wondering if I could also enroll in a foreign school, preferably in the same city as Joanne's sister. Ruan Tang's playful voice had just fallen. Luli's face flashed a flash of color, but quickly returned to normal. He took his hand and pushed the eyes on the bridge of his nose. There's no need. The education resources in the country aren't that bad now. The corner of Ruan Tang's mouth curved up. Is it really because of that? Or is it because brother can't bear to let me out? Luli dragged his hand around her waist and turned to head out of the airport. Now that you know, don't stab me in the heart specifically, little ancestor. Ruan Tang leaned towards him. Don't worry brother, I can't leave brother either. Stinky girl, just skin it. His hand, resting behind Ruan Tang, pinched the soft flesh of her waist. Ouch. If it hurts, you'll remember. Ruan Tang grunted, followed by her shoulder, but was suddenly hit by someone. Her feet stumbled and she almost fell. Luckily Luli reacted quickly and protected her tightly in his arms. Luli, Joanne she. Ruan Tang and Luli then realized that the person who hit her was no one else but Jiang Yu, the man who usually wears a suit and has his shirt buttoned up to the top one rigorously. At this moment, he looks, after all, a little bit of a mess. Chapter 86, The Negative Man Swallows 1,000 Silver Needles. Luli raised his hand to check the time. The plane just took off. Jiang Yu's eyes reddened. Then, so did she say anything? Luli shook his head. Jiang Yu smiled mockingly. Also, she didn't even tell him she was leaving. How could she leave him a message? Brother Jiang Yu. Ruan Tang's crisp voice rang out. A little bit of light flashed up again in Jiang Yu's originally obscure eyes. Luli also slightly puzzled to look at her. Since she knew Jiang Yu and Xiao and things, this little girl has never called Jiang Yu as a brother. Today this is to make a scene? Could it be that Jiang Yu's heart has softened after seeing him like this? Brother Jiang Yu, congratulations, losing your love forever. Excuse me, he still underestimated how ruthless this little girl was. Well, she was tougher than Luli herself. Luli nodded at the pale-faced Jiang Yu and embraced Ruan Tang as he walked away. What are you messing with him for? Ruan Tang shrugged. He caused Sister Qiaowen so much harm. What's wrong with me saying a few words about him? A big man is on the verge of tears. He deserved it. Brother, the negative is to swallow 1,000 silver needles. Luli let out a light laugh. And where did that seem like an argument? From a novel. You don't have to care where it is. That's how it is anyway. Then, she raised her head again and looked into Luli's eyes, repeating with meaning, a negative person is the one who has to swallow 1,000 silver needles. No need to tell me I'm not going to change my mind. Ruan Tang narrowed his eyes and hemmed and hawed twice. I was just reminding my brother. Negative people are going to swallow 1,000 silver needles anyway. Fei and Han Zhao are walking behind Luli and Ruan Tang, and they all watched the scene with Jiang Yu just now. After Fei said something else to Jiang Yu, she excitedly ran towards Ruan Tang and patted her on the shoulder as Jiang Yu collapsed to the point of falling to the ground. Nice job, sugar. She gave a thumbs up, a little gloat in her smugness. Luli consciously gave his place to Fei and walked with Han Zhao. TSK, the most poisonous woman's heart. Han Zhao sighed as he looked at the Black Lotus duo talking happily on the other side. When the two of them came over just now, Fei stabbed another stab at Jiang Yu and she told him the words that Qiaowen had said on her way out, that it had always been her dream to study abroad and that she had stayed in the country because of Jiang Yu. At the end, Fei added an unusually solid sentence. She now has the opportunity to realize her dream, and to say the least, it's still thanks to you. Those two over there, their little mouths are more powerful than one another, and the words they say are just like those little knives, stabbing at Jiang Yu one by one. Han Zhao looks on from the sidelines. His heart softens a bit. He's known Jiangyu for so many years. It's the first time he's seen him lose his temper like this. Your family's little sugarplum usually looks civilized and quiet, but I didn't expect to be so cynical and hateful as well. Look at the little words that were said just now. TSK, TSK, if I were Jiangyu, I'd probably have to spit out blood on the spot. Luli never took his eyes off Ruantang as he smiled. That's a little fox. Vin is quiet and whatnot. It's all an act. In response, Han Zhao was non-committal. What's the matter, Mr. Lu? It's getting late. A piece of dinner? Okay, where to eat? Han Zhao nuzzled. Then we must ask those two queens over there. Timothy twisted his head around and squinted at him. What are you talking about? Is it talking bad about us? How dare I? Luli and I are talking about having dinner together tonight. Where do you want to go? The two people on this side leaned towards the direction of Ruantang and Shifei, and the two pairs of people finally converged. A new vegetarian restaurant has recently opened. Why don't we go somewhere to try it? Timothy suggested. Eat vegetarian. Han Zhao is a typical carnivorous animal, and although he is reluctant, he only dares to put up a small resistance for a few moments. What's wrong with being a vegetarian? Don't they all talk about health nowadays? Eating vegetarian is healthy. Yes, wife is right, Han Zhao stated unprincipledly. Then he asked Ruantang and Luli, what do you think? Could be. Since everyone was fine with it, Ruantang couldn't say anything, and she nodded. With that, the four of them went to a vegetarian restaurant that costs thousands of dollars per person. The restaurant specializes in plant-based cuisine, which is good if you look at the restaurant's style and atmosphere alone. Enter through the back door, through a bamboo forest and into the dining room. Inside the box, black, white and gray tones are used with Chinese elements such as plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum. It opened with a snack, a mushroom tart and tofu nut seaweed roll. How can I say about the flavor? Well, it's just bland, and as a heavy starter, it's just not enjoyable. The good thing is that the portions are small, only small bites of each. Next up was a dish of mashed potatoes with fermented cauliflower. The flavor, is just okay, kind of like the mashed potatoes they sell at convenience stores. When the dishes reached the fourth course, Han Zhao finally couldn't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. Wife, I want to eat meat. I want to eat hot pot and shabu shabu. How can you not eat shabu shabu in the middle of winter? Well, Timothy also felt that the meal was more form than substance. So we'll go for hot pot? What do you guys mean? Luli nodded. Let's eat hot pot. Just now when Han Zhao spoke, that little girl's head nodded hatefully as if it had been planted on a motor. And if this didn't let her go, Luli estimated that she would have to cry. As expected, upon hearing this, the person who just had a bitter look on his face and had a grudge against the dish instantly beamed with joy. Eat the hot pot, eat the hot pot. A few people chose a more grounded hot pot restaurant this time, opened in a small alley. The decoration and everything is quite simple, but I heard that it has been opened for more than 40 years. With the meal just before, Ruantang's anticipation for this meal was already drawn out, his eyes staring straight at the plate of hand-cut meat that was served. Under the table, her fingers were clutched by Luli, taking a wet tissue and wiping them a little. Then he pulled out a couple of tissues and tucked them under Ruantang's collar. Ruantang beamed, not too happy. I'm not a kid anymore. I have to get this. Whoever ate fondue last time dripped on the dip and got angry all the way through. Oh, Luli mentioned her black history, and Ruantang had to honestly shut her mouth. Han Zhao looked and shook his head. Are you a husband? Or a father? Father's system husband. Luli raised an eyebrow. No? Okay, why not? I didn't realize that our Lu Xiao is now also following the trend of the times. Even the word daddy's husband is known. With this little girl next to him, he just didn't want to keep up with the trend. He could be a daddy's husband, but he couldn't really think of himself as a daddy. 3 years old and a generation gap. There were 2 generation gaps and more between them. If he didn't learn something about young people, maybe one day, that little girl should dislike him. I don't know if the little girl next to him, who had buried her head in her food, could appreciate his good intentions. Brother? The little girl finally gave up her head to give him a look. It's fine, eat. Saying that, he picked up another chopstick of meat and put it into Ruantang's bowl. Oh, this meal ate in Guintang did not help the wall in, but almost helped the wall out. The small stomach rolled round and round. When she got in the car, she just collapsed into the back seat of the car. And if you didn't know, you'd think she was a few months pregnant by the way she looked. Didn't eat much? It's just that I ate some at the beginning, and then I started following the sauce somewhere. People eat small meals. Luli let out a light laugh. Come here, I'll rub your stomach. Ruantang moved down and leaned on his shoulder. Luli wrapped one hand around her back and lifted her hem with the other, placing it on her stomach. When you're almost home later, get off early and walk back. Big hands with warm heat fell on the skin, gently rubbing. Ruantang comfortably closed her eyes. Good. At Luli's request, the car stopped a kilometer away from the villa. In the car, He put a hat on Gwyn Tang and wrapped a scarf around her, wrapping her alive into a little bear before letting her out of the car. Gwyn Tang was surprised to find that it was snowing outside. Under the dim streetlight, scattered snowflakes, whirling, slowly drifted down. Chapter 87, I'm only good for this. Brother, it's snowing. Luli stretched out his hand, palm up, and just as the snowflake landed on it, it turned into a slightly cool touch. I'm not leaving, I'm going to stay here and watch the snow. With that, she simply sat right down on the bench under the streetlight, legs stretched out, ankles folded, swaying slightly, cute, playful. She raised her face, and the warm tones of the light poured down, enveloping her features and adding a hazy glow. Luli in a khaki long coat, neck around the same type of plaid scarf as Ruan Tang, stood in front of her, and her silent stare, the corners of the mouth of the smile dense open. Not cold? A white mist came out of his mouth as he spoke. Ruan Tang opened his arms toward him. Brother won't be cold if he hugs. Her voice was petulant with an unmistakable roguishness. Luli shook his head and lost his smile, before sitting next to her and wrapping her up in the coat he was wearing. Ruan Tang wrapped her arm around his waist and pressed herself against him. It's so warm. Brother is a small fireplace in winter and ice cream in summer. Is that all the old man is good for? Ruan Tang stared and frowned. No swearing. Okay, then brother repeat it. Luli stated good-naturedly, I'm only worthy of these contraptions? What the hell? Those were the most important things at the time. I was trying to say that my brother was important to me. After saying that, without giving Luli a chance to respond, she pointed to the increasingly dense snowflakes in front of her again. Brother, look at the snow getting bigger. I want to taste it. She bobbed her head and stuck out her tongue. It didn't take long for a cluster of snowflakes to land just on the tip of her tongue, and Ruan Tang excitedly pointed it out to Luli, slurring, look brother, I got it, I got it. The pink tongue was dotted with a crystalline white flower, which gradually melted and grew smaller under the heat of the tongue, ending in little bits and pieces. Luli looked lost in thought, then before she retracted her tongue back, she violently clasped her head and kissed her. Ooh, Ruan Tang struggled a little in his arms, but the other party kissed deeper, deadlocked the back of her head, itching to rub her whole body into his body. Soon, Ruan Tang began to immerse himself in his kisses, and even took the initiative to raise his hand and hook it around his neck. The snowflakes brought a cold touch as they fell, echoing the heat in each other's mouths. This new and exciting experience made Gwyn Tang react a little more strongly than usual, forgetting for a moment that he was still outside. A thin, weak wailing began to spill from the corners of his mouth. Luli's body choked, holding her hand, violently tightened, his chin against her shoulder. Baby, don't make a sound. The voice was tinted with a sexy huskiness. Brother, Gwyn Tang called out to him, half petulantly, half angrily, her face a flush that hadn't gone down yet. Luli looked and his throat tightened again. Go home first. It's snowing heavily. Stay long enough to catch a cold. Stay long enough and he should not be able to hold it. Want brother to hold. Gwyn Tang picked himself up and refused to get off him. No more tummy troubles? I don't care. I want my brother to hold it. This rascal's vigor. Also do not know from whom to learn. Luli dumbly lost laughter. Good. Brother hug. Snow is getting bigger and bigger, like willow flakes flying in the sky. The ground fell a thin layer, stepping on it to emit a creaky and crisp sound. Ruan Tang was wrapped tightly in Luli's arms with his overcoat, with only a tiny head poking out over his shoulder. Brother, build me a snowman tomorrow. As long as this snow can fall for a while, it won't be a problem to pile up a snowman. So Luli answered, okay, I'll pile it up for you. Stack 2, I think, 1 male, 1 female. Luli smiled. Good, it's snowing, it's cold tomorrow, wear more clothes. Mentioning this, Ruan Tang pouted, a little upset. Brother makes me dress like a bear every day. How much more? Look at my little waist, my little legs, all wrapped up like a dumpling by you. Yes? There. I'm not even pretty anymore. Luli gave her a not-so-gentle slap on her butt. Who do you want to look so pretty for? Stinky girl. Are there any more boys in school asking you for WeChat these days? No. Gwyn Tang shook his head. Really? Really? My brother doesn't know everything I do at school. Well, none of the men out there are any good. Stay away from them if you're not doing anything. Especially the young ones. They have no talent. Just a long mouth. The way Luli said this, he was close to saying outright that he was the only good man under the sky. Ruan Tang laughed. The original excellent like him. There will also be a sense of insecurity. I know men, or older a little better. No cold and no hot and no to love people. I like older. Stinky girl, you're the only one who can talk. Of course, what if I don't say that and my brother doesn't build me a snowman tomorrow? The voice was playfully tight. Chapter 88, Don't Cry Later. Oh, Luli's tone sank. Little heartless, I'm still no better than a snowman in your heart, right? Ruan Tang didn't answer. In her bright eyes, A hint of shrewdness swept through. She lowered her voice and approached Lu Li's ear. Not at all. I like my brother the most. Brother, do you do it today? Lu Li's foot movements lurched. His breathing stopped for a split second, and his body involuntarily tensed. Ruan Tang had always been rather shy when it came to this kind of thing, and Lu Li hadn't expected her to be able to say such bold words, especially when paired with her tender little face, which added an extra sense of contrasting excitement. The fire that had just been suppressed instantly flared up again. Damn girl, you just had to tease me out there, didn't you? Ruan Tang looked at the blurred outline of the villa in front of him. This is not just a home. Brother will not hurry up and go. Just don't regret it. Lu Li gritted his teeth. At this moment Nguyen Tang didn't realize the danger. Don't cry later. Ruan Tang seemed to realize something. Can brother not be a little more gentle? Lu Li's footsteps quickened. Cut the crap. You should have thought of the consequences when you were blindly teasing. That seemed like a bit of a consequence. Was it too late for her to regret it? Snow fell half the night, Lu Li explained down in advance. Except for the main road. Other places do not need to clean. When I woke up in the morning, there was already a thick layer on the ground, not to mention building 2 snowmen, or even a few more. After it had snowed, the morning was a bit colder than usual. Lu Li rubbed his hands together and took the tools he had prepared in advance, shoveling up the snow on the ground and piling it in a pile. The servant on the side watched and stepped forward with trepidation. Young master, it's better for me to do it. No need. Lu Li refused. The little girl rarely asked him to do something. He didn't want to pretend to be someone else. It took another half hour or so before Nguyen Tang woke up in the same bedroom she had owned before. Yesterday's battle was so intense that it ended up making the bed in the master bedroom outright unsleepable. It was too late, and it was not good to call the maid up to tidy up, so Lu Li carried her to the next bedroom. Thinking about yesterday's snow, Ruan Tang just woke up and got out of bed to look, and as soon as her toes hit the ground, her legs went weak again. Hiss. Yesterday that dog of a man pressed down on her and did it again and again, and wouldn't let her go until she was crying and begging her for mercy. Dragging her 2 spaghetti-like legs, she moved to the window and pressed the button. The goose-yellow curtains slowly opened to either side, and a blinding white light hit her. The excitement of the bright light made Ruan Tang squint, and after adjusting to it, she realized that the buildings in the distance were covered in a thick layer of white snow, and close by, she looked down. Just below her window, stood 2 snowmen half a man high, one already finished, with a red hat and a red scarf around his neck, and Ruan Tang guessed that this one would be the snowman of the girl she wanted. The other just got the head done and hasn't had a chance to decorate it yet. The man in the black duffel coat stood in front of him, his brow wrinkled in thought. Brother. Lu Li raised his head in response to the sound, and after seeing the little head poking out of the window, the knot between his eyebrows stretched out and was replaced by a refreshing smile. Change your clothes before you come down. Aha. Ruan Tang answered crisply. From the moment she saw the snowman, the small bit of resentment she had in her heart towards him had already dissipated. She wore a pink down coat, and on her head was a white woolen cap with a big ball of fur, revealing only a small, palm-sized face, pink and tender. A whole lot of cuteness lived. Is it cold? Lu Li subconsciously was about to touch her face, thought of something, and then stopped, silently shrinking his hand back. This action was still keenly caught by Ruan Tang. Why isn't brother wearing gloves? The hands are all red. His originally slender and white fingers were now red and swollen, and Ruan Tang cupped them in her hand in heartache. Don't touch it yet. Brother's hands are cold. Lu Li was afraid of icing her and pulled his hand back. Unhappy, the little girl glared at him and cupped her hand a little tighter again, then put it to her mouth and took a few breaths. Brother, does it hurt? Lu Li shook his head. It doesn't hurt. It just hurts. But it's worth it. Let's go see the snowman. Aha. In the time it took Ruan Tang to wash and change, Lu Li had already dressed up the other snowman, and in order to have a distinct gender identity, this snowman was wearing a blue baseball cap on his head, and the scarf around his neck was the same plaid one that Lu Li had wrapped around his head yesterday. She then realized that in addition to her normal features, the girl's one, the snowman, Lu Li also painted pink blush on her cheeks. Adorable. Like it? Aha. Stand back and I'll take a picture of you. Since learning photography, these few months down the road, Lu Li realized that his photo-taking skills had made a qualitative leap, and when he moved, he pulled Ruan Tang to take pictures of her. She also has to be allowed to take the photos she took and change them into avatars, wallpapers, etc. She was asked by her friends on WeChat 2 days ago if she had recently encountered anything particularly happy, why she changed her avatar so often. Nguyen Tang could only snort a couple sentences to put it off. Let her how to explain. Can't say it's because when she was getting her hair done before, the hairdresser took a few pictures of her and she complimented them twice, and her husband got jealous. So it's just like that. Nguyen Tang's red hair, which he had dyed at the time, had lost almost all of its color, and his black hair had grown out in huge chunks. She also did not expect that the vinegar from that time, Luli could keep eating until now. However, the good thing is that his photo-taking skills are really good, that's all. There is such a free photographer in. Ruantang is also too lazy to bother about other things with him. Let's change it. Well, it's cold outside. Go back inside. Aha. Ruantang held his hand, together back to the house. The temperature of his hand has not yet warmed up, frozen like a popsicle in the refrigerator. Brother is so stupid. Ruantang muttered in a small voice. Letting him build a snowman didn't let him do it with bare hands. I stewed chicken soup. Quickly drink a bowl to drive away the cold. In the dining room, Wuma brought the boiled chicken soup. Give it to your brother to drink first. Good. Wuma answered, and her eyes met Luli's, both smiling. The two of them have always been in the eyes of the feelings of Wuma, from the beginning of the other to now more and more good. Wuma heart also happy for them. Wuma sang a bowl of soup and handed it to Luli. Young master, drink more. Thank you, Mrs. Wu. Chapter 89, You've never seen you read only holy books. Afterward, she served another bowl to Ruantang, who didn't touch it and only stared at Luli. Brother, drink quickly. It was as if they were afraid he wouldn't drink it and had to watch him finish it. Luli lost his smile. Brother will drink. You eat your own. Don't you still have to go to school later? Ruantang didn't listen. Brother, drink it. It won't be cold anymore. Luli had to tell her truthfully. It's too hot. Oh, so that was it. She thought Luli didn't want to drink. Ruantang smiled awkwardly. Luli raised his hand and pinched her face. Alright, let's eat first. I'll send you to school later. Aha. As we enter the month of December, preparations for the New Year's Day party begin in the school. On this day, the counselor said in the class meeting, this year's New Year's Eve party the school asked each department to come up with 1 or 2 programs, and the school will be for the first 3 most popular programs to give material incentives. Counselors encourage everyone to sign up. When the time comes, it will be screened once in the department first, and the best ones will be submitted upwards, and the ones that fall short will still have a chance to be included in the department's party. Spare the students the enthusiasm to sign up. Until the class meeting was about to end, Julie hesitantly said that she wanted to sign up for the girls' solo. As soon as she heard that Julie had signed up, Hiruru came to life and grabbed Ruantang's hand and held it up. Teacher, Ruantang signed up for the ballet performance. I don't. 1 second Ruantang was still immersed in drawing little turtles on her book, and the next, because of Hiruru's action, the class's lines of sight focused on her in unison, one of them also carrying a strong sense of resentment. Wintang was instantly confused and stammered for a long time. At the podium, the instructor had already taken notes on the tablet he had brought with him. Wintang ballet solo, is it? Right. Hiruru snatched the first reply. Teacher, I can't report it. She can. She's been learning ballet since she was a student and has won many awards. As the teacher's eyes looked over, Hiruru answered for her again. Then, she rushed to Ruantang underneath and said darkly, Julie that has reported it, how can you not report it? We don't steam buns. We still have to fight. Obey. Ruantang had no way to explain to her now, but she really couldn't jump. Teacher, I really can't report it. Ruantang, since you have this specialty you should show it off. It's also a way to bring honor to our class. Besides, we still have to select once in the department first. It's not certain if we can be finally selected. So just sign up to give it a try first, okay? Wintang finally nodded after the guide's painstaking efforts to persuade him. Well, that's all for now. I'll let you all know if there are any problems, and we'll adjourn for the day. When the guide went out from the classroom, Ruantang sighed and slumped on the table in distress. The promise was a promise, but what to tell Luli? Julie, on the other side, rushed at the duo's position like a freshly lit cannonball. Ruantang, you're just going against me on purpose, aren't you? Wintang froze. She didn't. Was it because of the enrollment thing? She was still worried about it herself. Even if Ruru had meant it, this kind of thing for a competition, we all just do what we can. However, Hiruru didn't give her a chance to play. As early as when Julie came over, she stood up and slapped her palm on the desktop. You're sick. Is there any rule that says that if you sign up, no one else can? Or do you think that you're inferior to Ruantang and you're designated to lose if she signs up? Don't flatter yourselves. It's not certain who will lose or win. Then what's your hurry? Biting around here like a mad dog. Hiruru, don't go too far. I didn't bother with you last time when you two beat me up, but if you bully me too much again, don't blame me for not being polite. Hiruru raised her eyebrows. Big sister, it's past 12. Aren't you leaving yet? If you don't leave again, that halibut store at the entrance should be closed. Hiruru's reminder made Julie awake for a few moments. She clenched her teeth, raw down the anger in her heart, and left indignantly, not forgetting to gouge out the duo on her way out. Ruantang slumped on the table and didn't get up the entire time. and Hiruru alone KO'd her. At the end, Hiruru even complimented her. Good girl. You've done well this time. You'll have to be like this in the future. What kind of halibut store? Gwyn-Tang asked. It's the one in front of our school. What does that have to do with Julie? Why Julie left as soon as Hiruru mentioned the halibut store was puzzling to Gwyn-Tang. Get up first. Walk and talk. You're still addicted to plopping down here. Gwyn-Tang smiled sarcastically and got up to gather his things together, and the two of them walked out of the classroom together. Julie works at the halibut store out front. Don't you know? Noon and evening are exactly the times she works part-time. Gwyn-Tang shook his head honestly. Hiruru expressed understanding. Also, you have always been two ears do not hear things outside the window. Hey, she turned the tables. How also do not see that you are bent on reading only sage books ah. After being dismantled, Gwyn-Tang's face turned red. Oops, talking about Julie, why did you bring it back to me? If you can't see through it, don't say it. Julie she previously applied for a bursary, but some time ago by the school found out that she falsified, requiring her to return the bursary. At that time, but also the whole school informed of the. Later, the school found out that she stole from her roommates in the dormitory and cancelled her accommodation. She had no choice but to rent a room off campus. And after that, I heard that she went to work in that halibut store at the entrance to the school, and she would also go to do other part-time jobs on Saturdays and Sundays, which I guessed was to pay back the bursary as well as to pay the rent. When did this all happen? Surprisingly, Gwyn-Tang hadn't noticed at all, and she was wondering if she and Hiruru were staying in the same class or not. Just after that time you slapped her in the alley. Mentioning this, Hiruru thought of something. Her eyes suddenly widened. This can't be your husband letting someone mess with her. Otherwise, she's lived in our dormitory for so long. It's not like we haven't reacted before. The school doesn't care. So how did this suddenly get dealt with? No, can't it? This was said. Gwyn-Tang was also very bottomless. At that time, Luli did tell her that he would let someone handle it, but he didn't tell her exactly how he would handle it. Later, Julie didn't pick on her again, and she forgot about it. Now that I think about it, I guess Julie was so wrapped up in those two things that she couldn't separate her mind to put it on her. Hiruru waved her hand. Whatever, if she doesn't have a problem herself, the school is just checking the sky. She won't have a problem. Up to now, I can only say, she deserves it. In response, Gwyn-Tang made no comment and didn't feel guilty or anything. Chapter 90 is where something bad almost happened. Isn't she not even in your dorm anymore? Why do you still hate her so much? As soon as he heard that she was going to enroll, he insisted on pulling Gwyn-Tang to enroll as well. As soon as she mentioned this, Hiruru became furious. You don't know how she is. When she moved out, she even deliberately left us with a load of garbage. I have a vendetta against her that won't end until I die in this life. Forget it, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm getting angry inside just thinking about it. The two then went to the school cafeteria and bought a pancake cone to bring back to their apartment, and as soon as they walked in the door, the hotel delivery arrived on the back foot. The delicate takeout box opens on the living room coffee table and the rich aroma of the meal wafts out. Hiruru sat cross-legged on the carpet at the foot of the coffee table inside. It smells so good. I'm starving. She waved at Gwyn-Tang, who was staring at his cell phone without knowing what he was thinking. What are you waiting for? Come and eat. Gwyn-Tang took a deep breath. Forget it, eat first. What's wrong? Why do I get the feeling you're a little off today? Hiruru handed her the chopsticks. At school too. Why did you tell the teacher you couldn't report it? The more she thought about it, the more wrong she became. I just can't, Gwyn-Tang said, slurring his words with something in his mouth. No, you must be hiding something from me. Otherwise there's no reason why you can't go dancing. In the old days, didn't you always go to all kinds of parties? Gwyn-Tang put down the pancake fruit in his hand. It's my brother. He doesn't allow me to dance. No, he's too controlling. He's in charge of this kind of thing. There's nothing wrong with him. Gwyn-Tang shook his head. It's not that, it's that something bad happened before because of the dance. That's why he won't let me dance anymore. Oh, hearing her say that, Hiruru realized something. Indeed there was a long time. She did not see Gwyn-Tang to participate in any competition, performance or so on, probably after high school. She always thought that it was because of the busy high school homework, but now it seems that it is not so. What about that babe? I didn't know that was the case. I'll talk to the guide in a few minutes and ask him to cancel it for you. She really did not know that there was such a hidden message in it, and at that time she was bent on giving Julie a hard time. So this is. Hiruru's bowels were green with remorse at this moment. Gwyn-Tang shook his head. Forget it, didn't the guide say that even if I apply, I won't necessarily get selected? Maybe I'll end up losing. What about your husband's side? Let's keep it from him for now, and then tell him if it passes. Hiruru moved her position, sat down next to Gwyn-Tang, leaned on her shoulder and apologized. I'm sorry, Sugar Plum. It's all my fault. If I didn't purposely take it more seriously with Julie, there wouldn't have been this incident, and it also caused you to think of those bad things. What exactly was the bad thing? Ru didn't know, and she hadn't heard Wan Tang mention it before. She didn't want to go deeper into it. It was a cruel thing to let someone else uncover their own scars. She didn't have this kind of hobby. However, to make Wan Tang give up a hobby she's always had, it's a serious thing to think about. It's okay, it's none of your business, just don't be like that. Compared to his apprehension at the beginning, Wan Tang was a bit more relaxed at this moment. The enrollment thing was her own nod in the end. She can't blame Ru. Besides, that thing has already passed so long ago. No matter whether it's her or Lu Li, it's always going to be confronted. It wasn't really anything, it was something bad that almost happened. Nothing really happened. Wan Tang recalled that incident with a headlong desire to confide. In the past, when she didn't talk about it, she more or less still felt that it was dishonorable for it to happen. But now that she thought about it, the one who did the wrong thing was the bad guy, not her, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. She started studying ballet when she was very young, and like Ru said, she won many awards, and the troupe she was in at the time was often invited to participate in some gala recordings. It's been going well and nothing has gone wrong. Just once, the assistant director of that party got the wrong idea about her. She was young and had nothing to defend herself against, and when that director handed her a drink, she naturally took it and drank it. After that, there was a gradual loss of consciousness. It was still the driver from home who came to pick her up and got suspicious when he saw that she never went down there and couldn't get through to her on the phone. At that time, Lu's father was on a business trip abroad, and her parents were out of contact in the operating room. It was Lu Li who mobilized all the resources he could muster and, in a very short time, found her in that assistant director's private hotel room. Luckily, he arrived in time, and the other party didn't hurt Wan Tang. Even so, you must have been terrified then. Ru's eyes were full of heartache. In her eyes Wan Tang should be the little princess who was held in the heart of the people. She didn't expect that such a terrible thing had happened to her. For a while, she also began to understand Lu Li. No wonder, he had been managing Wan Tang so tightly. It's the one trip to the bar that makes her stand for an hour. Not to mention him, even Ru herself, on weekdays, willingly protected Wan Tang behind her, not wanting her to get involved in those messy things. Of course, it was her fault for letting Wan Tang sign up for the party this time. She was really punchy at the time. It always felt like having Wan Tang involved in these mundane matters was like a fairy tainted with the feeling of mortal dust. She should be spotless. She should have grown up drinking dew. That beast still had the delusion of defiling her in that filthy way. If she were Lu Li, she would probably be even crazier. She would probably have to take a hood and cover Wan Tang in it. No one would be able to get close to her. Hearing her ask this, Wan Tang but shook his head. It's actually okay. I wasn't conscious at the time when it happened, so I didn't feel that terrible. To be heartless, she wasn't very involved in the whole thing. When that assistant director was carrying out his plan, when Lu Li was so frightened and anxious that he wanted to poke a hole in the sky to find her, her entire body was unconscious. When she woke up, she saw that it was Lu Li, and that things had been resolved by him. Chapter 91, Cubs, Brother is Terrified. To say that there was aftermath, there definitely was, especially after she heard that the police later recovered a video system in that private room. Wan Tang wasn't the first person he'd brought here. There had been several others before, only they weren't as lucky as Wan Tang. He brings people in the same way, rapes them when they are unconscious, and then threatens them to keep quiet with what he captures on camera, even as a way of demanding that they remain in a long-term illicit relationship with him. Those little girls were just like Wan Tang, with little social experience. Naturally they were bluffed, a trick that assistant director had tried time and time again. Wan Tang didn't dare to imagine what she would have faced if Lu Li hadn't arrived in time. Will she have the courage to report him? Or will she choose to give in like those girls? She doesn't know. It's just fortunate that Lu Li arrived. Bastard, that's an animal. Ru was so furious that she couldn't wait to pull that person out and throw him to the ground. What about now? What about that bastard? Died in jail after going to prison. These were things that Lu Li had never let her know, but in some of the minutiae told by the bystanders, she still pieced them together little by little. To this day there are still rumors in the circle that Lu Li acted ruthlessly and sent his competitor to jail when he was 22 years old. So what kind of competitor is that? It was clearly the bad guy. Dying is considered cheap. This kind of person should be pulled out and flogged before being cremated. And after cremation, the ashes are fed to the pigs. Ru hatefully said. Wan Tang smiled. It was indeed cheap. He had hurt so many people. Even if he died 100 times, it wouldn't change the damage those people had suffered. Ru hugged Wan Tang. Baby, don't force yourself. Don't attend if you don't want to. If you're too embarrassed to talk about it, I'll talk about it. Don't ever force yourself. Wan Tang hugged her back and gently patted her back. It's okay, I think I can do it. After the incident, the family or Luli are immersed in a great fear, and even talk about the dance. Luli did not allow her to dance, and her mom and dad meant the same thing, so for fear of them worrying, Ruan-Tang did not dance anymore, but if there was any resistance, she didn't have it. On the contrary, the others had always thought that she had a shadow over this matter, especially Luli, who was never willing to mention this matter in front of her, but she felt that the one who actually had a shadow should be Luli. She still remembers to this day how Luli looked when she woke up from the hospital that day. It was obviously just a day apart, but his entire body looked like it had aged several years. He stared straight at her, his eyes hollow and appalling, and it was only when he saw Nguyen-Tang waking up that his wandering eyes gradually came into focus. Awake? Is there anything wrong? I'll call the doctor. His voice was low and hoarse, and carried an unspeakable sense of weakness, like he had just gone through a major illness that hadn't yet healed. Upon seeing his movement to get up, Nguyen-Tang reached out his hand at him. Brother. Luli's body lurched and sat down again. His big hand was now on Ruan-Tang's palm. What's wrong? It's okay, don't be afraid. He didn't do anything to you. It's already okay. The knuckles on the back of his hands were stained with a layer of blood that had dried off to a dark red color. After noticing Ruan-Tang's line of sight, Luli unnaturally withdrew his hand, like a child who had made a mistake. Scared, aren't you? Don't worry, it's not brother's blood. A watery mist began to cover his originally glowing eyes, and his eyes began to glow red. Ruan-Tang had never seen him this disoriented. Even now when she thought about it, she felt her heart hurt as if it was being frequently stabbed by a needle. In the years when things first happened, Luli would often go to her bedroom to check on her when she slept until midnight. He doesn't do anything, he just sits there and watches her. Nguyen-Tang was a light sleeper. She woke up every time he opened the door and had been pretending to be asleep ever since. As for why he has never broken it down, maybe it's because he's afraid of embarrassing him, or maybe he's worried that he won't come back after it. Then later, he still goes, just not as often as he did in the beginning. It wasn't until after they got married and slept in the same room that Nguyen-Tang realized that he would have nightmares at night, and after waking up in his dreams, his subconscious mind was to hug her. Cubby, brother is freaking out, he murmured as he hugged her. It was only then that Ruan-Tang realized how deep that incident was rooted in Luli's heart. A thorn into the body. If not treated in time, the more will be inflamed in pus, and eventually lead to ulceration. Perhaps this time around is giving them the chance to pull that thorn out. At the end of the night, the counselor pulled Don Nguyen into a group. The group notified that the department will, this Thursday, organize a selection process for those who have applied, so that they can prepare in advance. The next day after class in the afternoon, Ruan-Tang took Hiruru to the mall to buy a few ballet performance clothes and practice clothes, customized for fear of not being able to make it in time, so they had to buy the finished product. After buying them, put them back in her apartment. Even though she had figured it out, she was still more or less apprehensive in her heart and didn't know how to talk to Luli, so she still followed the original plan and waited for the selection to pass before showing her cards to Luli. With a few days to go until Thursday, after choosing the play she wanted to dance in, she stayed in her apartment practicing for the last few days when she didn't have classes. It had been 5 years since she'd danced properly, but she'd been deliberately keeping in shape and stretching her ligaments over those years, so it wasn't that hard to pick it up again. Not to mention it was just a school-level New Year's Eve party. After the auditions on Thursday, the instructor informed the group that night that Nguyen-Tang had come out on top with a solo piano program from another class. The head of the department meant that he wanted the two of them to go on stage together, with another student as Nguyen-Tang's steel companion. After Nguyen-Tang communicated with that classmate, he felt that there was no problem and the matter was decided. Hiding what? There was a click as the bathroom door opened and Luli came out of the bathroom wiping his short damp hair. The face was stained with water droplets. The broken hair in front of the forehead collapsed a few strands after being moistened by the water. The eyebrows were washed and swept away, and the whole person was as clear and absolute as the moonlight. Seeing him come out, Ruan-Tang subconsciously hid her cell phone under her pillow, but her mouth said, "Didn't hide anything, ah." She lifted the covers and ran down from the bed. "Sit down, brother. I'll wipe." Luli found a chair nearby and sat down, handing the towel in his hand to Ruan-Tang, but a hint of surprise flashed through his clear and refined eyebrows. "Sure you're not hiding anything? Being attentive to nothing is either a traitor or a thief. Why does brother always talk about me like this? Can't it be that I genuinely adore brother and want to do something for him?" When saying this, Ruan-Tang's face flashed with a small trace of weakness. Chapter 92, If You're Not Good, Who Is? Luli's long arm fished her out and circled her on his lap. "Really? It's true. Heaven and earth can tell. The sun and the moon are proof." Ruan-Tang pompously compared it from his chest to Luli's mouth. "It's almost like digging out his heart to show you. Greasy." While his mouth said that, his body was honest, and his mouth was too straight to hold her hand. Placing it smoothly to his mouth and kissing it lightly a few times, Ruan-Tang drew his hand back and silently rolled his eyes. Oily brother still wants to kiss. I think brother is allergic to romance. Luli smiled as he raised his head to rest his chin against the top of Nguyen Tang's head, the knot in his throat sliding up and down twice as he did so. The wider chest and well-defined throat emphasized the sexual tension of a mature man. Ruan Tang looked out of her mind as she ghosted closer and carefully swept the tip of her SHE across the knot of Luli's throat. After realizing what she had done, Ruan Tang blushed slightly and looked at him with shyness in her eyes. Obviously such an innocent look, but doing seductive moves. This caused Luli's breath to catch and the blood around him to boil. The fingers clasped around her waist tightened violently. Don't hook me yet. I've got an online meeting in a few minutes. I'll clean you up when I get back. The meeting is designated to be delayed if we toss it now. Ruan Tang hooked his neck. Then I'll accompany brother to the meeting properly. I'll just read on the side. I promise to be good and not disturb brother. With that, she lowered one hand and put up 3 fingers, promising him in a fervent manner. Luli laughed softly. Aren't you sleepy? Not sleepy. Want to stay with my brother? Okay, I'm going to go change my clothes. Luli went to the check room to change into a light blue shirt and black suit pants. And when he came back, Ruan Tang sat crouched in a chair with his arms around his knees. Ruan Tang raised his eyes and sized him up. He was even so strict that he even changed his shoes into leather ones. Isn't brother having a meeting at home? Why do you still need to dress like this? Even if he wore a pair of slippers no one would see him. It's nothing, a personal habit of mine. Work has to be done in a workmanlike manner, and it's a sign of respect for the other person. Ruan Tang nodded thoughtfully, then gave him a thumbs up. Brother, no wonder you're excellent. Who's excellent if you're not? Luli was amused by her. His finger gently tapped her on the head. Less ass kissing. It's almost time. Follow me over. Saying that, he straightened up Ruan Tang in this position she was in now, and ended her up. Ruan Tang refused. I'll walk by myself. I don't want brother to carry me. What's wrong? It'll wrinkle your brother's clothes. Wrinkled is wrinkled. What does it matter? Luli, however, did not think so, and carried her all the way to the study before putting her down. Get yourself a book. Aha. Luli's study has a lot of books. There are bookshelves that take up an entire wall, which are densely packed but divided into categories and orderly yards of many books. Has brother read all these books? No. Luli sat down at his desk and opened his computer. It was also true that with so many books, he probably couldn't finish them without eating or sleeping. Nguyen Tang paced in front of the shelves, running his fingers along the wooden frame before stopping in front of a row of shelves labeled with original French books. What about these? Nguyen Tang casually pulled one out and flipped through it, each letter looking familiar when taken apart, but together he didn't recognize any of them. Luli raised his eyes and responded. Well, almost. Ruan Tang looked at a sheet that looked like a ghostly drawing, silently put the book back again and shrugged his shoulders. It's horrible. You can read such a thing. Eventually, Ruan Tang stepped back again, choosing one of the great books of Chinese literature, then pushed a chair around the corner of Luli's desk and sat down. What book did you take? Nguyen Tang stood the book in his hand up and showed him the cover. Dream of the Red Chamber. Can you read it? Nguyen Tang cocked his head. If you can't read it, you can watch it. The shelf next door to this book has a redoubtable interpretation of the Dream of the Red Chamber by a redoubtable scholar. So take a look at that, too. Ruan Tang narrowed his eyes and piled a fake smile on his face. Isn't it almost time for my brother's meeting? You're busy with yours. She didn't want to listen to her teacher at school and have to listen to him when she got home. Luli also knew that this was disliked by the little girl. He shook his head and lost his smile, and did not continue this topic. Come over a little more. Nguyen Tang dragged his chair toward him. Is this okay? You can't see it on the video, can you? Luli reached out and rubbed a hand in her hair. Well, just in time. The current Ruan Tang didn't know what he meant by this exactly and didn't take it to heart, so he lowered his head and silently turned over the book in his hand. A few moments later, Luli's low voice rang out as he presided over the meeting in fluent French. Ruan Tang couldn't understand, but she just thought it was awesome. The tone was so elegant. She couldn't help but rest her cheeks on her head and look at Luli. After noticing her looking over, Luli inclined his head and snapped his knuckles on the table in front of her. Nguyen Tang understood and lowered his head, continuing to read. Luli smoothly rubbed his hand over the top of her hair again. Then, as if he was addicted, he reached over and rubbed her head every so often, making her annoyed and glaring at him so hard that the other man acted as if he didn't see it, and didn't let it deter him. It was only then that Nguyen Tang realized, as an afterthought, what he had meant by that exact phrase earlier. Just the right distance where he could reach out his arm and touch her head. Dog man, is this treating her like a dog too? The softness in his eyes every time he looked at Ruan Tang was very different from the businesslike detachment when he looked up again, and a few times over, the people at the opposite branch viewed it. Add to that the fact that he made small movements on his arm each time, and the employee on the other side of the video had a suspicion in his mind. Before the meeting ended, a female executive from the branch couldn't help but speak up and ask him, "Boss, is that a small animal next to you? Can you show us? Luli glanced at Ruan Tang, who was being called a small animal on the side, and smiled. No, it's my wife. There was a moment of consternation on the other side. They didn't expect their boss to bring his boss's wife with him when he had a meeting. The female executive also immediately wanted to. Luli expressed his apologies. Knowing that the other party did not have any malicious intent, Luli smiled and said, no harm done. Probably because they felt that Luli was excessively good-tempered today. The people on the opposite side of the table, as if they had discussed it, collectively demanded to meet and greet the boss's wife. Luli didn't refuse. It wasn't like his wife was unseen. Chapter 93, Stop it, baby. They're all watching. He patted Nguyen Tang. Come over and say hello to them. Ruan Tang looked up and froze. She didn't say there would be this part before. Also, she wasn't dressed up. She had a simple housecoat on. That wasn't good. Before Ruan Tang could react, Luli had already turned the computer screen around, and Ruan Tang looked at the foreign faces facing her in the frame of the screen and tried to squeeze out a decent smile. Then she realized a bigger problem. She didn't speak French. Luli reminded her from the sidelines. Just use English, okay? Luckily, Nguyen Tang's spoken English was quite good, and he briefly greeted the employee across the street. Then the employees across the street greeted her as well, and perhaps as a sign of respect, they did the same in English. After exchanging a few pleasantries and reaping a bunch of rainbow farts, Luli also switched to the English channel to announce the end of the meeting. Hearing him say that the meeting was over, the breath Ruan Tang had been carrying finally evacuated. Then she violently pounced on Luli, and her action knocked Luli's hand holding the mouse off, which Nguyen Tang did not fail to realize. She pouted and relied on Luli to slap her body. Brother bad. I'm not even ready yet. Perhaps having just relaxed from an extremely tense state, Ruan Tang didn't notice that Luli's state was not right at the moment. He didn't hold her as he usually did, but his whole body was in a state of unnatural tightness. Brother is bad. Ruan Tang was still accusing him. Luli lowered his head and whispered in his ear, baby stop it. They're all watching. Luli's words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky that struck down from Ruan Tang's head, and the whole person shook in vain as she looked back at the screen with trepidation. A group of people are watching the show on screen, looking like they want to laugh but can't. Ruan Tang was so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to find a place to drill into. She subconsciously tried to hide, but was pressed back onto her body by Luli. My wife is shy. He turned off the meeting after a token explanation. It's okay, don't worry. Luli gently stroked Ruan Tang's back and softly comforted him. How could she not be worried? She was dying of embarrassment and people didn't know how to laugh at her. Ruan Tang buried her face in Luli and refused to get up, a few hard grunts escaping her lips. Don't be afraid, they won't talk nonsense. Besides, I'm going to be working with them from now on, and I'm not even shy, so what do you have to worry about? Ruan Tang's muffled voice came from the small of Luli's back. That's because brother has thick skin. Luli lost his smile. Stinky girl, I am kindly comforting you, but you are flirting with you and me. Ruan Tang raised his head from his body and looked at him angrily. That's not because of brother. Why don't you turn it off when you've already said you're going to end the meeting? Injustice baby, I was just about to turn it off when you came over and knocked my hand off. Oh, Nguyen Tang froze for a moment. I don't care. It's my brother's fault. It's all my brother's fault. Okay, it's all brother's fault. Brother apologizes to you. Luli picked her up and put her on his lap, his big palm slapping her on her butt. My little ancestor, is that satisfactory? Ruan Tang's anger smoothed out a bit, and muttered in a small voice. Just now, my brother kept touching my head. I'm not a puppy kitten. Luli laughed lowly. Then why don't you know how to hide? Nguyen Tang froze again. Yes, so how could she have forgotten? Brother is bullying me again. Ruan Tang pouted, aggression written all over her pink face, muttering in a thin voice, her body swaying gently and slapping Luli twice. She rubbed herself just a few times, and Luli realized, to her dismay, that the body rose with a strange fan response. He held Ruan Tang's waist with his hands, his thin lips slightly hooked, and said in a mute voice, baby, if you move again, I can't guarantee that I won't just want/have you right here. He hadn't done that with Nguyen Tang in the den yet, so he figured it would be a good experience. Right here in front of you at this desk, whisking down anything that's in the way on the desk. In the future, he might even be able to smell her scent on it when he worked here again. As a frame flashed through his mind, Luli became more and more clear and moving. His eyes flushed slightly red at the end. The little girl in his arms, after hearing his remarks, rubbed her head and jumped up from him. You, old rascal, hooligans even if, but also the old hooligans, just had to stab him again in the age. Luli helplessly lost his smile. After Ruan Tang finished speaking, he walked out, and after taking a few steps, he seemed to think of something. She stopped in place for a moment and turned around again. She gently bit her lower lip as if she had made some sort of decision in her mind. If brother really wants to be here, that's fine. Her voice was small enough to make it sound like she couldn't be bullied. Luli smiled. Go to your room first. Brother will read a few more emails and then go back. Nguyen nodded and walked out. Although Luli didn't do that kind of thing with Ruan Tang in the study as he wished, during the night, Ruan Tang acted as if some switch had been turned on, taking more initiative than usual, raw and enthusiastic to please him. Until the next morning, Luli's entire body was in an insatiably refreshed state. After doing a night of patting, and even betraying his color, at the dinner table, Ruan Tang observed Luli's demeanor and spoke tentatively. Brother, are you in a good mood right now? What's wrong? He was naturally in a good mood after feeding a certain little fox to his heart's content yesterday. Without answering, Ruan Tang continued. Brother, I've grown up, haven't I? Luli did not know what to think of. A touch of seemingly still smile in the thin lips between the dents open, the tip of the tongue against the corners of the mouth, as if in the reminiscence of what, well, is growing up, getting better at hooking up. Isn't it true that my brother told me before that when things come up we should face them and not run away? Hearing this, if Luli still didn't realize that there was something in her words, then he wouldn't be Luli anymore. His eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a hint of coldness. Don't beat around the bush. What exactly do you want to say? Is there something you're hiding from me? Ruan Tang smiled at him curtly. Brother is so smart. I told you, brother is the smartest person under the sky. The corners of Luli's mouth twitched slightly, and after enduring it, he still laughed out lowly, less flattering. It's useless even if you do. Say it quickly. Ruan Tang inhaled. I'm going to dance at the school's New Year's Day party. She said it in one breath, speaking extremely fast. After saying that, Luli's face darkened with flesh. No, but I've already signed up and passed the departmental selection process. I said no, everything else is negotiable. Only this matter is not. Luli coldly reiterated. I'll greet the school side. You don't have to care. In this way, Luli also lost his appetite for eating and directly got up and walked away. Chapter 94, I told you. No, Nguyen Tang followed. This will cause trouble for others, and I have my own considerations for doing this. That incident was so long ago. Ruan Tang, I said no. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Luli's stern voice. You know those. He swallowed back before he could finish his sentence. Forget it, if I say no, I can't. His tone was cold and cold, with a pressure that could not be refused. Ruan Tang Pingbai rose up in defiance, and for a moment his mouth was not ready to speak. Brother, you can't forcefully make a decision for me. After she said that, she regretted it herself. She was out of her mind to say such a thing. Luli's body, which was about to head out, choked and turned his head, looking at her with an uncertain expression. I'm the one who caused you trouble, but Ruan Tang, you should know what I'm doing this for. A cloud of depression condensed between his brows, and Ruan Tang's nose turned sour. Brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I didn't mean to say that. Seeing her eyes red, Luli looked at his heart put down and softened. He walked over and pinched her cheeks. Well, I know, I have a meeting this morning, come back in the evening to talk about it. Ruan Tang tugged at his sleeve and whispered, then could brother not call the school to cancel my enrollment yet? Her eyes were full of tears, the corners of her mouth were twitching, and Luli's heart didn't feel good either. No sniveling. Nguyen Tang held back hard to keep the teardrops from falling down. Is that okay? Brother. Luli didn't say yes or no, let's talk about it tonight. Luli was distracted all the way from his home to the office. Bits and pieces of that year kept coming back to his mind. Bits and pieces that flashed by from the time he heard about Ruan Tang's accident, to the time he couldn't contact her, to the time he finally found her in the hotel. Back then, when he led people to break into the hotel, that beast was taking a bath. It was ridiculous to say that he was still taking a bath in a preachy way, but because of this, it left time for Luli. He really didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if he had arrived one step later, or if that beast hadn't chosen to take a shower first, or if he hadn't been able to hold back enough to get to the hotel at all. To this day, when he thinks about it again, Luli's heart is still like being cooked by hot oil. Pain, anxiety, uneasiness, many kinds of emotions are mixed together. The person he had held in his hands and loved for more than 10 years was almost defiled by that beast. Luli's chest looks like a blocked breath. Cannot breathe. He is difficult to loosen the tie, and open the car window, blowing a cold wind for a while before soothing over. Later, the police investigation went on to show that the bastard had victimized several other girls before. He had used some means to get information about those girls, and had even sent someone to secretly investigate what had become of them. Without exception, they had a bad time. Some suffer from serious mental illnesses, and some are corrupted as a result and become the playthings of others. When he was just at home, he was thinking of telling Ruan Tang about this, but after thinking about it, he gave up, afraid that it would scare her. Luli felt sympathy for those people's situation, but selfishly felt grateful. He had them privately offered material help, but even that, I'm afraid, wouldn't help, and no amount of material goods could make up for the psychological damage. He would often do some dreams in which the faces of those people changed to Ruan Tang. Then he would wake up in his dreams and sneak to Ruan Tang's bedroom to check on her. And only when he saw that she was safe and sound on her bed did he let go of his heart. More so in the years when it first happened. Han Zhao said that he had a psychological shadow over that incident. Maybe, he would have a strong stress reaction in his heart whenever he thought about the harm that Ruan Tang almost suffered. He won't let her dance, won't let her go anywhere that carries danger, and is nearly frantic to protect her. But then he thought about what Ruan Tang had just questioned him about. You can't forcefully make decisions for me. Lu Li didn't know if he was wrong to do that. He never asked if she wanted to or didn't want to. Mr. Lu. The car had already reached the company's downstairs, and seeing that Lu Li hadn't responded, the driver voiced a reminder. Aha. Lu Li looked back, straightened his clothes, pushed open the door, and got out of the car. At school, Nguyen Tang was no better than him, and she was still feeling remorseful for her slip of the tongue. She never felt there was anything wrong with Lu Li minding herself, so she didn't know how, and said something like that. She didn't listen to a single thing the teacher on the podium was saying. Tugging at his hair in annoyance, he took out his cell phone again and looked at it, wondering if his brother was still angry, wanting to send him a text, but not knowing how to ask. After school was over at noon, Ruan Tang took the unprecedented step of not going to the cafeteria to buy food, and took Hiruru straight back to the apartment. What's the matter this? Look at you. You've been soulful all morning, Hiruru asked. Nguyen Tang sighed and cried out. Showdown with your husband? Haru guessed. Aha. Nguyen Tang nodded. Looking at you, it doesn't look too good. It's more than not very promising. It's just botched and awful. Suddenly, Ruan Tang thought of something, and from where she was crouching, she stood up. Ruru, do me a favor. What favor? Say, and be sure to go through fire and water. It's not that much of a stretch. Just want you to make a video for me. Nguyen Tang stated. Hey, what kind of favor is this? Making some kind of video? Where? Wait. Nguyen Tang went to her bedroom to change into the practice clothes she always wore. Just take a video of me dancing. Just a small one. Okay, leave it to me. Hiruru took the picture and sent it to Ruan Tang, asking in passing, is it going to be Shake It? Nguyen Tang shook his head. Send it to your brother to read. Seduction. Ha? No. Ruan Tang was busy denying it. Just wanted to show him. As to why, she couldn't say herself. Probably because she wanted him to see her dance again. Probably because she wanted to prove to him that the incident hadn't affected her too much and she wanted him to be able to walk away from it. Chapter 95, Husband? Neither can Pops. What exactly? It's hard to say. But anyway, the thought was there and she did it. Lu Li had just finished his morning meeting and returned to his office when he received a WeChat from Ruan Tang. He took a sip from his glass with one hand and clicked on the video she had sent him on WeChat with the other. In the video, Nguyen Tang, in a small white fitted dress, stood on her tiptoes, spun and jumped to the rhythm of the music, leaning her slender neck high, like a proud white swan. Obviously there was no spotlight, but it was like her whole body was glowing. She danced differently than she usually did, with confidence, grace, and generosity, all the words of praise that could be heaped upon her. The video was short, just a minute or so, and Lu Li watched it over and over again a few times. His left index finger unconsciously knocked on the desktop. His mood was complicated. After thinking, he sent a WeChat over to Ruan Tang, asking her to come to the company to find herself if she didn't have a class in the afternoon. Around 4:30, Nguyen Tang came over. After the first afternoon class, she wore an ankle-length black down jacket. How to describe it? Lu Li thought that she looked like a walking rectangle. As soon as the little girl came in, she ran over to him overly affectionately. Brother. Then he changed his tone. Husband. The voice was sweet and cloying, with an obvious ingratiating attitude. Lu Li hummed lightly. Husband? Pops won't even do. What the? The little girl frowned and pouted at him. Don't you take off your jacket? The indoor air conditioning was turned up high, and he wore a shirt that was just right. And that little girl didn't know it was hot when she was wrapped up in such a long down jacket. Oh, it was only then that Ruan Tang took the down coat off as an afterthought, revealing the tutu underneath, the very same one she wore for the video. Lu Li frowned slightly and swept her eyes twice without saying anything. Ruan Tang moved a few moments closer to him again, her long eyelashes flickering as she blinked at him twice. Lu Li reached out and picked her up, placing her on his lap. Stay here and work with me. Aha. Nguyen Tang pressed up against him, his arm wrapping around his waist. I hadn't noticed it before, but now that I was closer, I could smell the strong smell of tobacco on him, and my eyes glanced at the corner of the desk where the ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts. He rarely smoked anymore, and the way he was now, it could only mean that he was in a bad mood. Ruan Tang slightly raised his head, into the eyes of his pursed thin lips, taut jawline, serious look, the whole person shrouded in an indescribable meaning. The familiar sour feeling welled up inside her again. Luli lowered his head to deal with the documents on the table. A few moments later, he noticed a coolness coming from his chest, and when he lowered his head to look, he realized that the little girl didn't know when she started to cry. Tears overflowed from the bright, clear black eyes and turned into a full bead sliding down the pale, delicate cheeks. The curly lashes were also covered in droplets of water and fluttered slightly. "Why are you crying?" Luli asked this question. The little girl cried even more fiercely, sobbing twice, looking aggrieved. Then she buried her head in Luli. "I don't want to make my brother sad. I don't want to." She choked out with a heavy sob. Luli's heart is like being pulled hard. Raw pain. "You like this? Brother C is really sad. Heartbreaking. Okay, don't cry anymore. If you cry again your eyes are going to be heavy." Luli hugged her tightly, his palm on her back gently patting and soothing. "The things in the morning. Brother didn't blame you. Baby, how could brother blame you?" Ruan-Tang shook his head and straightened up from her arms, wiping his palms carelessly on his face twice. Not seeing this, Luli drew out a tissue and delicately wiped her off, but it seemed to be getting worse the more he wiped. Nguyen-Tang wanted to calm down and make herself explain to him properly, but she couldn't seem to control herself. "It's not because that was before." Seeing her like this, Luli was even more distressed. "Baby, don't talk first, let's talk after you finish crying." Ruan-Tang sniffled, and after slowing down for a while again, he tried to speak again. "It was that thing before. It's all my fault, for causing my brother to worry. I know that my brother has always been afraid that I would encounter that kind of thing again. I also know that my brother often have nightmares, but I don't want my brother to be like that. I don't want my brother to be sad." She stumbled over her words, and in the end she couldn't help but cry again. But Luli still understood what she meant. It turned out that his own state, those uneasiness and gloominess within his heart the little girl had always seen in his eyes. "It doesn't make my brother sad at all to hear you say that. Baby, you don't know how good you are. That incident back then could be blamed on anyone, but only not on her as the victim. What was wrong with her? Just a teenage girl facing the world, taking for granted that the world she lives in is just as good and kind as the world she sees." So, when she was confronted with a drink from an elder after her performance, she gratefully considered it a gift from someone else for her hard work. Luli could even think of that little girl, who was foolishly thanking people at the time. But can it be said that she was wrong? The world was supposed to be good and beautiful. What was wrong were the people who had destroyed those things that were originally there, not the people who loved the world with a hot, full-blooded passion. If there was a fault, it was his fault. It was the fault of her parents. They had raised her to be too kind. As soon as he thought of this, the hatred in Luli's heart raged more and more. Even if that person was dead now, it was still hard to offset him 1,000,000%. Back then, if Han Zhao hadn't stopped him, I'm afraid he would have beaten that man to death in the hotel before the police arrived. How dare he? How dare he have the heart to move her? Luli's grip on Ruan-Tang's wrist tightened violently. Nguyen-Tang stifled a grunt of pain. Luli then came back to his senses, converging the harsh coldness under his eyes. "It hurts, doesn't it? Show me." "It's fine." Ruan-Tang subconsciously tucked his wrist back. Luli took it out from behind her, but there was no obvious bruises or red marks. He put it to his mouth and gently blew on it. "Is it better?" Nguyen-Tang nodded. "Well, it doesn't hurt." She hooked Luli's neck. "Brother, hug again." Tilting her neck slightly, the emotions on her little face had not yet switched over from the sadness she had just experienced. Her eyes were red, like a little white rabbit, the cute kind. Luli dragged her by the waist and brought her towards his arms. "Good, brother is holding." Quietly listening to her breathing and smelling the familiar scent of her body, Luli's restlessness throughout the day gradually settled down. This little girl was his medicine, his fixation. After a long time again, the person in his arms whispered, "Brother, I'm not being capricious by going to the New Year's Day party. I'm trying to tell my brother that the past is over. We should all move on. I've already walked out, and my brother needs to walk out as well." A warmth flooded Luli's heart. "Okay, brother knows, brother will try to do it." Chapter 96, You Can Be Mad at Me. Ruan-Tang stepped back from his arms and looked at him. "So brother agrees that I should go?" Luli did not answer directly, but said, "Get up." Nguyen-Tang did as he was told, but wondered, Luli smiled. "You didn't come dressed like that to seduce me?" Ruan-Tang's face flushed. It wasn't all Hiruru's idea. "Really?" Luli was clearly unconvinced. "Let me check to see how good you are. Do a high leg lift." Oh, it was a piece of cake for Nguyen-Tang, who raised herself against Luli, her toes crossing over her head. Luli's eyes struck her unobtrusively, as if to see something else through her movements. Nguyen-Tang blushed inexplicably at his and just wanted to retract it, but Luli's movement was one step ahead of her, his long arm cable around her waist. Ruan Tang was unsteady on her feet, and the faded hitch she was carrying high fell on Lu Li's shoulder. What was even more embarrassing was that it was right in Lu Li's face. Lu Li seemed to have anticipated this, and without waiting for Ruan Tang to react, he had already lowered his head and kissed. This sudden movement caused Ruan Tang's feet to go limp, but fortunately Lu Li stabilized her in time. Don't! She struggled, her shy voice coming out to stop her. Lu Li, however, turned a deaf ear and laughed. The color seduction was successful. Brother, don't do this. Don't be afraid, baby. His lips and teeth kissed her through the fabric. The snug material makes the chew feel more pronounced. With this level of teasing/tantalizing, Nguyen Tang soon couldn't hold out. Lully had at last reached the idea which he had not carried out yesterday, and on his desk doing that kind of thing with her. The two of them fooled around in the office, and when it was over, Luli was satisfied and carried Ruan Tang to the restroom to clean her up before putting her on the bed. Rest here for a while first. Ruan Tang daintily tugged at his sleeve, the color of lust still not dispersed between her eyebrows. I want brother to sleep with me. Lu Li's lower abdomen tightened again, where there was still a reason to refuse. Good. Brother accompanied. He lay down next to Nguyen Tang and held her in his arms. Nguyen Tang snuggled dutifully into her arms, small and slippery enough to be comfortable to hold. Brother, you agreed, right? Ruan Tang was uneasy and still confirmed with him. Well, I'll arrange for people to protect you in school during this period of time. Don't worry, they won't interfere with your normal study and life, and they won't appear in front of you when it's not necessary. Good. Ruan Tang didn't refuse. She knew that Lu Li wouldn't feel at ease if she didn't. Brother, there is one more thing. Lu Li frowned slightly. How many things are you hiding from me? No, it's just that. The department has asked me to perform this show with a student from another class who is my steel partner. Well, then. Lu Li was self-conscious that this matter was not that simple. Ruan Tang observed his expression and spoke carefully. It's a male student. I'm going to be practicing with him in a couple of days. Good, good. Lu Li gritted his teeth and said several good words in a row, and his face changed color visible to the naked eye. Just be angry with me. Brother Ruan Tang rubbed against him. It's arranged by the school. I can't do anything about it. Besides, it's impossible for me to go to school without having contact with my male classmates. Do not allow him to come within a meter of you and do not talk to him. Ruan Tang's small mouth pouted. Brother is imposing. How can I not say a word? Lu Li also knows that this is impossible. He is just uncomfortable in his heart. The age gap between the two has always been the knot in Lu Li's heart. Lu Li is very afraid that she will be attracted to the same age. Is that guy handsome? How are his studies? What's his position in school? I don't know. I haven't met with him yet, and we won't start rehearsing together until next Monday. But, she turned her words around, her arm hooked around Lu Li's neck. He's definitely not as handsome as his brother, and he's not as good as his brother. Between the action of the shower gel aroma into the nostrils of Lu Li, and then look at her hanging on their own section of the white tender arms like lotus root. Lu Li did not hold back, lowered his head in the top of the light kiss. The mouth is still tough, less to me to pour soul soup. Which is not true. I mean it all. Truer than pearls. I've never hidden anything from my brother at school. What else does he have to worry about? Sure you haven't been hiding anything from me? Lu Li narrowed his eyes and asked rhetorically. This time, I only told my brother a few days late. It's not exactly hiding. Well, even so. Lu Li admitted for the time being, she did this point is still good. What happened in school has always been a 50-50 initiative to explain to him. I do not know if it is because of that ghost what perceived his mind. What about brother? Shouldn't a brother also report his affairs to his wife? Where do they go to socialize? Do they have women? Hearing her call herself her wife, the corner of Lu Li's mouth unconsciously hooked. Isn't it true that you don't want to care about me? Whether I care or not is my business. But whether my brother says so or not is my brother's problem. Ruan Tang explained. Lu Li laughed. That's really eloquent. So is brother going to say it or not? Say, from now on, I'll report everything, one by one, to your wife, okay? Aha. Ruan Tang nodded in satisfaction. With the matter settled, Ruan Tang finally put her heart down and lay down on Lu Li's chest for a nap, her fingers unconsciously poking and prodding at his abs. After all this time, she seemed to have made it a subconscious habit of her own. Soft and warm jade in the arms. Lu Li also rested again up the mind of work. Well, today there is no other schedule. Really is the beauty of the wrong man. Chapter 97. What else can you do with a little girl you raised? I'll spoil her. Brother, am I great today? After another moment, the little girl in his arms suddenly opened her mouth and asked him. Ruan Tang somehow, face a red, shy up, speak as also stammered, is that what I performance is not great well. Lu Li seemed to understand. She was asking him if she had behaved well when she had just done that. He didn't expect that one day the little girl would take the initiative to communicate with him about such things. He let out a low chuckle and tucked his arm around her in his arms. Great. Unexpected. Is it because it's in the office that you're doing so great? Aha. Gwentang nodded shyly, but didn't intend to end the topic there. Also, my brother is obviously dressed so decently, but he's doing that kind of thing with me, and there's just something, and svelte and ascetic about it. It was like the high and mighty god had been pulled down, and had become disoriented because of her. The forbidden thrill of his eyes full of lust for nothing but himself was incomparable. Luli didn't realize that the point that made her perform so great lay in this. Then how about my brother dresses like this to do that kind of thing with you every day from now on? No way. Ruan Tang ranted at him. Every day like that. She still can't live. In a flash of lightning, Ruan Tang suddenly realized a problem. Brother, if we just did that, will the outside hear us? Luli laughed. Baby, isn't it a little late to be thinking about this? He poked Nguyen Tang in the cheek. How the little girl was so cute. Ruan Tang's face instantly collapsed. Ah, then what should we do? If someone hears her, she'll still be alive. Shame on her. She came to him in the middle of the day and hooked him up for that kind of thing, and outsiders wouldn't know what to talk about. Don't be afraid, baby. The soundproofing in my office is very good. Saying this, Luli added, with a voice as seductive as yours, how could I possibly spare it for others to hear? The young girl's tender and soft voice was rendered by the erotic "you," and just one sound made people half crisp. At the thought of this, Luli's throat tightened again. There's still time. Why don't we go further? No, my legs are sore. Brother rubbed them. Petulant. I don't usually see your legs sore from dance practice. The little girl was upset and kicked him in the leg with her toe. It's just sore. Good. Come on, brother, give it a rub. It's such a little granddaddy. What else can you do with a little grandparent you've raised yourself? Spoil it. Ruan Tang tilted her head and playfully said, he always says he was raised by him. Who's to blame for raising him? It's still his own fault. Luli lost his smile. What else can I do if I don't spoil it? The big hand gently kneaded on her leg, and on my lower back, which is also sore. Good. Ruan Tang fell asleep peacefully during Luli's not-so-professional massage techniques. When the person in his arms was asleep, Luli carefully pulled his arm out, rolled over, and got out of bed. There was a pile of mess waiting to be cleaned up in the office outside, and those things were not fit to be faked, so he would have to do it himself. When he left, he took another look at the sleeping little girl, silently sighed softly. It seems that his life is an old mom's life, being eaten to death by this girl, the classmate who performed with Ruan Tang, who was in the same department as her but not the same major, had a different schedule, so the two of them had to pick a time when neither class was in session and practice together. Ruan Tang herself is a slow learner, and the male student she works with, Lin Yang, also seems to be more introverted, and the few times they get along, it's kind of cordial. After all, the two rarely talk except for the normal communication on the show. After Ruan Tang told Luli about these circumstances, he raised an eyebrow, and a light smile spread across his dark eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses. That's not bad. And then, beautifully, to reward her, dragged her umming and awing for half the night. That rule Nguyen Tang had set for him earlier, a couple times a week, stuck for a few days before it became a nullity. He could always find all sorts of names to drag her into doing that. You have to do it in good weather and you have to do it in bad weather. You have to do it when you're in a good mood and you have to do it when you're in a bad mood. Especially recently, Ruan Tang inexplicably weak in this matter of participating in the New Year's Day party for a few minutes, and also do not want to go to demolish him. Just let him get. In turn, let him intensify up. She wondered why she hadn't realized before that he was so eloquent and articulate. Black can be said to be white. After rehearsal that day, Ruan Tang greeted Lin Yang and planned to go downstairs. Ruan Tang, the other party called out to her, and after some deliberation spoke. I see that you seem to be very tired in the past 2 days. And now we don't have any problems with our cooperation, or else we'll just cut down on the frequency of the practice a few times in the back. Ruan Tang's face reddened. Other people didn't know what was going on, but Ruan Tang herself knew. She was so tired not only because of practicing dance, it was because of having a teddy at home. In Lu's presidential office, Luli sneezed. Luli, who cursed me? Nguyen Tang, your wife, the dog man who doesn't know moderation. She smiled, still rebuffed Lin Yang's good intentions, not wanting to delay the two people's performance because of herself. It's okay, I probably haven't slept well in the past 2 days. I'll adjust as soon as possible. Seeing her say this, Lin Yang did not insist. Then good, then you pay more attention. He paused for a moment before speaking again. If the body cannot eat, do not insist. Ruan Tang just took it as a normal concern between classmates and didn't think anything of it. Smiling and thanking him, on his way downstairs, he casually asked again, which cafeteria are we going to eat in a while? Do you want to join us? I'm sorry, my house is in the neighborhood and I always go home for lunch. It's okay. Lin Yang laughed. After that, it was wordless all the way to the bottom of the school building. Sugar. Hiruru was cats from nowhere, and when she saw her come out, she jumped in front of Ruan-tang in a flash. Suddenly a face came close to his face, and Ruan-tang subconsciously moved back, his heel resting against the step, almost leaning back. Lin Yang on the side was quick to help her. Be careful. It's okay. It's okay. What to do? I seem to have done something wrong again. Ever since the enrollment thing, Hiruru had been feeling guilty about Ruan-tang, and now that she had almost scared her into falling, the guilt was even greater. It's okay. She stood firmly and patted Hiruru's hand soothingly. Hiruru had always been this kind of nature, lively and jumpy, but with no bad intentions. Regarding her character, Ruan-tang had long been used to it, otherwise they wouldn't have been good for so long. Then, she said thank you to Lin Yang on the side, and it seemed like she was thanking him all this while. The other party's hand is still holding on her arm. Did not take away? Ruan-tang is torn whether to open his mouth to remind him. The other party also seems to notice this, awkwardly retracted. No, it's okay. After a moment of disorientation, he quickly returned to normal. I'll be off then. See you tomorrow. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Then let's go too, Ruan-tang said to Hiruru. She turned around to leave and grabbed Hiruru's wrist with one hand. Seeing that the other party didn't react, Ruan-tang turned back to look at her, only to realize that Hiruru was looking at the direction Lin Yang had gone with a dazed look on her face. Are you? You don't think you're looking at him, do you? Hiruru put up her index finger to shake it in a pretentious manner. No, it's just a simple appreciation of beautiful things. With that said, the picture took a sharp turn as she jumped in place and turned around, excitedly taking Nguyen-tang's arm as the two of them began to make their way home. Chapter 98, One thing leads to another. Baby, why didn't you tell me earlier that the guy you were working with was Lin Yang? You know him, huh? Ruan-tang didn't know why Hiruru asked that. To be precise, it should be that I know him and he doesn't know me. Lin Yang is the departmental grass of our department. Many girls in our department like him. Don't you think he's particularly handsome? It is quite handsome. Ruan-tang said this with her mouth, but her tone was flat, half hearing that she felt handsome again. To this, Hiruru also expressed her understanding. That's right, compared to your husband, he's far worse. As soon as Luli was mentioned, Ruan-tang herself didn't even realize that a smile unconsciously spilled out from the corner of her mouth. Sugar, I don't think he's interested in you. Upon hearing this, Ruan-tang's smile instantly froze at the corner of his mouth. How can that be? The two of us have only known each other for a few days. I think it's possible. The way he just looked at you and the way he spoke was super soft. I'll see you tomorrow, she repeated, following Lin Yang's tone. If this is something my husband hears, the jealousy should spill over again. Thinking of this, Ruan-tang subconsciously looked around, and wondered if the people Luli had sent to protect her were in the neighborhood and would hear it. Luli's previous jealousy of all sorts of things. Hiruru also heard Ruan-tang said. Hearing this could not help but laugh. I just wondered. Your husband has looks, a body, money, power, high and unattainable figure. How can he still move and fight with us mere mortals, the little people? When I think of these, Ruan-tang also cannot help but laugh. Usually look quite mature and stable a person. Eat up vinegar, surprisingly so childish. I don't know. I guess he might have thought that I was coaxed into marrying himself at a young age. And if I suddenly woke up and regretted it someday, wouldn't I not want him? That's why he's always been insecure. Plus he's a few years older than me. And more or less there's still some generational gap. And he's worried that I'd be more attracted to someone my own age. Hiruru came up to her and asked curiously. And would you? The ones he's worried about? Of course not. Nguyen-tang righteously stated. I married him. Saying this in public, Nguyen-tang still had a small shyness and lowered her voice. It's because I love him, not because he coaxes me. Then you tell him. Said yeah. He didn't seem too convinced. Hiruru shook her head meaningfully. Asking what love is in the world is nothing but a thing of the past. Teaching people to lose their minds and bald their hair. What the hell? Ruan-tang asked with a smile after hearing her say such a messy thing. Hiruru raised an eyebrow. That's how it works. So come along and listen. At dinner, Ruan-tang didn't deliberately slow down her eating speed like usual, waiting for Luli to finish eating in one piece. After she finished eating by herself, she spoke to Luli and went straight upstairs. A few moments later, Luli also finished eating and went upstairs, and when he opened the bedroom door, he found that the door was unlocked by Ruan-tang from the inside. He didn't think much of it, just assuming that the little girl had mistakenly locked the door by accident, and he raised his hand and knocked twice with his knuckles on the door panel. After waiting for a while, the door to the room still didn't open, but he received an incoming call from Nguyen-tang on his cell phone. Luli picked up. Baby, open the door for your brother. Brother. The tender voice of the little girl across the street rang out. Brother, I have decided. From now to New Year's Day we two sleep in separate rooms. Brother, go to the next bedroom to sleep. Sleeping in separate rooms? Luli was most unable to hear these 3 words. His eyebrows twitched. Say it again in front of me if you can. I couldn't help it. That's why I hid and told my brother. She wimped out with a straight face. Luli couldn't help but lose his smile, but it didn't show in his tone. If you want to sleep in a separate room from me, there has to be a reason. It's not because my brother always wants to do that with me, and I'm so tired from having to practice dancing. She didn't want any more misunderstandings. Luli paused for a moment before saying, have you? Considering your body, I've been restraining myself lately. Restraint? This degree, this frequency, it's restraint for him. What would he look like if he didn't refrain from dragging her from night to morning? Ruan Tang thought in this way. An evil fire surged to his heart, and he hung up the phone directly with a huff. Luli listened to the mechanical beeping sound that rang across the phone. Stunned, did he say something wrong? The little girl even hung up on him. Immediately after that, he dialed the phone again. Through the door of the room can be heard inside the cheerful cell phone ringing, but the little girl just do not answer. This look is deliberately gambling with him. He had to knock patiently on the door again. Baby, brother promises not to touch you for the next few days. Open the door for brother, okay? Count on my brother to beg you, okay? Ruan Tang had been listening in the room, and when she saw him say this, her heart softened. This kind of low tone was not common from Luli's mouth. Then he was heard to say, baby, cub, can you bear to keep your brother awake at night? The tone of his voice even had a hint of aggravation in it. Ruan Tang's little bit of heart defense was instantly disintegrated by the attack. Then brother promised not to touch me. I promise. Pull the hook. Okay, pull the trigger. Can we open the door now? Not yet. My brother still has to promise not to hit me. I promise. It hurts you more than I can say. Only then did Ruan Tang open the door to her room, and after seeing the upright man standing in front of the door, she subconsciously stepped back and scrunched her neck. Luli laughed lowly. Now you know you're afraid? Weren't you quite powerful just now? Ruan Tang heard the threat in his tone and took a few more steps back. As promised, you can't hit me. Didn't want to hit you. Luli found a chair and sat down. Come here. Nguyen Tang didn't dare to move. Come here. When did brother ever hit you? Brother will make me stand in punishment. Nguyen Tang commiserated. That didn't hit you either. Well, come on over here. No hitting you or making you stand for punishment. Nguyen Tang dropped his heart and walked over to Luli. Luli held her arms in both hands and tilted his head, looking her up and down. Ruan Tang was furious at his look and was just about to break away when she heard him let out a sudden laugh, his eyes falling on her face and not moving away again. What is brother laughing at? Ruan Tang asked suspiciously. Luli hummed softly, with some helplessness and self-deprecation. I've always felt that my self-control is quite good, but somehow, as soon as I get my hands on you, I can't control myself, just like right now. Just looking at you like this, I can't help but want you. Ruan Tang's face heated up at his words and shook off his hand. That's because brother is too colorful. Luli shook his head. Peach blossom eyes like containing stars, glittering, flickering, between the eyebrows are tenderness. That's because my brother loves you too much. All the time want you. How to want not enough. Ruan Tang was so overwhelmed by his heartfelt confession that his little heart was pounding. That wasn't all. Luli then asked her, baby, do you know what the closest distance between people is? 0. Nguyen Tang snapped. Chapter 99. I love you so much. Luli shook his head. Nope. Subtract another 20. Ha? Negative 20? Ruan Tang was puzzled, and she tried to look for an answer from Luli, but the other party just looked at her with a smile and didn't seem to intend to remind her. Under what circumstances would it be negative? A slightly absurd answer flashed through Ruan Tang's mind, her face blushing. When Luli saw this, he knew that she had guessed the answer, and he laughed. That's right, it's what you think. You, rascal. Ruan Tang was annoyed. You're not my brother. You return my brother. How did her bright and clear brother turn out to be like this, exuding an aura of a rogue? Nguyen Tang made a move to grab his face as if he was really a dummy wearing a human skin mask. Luli couldn't resist, so he had to take her into his arms with one hand and hold down. Okay baby, stop it. Don't hurt your hand. Brother is bad. Ruan Tang struggled, did not break away, so he stopped moving, and smoothly lay in his arms, his fingers twisting the buttons of his collar and casually playing with them. Manicured rounded fingertips. From time to time in his skin cut through. Ruan Tang play hard. Not the slightest notice that underneath the body Luli breathing has become wrong. Fingers were held violently. Ruan Tang frowned and looked at Luli with dissatisfaction. Don't mess with me if you don't let me touch it. Dead girl. His eyes were half narrowed and watery. The ends of his eyes colored a light pink with lust. Get up. Ha? Ruan Tang was confused. She obviously didn't do anything. I'm going to take a shower. Afraid that she would think too much. Luli explained again. Oh. Ruan Tang got up and stared blankly at Luli's back as he headed for the bathroom. As an afterthought, she realized that Lu Li's remark that he was already exercising restraint didn't seem like a lie. Just looking at the rate at which he was in heat right now, it was a sign of restraint not to press her from morning to night and back again. Lu Li, this bath time is a little long. Out of the time. The little girl crossed her feet lying on the bed. See him out? Slanting a glance at him, Tone with a few points of resentment to ask him, brother, how to wash so long? You tell me, Lu Li said in a hateful voice, afraid that he might not be able to help himself. Lu Li dared to come out after a DIY in the bathroom. He is the first person in all of history who obviously has a wife and still has to earn his own living. Listening to the man's mournful tone and the look of lust on his face, Ruan Tang also understood the meaning of his words. She got up and knelt on the bed, walked on her knees to the end of the bed, and peeled herself over Lu Li in one fell swoop. Don't hug me yet. My brother just got out of the shower and is cold. Ruan Tang hugged tighter instead. Then I'll warm it up for brother. The little girl's two tender lower paws rested on his back, her head resting against his chest, her long, loose hair brushing slightly against her skin. Lu Li's heart softened and he lowered his head to place a soft kiss on the top of her hair. Brother, you know what? Lu Li didn't say anything, waiting for her to continue. I love you too. Super love you. It's kind of a response to his earlier confession. As she said this, she raised her head and gazed into his eyes, her small white face tinged with scarlet and her bright eyes brimming with water. Lu Li was stunned. The emotions under his eyes rolled over, but quickly converged. His palms clenched and then slowly loosened. In the face of this bad girl's sudden confession, he actually messed up his mind for a moment, and it was only after a few moments that he finally came back to his senses. Half seriously, half jokingly, he spoke, love me and not give. Hearing him say such words so bluntly, the red color on Ruan Tang's face spread to the roots of her ears. Murmuring in a low voice, I did not give it to you. It's not that my body can't take it. Brother wants so much and is so mean. I'll have a nutritionist come by tomorrow and get you in shape. After saying that, Lu Li added with desire, I'm still mainly doing this for your good health, not just for that stuff. Ruan Tang laughed. Brother might as well not explain. Lu Li reached out and slapped her on the butt. Damn girl, learning to tease me. I don't know if it was his own words that made her think of something. Lu Li looked at that little girl with a twinkle in her eye and a wry smile inexplicably appeared on her face. Lu Li consciously wrong. This girl does not hold what bad it. What bad thoughts are you pondering again? Ruan Tang didn't answer, broke away from his arms, rolled over and got out of bed, the whole set of movements flowing. Brother will find out later. Lu Li was surprised to see her run to the door and push it open, then turned back and admonished him. Brother, go to the bed and wait for me. Be naked. Oh, didn't you say no touching? Did you change your mind again? Lu Li unconsciously pursed his lower lip with the tip of his tongue, and his heart secretly rejoiced. He took off the clothes on his body in 3 tries, then got under the covers and waited with anticipation for Ruan Tang to return. Soon the bedroom door was opened again and the little girl returned with a soft ruler in her hand. A glint flashed in Lu Li's eyes. Soft ruler? It shouldn't be to play something different. This little girl is really out of her league. He cleared his throat and straightened his back, his mind growing more and more excited about what was going to happen next. As soon as the person came to the bed, Lu Li couldn't help but bend the person down and press him down. Baby, give your brother what's in your hand. Ruan Tang's small hand rested against his chest and snapped. Brother promised not to touch me. And you are? This operation made Lu Li puzzled. Could it be that he thought wrong? But, if it wasn't what he thought it was, what did she want him to get naked for? Lu Li was not allowed to understand. Then, he saw a playful smile on the face of the person underneath him, with a bit of amusement, as if he was still a bit shy. I wanted to see if brother really has as much as you say. I thought he said she was poking fun at him, so she'd have a good time poking fun at him. Even though Lu Li had racked his brain, he hadn't thought of this possibility. Was the little girl suspecting him? Momentarily exasperated, he gritted his teeth and said, did I or did I not? Don't you know? The little girl wore an innocent face. There's no truth without data. You have to measure it to know. Don't do it. Ignoring the threat in Lu Li's words, Nguyen Tang reversed the position of the two men. Chapter 100, Ruan Tang. It's all your fault. Brother is all mouth. Look how well it fits. Hiss. Lu Li inhaled a mouthful of cool air. Give the skin to the old man taught. The past 2 days to see how I pack you. Nguyen Tang spat out his tongue and made a face at him. Something for a couple days. A couple days. Damn girl, are you done measuring? How can I measure it if my brother keeps moving? Hurry up. The damned girl had no idea how hard it was for him. Wouldn't let him touch it, and teased him all the time. Yeah, brother didn't lie. Yeah, there really is. Ruan Tang looked at the scale on the leather ruler and said with a serious surprise. Lu Li was so angry that his breath almost didn't come out, and with a long arm, he yanked her into his arms. Help me. My brother promised not to touch me. I said I wouldn't touch you. I didn't say I wouldn't let you touch me. This is clearly a strong word. she still underestimated Lu Li's level of thick skin. The school's New Year's Day party is scheduled for the night before vacation. After the last rehearsal in the afternoon and a brief bite to eat, the cast and crew gathered backstage and began to put on their makeup, change their clothes, and get ready for the start of the party. In order to accompany Ruan Tang, Hiruru signed up for the makeup work of the party, and Ruan Tang's makeup work was naturally entrusted to her. Originally, Lu Li was going to help her find a styling team to get these, but Ruan Tang thought about it. Everyone else was made up by their schoolmates, and there was no need to make this special for herself, so she refused. Sugar, is this okay? Hiruru first time to put on this kind of stage makeup. The heart did not have too much confidence in the internet to find a ballet theater photos compared to her makeup. Ugwin Tang examined her unrecognizable self in the mirror. Let's make the eye makeup a little thicker. It will look a little better when you go on stage. Okay. Hiruru took the eyeshadow and applied it to her again. How about this? It works. It's perfect. Hiruru looked at her askance. Don't comfort me. I don't know my own level. It really has been great. Thank you. Are you? Alright, it's getting late, so go ahead and change into your performance clothes, and we'll see if there are any changes that need to be made then, because it is a solo dance. Nguyen Tang chose to perform the repertoire of the Kitri variations from Don Quixote, and his costume is a red tutu, a bright and fiery color that shines in the crowd. She had just come out of the makeshift dressing room backstage when Hiruru in the distance saw her at a glance and waved at her from afar. Nguyen Tang smiled and continued walking back. There were a lot of people coming and going backstage, and Nguyen Tang was walking along when she didn't know who came from the side and bumped her. Before she could see who the other person was, she heard a preemptive rebuke. Ruan Tang, don't you walk without looking at the road? Bumping into others. You spilled all my stuff. A warm wetness came from her body. Ruan Tang realized that the other party not only bumped into her, but also knocked over the canto boil in her hand on her. Radish, pills and soup all fell on the dress, looking woefully out of shape. And the one who hit her was no other than her classmate Julie. What's this called? A narrow road between enemies? The show's about to start, and now they've got her like this, and they're going to backtrack and say she bumped into her. Ruan Tang's eyes reddened with anger. When the show is over, let's go to the CCTV and see who hit who. Just watch. Who's still afraid of you? Julie was still hardened at this moment. What's going on? The schoolmate in charge of organizing the party came over after hearing the commotion from the two side, and after seeing Ruan Tang's messy gown, she frowned. The party's about to start. How are you going to get on stage with your costume like that? Why are you talking about Ruan Tang? Sister, it was Julie who hit Ruan Tang. I saw it clearly from over there. Hiruru came over just in time to hear this sentence and immediately retorted. Hiruru, don't spit blood. It's clearly her own ungratefulness. Okay. Her schoolmate interrupted her sternly. Let's stop arguing for a moment and figure out what we should do about her performance clothes. Isn't your house in the neighborhood? And do you have any spare costumes at home? Lin Yang also rushed over after noticing the trouble on Ruan Tang's side. There is, At first, it was the fear of any accidents. She also deliberately bought one more. Hiruru understood. I'll get it. It's still in your bedroom closet, right? Yes, right there. Ruru, please. Ruan Tang was in a hurry. This was the first time she'd been on stage in the last 5 years, and she was looking at it as important and didn't want to lose out at the last minute. Nor did he want to affect Lin Yang and the entire party because of himself. Hiruru patted her and said soothingly, it's okay, don't worry, I'll be back soon. On the way out, Hiruru glared at Julie, and then looked at the pale-faced Ruan Tang, still a little uneasy. Lin Yang, hearing Hiruru call out to him, Lin Yang first froze for a moment. Aha, please take care of Sugar and don't let that come near her again. Lin Yang nodded slightly. Hiruru looked at Julie fiercely, itching to eat her. Julie wanted to say something, but Hiruru simply ignored her and walked out after she finished speaking, so she could only swallow the words that followed. Then, too, he intended to flash. Wait, Hokage called out to her. Hokage, are you one of our cast members? Julie shook her head. No, this is not because Nguyen Tang, took her place. Then why are you here? The schoolteacher pressed on. Julie was a little flustered. I came over to find someone. Looking for who? I'll go get it for you. Looking for. There is only one Lin Yang she knows in here besides Ruan Tang. Sister, this is my personal matter. I'm not at liberty to talk about it. Good. Inconvenient, isn't it? Showing up backstage for no reason and bringing this spillable food to crash on our actors. I have reason to suspect that you are intentionally trying to sabotage our party. After the party is over, I will truthfully report it to the school. The surveillance here will capture the process clearly, and I believe that the school will also make a fair and just conclusion. Sister, I am here to find Lin Yang. Julie had no choice but to say stiffly. Lin Yang on the side, I don't know her. Ha! The older sister sneered. Now what's not to understand? Just pray that our party today will be a success. School marm. The schoolteacher walked straight away. Julie stayed in place. Her face was green for a while and white for a while, very unattractive, with tears in her eyes. Her eyes swept from Ruan Tang and Lin Yang. Ruan Tang, it's all because of you. She yelled at Ruan Tang in anger, her voice rising all of a sudden, piercing. If it wasn't for the fact that she had taken her spot, she wouldn't have thought of coming here to pick on her. And if she hadn't come here, there wouldn't have been any of this today. She blamed Nguyen Tang for the root of it all. Still not out of the anger and angst of having your show clothes vandalized, and then having such a hatchet job thrown at you. Ruan Tang was furious. How could there be this kind of person who shouted at thieves and reversed right and wrong? It was obvious that she herself had crashed into her, and now she was blaming it all on her. I really wanted to slap her like last time, but thinking of what Lu Li had said before, that it wasn't the optimal choice, I gave up. Moreover, Julie didn't give her this chance, and after she finished speaking, she ran out with an aggravated look on her face. Although Ruan Tang's heart is figured out, but still cannot be angry. Chest of breath cannot come out. Blocked, uncomfortable. The whole person's brain is also buzzing. The eyes are sore. Don't take what she just said to heart. Ruan Tang only came back to his senses after Lin Yang, who was beside him, made a sound. She took a deep breath and wiped the teardrops seeping from the corners of her eyes. Oh, I'm fine. Her small face was pale, and her teardrops kept rolling in her eyes. Lin Yang was a bit unbearable and quickly averted his eyes. Go change your clothes first before you catch a cold. We're in the middle of the program. We'll make it. Don't worry. Yeah. Chapter 101. That's my wife on the stage. At his prompting, Nguyen Tang went to the dressing room to change out of the gown that had gotten wet on him. After a short while, Hiru ran back out of breath, carrying another spare gown in her hand. This time, the two of them grew a memory, and after their clothes were changed, Hiru circled around Ruan Tang's body and patrolled the surroundings, avoiding any suspicious people and so on from approaching Ruan Tang. The programs passed one by one. It was finally Ruan Tang's turn to go on stage with Lin Yang. The two of them looked at each other, nodded and pumped each other up. Lin Yang went on stage one step ahead of Ruan Tang. A bright piano plays and Nguyen Tang follows the rhythm as he makes his way out on the side of the stage. With a red tutu and a small fan of the same color in her hand, she danced with joyful steps, twirling and jumping around the stage, on tiptoe, constantly crisscrossing and shifting, the red fan in her hand swaying with the dance. She was as dazzling as a gorgeous rose. There was a round of applause from below the stage. After seeing clearly who was sitting in the center of the first row on the stage, Ruan Tang's foot movements paused for a second, but quickly adjusted. Who was the man in the suit below, sitting upright and in an elite manner, if not Lu Li? Without lingering too long on him, and with no time to think about it, Nguyen Tang returned his attention to the stage. It's so beautiful. What a great dance. How come I don't have the talent? The guy playing the piano is handsome too. Are they a couple, you say? I don't know, but it looks like it. The groom is a good match at first sight. I've unilaterally decided that from now on. I'm a fan of both of their CPs. For the first time, Lu Li felt that these college students were so noisy. He clenched both fists and fought the urge to turn around and tell someone to shut up. Lu Li sidled up and whispered to the man with graying temples beside him. What does Principal Wang think of this program? Although he didn't know why he asked. But in the principal of the king's wife selling her melon and boasting about herself, Principal Wang immediately said, it's not bad. As you can see, there are still quite a few outstanding students in our school. The corner of Lu Li's mouth lifted slightly. That's my wife on stage. In the year or so that Ruan Tang has been enrolled, it's not that Lu Li hasn't failed to contact the school, only that he has never revealed his true identity, so the principal naturally doesn't know. The reason why Lu Li is like this, on the one hand, is that he wants Ruan Tang to have a normal college life, and he doesn't want her to receive special treatment because of this relationship, and he doesn't want to make her a target because of this. But now that the little girl herself had jumped into the limelight, Lu Li's announcement of their relationship at this time was also a sign of protection for her, and was meant to tell the crowd that she was not something they could covet. Principal Wang was just stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered as usual. No wonder it's so outstanding. So it's your wife. I didn't know that Mrs. Lu was studying in our school before, so I hope that Mr. Lu will forgive me. Lu Li nodded. You're welcome. On the stage, a dance ended, and Ruan Tang joined Lin Yang on the stage for the curtain call. There was a burst of applause and cheers from below. I'll go. The two of them are standing together. So well matched. Have you got any? Why do I get the illusion that the two of them bowing together are paying their respects? After knowing Ruan Tang's relationship with Lu Li, Principal Wang heard these words again with a chill down his spine. He glanced at Lu Li, who looked uncertain, and turned back to the chattering students and chided. Public places, don't make loud noises. A few of the students, not knowing what to expect, looked at each other and shrugged. Principal Wang, I'd like to go backstage to meet my wife. I don't know if it's convenient. Convenient. I'll take you there. After Ruan Tang got off the stage, he sent a message to Lu Li in the locker room, asking him why he suddenly came here, and he didn't see him reply until he changed his clothes. She just assumed it was because the auditorium was noisy and he probably didn't hear her, but she didn't realize that Lu Li was waiting for her outside when she came out of the changing room. Seeing her come out, Lu Li smiled, his gaze growing softer and softer in a pair of deep eyes. Ruan Tang's heart was sore, and the aggression that he had endured all night instantly surged back up. Considering that there were still a lot of students backstage, Nguyen Tang restrained the urge to run over and hug him. He was dressed in black formal attire, with a gray overcoat around his wrists, and his long body was surrounded by an aura that was very different from the others. Nguyen Tang had always known he was good-looking, and even more so now that he looked over. On the well-defined face, the nose was high and straight, and the thin lips were untainted and red, but again, because the lines were hard enough, half feminine, self-conditioned, too out of the ordinary, he attracted everyone's attention just by standing there, especially the female students. That guy just now is so handsome. Is he from our school? Which department? Did you see that guy? Oh my god, it's so handsome. Nguyen Tang had heard this kind of talk I don't know how many times along the way. She walked over to Lu Li and wrapped her arms around him without saying a word. What's wrong, silly? Lu Li asked, rubbing her hair. Mine. She hugged a little tighter. Lu Li knew what she meant and laughed. Knowing that it's yours, no one will grab it from you. Not at all. Nguyen Tang muttered in a low voice when it was clear that many people wanted to grab it. Chapter 102, I can feed sheep on my head. Then she let go of her hand, still a little embarrassed to be watched by so many people. Why is brother here? Watching my wife dance, Lu Li said with candor and an inexplicable hint of pride. Oh, Nguyen Tang responded in a flat tone, but it was hard to hide the smile on his face. Anything else? We're going home? There shouldn't be anything else, so I'll go and talk to Ru first. Hiru was helping another female student organize her gown at this moment, and Ruan Tang hadn't had a chance to talk to her after she got off the stage. I'll accompany you there, Lu Li said. No, brother, just wait here for me, then go and come back quickly. Ruan Tang walked quickly towards Hiru. Seeing Ruan Tang come over, Hiru was still concerned about her performance first and foremost. She had been staying backstage and hadn't seen Ruan Tang's performance. How's it going? Did it go well? Aha. Ruan Tang nodded. It went quite well. That said, she pursed her lips, her tone with some teenage shyness. My brother's picking me up. I'm going to head back first. Considering there were other students present, she still used the title brother. Hiru looked at the man not far away whose eyes had been falling on Ruan Tang, and smiled meaningfully. I know. Go back quickly. Don't let people. Hiru raised her chin in a gesture. Waiting is urgent. Ruan Tang also looked over along with Hiru's line of sight. Lu Li nodded at her, and she unconsciously arched her eyebrows, ripples within her heart spreading out as if she were a young girl in spring, unable to hide her joy. Then I'll leave first. Let's go. Hiru waved her hand. Eating dog food and whatnot was most annoying. There are a lot of people coming and going in the backstage. Ruan Tang carefully avoided, just walked out not to go a few steps. The opposite side of Lin Yang happened to go this way. Nguyen Tang politely raised his hand to greet him. Hi, Ruan Tang. Lin Yang called out to her as he staggered past her. She stopped and waited for him to follow. Do you have time tonight? Would it be convenient to watch a movie together? Upon hearing these words, Ruan Tang subconsciously looked at Lu Li's position, and at first glance he startled himself. He had come up on his own at some point, and was now close at hand. Lu Li glanced at her with a smirk, and Ruan Tang's heart inexplicably thumped. He came around to Ruan Tang's side and, as if declaring his sovereignty, took her into his arms. Sugar plum, no introductions? Seeing this, Lin Yang's face first flashed with a trace of surprise, then embarrassment with some embarrassment. Coupled with the powerful aura of the man on the opposite side, Lin Yang was self-consciously half a cut short, and for a while he was still a little ashamed of himself. Nguyen Tang stood across from him, taking in his demeanor. No matter what, the other person had helped herself today, and in itself, she hadn't done anything wrong, just wanted to ask her to see a movie without knowing she was married. Nguyen Tang was a little too upset to unconsciously struggle with his body. Lu Li did not pay attention to it. Instead, he hooped her even more strongly, and from his eyes Ruan Tang could see a warning. She didn't dare to move again and pulled the corner of her mouth, introducing the two as Lu Li said. This is the classmate I just performed with, Lin Yang. This is my husband, Lu Li. Lin Yang at first only thought that Lu Li was Ruan Tang's boyfriend, but he didn't expect her to introduce her as her husband, which meant that she was already married, and he was even more surprised. Lu Li extended his hand. Hello Lin. Thank you for taking care of my wife during this time. Lin Yang had not yet recovered from the shock and mechanically shook back. Mr. Lu is polite. Luli nodded slightly, his expression still his usual polite and detached. I still have something to do with my wife, so I'll leave first. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yang to reply, Luli wrapped his arm around Wantang and walked out the door without uttering a single word, only that the arm around her shoulders was getting tighter and tighter. Brother, it hurts. Stinky girl, capable of dying, inviting one after another for me. Luli gritted his teeth. I'm not, Mr. Lu. Before Wantang finished his retort, the two of them walked out from the backstage classroom. A middle-aged man waited at the door with a few people behind him, and when he saw the two of them go out, the middle-aged man politely greeted Luli. My wife, Ruan Tang, Sugar, this is Principal Wang. This was considered a brief introduction of the duo's identity. Principal Wang? The principal of their school seems to have the surname Wang, so this person in front of them is the principal of their school? After coming to this conclusion, Nguyen Tang silently sucked in his breath. To the scum of the earth, meeting a teacher or something was the most terrifying. Mrs. Lu, long time no see. The principal, who had always been a highly respected and superior person, spoke to her in such a humble manner. Ruan Tang was terrified. Headmaster, you can just call me Ruan Tang. Even though Ruan Tang said so, with Luli's status, Principal Wang still didn't change his title. It's getting late. I don't know if Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu would like to have dinner together? Kindly accepted, but I'll lead you to it as I have other arrangements with my wife. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang didn't stay any longer. In that case, I'll send the two of you out. Don't bother. I just happen to be walking around the school with my wife, and in addition to the donation, I will arrange for someone to contact you as soon as possible. Good. Then I'll thank Mr. Lu again for our school. You're welcome. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Luli led Ruan Tang slowly out of the school, because both the school and the department were holding a New Year's Day party. There weren't many people on campus at this moment. Ruan Tang had just heard a mouthful of what they were saying about donations and whatnot and couldn't help but be a little curious. What kind of donations did you just say? Brother? I'm going to donate a building to your school. He said it as lightly as if it were as simple as the steak I had for lunch today. Ha, it's not that bad, is it? My brother just came to see a party. The entrance fee is too high. A party with my wife and it doesn't mean it has to be higher. Hearing that he was joking, Ruan Tang glared at him, old and immodest. Don't have psychological pressure. I'm not doing this just for you. Originally Luz also does some public service activities every year. Luli had watched her since she was a child. He knew her, and instantly saw the point she was worried about. Hearing him say this, Ruan Tang was finally a little more relieved. Otherwise, Luli had spent so much money because of her, and if she still couldn't learn well, she would look down on herself. You still haven't told me what happened with that guy earlier. What did he want with you? He hadn't mentioned it, and Nguyen Tang thought the matter was over. But come to think of it, according to Lu Dog's so jealous nature look, how could it just pass? Didn't say anything, just wanted to invite me to a movie. Ruan Tang told him truthfully. What do you say? A glint flashed in his eyes. I was just about to turn him down when my brother didn't pass. Luli's face eased a bit, apparently still satisfied with Ruan Tang's answer. How many times have you counted this? I could feed sheep on my head. That's not my fault. And just because someone just wants to treat me to a movie doesn't mean they have anything on me. Are you stupid? Luli poked Ruan Tang's forehead in a good-natured manner. No idea. What's he doing inviting you to a movie? It hurts. Ruan Tang covered the place he had just poked and complained petulantly. What if brother really pokes stupid? I'll keep it if it's stupid. Oomph. Brother still has the nerve to say. Brother just stood there. There are so many female classmates praising brother for being handsome. They didn't invite me to a movie or come out to save my ass when I was being bullied. This was said with a lot of jealousy. Chapter 103, It's better to fatten a pig before killing it. If brother knew, why didn't he meet me earlier? Bullying, relieving herself and all that. Wasn't she just saying that Lin Yang helped her after she was bullied by Julie? If he knew, why didn't he come out to see her? She was so unhappy at that time and didn't even see him come to coax himself. So angry. Oh, with a stone under his foot, Ruan Tang kicks out a long way. Luli lost his smile. I didn't know until later, when the party was about to start. I was afraid that you would see me crying at that time, affecting the state of the performance. He pinched Ruan Tang's cheek. A little surprised that you're so strong this time. You didn't even cry when you saw your brother. Nguyen Tang sniffled. It's to cry. It was too late for her to react when she was on stage, but when she came out of the dressing room and saw him, she wanted to cry. It was only later on that this chain of events happened again, diverting her attention away from it, and she forgot about it again. Now what? Still want to cry? Cry out if you want to. Ruan Tang shook his head. I don't want to. I want my brother to hug me. She opened her hand at Luli, her small mouth slightly pouting, looking aggrieved and pitiful. Luli wrapped her in his coat and picked her up. and since there was no one around, Ruan Tang didn't feel embarrassed. Luli carried her all the way out, but never got into the car, instead continuing along the road in front of the school. Brother, where are we going? Staying at your apartment today. Ha, didn't you always say that there are many servants at home who can't let go of the house? Today we'll stay here with you first, tomorrow I'll have someone pack up another set of house, and in the future we'll stay outside for a day or two every week. Ruan Tang skimmed his mouth and sked twice, secretly saying that he had really gone through a lot of trouble just for that. Now that you're done performing as well, it's time for me to fulfill my conjugal duties and have to make up for not doing so before. Speaking of which, he raised his eyebrows, swept a hint of playfulness, his thin lips came close to Ruan Tang's ear. Baby, your little brother is about to be bad. The voice was slightly husky, sexy and seductive. Little brother? What the hell is this again? Nguyen Tang couldn't even square up to those 3 words, eyes dense with thin anger, teeth gently bite, hate voice, you want some face it? Don't. Luli didn't even think about it and returned directly. If you want a face, you can't eat your wife. And with a splashy, roguish streak, shamelessly said so righteously, Ruan Tang did not know what to say to him. Since the two of them broke through that bottom line, Luli's entire person was a rice greenworm on the brain, Teddy possessed, and Ruan Tang couldn't help but be skeptical. I don't think my brother loves me at all. He's in love with me. Just love her body. Luli didn't seem to expect her to ask this. His eyes moved slightly as he explained. Baby, the biggest difference between humans and animals is that sex starts because of love, not simply because of desire. I fell in love with you because I love you. Ruan Tang didn't know whether she believed it or not. She hummed softly, brother, don't bluff me. Like if you say so, what about those who whore themselves out and mess around with men and women? So, they can't technically be called individuals. Luli said. Well, no matter what was said, he always came around, and Nguyen Tang didn't bother discussing it with him anymore. After coming out of the school, the road became more crowded, but she didn't want to get down from Luli's arms, so she buried her head tightly, deluding herself with the thought that as long as people couldn't see her face, there was no way they could laugh at her. Want to go to the movies? Your husband will take you. After a few moments of silence, Luli suddenly spoke up, presumably to tell Ruan Tang that he wanted to do more than that with her. Of course, there was no lack of Lin Yang. It was only when Ruan Tang mentioned that Lin Yang had invited her to watch a movie just now that Luli realized as an afterthought that it seemed like he hadn't been going to see a movie in a theater specifically with Ruan Tang. Last time, the little girl did mention that she wanted to go to the movies with him, but then she got drunk and it was over. For him, the excitement of spending that much time watching a movie had long since been lost, but maybe not for Nguyen Tang, who was always still a little girl and would aspire to a normal relationship, to all the things that girls that age aspire to, and these, it was necessary for him as her man to fulfill. Ruan Tang didn't know about these journeys of his heart and only thought that he was jealous again because of Lin Yang. Mentally rolling his eyes silently, he shook his head again. I don't want to go. Let's watch it at home tonight, and later on, we'll buy some food up downstairs, and we'll spend New Year's Eve together. Okay, brother. Yeah. After buying some snacks from the supermarket downstairs, when checking out, Nguyen Tang asked for another order of canto boil. She hadn't even arrived home yet, and she couldn't help but eat it while she was in the elevator. Luli sidelong glance, looking at the little girl who ate with relish. In his heart, he actually admired her mental quality a little. After noticing Luli's line of sight, Ruan Tang took out a bunch of radishes and handed them to Luli. Brother, eat. Luli didn't pick it up. Brother doesn't eat it. You eat it yourself. Then he added, I thought with that incident this afternoon, you'd have a shadow over Kanto. Nguyen Tang took the food in his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed. Why the shadows? It's not like there's anything wrong with Kanto. It's the people who are wrong. Of course not. It's not like she's really soft-natured and letting people bully her. It's better to fatten a pig before you kill it. Just wait and see. As for whether her senior sister would report today's incident to the school, she was not sure. But even if it was reported, Julie just had to bite the bullet and say she didn't do it on purpose, and there shouldn't be much the school could do with her. Chapter 104, Brother is bad. He bullies me. Even though there was surveillance to prove that she was the one who ran into Nguyen Tang, Julie could have said that she was careless and didn't see it or something like that. If the school is concerned about Ruan Tang's status, mandatory treatment of Julie, in turn, it will make her a reputation for bullying people. Nguyen Tang reckoned that this would end up being a bit of an education for Julie at best, but given Julie's nature, and the level of resentment she had towards herself today, Ruan Tang felt that she wouldn't let this go. Maybe one day, she will make a big one, and then there will be no need for Ruan Tang to do anything. Someone will rush to deal with it. Luli listened to this analogy of Ruan Tang, a little bit surprised, and a little bit surprised. This time is to learn smart. Before the people sent to protect you, I will not withdraw for the time being. You want to do how to do it boldly. There is what cannot be dealt with. Tell me in time. Luli didn't say anything, but once he mentioned the people who were protecting her, Ruan-Tang became angry. Brother still has the nerve to say it. I encountered this kind of thing today, and I didn't see the people sent by my brother to come out to protect me. I think they are clearly there to spy on me. I don't see them protecting her. I just see them snitching on Luli. Luli smiled, pressed the door lock code and pushed the door into the house. They all have real skills. Real swords and knives are not a problem. They will not reveal their identity when it is not necessary. Ha! This surprised Ruan-Tang for a moment, especially after hearing him say something about the real thing. They were in college after all, and in Ruan-Tang's understanding, it couldn't be any more complicated than that. Wouldn't that be a big deal for brother? Luli put the things in his hand on the coffee table in the living room, and took the jacket in Ruan-Tang's hand, along with his own, and hung it on the hanger. Your well-being is the most important thing to me. Ruan-Tang's heart warmed, tiptoeing up, reaching Luli's neck and wringing it. Brother is so good. Luli rested his hands on her buttocks and directly picked her up. Stinky girl, you only know I'm good now? Which is not. Always knew my brother was good. You know I'm good. Then you'll have to put in more effort later. Said. He carried Ruan-Tang in his arms in the direction of the bathroom. Go inside and set Ruan-Tang down. Wash those ghostly drawings off your face first. Ghost painting? Unhappy with this description, Ruan-Tang frowned. Does brother think the makeup I put on doesn't look good? There's a mirror there. See for yourself. The corners of Nguyen-Tang's mouth lifted slightly, and she didn't need to look at her to know that. Stage makeup well, away from the audience far. In order to highlight the effect of natural colorful, far look can be, close look on the miserable. The apartment was decorated to Nguyen-Tang's own specifications, with a bathtub in the modest bathroom when it was clear he wouldn't be here much longer. Luli filled the bathtub with water, undressed, and lay in. After Ruan-Tang removed his makeup, what he saw was this picture of a beautiful man taking a bath. The bathtub was customized to Ruan-Tang's dimensions and was significantly shorter for Luli. His long legs were folded, resting on the edge of the tub, his legs taut, revealing smooth muscular lines. As Ruan-Tang looked at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but dry his mouth and swallow unconsciously. She was not, after all, an untouched person, and after that taste of the normal feelings of the body have always been more honest than the mouth. During this time, Luli hadn't touched her. He wasn't the only one thinking about it. What are you waiting for? Come here and let your little brother have a bite first. Luli's voice brought Ruan-Tang back to his senses, and when he heard his words, a blush flew up on Ruan-Tang's small white face. She stomped her foot. Can't a brother talk properly? While his mouth said so, his body honestly went over towards Luli. Luli laughed lightly. Good. Then let little Luli meet with little Sugar Plum first. After saying that, without waiting for Ruan-Tang to rant at him again, he pulled Ruan-Tang into the bathtub with a long arm. There wasn't much room in the bathtub for two people, and Ruan-Tang was practically pressing her entire body against Luli. Her tiny body was wrapped up in Luli's entirety. Looking at her washed white little face, Luli impatiently took in her lips and kissed her hard and deep. Both hands weren't idle, and kept roaming around Nguyen-Tang's body. Soon, the clothes on her body were removed as much as possible and thrown casually on the ground. Clothes that had been soaked in water fell to the ground with a loud, high-pitched thud. When a long drought meets a sweet rain, a dry difference is ignited at the touch of a button. I don't know if it was because the water was warm or because she was shy, but her skin was a light pink color, shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip. Her brow was in love. After a fierce battle, the bathroom was a mess. Luli picked Ruan-Tang up from the water, pulled a towel by hand, dried her body, and took a blanket from the bedroom, wrapped her whole and put her on the sofa in the living room. I'll clean up in the bathroom in the morning and watch the movie with you first. Luli lifted a corner of the blanket and got himself in, the two of them sharing a blanket and snuggling up on the modest couch. Aha! Ruan-Tang answered, his voice soft and sweet. Want to see what? Brother, choose. She leaned against the nape of Luli's neck, her long hair hanging casually over his chest, her eyes opening and closing with the lethargy and spontaneity of the aftermath. Luli glanced sideways and couldn't help but resound again with the girl's springtime movements just now, and his voice couldn't help but go down low. Good. He coughed and cleared his throat, a flicker of teasing flashing between his thin lips. Then brother, pick the one you love to see. What? What did she love to read? She didn't even know herself. Luli pursed his lower lip, smile in the corner of his mouth dense open. There are kissing and hugging. Last time I do not know which little girl drunk, pestering brother nonstop to see a movie with kissing and hugging. After the last time he got drunk, Ruan-Tang was disconnected and only had some fragmented-like memories, and now that he listened to Luli, he realized that there seemed to be such a thing. Then recall, at that time, some other pieces of social death. Ruan-Tang could not help but blush. Small hand on Luli waist, fiercely pinched a hand. Brother bad, even bullied me. Hiss. Luli sucked in a mouthful of cool air and raised his eyebrows slightly. This is bullying? Ruan Tang glared at him, not bothering to count the deeper meaning behind his words. Chapter 105 From New Year to Old Year. Luli chose an American drama. Well, just, very, violent kind. It's a little over 2 hours, and it's almost after 12 when you're done watching, just in time to cross over to New Year's Eve. Baby, how about watching a movie while you do something bad? Alarm bells went off in Nguyen Tang's mind and she moved away from him. Wasn't it just over? How can one time be enough? I don't even know how long I've been holding it in. How long has it been? Not even a week. I haven't seen him like this in the 27 years he's been holding it in before. It's horrible. Dogmen who don't know how to control themselves are just horrible. Brother, I'm really afraid that one day you'll be meeching out. Luli's hand that was clasped on her back waist tightened violently. When I'm 70 years old, it won't be too late for you to consider this. For as long as the movie lasted, Luli practically dragged her around with him. Wee hours of the morning. 0 hour. Distance, 20 centimeters. Luli lowered his head close to Ruan Tang's ear. Baby, do you think we've been doing this for a whole year? From the old year to the new. The next day, when Ruan Tang woke up from her nap, she had been cleaned up and changed into clean cotton pajamas, and Luli was not with her. She got up and out of bed and something tore into her and Nguyen Tang sucked in a breath of cool air. Dog man. Went to the living room, still did not see Luli's figure. Was about to fold back to get a cell phone to call him. The electronic door lock issued a drip sound. The door to the room opened. Luli, hand carrying a few kinds of breakfast from the outside in, woke up. His short, sharp hair was combed meticulously, and his face was radiant, with no trace of a late night. Thinking of his mentally depressed self again, Nguyen Tang suspected that he was a demonic spirit that harvested yin to replenish yang, not giving him a good look. Nguyen Tang turned around and went back inside to get cleaned up. When she came out again, Luli was waiting for her at the door, and when he saw her come out, he directly took her into his arms. Angry? No. Ruan Tang muffled, his tone hard, obviously tongue-in-cheek. Luli didn't dismantle her. One hand in his pocket. Then Ruan Tang's neck was cold. Her body unconsciously shrank a little. What is it? New Year's gift. Ruan Tang looked down and saw a necklace full of diamonds hanging around his neck, made up of an arrangement and combination of crystal clear diamonds, which was worth a lot of money at a glance. Like it? Luli asked. Ruan Tang didn't answer directly. It's hard for brother to go out to buy breakfast and come back with a necklace. It's something I took at an auction some time ago, and when I had the clothes sent over in the morning, I brought them along with me. Luli explained. Oh, hearing that he had been preparing New Year's gifts for himself since before, the expression on Ruan Tang's face finally loosened. Aren't you going to see what your brother got for breakfast? It's all your favorite food. Really? Excitement fleshed out in her tone. Luli scraped the tip of her nose in both helplessness and amusement. A necklace is not as good as a meal to make you happy. No way. Ruan Tang turned her face away, a little embarrassed. Luli's words were so close to outright saying that she was a foodie. Good. No. Luli obeyed her words, then directly carried her out. On the coffee table was the breakfast that Luli had bought, a forest of several items. Eat here, or go to the table? Nguyen Tang's eyes crossed the coffee table, landed on the couch, and froze. What's wrong? Seeing her delay in answering, Luli asked again. Nguyen Tang snapped back. Right here. She was usually used to being on the coffee table when she ate here with Hiruru. Sit directly on the carpet with your legs crossed and be as cozy as you want. Luli naturally could not be the same as him. He sat upright on the sofa and unwrapped the bag box on the coffee table. There were bean curd brains, pancake fruits, donuts, and egg dunks, indeed things that Nguyen Tang liked to eat, but that he normally wouldn't let her have. Ruan Tang looked at it, her lips pursed lightly but slightly upturned into a nice curvature. Why did brother let me eat these today? And made a special trip to get it for her. He looked down as he unwrapped the last box in front of him. On the first day of the new year, making you happy is most important. Ruan Tang's remaining bit of resentment in his heart instantly dissipated, and he joyfully bit into the pancake fruit in his hand. What did brother eat? She looked blearily, her long eyelashes flickering like a cute curious baby. Luli pushed the box in front of him over. Bean juice. Want to try? Ruan Tang sniffed it. A sour smell went straight into her nose. She wrinkled her nose and pushed it back in disgust. Don't. It smells so bad. This stuff is just like durian, loved by those who like it and abhorred by those who don't. Then why did brother think of drinking this? In Ruan Tang's impression, it seemed like he had never seen him drink this before. I drank it a few times with my grandfather when I was a kid, and I just came downstairs and happened to run into one for sale. Luli picked up the box, against his mouth, suddenly thought of something, and put it down again. I drink it should not be allowed to kiss again. How long ago was this? He even remembered. Ruan Tang silently rolled his eyes. Let kiss. Brother better drink quickly. Lu Li hooked his lips and smiled without saying anything else. He bought so many things that two people couldn't eat them. So Ruan Tang chose a few things and tasted some of each. While she ate, her eyes couldn't help but glance towards the sofa. Although Lu Li had already cleaned up, she still couldn't help but be reminded of some, well, just, particularly unhealthy bits and pieces. After a few times, Lu Li sensed her mind and got some ideas to tease her again. Sugar. Ruan Tang answered sweetly. At this point, she hadn't realized Lu Li's bad intentions. Do you think your friends will smell candy on the couch when they come over later? Ruan Tang frowned, not understanding the meaning of his words. Immediately afterward, he was heard to say, after all, we spent so much time on the couch. Yesterday. The answer to what flavor it is already crying out to be answered. Cough. Ruan Tang hadn't even swallowed the food in his mouth before he nearly choked on his tiger and wolf words. You, old rascal. Lu Li laughed. Rascal is fine. Don't add that old word. I don't like it. Hooligans didn't have to be so honorable. And Ruan Tang still underestimated how thick-skinned Lu Li was. When he didn't let her add it, she did. Old rascal. Old rascal. You're just an old rascal. Lu Li was unmoved, slowly and methodically biting into the gelatin ring in his hand. Woody reminded in a proper manner. Eat without saying anything, eat and talk. Ruan Tang took a deep breath and pushed down the anger in his heart. This dog man really played shamelessness and double standard to the extreme. Since it was a holiday, the two of them went to the old mansion together after dinner. Ruan Tang still held a grudge from earlier and stayed away from Lu Li as soon as he got into the car. Lu Li had to get himself together. Still angry. Why are you like a little bun every day? He raised his hand and pinched Nguyen Tang's puffy face. Chapter 106, You're marrying me, not our family. Ruan Tang slapped him away in a bad mood. That's not because my brother is always bullying me. How could brother possibly want to bully you? Then brother just said. Ruan Tang still didn't have the heart to repeat, and said that kind of thing. Husband and wife talk at night and teach their wives on the pillow. It's been set in stone since the beginning of time. If I don't talk to you, should I go outside and talk to someone else? You didn't even measure your brother's length last time. Mentioning the last time, Ruan Tang's heart's inexplicably half empty. Then why doesn't my brother let me talk? You yourself have clearly said, but also said that what food does not speak, does not sleep. When did you become so obedient when I wouldn't let you talk? That is not because, before being used to his control, every time he spoke in a serious manner, Ruan Tang was abashed. I don't care. It's my brother's fault. It's all my brother's fault. Lu Li hugged her on his lap. Okay, it's brother's fault. It's all brother's fault. She grunted petulantly, and her breath went away at that. After arriving home, in the Lu family's old mansion, but it is not like the previous festivals when the crowds are gathered. Even Father Lu is not at home. The only one in the house is Mother Lu. Lu Li asked, Where's my dad? Went to pick up your grandmother. The old lady was so angry that she refused to come. Your father went over to pick her up himself. Lu's mom explained. Aha. Lu Li responded, sort of knowing, then I'll take Sugar Plum upstairs first. Lu's mom nodded. Okay, go ahead. Once he turned up the stairs, Lu Li looked sideways at Ruan Tang. It's none of your business. Don't take everything on yourself. Just now Lu mother's words. The little girl face changed color, lowered her head, a look of emptiness. Lu Li knew. This is again overthinking. Oh, Ruan Tang responded shallowly. Silly or not. Lu Li raised his hand and rubbed the top of her hair. Come with me. Lu Li took her to the upstairs practice room, which still had the piano that Lu Li had used as a child. When he entered the house, he sat down on the piano bench and pulled Ruan Tang in front of him. If you don't want to be here, my brother will take you home. Back to our own home. Ruan Tang lowered his head and twisted his fingers. There is no not wanting to be here. It is just a little bit too much. Lu Li understood that this was a knot in her heart that had not yet been untied. Whether grandma comes or doesn't come, that's her choice. You don't have to blame yourself, whether to have a child or not, when to have a child. It's a matter between the two of us as a couple. We don't need to answer to anyone. But, grandma's mad because of the last time I took her for a body checkup thing. That thing would have been grandma's doing wrong. But she's always my brother's grandmother. It's the elder. Since ancient times, the word filial piety is larger than life. Baby, you married me, not our whole family, the rest of the family. If they are good to you, you love them, honor them, that is natural. But if they are not good to you, brother does not want you to suffer. Filial piety and obedience, that is my responsibility. Understand? Aha. Ruan Tang nodded. His heart couldn't be said to be enlightened, but his heart was finally more comfortable. She used to ask herself why she loved Lu Li. She was obviously afraid of him, but how could she not love such a man who thought of her in everything? Brother, hug the baby. She rushed at Lu Li and opened her hand, a picture of petulant and lovely appearance. Lu Li couldn't help but lose his smile. Good. He lifted Nguyen Tang onto his lap and circled into his arms. Baby, will brother play the piano for you? Aha. Although she didn't know why he brought her here or why he wanted to play the piano for her, Ruan Tang still agreed. She pressed herself against Lu Li's chest, hugging his waist tightly, Lu Li's arm passing through her side, her fingers resting on the black and white keyboard, familiar music flowing out between the beating of her fingertips. Lu Li played the very same dance piano accompaniment that Nguyen Tang danced at the New Year's Day party. Not long, just a few minutes. Nguyen Tang seemed to understand something. When the tune ended, he brought his hands back. Baby, does brother play well, or does the man play well? Ruan Tang laughed and pressed against him again. Of course it's good for brother. So is brother good for you, or is he good for you? As soon as she heard his words, Ruan Tang violently raised her head from Lu Li's arms. Ruan Tang felt that he was not even a mere love of jealousy anymore. He was on the verge of being bewitched. What nonsense is brother saying? Of course it's brother and I who are matched. We're husband and wife. Ruan Tang hugged him and patted his small hand on his back. What is brother so worried about? Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief. You are young and your mind is not yet too qualitative. My brother is worried that your fondness for me is just a whim, and that you will be attracted to others after seeing more people. The more you love someone, the more you suffer. And will brother? Nguyen Tang asked him instead of answering. Lu Li shook his head, not even thinking. No. And why does brother think I will? Just because I'm young? Lu Li was non-committal. My brother has always said that it was you who raised me, and there are more than 20 years of affection between us, all of which can no longer be described as mere liking or love. Brother, I am yours, and you are mine. Lu Li's heart stirred slightly and he rested his chin against her head. Really think so? Yeah, such a simple truth. Brother doesn't understand. So stupid. Lu Li laughed lightly, his deep eyes overflowing with burning light. Yes, brother is stupid. Luckily brother has sugar. The little girl in her arms giggled twice, her voice like a silver bell. So my brother and I are a match made in heaven. When I'm unhappy, my brother can enlighten me, and when my brother is unhappy, I can enlighten my brother. Lu Li nodded. The baby is right. Then brother asks you again. I won't let you dance anymore. Do you blame brother? I don't blame you. I know my brother is doing it all for my own good, but it was my brother who deprived you of your hobbies, of the possibilities of your future, and if it hadn't been for me, it's possible that you'd have gotten into a dance academy by now, and perhaps become a good dancer in the future. If it wasn't for him, she might have been trashed by that bad man. Where would it have been possible? Ruan Tang thought to herself, but she didn't say it. That incident had always been a knot in Lu Li's heart, so there was no need to stab him in the heart again at this time. Brother, a hobby doesn't have to become a profession. Even if I can't become a dancer, I can still dance for brother. And when we have a child in the future, if it's a girl, I can still teach her to dance. When she talked about this, her eyes were bright and shiny, like they were glowing, and Lu Li looked at her heart and itched. It makes me want to change my mind when you say that, but it's better to have a son. Ruan Tang pouted unhappily. What? Is brother still patriarchal? No. If I have a son, when he graduates, I'll hand over the company to him, and I'll be able to take you with me and have a nice little two-person world, just like mom and dad, Lu Li explained. And what if it's a girl? If it's a girl, I can't let her work so hard. Lu Li thought about it. If there was a little girl who was as cute and adorable as Ruan Tang, soft and tender, it seemed not bad. Why don't we have two? A boy and a girl. Nguyen Tang glared at him and tapped her finger on her chest. That's not for me to decide. Lu Li's hand on her waist tightened a bit. I'll try. Shameless, Nguyen Tang ventriloquized. Wait a little longer. At least until after you graduate from college. Yeah, that's fine with me. So good. After Lu's father personally went to invite her, the Lu family's old lady eventually came over, together with Lu Jingyi's family. Although the old lady's nose wasn't her nose and her face wasn't her face, this family feast was finally finished in peace. Chapter 107, The more muddy the water, the better before the fish is caught. After the vacation, back in school, Ruan Tang consciously paid attention to Julie and found that she didn't seem to be affected by anything, but instead, she became more and more arrogant. Occasionally, when she bumped into each other face to face, she was all snooty and condescending. To this, Ruan Tang just smiled and did not make any response. On the contrary, Hiruru was so angry that she almost fought with her several times. Other than that, I haven't seen her do anything else. Of course, Ruan Tang wouldn't let that make her think that she was just going to let it go. She hated her so much at the time, and Ruan Tang could remember all of it. After the winter vacation, on this day, Ruan Tang had just arrived in the classroom when he was surrounded by a group of students from the class. Nguyen Tang, did you see the post in the school's Twitter superlatives? And is that person it says is you? Ruan Tang was confused. What post? Which one? Just this one. Just this one. A student took out his cell phone and handed it to Ruan Tang to see. Ruan Tang took over and looked at it. someone posted anonymously in the school's super talk. The post named a which department, which class of Ruan, suspected of being adopted, and there are pictures with the truth posted a few photos. Nguyen Tang clicked on it and looked at it, mostly pictures of the driver when he came to school to pick her up. The family has many cars, and the driver is not fixed to drive just that one car. So the other side said that she was adopted by several old men, and a different man picked her up every day. There was also one that was supposed to be from one time when Luli came to pick her up, and the other person caught a picture of her throwing her arms around her, being far away. The shot was kinda blurry, even Luli's face was hard to see. The post also said that she took money from her gold master, acted in a high-profile and extravagant manner at school, and bullied her classmates with the support of someone who had a nose for her. Nguyen Tang read it, but in turn, his heart was relieved and he returned his cell phone. Gossiping students around her watched her reaction with curiosity and some gloating. Ruan Tang smiled and answered truthfully, "It's me. This is my family's car. The one sitting inside is my family's driver, and this better-looking one is my husband." "Ha? You're married?" "Ha? No? When did this happen? How come we don't know?" Nguyen Tang's words instantly shifted the students' attention from one point to another. "Licensed? No wedding yet. I'll send you invitations when we do. Don't forget us when the time comes. You first think of a way to deal with the matter of the post. There are a lot of followers down there. The cursing can be unpleasant." Yes, now the network of things spread fast. Now only our school people know. After a while may have to be on the hot search. Your family is so rich, or first think of ways how to deal with it. You are not married well. Cannot really send the marriage certificate to them to see. These classmates' gossip is gossip. Gloating is also there. But these words are also sincere. Probably people are such complex creatures. A trace of warmth flooded Ruan Tang's heart and he nodded. "I'll find a way to deal with it. Thank you." Issuing marriage licenses and all that, she didn't see the need for that until it was absolutely necessary. Besides, the fish hasn't been caught yet, and the muddier the water, the better. We're all classmates. Don't be so polite. Everyone will go under the post in a moment to help clarify. Ruan Tang. "Yeah, dare to bully someone from our class. I think she's living out of her mind." "But Ruan Tang, do you know who did this?" Ruan Tang shook his head even though he already had an answer in his mind. After all, it wasn't like there was much evidence. "I don't know who's so lacking. Maybe it's someone close to us. Or who else would have nothing better to do than to film this? Never mind. Let's all disperse. It's almost time for class. And in a few moments we'll all go to the bottom of the post to clarify things." "Clarify what? If she says she's not adopted." "She's not? Who would admit such a thing on their own anymore?" A sharp voice rang out from the crowd. "Julie, are you a ing? Don't think we don't know this is your doing just because you admit it." Ruan Tang followed the sound and looked over. Hiruru stood on the outskirts of the crowd angrily questioning Julie. Ruan Tang went over and patted her hand as if to appease her. "Hiruru, you stop slandering people here. Believe it or not, I'll sue you for slander." Ruan Tang sneered. "Still quite good at living and learning. I went to Julie and she won't admit she did it." Hiruru said. "No wonder she arrived later than usual today." Nguyen Tang couldn't say much to her right now and just told her, "It's okay, don't worry. You." Hiruru looked at the party who was as if nothing had happened, and did not take this matter to heart at all, and silently sighed. Really big-hearted, considering that there are other students next to him. Hiruru did not say anything, but just coldly glanced at Julie. "If you have the ability to go." She then pulled Ruan Tang to find a seat. The surrounding students also dispersed and returned to their own positions. "And the melee between you and me never stopped. We may not know about other things, but this says that Ruan Tang bullied her classmates, and our whole class can testify for her that this is a malicious rumor." "Yes, we can testify." The students who were in the same dormitory with Julie before had long been tired of Julie's behavior, and as the saying goes, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. So naturally they all stood on Ruan Tang's side at this moment. Chapter 108, My husband donated a building to our school. What do you guys know? Julie wanted to talk about the last time Ruan Tang beat her, but was afraid that if she said it, it seemed like she would sit on the fact that she would retaliate against Ruan Tang for it, so she just swallowed it back down again. "We know that on New Year's Day at the party, you intentionally poured Kwanzaa on Don Nguyen's costume and almost made it impossible for her to perform on stage. We also know that you claimed that it was Ruan Tang who stole your spot at the party. There's no shame in being less skillful, and it's a shame to blame someone else for being less skillful. The Nguyen Tang program was rated #1 in the school, but some people can't even pass the departmental selection. Who knows if she got that first place on her own or with the connections of the gold masters behind her." From her own phone, Ruan Tang found the post and looked at its content and the comments underneath while listening to the war of words around her. Ruan Tang didn't have too much of an air of confidence in this accusation from Julie. How much weight Luli had in it in that first of hers, she wasn't sure, but more or less there was definitely a reason for him. So, after learning that her program with Lin Yang won first place, she sheepishly invited the whole class for coffee. The class will be on her side today, more or less because of the shortcomings of eating people's mouths. What that post said was still suspected at least. How come in your mouth this matter seems to have been characterized? How can you be so sure that this matter is true, or that post was posted by you? I was looking at the post that was posted on that thread, and the photos are there. So what does she have to weasel out of? Just based on a few pictures of luxury cars? If you don't have one yourself, you're not allowed to have one at home. Crowd you a sentence and I a sentence. Julie obviously some can't hold back. Well, at this time the class bell rang, the crowd only reluctant to lay down. After class, Nguyen Tang covered his phone with his textbook and continued to read the thread. Perhaps it is the nature of man to tend to evil, accustomed to think the worst of people, or perhaps it is easier to satisfy their curiosity. It's clearly a catch-22, and the comments below act as if they've already decided that it's true, expressing their disgust for the main character in the post. The other party did not write Nguyen Tang's full name, but with a few conditions, it was easy to let it be raked over the coals. Nguyen Tang usually didn't act in a high-profile manner, but with her outstanding looks, there were quite a few people in the department who knew her. The following people began to say that no wonder she was usually covered in name brands, so it was by selling her sex in exchange. Some people say, usually see her quite pure, did not expect to be a pretend, bone so tie. Others have criticized Nguyen Tang herself, along with her parents and the education she received. In a few words, she was nailed to the rack of moral shame. Nguyen Tang couldn't help but feel amused as she watched. She finally understood what was going on with those so-called netstorms. Ru glanced at her in amazement. To be able to laugh at a time like this, I really don't know what to say about her. The internet can be cursing you right now, so you're really not worried at all? Nguyen Tang thought about it. Being talked to like that, it would be a lie not to be worried at all. Not to feel bad, but only a little bit. She had been worried that Julie was holding back and was holding back some big move, but now that she saw that this was all she had, Nguyen Tang instead put her heart down. And, it's not all about criticizing me. Look, there are people who speak for me. It's just that there are fewer of them. There are still some sensible netizens who say that a few high fuzzy pictures can't tell us anything, and that if you want to break the news, you should take out some real hammers. Another person asked in the comments section, presumably meaning that a girl who was rich must have gotten it from a man? Maybe the girl herself is rich, so why must there be so much prejudice and malice against a girl? This sentence can be said to say Nguyen Tang's heart. Yes, her family is not bad. How is it that in the inherent consciousness of many people, when a girl has money, she must have gotten it through improper means? Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. Ru looked at this comment that Nguyen Tang pointed out to her. Her brows furrowed slightly and thought, this ID looks so familiar. I think I've seen it in other comments. Wait a minute. Ru looked up and down in the comments for a moment. Look at this. Netizens picked up photos of Nguyen Tang on the New Year's Day party performing a program with Lin Yang, saying that Nguyen Tang had a boyfriend in school. In the folded comments, a lot of people are screaming for Lin Yang, saying that Nguyen Tang cuckolded him, saying that she is a watery woman, red apricot wall, and that she is still looking for an old man outside when she has such a handsome boyfriend. One of the comments had the same ID as the one Nguyen Tang was reading. He said underneath that he was the man in the picture, that he wasn't boyfriend and girlfriend with Nguyen Tang, but that he could prove that Nguyen Tang wasn't that kind of person, and that the things said in the post were rumors. It's him. Surprisingly, it was Lin Yang, and knowing that it was him, Nguyen Tang felt both surprised and as if it made sense. After unsuccessfully pursuing you, not only did he not fall on his sword, but he also stood up for you. I now have a better and better impression of Lin Yang, Ru said. Nguyen Tang nodded. Who said otherwise? Everyone else is clarifying for you, so I can't stay idle. Let me think about how. Should be posted. I think it's better for me to clarify it as a bystander, so it's more credible. Ru analyzed it in an organized manner. You don't have to keep your husband's face a secret, do you? Luli's identity, Ru knows a little, like his identity. If he sent the photo to the microblogging, Ru do not know whether it will have any impact on him. Shouldn't have to. He usually attended events and financial conferences and the like, and he could search the internet for diagrams. Seeing that Nguyen Tang couldn't decide either, Ru thought for a moment. Forget it, let's just give him a mosaic. What kind of pictures? Here, just this one. I took it backstage at the last New Year's Eve party, to show them that this state is underwritten. Whose adopted gold master would come chasing to the backstage of the school? Whose old man is this handsome? Although she had mosaic Luli's face, just by looking at the reserved aura around him, it was not something that could be compared to an ordinary person. What's more, she wasn't the only one who saw Luli when she was backstage that day, and it was only natural that her posting like that would jog some people's memories. That's a great picture. Can you send it to me? Hiruru didn't expect that after she said so much, the other party's focus would be on the photos being taken properly. She glanced at Ruantang in a slightly breathless manner. Girl, I really admire your mental strength. Ruantang smiled shyly. There's something I forgot to tell you. My husband donated a building to our school. Ha! Hiruru exclaimed in excitement. And after realizing that she was still in the classroom, she carefully glanced at the professor on the podium and saw that the other party did not pay any attention to her. And only then did she put her heart down. She lowered her voice. Really? Aha! So you're saying that the school will definitely step in on this one? Yeah, so don't worry about it. Not only will he step in and take care of it, he'll take care of it beautifully. Hiruru came to a realization. I told you why you're so calm. Gee, it's nice to be rich. So am I still posting this review? Chapter 109 Brother, does Mrs. Lu look good? After that, she replied to herself, better to send it. It's better than not sending it. Thank you Ruru, you're the best. Ruantang chirped as he moved closer to her. Cut it out. That picture was sent to you. Okay. Nguyen tapped his cell phone. Got it then. In the Luke's conference room, Luli's cell phone, which was placed on the table, vibrated twice. He picked it up and looked at it. It was a Weibo message sent by the little girl. After clicking on it, it was a photo of the little girl leaning on his arms. She twisted her head and tilted her face to look at him, while Luli also lowered his head to look at her. Just a glance at each other, but it seems to be able to see thousands of feelings surging from. Maybe it's because the parties in the photo look too soft, or maybe the eyes on both sides are too warm. Followed by a comment sent by the little girl. Wife, brother, does Mrs. Luck look good? Seeing this, Luli gave a low laugh. The product manager who was making a report, not knowing what this meant, couldn't help but stop. Mr. Lu? Luli looked up and collected himself. Continue. Meanwhile, the sound of the professor's rambling lecture from the podium was interrupted by a few knocks on the door. Professor Zhang, please help me find student Ruantang. Hearing his name, Ruantang locked eyes with Hiruru's. Then, he heard the professor's medium voice ring out from the podium. Ruantang, Director Li is looking for you. Go out for a moment. Good. Ruantang answered, getting up and heading out. Outside the classroom door, their department chair and counselor were present. Seeing Ruantang come out, the middle-aged bald head of the department, his complexion was a bit complicated. Ruantang student, it's like this. The dean is looking for you for some things. Let me take you over there, because right now the matter then is also more urgent, so it will delay the time of your class. I also hope that you can understand. The department head had just learned of Ruantang's identity, and for a moment he couldn't decide what attitude to use with her. In the way of her family, the department head wanted to respect and please her, but because it was his own student and did not dare to be too flattering, Ruantang guessed that it should be about that post. She nodded. Then I'll trouble the director. You're too kind. Nguyen went to the principal's office along with the department chair and the guide. Seeing people coming over, the principal greeted them cordially and brought them to the parlor sofa. Mrs. Lu, please take a seat. What would you like to drink? Coffee? Or tea? Being so enthusiastic made Ruantang a little embarrassed. No need to be so unproblematic. No trouble, it's all as it should be. White water will do. Good. He barked at his secretary to the side. Go get Mrs. Lu a glass of water. This series of operations down. Let Director Li look dumbfounded. The principal is the principal. Will be the official way to use the ease of use. I've called you over, so I'm sure you've guessed what's going on. Yes, Nguyen acknowledged. This kind of thing happened. As the principal I feel ashamed. Also here to apologize to you and Mr. Lu. You can rest assured that this matter the school will attach great importance to. Also as soon as possible to find out the person who spread the rumor. To give you and Mr. Lu an explanation. Thank you, principal. This is all what we should do. And I still hope that you can help explain on Mr. Lu's side. I will. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ruantang's cell phone vibrated twice. And mindful of the fact that he was still in the principal's office, Ruantang chose to ignore it for the time being. But immediately after that, the phone vibrated several times in succession. And Principal Wang, who was sitting across from her, also noticed it. You read it first. It would be bad if you delayed anything. Ruantang didn't push back. And with such a string of messages to her, Ruantang was worried that it might be something important. She took out her cell phone and looked at it. It was from Luli. A few pictures. After seeing these pictures, a hysterical saying flashed through Ruantang's mind. The mantis catches the cicada, but the yellow bird is at the back. While you're snapping away at someone else, there might be someone else snapping away at you behind your back. Headmaster, I've just received a couple of photographs that might be helpful in identifying the rumor mongers. Oh yeah? Ruantang put her cell phone on the desktop in front of her, and Principal Wang picked it up and looked at it for a few moments. Great. I still need Mrs. Lu to email me the photos. I'll have someone intervene right away to deal with it. Half the time, there was no skepticism or amazement about where Nguyen Tang was getting these photos. After another brief chat, Ruan Tang went out from the principal's office and refused the department head's kind offer to take her back personally. After that, Ruan Tang called Lu Li over. When he picked up, Lu Li's first words were, "Did you get the photos?" "Well, I received it and showed it to the principal. And the men my brother sent to protect me are finally doing some good, or I'd be hurting for the salary he pays them." Ruan Tang did not ask Lu Li how he knew about the online thing. This kind of thing cannot be hidden. I think the principal in the know this thing, already in the first time to communicate with Lu Li. Stinky girl, I wish I could never use them. When nothing happens, it's the best thing. How was school? Did your classmates give you a hard time? Lu Li was worried that her classmates around her would ostracize her because of this. No, they're all pretty nice and are still clearing me up. Nguyen Tang said. What about yourself? Lu Li asked again. Me? I'm pretty good too. Just a little bit? What's so hard about it? My husband won't misunderstand me for it. My best friends won't. My family won't. And those people out there who are going to say it. Let them say it. It's none of my business. More importantly, she had the confidence in her heart that this matter would be resolved properly, and this confidence was given to her by Lu Li. Since it would be resolved, she had nothing to fear, and even a hidden thrill of anticipation of behaving after the crowd learned the truth. Chapter 110 Brother, give me a kiss. After hearing her remarks, Lu Li laughed. If you can think this way, brother is relieved. Brother, you still haven't told me if Mrs. Lu Jr. is good looking? Seeing that she still had the heart to ask this, Lu Li knew that this matter really didn't affect her. Good looking. Little Mrs. Lu is the best looking in the world. The first in the world is even if it's the second or third. Lu Li lost his smile. You're really not modest anymore. Nguyen Tang laughed a couple of ha laughs. I have time this afternoon to pick you up from school. Yeah, I want to go after school to help mom and dad buy some clothes. Brother, accompany me? Okay? Long before Ruan Tang's parents finally decided to return to their home country, Ruan Tang began to prepare for their return. Although Lu Li said that he would arrange all these things, Ruan Tang still wanted to do it himself. Replace everything you can in your home, from toothbrushes and toothpaste and toiletries to pots and pans and furniture and appliances. Lu Li simply took her back to the old house to live. Also saved the whole day to run back and forth. Okay, I'll see you this afternoon then. After saying that, Lu Li waited for her to hang up. But then I heard the little girl across the room say, Brother, wait and hang on. What's wrong, baby? Nguyen Tang scanned around, and since it was still class time, there was no one else in the building. She let her heart drop and a smile began to spread from the corners of her mouth. Brother, give me a kiss before you hang up. Lu Li suspected that he had misheard. Give me a kiss before you hang up, brother. In reality, how to kiss is not a matter of course, but this kind of space kiss, Lu Li actually a little embarrassed. Always feel that this kind of thing is a brat will only do. Brother, the little girl across the room. Her tone had clearly turned impatient. Don't worry, baby. Wait a little longer. He swallowed unconsciously, the knot in his throat rolling up and down, and after some shallow brewing, he let out a stiff muah, but then he coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. After the purpose was accomplished, Ruan Tang hooked the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. Then I'll see you this afternoon. Bye, brother. Listening to the mechanical beeping sound from the cell phone, Lu Li smiled helplessly. This stinky girl, she would just make him. Because of this phone call, it made Ruan Tang's mood change a little bit better, and with brisk steps, she went upstairs and walked towards the classroom. The bell had just rung, and the professor came out of the classroom as the students were packing up and getting ready to go to another classroom for a lesson. Seeing Ruan Tang come in, all the people stopped their hand movements, and their sights fell on Ruan Tang in unison. Ruan Tang, the director is looking for you because of the post, right? Aha. What did the director say? A student asked. Without waiting for Ruan Tang to answer, Julie took the first step and laughed contemptuously. This kind of thing that discredits the school. What else can the director say? Even if it's not expulsion, a demerit can't run away. She was a picture of small-mindedness. Ruan Tang wondered, even if the post was posted by her, how could she be so sure that what she said above was true? Oh, Ruan Tang suddenly thought of the time she and Julie had clashed last year. She had said something about Ruan Tang being adopted. So that was the crux of it. Once a person has decided in their mind what the other person is, it is very difficult to change. Ruan Tang originally thought that Julie is simply rumor smear her. Now think in her estimation has long been determined. Ruan Tang is being adopted, and she took those photos as the evidence. That's why she will be this chest. Seeing that Ruan Tang didn't reply, Julie was even more gloating. It couldn't be that I've hit the nail on the head. Ha! Nguyen Tang snapped back, lifting his eyelids and glancing at her. If it makes you happy to think so, then feel free. After saying that, Without paying any more attention to her, Ruantang walked to her seat and packed up the things on the table together with Hiruru. You're lying to her, aren't you? What exactly did the director say? After hearing those words just now, Hiruru's heart, which had already been put down, hung again. Don't worry, the school is already on it and said they'll give me an explanation as soon as possible. That's good. That's good. Don't worry, my husband didn't donate that school building for nothing. The school building is still secondary. The most important thing that the school is concerned about is the Liu family's position in Kyoto. The reason why the Liu family is at the center of the upper-class circle is not only by the powerful business empire of the Liu family, and the intricate politics of it. Grandpa Liu and Grandpa Rowan's early comrades have gone on to hold important positions in the military, and Liu Li and Wintang's grandparents' families are both in the political world. Now that the two families have combined, it is more of a powerful combination. So this is something that the school will definitely be more anxious about than she is. After the first afternoon class, Wintang was still packing her bag, and the fast students in the class had already started to head out one after another. Ruantang, there's someone at the door looking. One of the students who had just gone out, poked his head in at the classroom door and shouted. Ruantang had just stood up when he heard the other party add with slight surprise. He said it was your husband. Now it wasn't just that student who was surprised, but also Nguyen and the rest of the class. Nguyen walked out quickly, still in his unchanging black formal attire, and looked at her with a smile on his face. Nguyen was surprised and happy. How did you get here? To pick you up from school. After that, he added in a low voice that only the two could hear. To back you up. Ruantang, this is your husband. Ha! The classroom door was surrounded by the remaining students. Ruantang inexplicably blushed and nodded with shyness. On the contrary, Luli acknowledged it graciously. Hello guys, I'm Ruantang's husband. Wow, so handsome. Isn't that the guy in the picture? Nguyen didn't lie. Yes, that's the guy in the picture. I heard from Sugarplum that everyone helped her today, so as a token of appreciation, I'm treating you all to a movie, and then I'll have Sugarplum treat you all to dinner some other time. Behind him, Su Yuan handed over a transparent file bag containing some movie redemption coupons, which Luli forwarded to Ruantang. Nguyen understood and gave it to the class president again. Class president, please distribute it to your classmates. Yeah, no problem, don't worry about it. The squad leader took it and said, you're too kind, husband Ruantang. That's all we should do. That's right, we're all in the same class. It's all part of the job. Anyway, thank you guys. Luli smiled, looking as if he was a picture of gentle and very nice talk. Used to seeing his usual unsmiling and intimidating appearance. Seeing him like this, the corner of Su Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 111 Nguyen tears up the school. Although Julie didn't come over to spectate, she was in the classroom, watching Ruantang make a spectacle of herself. Her eyes full of resentment were itching to pierce through the crowd and stab at Ruantang. Why? Why did she get all the good things? Julie was not convinced. How was she worse than Ruantang? A wicked thought flashed through her mind and she gritted her teeth, rising from her seat. While the crowd's attention was still focused on Nguyen and Luli at the door, they pushed through the crowd and squeezed their way to the front row. Slightly mean face, surfaced a hypocritical smile. Ruantang, the original you have a husband that our department of the boys shall not cry to death. You say that you also do not tell me before you always with the next class Lin Yang into a pair. Do not know that the thought that the two of you are a parrot, a not so subtle diversion. However, when these words came out, other than the two parties involved, Ruantang and Luli, other people's faces still changed color. Julie, what are you babbling about? Where am I talking nonsense? Isn't that the truth? What? She bought you off with a little something. Principal Wang heard someone say that Luli had come, and he rushed over from his office, in a hurry, just in time to stumble upon this scene. Looking at the uncertain Luli, the heart of the principal of the Wang Strait, the post of the matter has not yet been resolved and then came this, is simply to kill people Luli held Ruantang's hand. Principal Wang, I'll leave things here to you. Don't worry, I will take care of it and give you a satisfactory answer then. Luli was non-committal and didn't even give him an extra look before he walked away from the classroom door with Ruantang. Until the downstairs campus, Luli did not say a word. Ruantang observed his expression, tentatively opened his mouth and asked, Brother, do you believe what she said? Although this divisive maneuver of Julie's was not brilliant, Ruantang was still afraid that it would put a thorn in Luli's psyche. Luli frowned and sized up Ruantang before laughing. Is your husband that stupid? Not trusting his own wife to trust someone who doesn't know what he's talking about? It's not that stupid, but brother is always jealous. Ruantang muttered again in a small voice. But brother never suspected that you'd do anything behind my back. And baby, haven't I been given political lessons before? So how could I be jealous of anything? Also hearing him say that, Ruantang finally let go of his heart. Idiot. Luli raised his hand and poked Ruan-Tang in the forehead. Are you tired? Do you want brother to hold you? Nguyen-Tang wore a coat today with a small skirt with a half-heeled boot. She would rarely wear shoes with a heel normally, and Luli was worried that her feet would be uncomfortable if she walked too much. During class time, there were a lot of people coming and going on campus. Ruan-Tang shook his head. Don't. There are so many people. It'll be looked at. After what happened today, it's going to be hard for you to keep a low profile in school from now on. Not only was it impossible to keep a low profile, but I'm afraid she'll be the toast of their school from now on. Before school was dismissed, Ruan-Tang took another look in the superlatives, and the previous rumor-mongering post had been deleted. But there are a lot of lurkers who have started new threads under the superlatives. Presumably, Ruan-Tang's name was set as a forbidden word by the system, so netizens began to use sugar, candy, go-go, and candy to make references. Thanks to the photo that Hiru had posted, some people had already begun to pick out Luli's proper face photo. Someone else posted that Luli was the man who was sitting in the first row C seat at the New Year's Day party. The style of painting changed from insulting Ruan-Tang and being sarcastic to gossiping about Luli's identity. Has the current speed plus Luli today to help her support this play? I believe it will not be long before his identity should be raked out. Does it feel stressful? Luli asked. Nguyen-Tang shook his head. It's okay, think of it as getting acclimated early. As Luli's wife, it was destined that she could not keep a low profile, and she could not hide behind Luli forever. She had to stand alone one day. Luli comfortably raised his hand and rubbed Ruan-Tang's hair. In fact, this matter, I had expected. The reason why I did not go to intervene, but also want you to learn to face all kinds of situations. Brother is not to go to protect you, but I am afraid that one day I do not have the means to protect you. You will not have the ability to protect yourself. Ruan-Tang raised his eyes to look at him, the light in his eyes obscure. Why would brother be unable to protect me? Is brother going to not want me in the future? What are you talking about? How can my brother not want you? My brother is afraid. I will go ahead of you one day, then lose this stall will fall on you. If you don't know anything, the board of directors, that group of shareholders, will not eat you. At first listen to Luli mention such a heavy topic. Ruan-Tang heart sour, a gripping pain, eyes also covered with a layer of water mist. I do not want. I want my brother to protect me all the time. I do not learn. I want my brother to protect me. Just thinking about that possibility made her sad, and she sniffled as tears slid from her eyes, bringing a sobbing tone to her voice. Why are you still crying? It's not like my brother is fine right now. I'm just afraid it might be that way. After all, it's anyone's guess which comes first, tomorrow or the accident. Nguyen-Tang shook his head vigorously. No, not even with that possibility. No. Her emotions nearly collapsed. Luli looked heartbroken, put her into his arms to hold, palms resting on the back of her head, gently rubbing. Do not cry. Brother, try to protect you for life, accompany you for life, okay? No more crying, baby. It's all my brother's fault for upsetting the baby. Ruan-Tang grabbed his clothes and put his head against Luli's chest, sobbing one by one. Baby, stop crying. If your classmates catch you on camera again, it might be posted on the internet again with the headline after the east window, abandoned by the gold master. Ruan-Tang tears up the school. Hearing him make such a serious joke, and thinking about the possibility of what he said, Nguyen-Tang finally couldn't help but break into a fit of giggles. Luli used his fingertips to wipe away the remaining teardrops on her face, and as if no one else was there, he placed a kiss on her lips. Looking around at the people coming and going, and the ogling eyes that were thrown from time to time, Ruan-Tang's face flushed red and pulled Luli to quickly walk towards the outside of the school. After getting into the car, Ruan-Tang was still in a bad mood, leaning on Luli's shoulder and holding his arm tightly without saying a word. Luli picked her up and hugged her like an adult hugging a child, one hand resting on the crook of her leg, one hand on her back, patting gently as if coaxing a child. Ruan-Tang pressed her face against his chest and inhaled deeply, the familiar scent of fur entering her nose, and her mood, which had become frightened and uneasy because of those words of Luli, finally settled down gradually. Chapter 112. I am a capitalist, not a philanthropist. Brother, husband. Nguyen-Tang then suddenly wanted to call out to him. Luli's hand resting on her back patted her. Honey's here, baby, I'm here. Then why did brother come to back me up today? Probably human nature is so contradictory and complicated. Rationally I want to exercise you, but emotionally I can't let you really suffer. Ruan-Tang looked up at him with warmth. Brother, close your eyes. Luli obeyed and did as he was told. As if he was anticipating something, the corners of his mouth rose in a nice curve. Nguyen-Tang hooked an arm around his neck and passed his lips over. She kissed delicately, tracing the outline of his lips, thin lips slightly cool and especially kissable. Even though the two of them had done something more intimate than this countless times, such a contact still sent an unspeakable fluttering through her heart, starting from her chest and spreading upwards. But soon, Luli was no longer satisfied with such a shallow taste. Reversing the favor, he rolled and rubbed his lips hard against hers. The ambiguously sweet BAC sounds resounded in the closed compartment. He clasped his hand tightly behind Nguyen-Tang's head, itching to nestle her whole into his body. It wasn't until the car stopped that the two had to separate. Nguyen-Tang's eyes were watery and misty, her face was scarlet, and the clothes on her body were torn to pieces. Luli looked and his throat tightened again. Brother? Luli looked back and saw that she had already straightened the clothes on her body. Let's go. Make a move to get out of the car. Wait a minute. In Luli's astonished eyes, Nguyen-Tang drew out a tissue and wiped it over his mouth. She held out the mottled lipstick marks on the tissue to Luli. Is it hard for brother to go down with these on top? Luli lost his smile. His arm rested on her waist and tightened hard. It's not all because of you. Me? Nguyen-Tang's eyes widened in confusion. Well, beauty is misplaced. Nguyen-Tang glared at him, half petulantly, half angrily. Let's go, old rascal. Luli caught up with her from behind. Calling me old again. Nguyen-Tang shrugged, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. If I don't say anything, brother won't get old? And shouldn't the focus be on rogues? The little mouth breathers are getting better and better. Luli laughed, but seeing her like this, Luli was also relieved that the little girl had finally come out of the low mood she had just been in. Slightly, Nguyen-Tang made a face at him. After that, Nguyen-Tang's figure began to circulate in the stores of various high-luxury brands. Behind him Su Yuan and Secretary Wang both had shopping bags hanging from their hands, while Luli was transformed into a walking cash machine. We're out shopping. Why does brother still need to have assistant CO and Secretary Wang follow, carrying bags? Luli replied succinctly. Lu pickpocket. Nguyen-Tang bristled and muttered in a low voice. Off duty and still having to pull employees to do hard labor. The two were close to each other, and even though Nguyen-Tang deliberately lowered his voice, it could not escape Luli's ears. What did you say? Ignoring the threat in Luli's eyes, Nguyen-Tang said aloud once more. Lu pickpocket. Since you asked in good faith and sincerity, I will mercifully repeat it again. Luli fixed his eyes on her, and she looked smug, as if to say, I said, what can you do to me? After a few moments, Luli lost the battle and lost his smile helplessly. It's those guys at the secretariat who taught you again, isn't it? Not at all. Nguyen-Tang denied. Don't think I don't know how they all talk about me behind my back. Then why doesn't brother treat them better if he knows? Luli's face color did not change. A serious, I'm a capitalist of all evils, and not a philanthropist. Nguyen-Tang snorted out a laugh. He had a pretty clear perception of himself. Then, she took a beige trenchcoat jacket at hand and compared it to Luli's body. Brother, how about this dress? Luli looked at it. Yes, but isn't a little too young? Nguyen-Tang scowled at him and shook his head. No. Then she looked up. Brother, go try. Buy it for me? Luli asked uncertainly. He thought it was meant to be bought for Rowan's father when Nguyen-Tang asked him. Yeah, don't you think it looks like a couple's model with the one I'm wearing, brother? Nguyen-Tang on the body is also a piece of the same color trenchcoat. Style. Our classic models? Not bad. Listening to her so, Luli think it really seems so. I'll try then. He readily agreed. Aha. Soon, Luli changed his clothes and came out from the fitting room. His 1m9++ superior physique. Simply walking put clothes rack. Good looking Having seen his usual colorful black, suddenly switching to a different style, Nguyen-Tang's eyes lit up. Sir, your wife has a great eye. The shopping guide lady's words greatly pleased Luli. Wrap it up. Sir, we have other colors for this dress. Would you like to see them all together? No, wrap it together. Good. Luli subconsciously pulled out his card to pay, and Nguyen-Tang stopped him. To swipe my card. Luli knew that the little girl meant to give him a gift and did not push back, responding, good. After coming out of this store, Luli had 2 extra shopping bags in his hands, and Su Yuan and Secretary Wang wanted to help him carry them, but he refused. Su Yuan and Secretary Wang didn't know why he was doing this, and then they kept muttering in their hearts, could it be that Mr. Lu had changed his nature? Is Mr. Lu changing his ways? Knowing the inside story of Nguyen-Tang, looking at carrying 2 bags of Luli who refused to let go, helplessly shook his head. Just 2 pieces of clothing, compared to him to send their own. The difference is not a half a star. As for him to be like this. Chapter 113, You're lying. From the mall, the two of them went to dinner again before heading home. First stopping by Rowan's house to drop off the things they bought today. Luli had a lot of company business during this period of time, and knew that Nguyen-Tang had remodeled his home, but it was still the first time he had come over, and he scanned around the house at the both familiar and unfamiliar furnishings. Did you do all of this? Well, does brother think it's okay? After walking all night, Nguyen-Tang was so tired that his legs and feet weren't his own anymore, and as soon as he came in, he collapsed on the sofa. The sofa was also new to her, the kind that could be stretched out into a sofa bed at the touch of a button. and according to Nguyen Tang's size, it was just right to lie on it. Nice. Looking at her comfortable position, Luli laughed again. I just don't know if you're changing these things for yourself or for mom and dad. What you don't want done to you, don't do to others. If I don't like it myself, how can I buy it for mom and dad? This little girl has a set of crooked reasoning. Luli lost his smile. Then why don't you take our own home and remodel it to your liking as well? Don't. It's so tiring. Ruan Tang pouted and shook her head. This period of time had already exhausted her enough. She didn't want to do it again. At the thought of it, the legs seemed to be getting sore again. Little slacker. Luli laughed and snapped at her, and when he turned back again, the little girl was sitting on the sofa, curled up with her legs, her little hand rubbing her leg belly one by one, her brow furrowed. Luli's expression moved slightly. It hurts, doesn't it? He then sat himself down next to Ruan Tang. I'll do it. His large hand landed on her leg instead of Ruan Tang's, gently rubbing it, his palm warm and just the right amount of strength. Ruan Tang was half lying on the sofa, comfortably humming, and nonchalantly commanded him. And the feet also hurt, brother, to press. Good. After giving her a fine massage from the soles of her feet to her toes, Luli beat the hot water again and helped her soak her feet. Better? Her wet feet against Luli's knees. Warm water stains through the fabric, acting on the skin. Luli as if he could not feel it. His face did not change, wrapped in a towel to help her dry the water droplets on it. Much better, Nguyen Tang answered, and then she used one of her small, already polished feet to pick apart Luli's shirt and stomp mischievously on the muscles of his abdomen. Luli's eyes were hot, but they quickly converged. He didn't move and packed up his things, and when he went downstairs again, the little girl on the sofa asked him, Brother, shouldn't we go home? It didn't seem to realize what was going to happen next. Luli hooked the corner of his mouth, did not respond, and walked straight toward her. He pressed her under shin. No, go. Do it and then go. Ruan Tang froze for a moment, and only after digesting the meaning of his words did he remember to get up and push him. Rascal, you recruited me first. His voice was muffled and particularly nice. As he spoke, he exhaled maliciously, landing on the side of Nguyen Tang's face, a tingly sensation. Nguyen Tang couldn't help but let out a wink from her throat. I'm not. She braced her hands on Luli's shoulders in a last-ditch effort to resist. You have. Baby, we haven't done it here yet. Don't you want to? Although Ruan Tang couldn't understand his mentality of punching the clock like this, there was little sanity left under his teasing. But what if it's seen? No, Mom and Dad aren't coming home for a few more days. As his delicate kisses fell, Ruan Tang's last bit of sanity was gone, leaving only passive acceptance. Luli seemed to be extraordinarily patient today, recklessly fanning the flames on her without rushing to the next step. Nguyen Tang's body trembled lightly, and her hands clasped on his arms, gripping them hard. Brother, hard. There was a hint of supplication in her soft voice. Luli, however, seemed like he was deliberately trying to antagonize her. Baby, where is it hard? Tell brother. Poof, brother bad. Poof, she couldn't say, only grunted vaguely. Suddenly, Luli violently picked her up and pressed her face to face in his arms, covering the messy clothes in front of her. Before Ruan Tang could return to his senses, he heard Luli shout in the direction of the door. Dad! Mom! Her mind coaxed as if something had exploded, her disoriented eyes instantly clearing. How could Lu's father, Lu's mother, come here at this time and bump into her doing that with Luli? It's not quite there yet, but it's awkward enough. Nguyen Tang looked back timidly. Daddy! Mommy! Not Lu's dad and mom, but Nguyen's mom and dad. Why are you guys back today? Nguyen Tang could never have imagined that she and her mom and dad would meet under these circumstances, and was so embarrassed she wanted to die. She could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Nguyen's mom and dad across the street weren't much better. Ruan's mom coughed softly, temporarily rescheduled. Wanted to surprise you guys. I just didn't realize that the surprise almost turned into a shock. So what? Your dad and I will go ahead and clean up. We just got back. It's a mess. You guys, make yourselves at home. Good. Then Mom and Dad get an early night and I'll come back and visit you tomorrow. Luli was calm as if nothing had happened. And Ruan's father, from the time he came in to the time he went up the stairs, had an iron face the whole time and didn't say a word. Eyes watching the two of them go upstairs. All the embarrassment in Ruan Tang's heart transformed into anger. Luli, she glared at him with furious anger. Look out, little girl. This time is very angry. Brother are not called. Baby, don't be mad. Didn't see it coming. Don't be mad. Ruan Tang pushed him away with force. You're lying. Even if Mom and Dad hadn't seen it when they came in, the way they looked now, they could just guess what they were doing. You go away. I'm never going to care about you again. Go away. After Ruan Tang pushed Luli away, he went upstairs as well, and at the door of the master bedroom, hesitated for half a day before raising his hand and knocking on the door. Enter. Bedroom door. Mama Nguyen's voice came out. Ruan Tang pushed the door in, and the moment she saw Ruan's mom, the embarrassment and shyness that she had just managed to suppress instantly swept back in. She stood in the doorway, blushing, and lifted herself up. What? Still shy? Seeing this, Ruan's mom laughed and teased her. Mommy. Nguyen Tang stomped her foot and chirped. Okay baby, come here, let mommy hold you. Did you miss mommy? Ruan Tang ran over and jumped into Mama Ruan's arms with a sour nose. I miss it. I miss mama so much. Are you guys coming back this time and not leaving? Nguyen Tang's mom patted her on the back with her hand. Don't go. Be good to my daughter. Aha. Nguyen Tang died laughing happily, with teardrops that hadn't had time to fall from her face. Just think about your mom, not dad? Nguyen's dad came out of the check room and stated with a delicious grin. Why? Missed dad too. Ruan Tang went over and took his arm. So good. Ruan's father stroked her head. I just saw some more new clothes in the check room. Did you prepare them all? Yeah, there's a lot of other stuff I bought. But it's Luli. He spent the money. As soon as he remembered what had just happened, Ruan Tang was furious. And for a moment, his brother could not be called out. He has a heart, Mama Nguyen said. Poof, said Ruan's father beside him, but he snorted disdainfully. Nguyen Tang and Nguyen's mom smiled and looked at each other. Dad. Mom, I want to stay here tonight. Yeah, but don't forget to tell Luli. Ruan's mom said. Don't even talk to him. AI. Yes, it has to be this kind of attitude. My daughter can't be held by that brat from the Lu family. Ruan Tang looked at Ruan's father in amusement. He seemed to have quite a problem with Luli tonight. Chapter 114. An old husband looks at his son-in-law. The more he looks at him, the angrier he gets. Mom, what's going on with my dad? From the moment he came back, he looked at Luli in a bad light, with a mouthful of brats. Ruan's mother looked at Ruan's father, who was looking uneasy. With amusement, your father. This is seeing his family's cabbage being arched, and he can't accept it for a while. It's not like it's the first day dad knows. It's not like she's been licensed with Luli for a day or two. There's still a difference between knowing and seeing it with your own eyes. Nguyen's father didn't know what came to his mind again, and grunted without any good humor. Ruan Tang couldn't help but think of what Luli often hung onto, that she was brought up by him, which if her father knew about it, he wouldn't be angry. She told Ruan's mom what she thought, but Ruan's mom said, Luli's words are true. When you were young your dad and I were busy with work, and it's thanks to your mom Lu and Luli that you were able to grow up so carefree. Saying that, Ruan's mom glanced at Ruan's father whose complexion still hadn't eased. That's it, your father still doesn't miss people. Ruan Tang looked at the increasingly dark face of Ruan's father, smiled and pasted to his mother, you cannot say so. Mom and dad, this is not also compensated to him a flowery little girl. Looking at her daughter who had the word narcissism written all over her face, Ruan's mother poked her forehead in a doting manner and snapped, where's the face? Don't want it? Ruan Tang cheekily pointed. It's not here. Nguyen's mom lost her smile. My daughter is right about this. If that brat from the Lu family treats my daughter badly on the basis of her previous affection, I'll still clean him up. Ruan's father sharpened his fists and looked like he was going to clean up Luli right now. Dad, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. At least you've watched him grow up. You still don't know what kind of person he is. Before, I thought the kid was pretty good, but since marrying my own daughter, I can't get enough of him. This is something that Ruan dad didn't say, but as a pillow, Ruan mom had long since read his mind clearly. Your dad is called. The old man looking at his son-in-law. The more he looks at him, the angrier he gets. This was something that Ruan Tang hadn't thought of. Before she had only thought that after marrying Lu Li, she had saved herself a lot of conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but she hadn't thought that instead Luli would have to deal with the relationship between her husband and son-in-law. However, the current Ruan Tang couldn't muster up any semblance of sympathy. Humph, deserved it. Who let him bully her all the time? However, you still need to be careful. Don't break the child's heart, and don't affect my relationship with Xin Ro, Ruan's mom reminded. Mom, it's not like my dad is that uninhibited. See, it's my daughter who knows me. Looking at the father and daughter singing in unison. It had been years since there had been a scene like this. Ruan's mother guffawed and said nothing more. Mommy, wants so much to sleep between you and daddy just like when I was little. Ruan Tang pressed against Mama Ruan's arm, her furry little head rubbing against it. Before Ruan's mom could say anything, Ruan's dad waved his hand. Sleep, sleep if you want to. Mother Ruan glared at him. What nonsense. How old is your daughter and she still sleeps with us? Then what? Then let your daughter sleep on the side. Ruan's father also realized that something was wrong, and his tone followed suit and weakened a few points. Come on you, just don't get any ideas. Saying that, Ruan's mom touched Ruan Tang's head. Mom and dad are not going to leave again this time when they come back. They can see each other anytime in the future. There is no rush in this one night. Aha. Nguyen Tang nodded. After staying for a while longer, considering how hard it must have been for mom and dad to sit on the airplane for so long. Although she couldn't bear to part with it, Ruan-Tang still went out from the master bedroom and returned to her room. As soon as he pushed the door, the room's light was on, and Luli was leaning on the bed, holding a book in his hand and flipping through it. Hearing her enter, he raised his eyelids and glanced at her. Back? Why are you here? She had clearly seen him go out after she went upstairs earlier, so how did this come back? The clothes on his body had been changed, and even the book he usually had to read before bed had been brought along. My wife is here. If I'm not here, where else can I go? Luli asked rhetorically. I'll have a few more clothes sent over tomorrow to make it easier for me to spend the night here later. Sounds like, or the idea of setting up camp here. Who agreed to that? Nguyen-Tang skimmed his lips. If I were in ancient times, this would be my boudoir. So how could my brother come here by himself without saying hello? It's not like we haven't been here before. Speaking of which, Luli leered and smiled. Besides, there's nowhere else you've been that I haven't been. Again. Nguyen-Tang glared at him without any good reason. It would be hard for him not to take advantage of his mouth for a while. When Ruan-Tang entered the house, he didn't close the door properly. The door of the room was hidden. Outside the house, Ruan's father passed by. Naturally, he also took in Luli's remarks in his ears. He snorted softly. Shameless old man. Luli, who was inside the house, didn't know that he had been written up again in his old husband's little book. He placed the book in his hand on the bedside cabinet and dropped his fingers between his eyebrows, pressing and rubbing them gently for a few moments. Tired? Nguyen-Tang went from one side, up to the bed. Okay. She sat on her knees at Luli's side, and her small hand with a slight coolness pressed on his head and also on the sides of his temples. It's been a long day of using your brain, and it's nighttime and you still don't want to take a break. She grumbled at him. Luli reached out and scooped her into his arms from one side. Heartbroken? Ruan-Tang didn't say anything, only silently glared at him, but the meaning was obvious. It's not obvious. Do you still need to say? Didn't you just look like you wanted to eat me? One size fits all. Anger is real. Heartache is real. And the two can't be compared. Did Dad say anything? Told you. Dad's pissed. You're miserable. Nguyen-Tang didn't bother to dwell on why he only asked about Dad and not Mom. Gloating. Well, I did it wrong. And it's only right that Dad should be angry. Imagine if one day he came across his daughter doing that kind of thing with a man. Even if they were a legitimate couple, he would have the urge to break each other's legs. So, thinking that way, Rowan's father had already given him face. Chapter 115, Old Lu. How do you plan to marry me? Dad also said that he was going to put our wedding on the agenda when he got back. But now, he's going to have to watch and see. As she said this, Ruan-Tang had been observing Luli's expression, and when she didn't see the expected panic, she added, what should I do if Dad doesn't let me marry you? It won't. He seemed certain, but after a moment, Nguyen-Tang heard him ask again, did Dad really say that? Ruan-Tang purposely didn't answer and waited until his expression loosened before laughing. Lying to you la. Just skin it. Luli slapped her on the ass. So what are you going to do if Dad really won't let me marry you in the first place? Luli's black eyes looked straight ahead. His thin lips pursed into a line, as if he had thought of some distant memory. Depends on your will. Do you want to marry me? What happens if I do? What happens if I don't want to? Ruan-Tang grabbed the fabric of his chest and casually twisted it around his fingertips. I'll do anything and everything I can to marry you as long as you're willing. But if you're not, Luli's calm tone suddenly went cold, as if covered with a layer of frost. Then I will use my identity as a brother to guard you for the rest of your life. Then won't I be getting a sister-in-law? That would also mean Luli would marry another woman. And just the thought of that possibility made Ruan-Tang's heart scratch as if it were unbearable. No, you hear me. No, there won't be. Luli said ambiguously. Was it that there wouldn't be a situation like the one she didn't want? Or that there wouldn't be a sister-in-law? Ruan-Tang looked up at him in confusion. There won't be a sister-in-law. Luli explained again. So you mean you're going to be alone for the rest of your life? What's the point of me getting married if the person I'm marrying isn't you? Ruan-Tang's heart softened and she pressed against his chest. So, you should be thanking me for not making you a loner. Luli laughed. You're right. He was still dreaming as if he was still dreaming. He couldn't believe that Ruan-Tang really married her. And only when he was tightly/seamlessly together with her, Luli dared to believe that she belonged to him, intact and whole. Old Lu, how are you going to marry me? Old Lu? Luli frowned slightly. Dropping the focus on her name-calling, this little girl was really hard not to zap his heart for a while. Ruan-Tang met his gaze and looked over, not the least bit afraid. Well, I called you Xiao Lu. Are you good enough to say yes? I'm so embarrassed, don't you worry about it first. Do you dare to shout the name you just called again in front of your father Lu your face? Nguyen-Tang spat at him. Just as long as I dare to yell in front of you. It's really becoming more and more capable. Not to mention not being afraid of high, and at all anymore, but now getting more and more capable of pissing him off. Luli snorted lightly, then brought the topic back to just now. So what kind of wedding do you want? Chinese or Western style? Or all of them? Whatever. That's fine with me. Anything? She said it casually, like she was discussing an insignificant matter, and Luli couldn't help but begin to wonder how much importance the little girl attached to this wedding. Marriage, the important thing is who you tie the knot with. The ceremony and other things are just for others to see. Not important, Ruan-Tang explained. Luli hooked his lips, obviously satisfied with this reply of hers. Then I'll see to the arrangements. If you think of any requests, remember to tell me. Ruan-Tang hugged his neck, moved up, and gave him a kiss. Yes, then it's hard work, brother. Luli laughed. The little girl still has some conscience. Is the head still hard? The small hand fell on Luli's head again, wanting to massage him, but then it was taken down by Luli. Don't press it. Your hand should hurt in a while. Ruan-Tang's heart warmed, which is not so delicate. Luli raised an eyebrow. No? Who is it that at night as long as the heavy? / a little bit of it and you're screaming. For pain? Ruan-Tang silently rolled her eyes. Marrying an old man is just that bad. Flirty but not flirty at all. But for a moment the damned spirit of disobedience got the better of him, and Nguyen-Tang hooked onto him and delicately said, Brother, still doing it? She bet he wouldn't dare. Luli's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't make it. He was just too horny to do anything under the watchful eyes of his mother-in-law and father-in-law. Not to mention the late-night stuff. But he couldn't guarantee it if Nguyen-Tang made any more of it. It's getting late. Go to bed. Oh, purpose accomplished. Ruan-Tang closed his eyes in satisfaction. Luli turned off the lights in the room, leaving only a dim nightlight. Come over here some more and let your brother hold you. Aha. Nguyen-Tang moved over. I'm going to have breakfast with my mom and dad tomorrow, so remember to yell at me. Brother. Okay. Sleep, baby. Good night. The next day, because of the time difference, Rowan's parents did not get up too early. Downstairs, just to see Luli came in from the outside, carrying many large and small food boxes and bags. Nguyen's mom, I thought that mom and dad haven't had these snacks from home for quite a while, so I went out to buy some. Luli explained. You don't say. These are the things I miss the most when I'm out there. Thinking that he went out early in the morning to buy these, Rowan's mother felt quite relieved in her heart. The three of them went to the dining room together, and Luli took out the things he had bought, one by one, and put them on the dining table. Dad, this is the same bruschetta you loved. Now that we've changed the place, can you taste it or is it the same flavor as before? As the saying goes, you can't beat a smiling man with a hand out. Even if Rowan's father still had a few grievances against Luli in his heart, he couldn't let them out when he saw him like this. Okay, I'll taste it. Where's sugar? Not up yet? Rowan's mother asked with a smile, both doting on her own daughter's bedwetting behavior, but feeling helpless at the same time. I'll go check. Yesterday Sugar said she was going to have breakfast with mom and dad. After Luli finished speaking, he went upstairs. Well, your son-in-law is not bad, right? After Luli left, Rowan's mother touched Rowan's father beside her and teased. It's okay. Nguyen's father buried his head in his food, his mouth slurring as he admitted less than reluctantly. In the bedroom, the little girl was sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes curling and quivering slightly, her little mouth slightly open, breathing rhythmically and emitting a slight snoring sound. The piggy-like, pink kind is especially cute. Luli looked at her for a moment, and when she didn't respond, he twisted a strand of Ruan-Tang's hair and swept it gently across his cheek. Soon, the little girl grunted twice. It tickles. The eyes began to show signs of opening, but it seemed as if they couldn't be bothered to do so. Little lazybones, it's time to get up, Luli said softly. Ruan-Tang opened her eyes and saw Luli's good-looking face near her eyes, a radiant smile spreading from the corners of her mouth. Brother, her voice was soft, with the lethargy of a freshly awakened sleeper. I thought I was going to have breakfast with mom and dad, who are already downstairs, so it's not too late to wash up and go downstairs. Ruan-Tang opened her hand at him, and in her misty eyes, she showed all her winks. I want my brother to hold. She had just woken up from a nap and was especially eager to pamper him. Chapter 116, the so-called shortcut. In response, Luli was willing to do so. Okay, brother hug. Luli hugged her to wash up and went to change her clothes again, but after that, the little girl shook him off and ran downstairs upside down, looking at her playful and pleased figure. Luli helplessly lost his smile. This little girl is really playing a handful of crossing the bridge. Downstairs, Rowan's father and Rowan's mother had already finished eating and were about to get up. Ruan-Tang couldn't help but feel a little lost. You've all finished eating, Aang, who told you to get up so late? Rowan's mom laughed. Ruan-Tang glanced angrily at Luli who was descending on the stairs. It's all my brother's fault for not calling me earlier. As soon as the words fell, before she could turn her head, Ruan mother's hand landed on top of Ruan-Tang's head, gently patting her. Luli went out early in the morning and bought all these things to come back, and you had the nerve to blame him for your own laziness when you slept in. Only then did Ruan Tang see that the table was full of breakfast. He bought all this? Well, what did you expect? As he spoke, Luli had already come down from upstairs to the dining room. Luli, come over and eat. You've been busy all morning and you haven't had a bite to eat yet. After all, it was the child she had watched grow up. Ruan Mom looked a little heartbroken, and then did not forget to glare at Ruan Tang. Okay, thanks Mom, then you guys eat first. After watching Ruan's father and Ruan's mother go upstairs, Ruan Tang attentively held his meal and came over to Luli. Brother, what's wrong? Luli raised his hand to rub on her head, but was slapped away by Ruan Tang. Eating is not hygienic. Luli let out a light laugh, just saw Ruan's mother patting her on the stairs, thinking to comfort her. Who knew that the little girl was even ungrateful? Brother, are you tired? Ruan Tang suddenly asked him. She looked complicated and her tone was not like usual. She even sounded a bit down. Luli's heart skipped a beat and his eyebrows twisted into a knot. Not tired. What's wrong? No. Nguyen Tang sniffled, his voice buzzing. It's just that I think brother must have to get up really early if he's going to buy all this stuff. It's a lot of places to go to get all of these things. Not to mention that some of the older stores even require lines. And with Luli's character, he would definitely not choose to pretend to be someone else when he did this. You can imagine how early he had to get up. And then when she thought that she had just left him upstairs on purpose, and blamed him for her not getting up early, Ruan Tang was not feeling good in her heart. Luli also heard what she meant at this moment, and the brows that had just been wrinkled together instantly stretched out. Heartbroken me again? Well, Nguyen Tang said in a muffled voice, my brother has to go to work later. It's going to be hard, and I don't want my brother to be like this. Brother, am I very unintelligent? Not being able to share for brother at all, and always pestering brother to do this and that. I'm not tired of doing anything for you, brother, because it's enjoyable, and it's only hard for me if you don't let me do anything for you anymore. Really? Her otherwise obscure eyes lit up. Really? Don't think about it. Eat. I'll take you to school afterward. On the way to school, Luli took a call in the car. Luli didn't turn on the speakerphone, and Ruan Tang couldn't hear what was said on the other end of the phone. I only heard Luli after a long silence, said, good, I know, and hung up. Ruan Tang just assumed it was his work and didn't think much of it, still leaning into his arms casually playing with the buttons of his shirt on his chest. But he heard Luli say, Principal Wang called to say that classmate of yours has confessed about the post. Although she had already known that it was Julie who did it, she was still slightly surprised to hear Luli say that now. She broke away from his arms and sat up straight. So did the principal say what he was going to do with her? Luli pulled her back into his arms again without a second thought and said in a faint voice, dismissed. She hasn't done anything too bad. Isn't it a bit too serious? Although Ruan Tang had been waiting for Julie to make a big one before, and now that it had really happened, and as she had expected, Julie got her due. Ruan Tang's heart was mixed instead of the pleasure she had expected. Luli understood what she was thinking. His big hand gently rubbed on the top of her hair. She is an adult. She deserves to bear the consequences for what she has done. If through this matter she can be awakened in time, then for her, this is not a bad thing. And, did you know she works part-time at the clubhouse? I only know that she works at a halibut store. I didn't know that she goes to the clubhouse. She shouldn't be. Nguyen Tang had read online that some college students would do that kind of socializing off campus, and being in a clubhouse. Nguyen Tang had to think that way. Luli nodded. It's what you think, so you don't have to feel guilty that the school chose to expel her. Not just because of that one incident with you. How could this happen? Ruan Tang heart for a long time cannot be calm. She used to only read this kind of news on the internet. I did not expect it would happen in their own side. Brother, it's really hard for me to believe. There's nothing to believe in. When one's abilities are not enough to support one's ambitions, some people go for the so-called shortcuts. Ruan Tang nodded and didn't say anything else, except that he hugged Luli tightly all the way. The car stopped in front of the school. I'll go then, brother. Wait. Nguyen Tang looked back at him. Remember not to eat anything cold for a couple days. Why? Ruan Tang wondered. You're approaching your physiological period, and if you don't take care of it, you're due for another tummy ache. Hiss. Luli had just finished speaking when he heard Ruan Tang suck in a mouthful of cool air. It's okay if my brother doesn't say it, but it seems like he's really getting a bit of a tummy ache. Luli took out a small package from the storage compartment in the car and stuffed it to Ruan Tang. There are ginger candies in it. Use hot water to brew a cup when you get to the classroom. There are warm uterus patches. Put them on your stomach if you have a lot of pain. And there's also that sanitary napkin. It's a brand you commonly use. Seeing that he was so well prepared, Ruan Tang's eyes started to get wet and hot. Why does brother still have these in his car? She certainly didn't suspect that these were prepared by Luli for someone else. Just in case, Ruan-Tang didn't have the habit of keeping track of her physiological period, and because of this, she would often make some embarrassing things. She spilled her guts to Luli once, and Luli memorized it, and prepared this in his own car as well as in the several cars that Ruan-Tang often sat in. I'm willing to do this for you. You don't have to feel burdened. Ruan-Tang's nose turned sour. Brother is so nice. She hugged him and kissed him hard on both sides of his cheeks. Well, get to class. You should be late later. Well, see you later, brother. After getting out of the car, Ruan-Tang took 2 steps forward and looked back again, seeing that Luli hadn't left, and flew a kiss at him through the air. Luli lost his smile. Walk properly. Don't fall. Chapter 117, You Can't Live Like a Man. There was a delay in the car, causing Ruan-Tang to arrive at the classroom when the people had pretty much arrived. The classroom was quiet. Only a few students glanced at Ruan-Tang when she entered the room. Then they turned their heads away again. The silence was a bit eerie. Did something happen? Ruan-Tang found Hiruru's seat and walked over to sit down. Hiruru moved to her side, deliberately lowered his voice. Just now the guide came. Announced the school's punishment for Julie. Also let us privately do not discuss this matter again. He did not say explicitly, but the meaning of those words is whoever discusses it again, so that the school knows I'm afraid it's no good fruit to eat. Hiruru shrugged her shoulders, her expression slightly disdainful. Hearing her say that, Nguyen-Tang understood. She opened her phone and went to the school super talk to shop around. All the related posts had been deleted, including those involving sugar, candy and so on, all disappeared. What are you looking at? Nguyen-Tang gave her a look at the cell phone interface, still landed in the school's hypertext. You are not aware of how powerful our schoolmates are. Yesterday when I was watching, there were already classmates who had stripped out your husband's real identity. And the following are all saying that our school is really a hidden tiger and a hidden dragon, and that the boss's wife of the hallowed Luz is actually in our school. Ruan-Tang laughed and didn't say anything. Luz's boss's wife only went to an ordinary bachelor's degree, which was not something honorable. Then, she thought of something, took out a bottle of perfume from her bag in a handicraft with an exotic African flavor and handed it to Hiruru. Here, a hand-me-down gift. My parents went back to China. Hiruru looked at the things in her hand, pondering. Baby, if you want to send me a gift, just send it directly. You don't have to find these excuses. My self-esteem is not that easily frustrated. She had been friends with Ruan-Tang for so many years, and Ruan-Tang had given her quite a few gifts, many of which she couldn't afford at her current level of spending. Maybe it's to preserve her self-esteem, not wanting her to feel like she's giving her a gift as a handout or as a show-off. Whenever Nguyen-Tang gave her something, it was cleverly disguised under a variety of names, though some of them, just sounding funny. As it was, she hadn't heard that anyone coming back from Africa would take a Prada perfume as a souvenir. If you ask her, Nguyen-Tang was just being considerate. She wasn't so unaware of the fact that it was an asshole's job to pick up a bowl to eat and put it down to curse. There was a difference between her and Nguyen-Tang's families. That was indisputable. She can't afford to send her something of the same value back, so it's enough that she sends her at her own level of spending, or gives back in some other way. Besides, Ruan-Tang didn't send her just because he wanted something in return. Seeing that her mind was torn apart, Ruan-Tang was a little embarrassed on her face. The perfume was indeed specially bought for Hiruru when she was shopping yesterday, but the crafts were brought back by her parents. My parents are really home. They came back last night. Really? Hiruru was also happy for her. Then aren't you so happy now? Aha. Nguyen-Tang nodded. Extra happy. Hey. She breathed a sigh of relief, a smile not hidden at the corners of her mouth. I'm a kid with a mom and dad now too. Although there are Lu Li, Lu Dad, Lu Mom, and many others, all accompanying her and treating her well, but always feel that something is missing, and now that Mom and Dad are back, it's as if all of a sudden become complete. At recess, a student in the front row, mysteriously looked back. Have you heard? She said something without a clue, and the two couldn't help but start to get curious and come forward. What? The classmate looked around vigilantly. Julie, I just heard someone say, last night the school called Julie's parents. His parents went to the place where she lives to look for her, and happened to run into an old man to send her back. At that time, her father slapped her. It was quite a big mess. A lot of people came out to look at that upstairs, and a lot of teachers and students in our school live in that neighborhood. With that, she shook her head and sked twice. I can't believe she's like this. Although she had already heard Luli say it, but now knowing a more detailed version from her classmate's mouth, Ruan-Tang was still surprised for a moment in her heart, and then she looked at Hiruru. Her face was no less surprised than hers. The front row students put their index fingers to their mouths and shoo, signaling them not to tell anyone, and turned their heads away. Hiruru patted Ruan-Tang's shoulder. Self-inflicted. Can't live. To get to this point, it's all her own doing. This matter spread in the school for a while, slowly with Julie's being withdrawn from school, but also gradually returned to calm. Only occasionally when someone mentioned Julie, the crowd will also be a burst of sighs. Of course, this is all an afterthought. On this day, in the bedroom of the Nguyen family, Luli came out of the bathroom. Sugar, the mask you usually use, get a piece for brother. Ruan Tang's hand, which was applying cream, stopped on his face in disbelief. Brother is putting on a mask? Aha, Luli answered, his face a little uncomfortable. Tomorrow your father Lu and mother Lu have an appointment with mom and dad to talk about our wedding. Just because. This? Ruan Tang's eyes were more than a little probing. Luli coughed lightly. After all, it is a big thing. So I think, you are not always too old for me. It's just a conversation about having a wedding. It's not like we're just having a wedding. What's the point? Besides, she was just being deliberately angry with him when she said he was old, and that face of his had nothing to do with the word old. Despite this thought, after Ruan Tang spread the cream away, he still went to get a mask for him and thoughtfully helped him put it on his face. Then shouldn't I dress up nice and pretty tomorrow too? Put on some makeup and a nice little dress. Well, it better be. Luli did not know. A total of 4 words. In the end, which word was said incorrectly? Ruan Tang heard it. His face changed. The arm that had just been hanging on his neck, all of a sudden threw away. What's wrong, baby? Luli pulled her in and yanked her back again. The little girl glared at him with an exasperated look. Shouldn't brother say that I look good whether I'm dressed up or not? Well, it seemed the art of speaking was a lesson he should learn again. Yes, brother was wrong. Babies look good anyway. They look best without clothes. Hooligans. Luli pulled her to sit on his lap and wanted to kiss her, but then realized the mask on his face and had to stop. The beater covered her rear end and rubbed it one at a time. Is auntie about to leave? Aha. Does your back still hurt? Well, sort of. How's this for intensity? Ruan Tang was annoyed by his question and blocked it with his hand a few millimeters above his mouth. Brother, stop talking. There's still a mask on. When she has her period, her patience is particularly low and she is extraordinarily irritable. Luli helplessly closed his mouth tightly. Chapter 118, The Proposal of Marriage. The next day, Ruan Tang still dressed up properly. Luli had taken it so seriously, she shouldn't be too casual. After school in the afternoon, Luli's car was parked in front of the door. Seeing her come out, Su Yuan got out of the car. Little Mrs. Lu, Siasuk, where's brother? If Luli was here too, there was no reason why he wouldn't come down to get her. Mr. Lu went to the hotel first and asked me to pick you up. Oh, perhaps it was something about the banquet that required him to go over and make arrangements in advance. Ruan Tang didn't think much about it. The car drove away from the school's entrance, circled around, and gradually drove out of the city. Siosuk, where are we going? It's to the Peachtree Resort. Why there? This is a bit out of Ruan Tang's expectation. There are many good restaurants in the city. She did not expect Luli to travel far and wide, and set the location in a resort on the outskirts of the city. It's Mr. Lu's arrangement, Su Yuan replied. It means he's not sure, or knows and isn't at liberty to say. Ruan Tang then didn't continue to ask any more questions. It was still light when I got out of the school, and by now it was gray outside the car window. The car along the mountain ring road has been driving up through the window, enjoying the night scenery of the mountains. Ruan Tang always feel with the last time to come where there is a difference, but cannot say. This puzzlement continued all the way to the top of the hill, and when I got out of the car, I looked from a distance and saw that the hotel, which should have been brightly lit, was in darkness. The doubt and uneasiness in Nguyen Tang's heart rose to its peak at this moment. She glanced sideways at Su Yuan, only to see that he had a calm face and didn't seem to find anything wrong. It's a problem with the wiring in the hotel. It's being overhauled. It'll be fine soon. Mrs. Lu doesn't need to worry, Su Yuan explained. When he explained this, Ruan Tang believed it and didn't go into it. Su Yuan helped her push open the door of the hotel in front of her, but also deliberately opened the flashlight function in the cell phone to help her illuminate the road under her feet. Ruan Tang went in, but she then realized that Su Yuan didn't seem to be following her in. She looked back in fear. At this time, the lights in the hotel flush all lit up, instantly bright as day. Nguyen Tang frowned, his eyes a little uncomfortable with all the sudden bright lights. When she recovered, she was then stunned by the scene she saw before her. The hotel lobby with flowers and greenery, as well as a variety of from cartoon fantasy ornaments, decorated with a fairy tale jungle, as if by mistake into the world of elves. She looked around woodenly. There were many others coming out from around the area with flowers in their hands and handing them to her. Ruan Tang mechanically picked it up. There were a few people she looked familiar with but couldn't remember who they were. Her mind was blank at the moment. Then, Luli came out from the depths of the jungle, dressed in a brown vintage suit, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, like a prince living in an ancient castle in the Middle Ages. Papa Lu, Mama Lu, and Papa Ruan, Mama Ruan, also appeared behind him, but Ruan Tang stood still as if he was nailed, unable to move a muscle. She watched as Lu Li slowly approached her. Then in front of her on one knee, held up in his hand was a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg. Sugar, will you marry me? All those present are my family and friends, and in their presence, I ask you to marry me. This sequence of events made Ruan Tang lose her ability to think. She just stood and looked at him without making any response, only teardrops sliding down in clusters in her eyes. Marry him, marry him. The people around them began to cajole. TSK, Lu Li is so romantic. Shifei looked on and couldn't help but exclaim. Han Zhaka was not happy with these words. What? Wasn't it romantic when I proposed to you? It's still close to what Lu Li gave Sugar. Make it up. I'll make it up for you again some other day, so you won't have to envy others here. Han Zhao gritted his teeth. In the midst of this clamor, Nguyen Tang's body regained some of its functions, but not much. Baby, nod your head if you agree. It was only a moment later that Lu Li saw the little girl's point gently nodding. The amplitude was not large, but it could be seen that she had indeed nodded. Now, Lu Li's heart, only then put down. He was really afraid of making a mistake. If the little girl does not agree, he can do what good? He took her stiff hand and slipped the ring on her finger. She still didn't say a word, but her face was pasted with tears, crying uncontrollably, and Lu Li held her in this position. Baby, don't cry, don't cry. Lu Li patiently coaxed her. After a long time, the person in her arms, the crying only gradually stopped. Ruan Tang afterthought realized that Lu Li proposed to her. She thought he would not. Brother, I do. Brother knows. Lu Li's voice sounded a little off, and then Ruan Tang heard him say, baby, brother is still kneeling. There was a roar of laughter around the room. Ruan Tang let go of him. Only then did he realize that Lu Li had been maintaining the position of kneeling on one knee, with a somewhat intriguing look on his face, like he was having a hard time. Sister-in-law, keep him on his knees. Sister-in-law, you only kneel this once in your life. You have to let Lu kneel a little longer. Lu Li looked back at the man who had spoken. Who said anything about kneeling this time? As long as my wife is happy, I can kneel every day. There was another round of laughter around the room. Lu, the ancients can have a cloud. Men have gold in their knees. You can be a little ashamed of us old men. Your brother Lu also has a cloud. So any more nonsense and get lost. Just proposed successfully. Lu Li heart happy, talk yeah casual up. Finished before remembering that there are elders in. He looked back in the direction of Papa Lu, Mama Lu, and Papa Ruan, Mama Ruan, and saw that the four were no longer there, so he thought that they had already returned to the private room. Hiss. Lu Li sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His legs were numb after kneeling for too long. Brother, baby, can brother get up now? Ruan Tang's face reddened, and it was only then that he got up as an afterthought and helped him up. Give me a kiss, give me a kiss, give me a kiss, give me a kiss. The people around them started to get up in arms, and it was like they wouldn't let them leave without a kiss. Baby, is that okay? The little girl has a thin skin, and Lu Li was worried that she wouldn't be able to accept kissing in public, so he asked for her opinion first. Only after seeing Ruan Tang's shy and timid nod did Lu Li bring his lips over. He held her hard, grinding his lips against hers. There was a chorus of hoots and hollers from around the room. While the crowd was still immersed in their kiss, Lu Li picked up Ruan Tang and left. By the time they reacted, it was too late to stop them. I only heard Lu Li leave a sentence. Tonight everyone eat well, drink well, and have fun. Chapter 119, the three of them are worshipping each other. Lu Li carried her to the corner of the hotel corridor, making sure that no one was chasing after her before he pressed her against the wall and continued the kiss that had not ended earlier. Only after kissing Ruan Tang's delicate schwan slightly, tears dotted. Did he release her? Fingers rubbed gently over her slightly red eyes. Why are you still crying? I'm touched. Ruan Tang inhaled his nose. The corners of his mouth unconsciously pulled down. Tears dotted, filling in the long eyelashes. I thought brother would not propose to me. After all, they've both been licensed, considered married status, and have crossed the step of proposing. Fool. Lu Li raised his hand to dry the teardrops dripping down her cheeks. What others have, you will have, and what others don't have, brother will find a way to give you. Before the license, Lu Li could not get her mind. Only thinking of the night is long and dreamy. Have to finalize things as soon as possible. They hurriedly coaxed her to adopt the license. A lot of steps were omitted by him, like falling in love like a normal couple, kissing and proposing. But fortunately, in these days of marriage, he had the opportunity to make this up to her. Okay, stop crying. Your eyes should swell up if you cry again. Lu Li hugged her. Brother, it seems like I'm following a dream. Will you kiss me again? Luli answered with a practical action, but it was only a light peck, a touch. Looking at the little girl's disgruntled eyes, Luli laughed. Baby, if you kiss your brother again, you should not be able to control it. Ruantang's face blushed. People's great-aunt hasn't left yet. All the more reason not to kiss. Go wash your face and take you to mom and dad. They're both still waiting for us. Luli added. Aha. Nguyen nodded. Brother, did you send someone to make arrangements on the way up the mountain as well? You saw it? Aha. No wonder she had felt something was wrong when she arrived, and now she finally knew the answer. Inside the private room, the parents of the two families were talking happily, and when they saw the two go in, their eyes fell on them in unison. Rowan's mother and Lu's mother looked at each other thoughtfully. Then Lu's mother took the lead. Yo, the young couple is back. Ruantang was shy and ducked behind Luli in shame. Mother Nguyen was close behind. Our little bride is done crying. Mom, being two mothers so joked. Ruantang face some cannot hang, and shy and annoyed, ran to Ruan mother in front, holding her arm pouting. Mom, do not say it. See, it's the real mom coming back and not wanting me as a mom. Seeing this, Lu's mother teased half seriously, half jokingly. No, both are my moms. In the spirit of a bowl of water, Nguyen held one mom in one hand. The two moms laughed again. Honey, your seat isn't here. It's over there. Lu's mom raised her chin and pointed to the empty seat next to Luli. Ruantang's face was red, like a ripe cherry. She blushed and looked at Luli. Originally it was nothing, but after being teased by the two moms for a while, she was a little embarrassed to go sit next to Luli again. The two dads hadn't said anything, but they had been a picture of watching the show. I want to be with you guys. Don't. Today you and Luli are the main characters. Luli has been preparing since a few days ago in order to propose to you. Isn't it inappropriate for you to eat without being with someone? As soon as Ruan mother's words fell, Luli nodded his head as if in agreement, and Ruantang even saw a few pathetic looks in the representation on his face. Well, seeing as he's so pathetic. After everyone was seated, Lu's father opened his mouth and said that both parents had already discussed the timing of their wedding, which was scheduled for the end of the year, and asked if they had any comments. Naturally, Nguyen didn't, and she shook her head. All listened to mom and dad, Luli said. He stood up, took the bottle from the waiter, and filled the glasses in front of the four parents. Dad, Mom, thank you for marrying Sugar to me. I'll be good to her. Luli, you are your one mother and I watched grow up. What kind of you? We have seen in the eyes. In theory, we should be very relieved is right. But you know, we are parents of the child's attachment. Is a lifetime, always cannot let go of the heart. I do not ask you to sugar candy how good. You only need to be able to do what your father did to your mother. And I did to your one mother like this. It is enough. Dad, I will. Don't worry. Nguyen's father's eyes reddened and he nodded. Ugh, old Ruan. I'd say you're just being considerate. If he dares to treat Sugar Plum badly, not to mention you, I won't be able to spare him here. Papa Lu pulled out a tissue and handed it to Papa Ruan. Nguyen's father took it, wiped it off, and waved his hand again. You don't understand. Mine is a daughter. Why don't I understand that Sugar is not my daughter? That's different. How is it different? Ask yourself. Since Sugar grew up, has she spent more time with you and Tang Min, or with Xin Ro and me? Looking at the two men at the table with swords drawn, Lu's mother and Ruan's mother shook their heads helplessly. Okay, don't even say it, then it's time to fight. What are you two doing on the big day? Okay, I'll listen to my wife. No more. Drink. Lao Ruan, we haven't had a drink for years. Take this opportunity today. Have a good drink. Don't get drunk. No one can be a wimp. Okay, don't get drunk. Ruan's father's bravado words had only just fallen, and then, in a low voice, he asked Ruan's mother next to him, is it okay? Minnie, Nguyen's mom nodded. This scene was watched by Luli and Ruantang, who looked at each other and smiled. Luli lived to learn and moved closer to her, lowering his voice. I'll stay with the dads and not get drunk today. Is that okay? Wife, Ruantang smiled. Okay, I'll take care of my brother if he gets drunk. When Ruantang said this, she didn't expect Luli to actually give her this opportunity. After dinner, because it was too late, they didn't go down the mountain, and Luli arranged the family in a single villa in the resort. Back at the place where they lived, the two dads still couldn't get enough of it and dragged Luli into the living room to drink for a while. The three men drank. Ruan's mother and Lu's mother chatted on the sidelines, and Ruantang, a supernumerary, sat next to Luli and kowtowed to the TV. I don't know how much the three people actually drank. Anyway, Nguyen watched the three people speak with less and less clarity. Then, somehow, the marriage between Ruantang and Luli was brought up. Ruan's father said vaguely, Luli, our sugar can be in your hands. Luli on the side patted Ruan's father's shoulder and manipulated the same slurred tone. Dad, don't worry, Sugar, was raised by me. I will definitely treat her well. You raised? You kid, tell the truth. Is not long coveted my daughter. Luli covered his mouth and laughed, inexplicably with some petulance. Wantang's corner of the eye twitched. Luli drunk was actually this kind of behavior. Too horrible. Dad, I'm not going to lie. It was indeed a long time ago. Nguyen's father bristled and scowled at him. Rascal, old rascal. Lu's father on the side quit, hiccup. I said, old one. Who are you calling an old rascal? Says, about your son. Lu's father looked left and back. My son? Where? Wantang's eyes lit up. Lu's father was drunk as well. She had never seen, in all her life, these men in front of her drunk. For the first time, she was inexplicably starting to get excited. Nguyen's father pointed at Lu Li. Isn't this? Lu father came to Lu Li's face and looked carefully, then shook his head. No, this is my brother. Put. Nguyen Tang couldn't hold back his laughter. Yes, brothers, those who have drunk together are all brothers. Rowan's father even chimed in. Now, Nguyen Tang was even more unable to do so, and couldn't straighten up with laughter. Lu's mom and Rowan's mom also noticed the movement over here. Lu's mom, Sugarplum, what are you smiling at? Smiling like that? They, Nguyen Tang pointed to the three who were drinking and couldn't speak with a smile. Mama Nguyen, stop laughing and be nice. Ouch. Nguyen Tang laughed with a stomachache. Mama, it's really not that I want to laugh. I really can't help it. They, the three of them are worshipping. Ha ha ha. Really ah. Lu mom also laughed when she heard it. Ha ha ha. I can't. Laugh me to death. Who's the oldest of them and who's the second? Nguyen Tang slid from his chair to the floor. I don't know. He looked at the two laughing mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, and then looked at the three brothers who were hugging each other on the table. Rowan's mother shook her head and glared at Ruan Tang and Lu's mother again. Still laughing. Don't take your husbands back yet. Chapter 120, don't call me mom. Call me sister-in-law. Let's go Uncle Lu. Ruan Tang helped the drunken Luli up. You girl. Rowan's mom snapped at her again. Who are you? Luli asked, blinking his hazel drunken eyes. I'm your flowery little niece. Uncle Lu. Niece? Luli shook his head. I don't have a niece. You're sugar. You're my wife. Mine. Drinking too much and knowing I'm your wife. Not bad. Commendable. Rowan's mother frowned and looked at the two. Stop playing around and take him back to his room. What's he been drinking? Nguyen Tang laughed. It's fun. He'll have to be given some water when he gets back. Got it. Mom. Ruan Tang helped Luli to walk upstairs, and the rest of Rowan's mom and Lu's mom each took their own husbands back to their rooms. While on the road, Luli was already fast asleep, and when he got back to the house, the whole person flung himself onto the bed at once and couldn't get up. Nguyen Tang couldn't get him to move, so he just helped him take off his shoes and socks. Just after taking it off, he suddenly sat up from the bed again, then got himself out of bed and headed in the direction of the restroom. Ruan Tang was afraid that he would fall down and was busy chasing after him. He was in a drunken daze, fiddling with the belt in his hand how he couldn't get it off. Baby, help me, he commiserated, with a puppyish pout. Ruan Tang's heart melted when he looked at it. Okay, baby help you. Baby, help your brother hold on. Before Ruan Tang had time to digest what he meant by holding up in his words, her small hand was tugged over without a second thought, and by the time she came back to her senses, her hand had already been held up in the correct position. Fine, his own husband, just help him. Ruan Tang gritted his teeth. The morning light was bright, and the sunlight tilted into the bedroom through a gap in the curtains, blending in with the floor-to-ceiling lights that had been on all night. Luli opened his eyes on his biological clock. His headache from the hangover was so bad it felt like it was about to explode. He struggled to sit up and rubbed his fingers between his eyebrows all the way to his temples. You're awake. The crisp voice of the girl next to him swept away his exhaustion, like a dead tree springing to life. He raised his hand and rubbed the top of Ruan Tang's fluffy hair. The corners of his mouth unconsciously began to overflow with smiles, and his sleepy eyes gradually became clear. Nguyen Tang sidled up and poured a glass of water from the bedside cabinet and handed it to him. Luli took it and drank it down. Is it hard? Want to sleep some more? Luli shook his head, but took Ruan Tang into his arms and leaned back against the bed to squint a little longer. A moment later, he rolled out of bed. I'm going to take a shower first. I went to bed yesterday without washing, and my body is uncomfortable at the moment. Good. Ruan Tang then got up as well. After cleaning up, the two of them went downstairs together. Downstairs, Lu's mom was in the living room. Awake? Come over for breakfast. Good. Luli responded. Breakfast was provided at the hotel and was relatively simple. Nguyen Tang grabbed a glass of milk and a sandwich. There were only the three of them in the dining room as well. The others must not have gotten up yet. Mom! Luli just wanted to open his mouth to ask, and before he could say the words that followed, he heard Lu's mother say in a serious manner. Don't call me mom, call sister-in-law. What happened later yesterday? Luli broke off, but it had just been laughed at once by Nguyen Tang while in the room. Those forgotten fragments were mandatorily instilled back in by her. So now with Lu's mom's words, how could he not know what they meant? Ruan Tang on the side had just taken in a sip of milk when she heard this from Lu's mom. She couldn't stop laughing as her mouth went in and out. Luli took the trash can and handed it to her. Spit it out. You should choke on it later. After the burden in his mouth was resolved, Ruan Tang laughed even more recklessly, and finally collapsed directly onto Luli's lap. After a few more moments, she managed to stop her laughter, and listened to Lu's mother speak quietly. Being young is good. Look at you still being able to get up today. Your elder brother and your second brother are still asleep up to now. Ruan Tang's laughter, which had just stopped, swept back in an instant, and she rolled on Luli's lap with laughter. Stop laughing. It's time to laugh harder. Luli's big hand stroked her back. Mom, stop it. Sugar is laughing like this. She should have a stomachache later. She only laughed so hard yesterday. Lu's mom sold her out without mercy. Luli raised his hand and pinched her face. Stinky girl, it hurts, Nguyen Tang said petulantly, covering her face. When she was like this, Luli wasn't just worried. He had a hard time himself. How could he, a grown male, stand her rubbing up against him like that? Luli lowered his head and leaned in close to her ear. Babe, I don't mind going back to my room right now if you keep rolling. After her cheeks felt a change somewhere, Ruan Tang rubbed up and straightened up from Luli's lap. Lu's mom took a look and couldn't help but wonder. Baby, what trick did your brother use that worked so well? Ruan Tang's face colored scarlet. This let her how to speak. Luli raised his eyebrows and looked at her with amusement. Mommy asked you. Say it. Nguyen Tang glared at him. No, nothing. My brother said that if I laughed again, he would take me home and not let me play here anymore. Really? Lu's mom clearly didn't believe it, but didn't look deeper. Chapter 121, The Wedding. On the swing in the resort's recreational area, Luli pushed one by one, and after a few pushes, Ruan Tang gently inclined her head. Why did brother propose to me here? I thought you said you liked it here when you were here before. Ruan Tang's heart warmed, and the smile at the corner of her mouth unconsciously began to spread. So brother still remembers. Sure, he downplayed. Thinking about where we're going to have our wedding? Ruan Tang shook his head. I don't know. Brother said it. Well, when we get back, it's time to get ready. There's still over half a year to go. Would it be too soon? No, the wedding dress will have to be customized and a lot of things will have to be prepared in advance. Oh, more than half a year is not a short period of time, but it seems to be a snap of the fingers when it comes to a long period of time. The preparations for the wedding. Luli was involved in the whole process, personally, while Ruan Tang only played a role in her presence when necessary, and was not very involved in the whole process. Of course, she asked for it. After all, she's lazy. On the day of the wedding, Ruan Tang was married in the Ruan family's villa. Time has gone by so fast. It seems like it was just yesterday when you were lying in my arms as a little baby. Ruan's mother looked at her daughter in the mirror, who had her hair coiled up high under the makeup artist and whose face had become brighter and brighter with each passing moment, and sighed for a moment. At this moment, she truly felt that her daughter was about to become a woman. Through the mirror, looking at the back of Ruan's mother gradually red eyes, Ruan Tang's nose also followed a sour. Mom, do not be sad. I married next door, not some other place, can come back at any time. Mommy's not sad, mommy's happy. Nguyen's mom took a tissue and wiped the teardrops seeping from the corners of her eyes, then smiled again. Nguyen Tang wondered. Look, your groom is here again. Ruan Tang looked out the window along with her mom's eyes. Luli, dressed in an elaborate suit, was walking downstairs from the courtyard. Mom, why is he here again? Ruan Tang frowned and made a helpless bitter face. Nguyen's mom gave her an amused look, meaning clearly, if you ask me, who do I ask? According to custom, the day before the wedding, the bride and groom cannot live together, but just this one night, Luli didn't know how many times he had come. It's a good thing the two families are close to each other. If they were farther away, it would take hours just to travel back and forth. Mom, it's not time to pick up the marriage. Is it okay for him to come now? Doesn't matter, he's not here. Can we still kick him out? While he was talking, Luli had already arrived upstairs. Mom, I've come to check on Sugar Plum. Okay, so you guys talk. The styling team had the good sense to follow suit. Why are you here again, brother? I'm about to go over to the new house. The wedding car is leaving from the new house, coming over to pick you up, and then going to the hotel together. Luli briefly told Ruan Tang about the process. It's been a long day, and I don't know if I'll have a chance to talk alone during the day, so I came by to see you again. Oh, Ruan Tang answered as if casually, but in her heart she was sweet. Brother, do I look good? Well, it's beautiful. Luli had never been stingy with his compliments to Ruan Tang. I want to kiss my brother so bad, but I'm wearing makeup and it's going to come off. Kiss it if you want to. Spend it and remelt it. Ruan Tang shook his head. Don't. It's too much trouble. Little slacker. Luli scratched on the tip of her nose. Then save it for the night. Brother will let you kiss enough at night. Brother. Ruan Tang hooked Luli's neck and pressed his lips close to his ear. There's a surprise at night. Luli smiled and nodded. Looking forward to it. Did you ask them? What questions did they have prepared? No, my sisters don't tell me. In addition to Hiruru, Ruan Tang's bridesmaids also had a few younger sisters from her circle, but all of these people, without exception, were both respectful and afraid of Luli. Therefore, the task of stopping the door fell on Shifei and Xiaoan, who were the maternal family. Both of these women were his hairdressers, and when they encountered this opportunity to screw him over, they naturally would not show any mercy. Brother, for the sake of marrying your flowery bride, just let your sisters have a hard time. Luli lost his smile. Okay, listen to my wife. There was a lot going on the wedding day, so Luli stayed for a while and then left. Ruan Tang continued to put on her makeup and change into her dress, while Shifei, Xiaoan and the sisters of the bridesmaids group began to set up the whole thing. After changing clothes and coming out, Ruan Tang was almost stunned by the situation in the villa. Starting from the doorway, there was a barrier at a dozen or so steps, and there was a sense of not stopping until Luli was hard to get down. Luli also silently sucked in a breath of cold air when he arrived with his group of brothers. A crowd of eyes fell on Han Zhao. Don't even look at me. My daughter-in-law didn't tell me anything. Honey, almost there. Get up. Timothy pushed him away in disgust. Before we enter, please show us a talent. Luli glanced at the group of best men behind him. Sister-in-law, I'll sing you a song. Timothy waved his hand. We have to stipulate what to perform. With that, she exchanged glances with Joanne. Joanne took out her cell phone and played a piece of music. I'll dance first. You guys follow my lead and dance until we're satisfied to pass. Xiaoan, like Ruan Tang, was also a ballet student, and when he heard this, a group of big old men looked at each other. Sis, let's change. We can't do ballet. Joanne wagged her finger in a domineering manner. By all means, Brother Lu, speak up. Listen to them. Luli said in a faint voice. All right, the groom said so they had to do it. Ruan Tang watched from the monitor as a group of men stood on tiptoe, twisting and turning in all directions, laughing so hard that tears came out of their eyes. Luli, in particular, had stiff limbs like a robot, and with his expression of demeanor, it was inexplicably a bit comical. After jumping several times in a row, Shifei and Xiaoan were convinced and helplessly let them into the house. After that, it took a few more levels in a row to get to where the stairway was, but it's not so easy to get up the stairs. The steps down the center of the staircase are filled with drinks and all kinds of dark dishes thickened with soy sauce, sesame oil, vinegar, bitter gourd juice and so on. Please, if you want to go upstairs, drink these first. Timothy stood to one side with his arms clasped in triumph. Wife, if you drink all of this, you'll kill someone, right? Han Zhao picked up a cup and sniffed it, almost spitting out a mouthful in disgust. Timothy shrugged, indifferently stating, not really, it's probably just a few days of diarrhea. Luli listened from the sidelines, looked around for a week, and when no one was looking, he grabbed the handrail of the staircase, leaped to the edge of the staircase, and then tumbled right over the staircase handrail. I'll be damned, my Lu is good at this. Luli, you don't speak martial virtues. Shifei watched from below and stomped his foot in exasperation. Mr. Han, your wife prepared it, drink more. The others weren't as lucky as he was, and were stopped dead in their tracks. Luli didn't forget to stab and scratch Han Zhao at the end. I'm not in the best man's group, I'm not drinking. Han Zhao stated. It's fine if you don't drink. Don't drink or don't get on. How do you get together without going up there? Wife, I won't have to. Han Zhao looked at his own wife, who was like a gatekeeper, with a bitter expression on his face. There's one to count, and you can't go up until you've drunk it all. Han, stop talking and drink. A crowd of people pinched their noses and swallowed. The sound of glasses clinking and dry heaving. Chapter 122, The Wedding 2. The water is hot downstairs, and upstairs, Luli is no better. Xiaoan and a few bridesmaids had long been waiting at the door of Ruan Tang's room, and when she saw him come up, a flash of surprise flashed through her eyes, but it instantly turned into a clear. I'll give you 3 minutes to memorize what's on it. Xiaoan handed Luli the paper he had prepared long ago. Luli looked at the dense handwriting on it and frowned slightly. Will it be too much? Play up your ability to remember things from your school days. Luli didn't say anything and looked at the words on the paper and read them silently. Joanne raised her hand to note the time. Okay, time's up. Wait, let me look again. One glance was all it took, and Joanne snatched the paper back without a second thought. Luli cleared his throat. I would like to. Speak up. How can your wife hear that? Inside the house. Nguyen Tang, putting down the tablet in his hand, ran to the door and pressed his ear against the door panel to listen to the movement outside. I hereby declare in all sincerity, observe all the following house rules after marriage. 1. Adhere to the absolute leadership of the wife. Homewife is always the first, the child second, the dog third, I fourth. 2. Seriously implement the four sons principle, to his wife like a grandson, to his mother-in-law like a filial son, eat like a mosquito, work like a donkey. 3. Love and care for their wives, do civilized husbands, to do hit not return the hand, driving not return the mouth, a smile to welcome the cold face. 4. Sincerely accept your wife's emotional dictatorship and don't talk to strangers, especially not to strange women, except, of course, the old lady asking for directions. The above is tentative, with subsequent 5, 6, 7 and 8 to be added. Okay, a schoolteacher is a schoolteacher, not a word out of place. Xiaoan put away the paper in her hand, and silently took another piece of paper handed over by the bridesmaid. And, what's the rush? Take your time. The opportunity to embarrass Luli would only come once in a lifetime. So how could they let him off so easily? Here are the questions and answers. First, name 10 terms of endearment for the bride. Baby, good boy, sweetheart, baby, cub, darling, sugar, sweet, and, kisses, little fox. Okay, Lu Xiao, and spare one more. It was only after a few more questions in quick succession that the groomsmen below finally made their way up the stairs, each with a face as green as a bitter melon. May I enter? Luli asked. Wait, one last question. Since when do you like sugar? Luli thought seriously. I don't remember. Lu Xiao, if you're going to answer like that, you won't be able to get in the door. Luli's thin lips pursed slightly, and after thinking some more, he quietly opened his mouth. Love does not know what started, but a love. I'll be damned. Our Lu is really affectionate. Deep love my ass. You guys don't think about how much younger Sugar is than him. When he fell for Sugar, they were still not even a few years old. Animal. If I were Uncle Wan I would have broken his legs long ago. Han Zhao nonchalantly demolished. Luli's eyes narrowed slightly as he swept Han Zhao. You're not a beast. You dragged Shifei into an early love affair when you were in middle school. If I were Uncle Shi I would have broken your legs too. You, Brother Han. Who among us brothers doesn't know anyone's black history? So don't kill the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800. Han Zhao was exasperated. Fine. For the sake of you getting married today, I won't bother with you. Do I need to bring you 2 plates of melon seeds to let you chat here for a while longer? Do you want to enter or not? Xiaoan looked at the open door of the room, then looked at the group of people who were chatting happily, and silently rolled her eyes. Inside the room, Ruantang sat on the bed in a high-fashion wedding dress, surrounded by people who surrounded her. Luckily, it was Luli who was tall enough to cross the crowd and finally see his bride. Unlike the lovely and playful on weekdays, she has a few more points of gentleness and elegance. Just like the white camellia in the mountains at the beginning of the first bloom, the morning light shines on it, and there are dewdrops refracting the crystalline light. What are you waiting for? Find the keys. Luli was lost in thought for a moment, but only came back to his senses after Timothy's reminder. The wedding shoes had been hidden by them in a transparent box, which was now locked and had to be opened by finding the key. Luli led his brothers to rummage through Wan Tang's room inside and out, and even Shifei's body was searched by Han Zhao, and there was no sign of the key. Baby, Nguyen Tang shrugged. I don't know. My sisters didn't tell me. When the crowd thought Luli was at his wit's end, they saw him silently pull a key from his pocket and open the box. Timothy and Joanne were stunned, and the two of them looked at each other. Where did you get this key from? Joanne turned her back and took the key off that was attached to her leg and showed it to the crowd, meaning they still had it. So where did Luli get the key from? Sugar Plum, isn't that you? Nguyen Tang spread his hands. I don't know anything. I bought the box. In the crowd's astonished gazes, Luli returned lightly. So when he bought it, he had left the spare key for this time. The reason why they didn't take it out in the first place was also because Sugar had said that it was just this once in a lifetime. So let them be embarrassed for a little while. They just didn't think that they would hide the key on their own bodies. The crowd was dazed, but incredulous. They had all heard before that Luli was single-handedly organizing the wedding, but they hadn't expected it to be down to such a small object. You don't speak martial arts, Timothy charged. Luli raised an eyebrow. It is you who do not speak of martial virtues in the first place. Joanne shook her head and gave a thumbs up. Bull, or you. Thanks to our Lu, for teaching us a lesson. All learn. Luli ignored the uproar of the crowd as he held the flowers and knelt on one knee in front of Ruan Tang. Wife. Ruan Tang smiled and took the flowers, her face shy and timid. Luli then put the wedding shoes on Nguyen Tang's feet in the position of kneeling down on one knee. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. The kind where you have to stick your tongue out. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. The atmosphere has been racked to this point, and it's impossible not to kiss. wife. Gwentang nodded shyly. After getting the signal, Luli embraced her in a hard kiss and satisfied them, the kind that sticks out your tongue. Chapter 123 The Grand Finale. The wedding was a huge event, bringing together celebrities from all walks of life in Kyoto. Gwentang entered the auditorium on the arm of Nguyen's father. Luli, I'll leave sugar to you. Luli repeated the words he had already said countless times. Dad, don't worry, I will be good to Sugar Plum. Luli took her from Rowan's father, and the two big, tall men had red eyes in this moment. Gwentang looked sideways. It was so nice to know that this was the man she was going to spend the rest of her life with. Next comes the tedious and complicated wedding ceremony. In order to match Luli's height, Gwentang chose several pairs of wedding shoes with heels of 12 centimeters or more. Despite Luli's objections, it was a day of feet that weren't their own, barely hanging on until the wedding was over and they were back in their little home. The group of people who were clamoring to make trouble in the bridal chamber were sent away early under Luli's coercion. So after nightfall, it's their own time. I'm done running the bath. I'm tired after a long day. Go in and soak for a while. Gwentang opened his hand at him for a hug. Luli lost his smile and went over to pick her up, his eyes falling on her bare feet. It's all swollen. Does it hurt? It's okay. Gwentang didn't want her to worry. Will you wear it again? I thought I wanted to look pretty for my big day. It has been beautiful. Luli's words made Gwentang's heart blossom, hugging his neck and giving him a heavy kiss on the cheek. The two then each removed their clothes and lay down in the oversized bathtub that could accommodate both of them. Meanwhile, outside the villa, Jiang Yu watched as Chowan walked out of the villa and he followed closely behind. It was the first time he'd seen Joanne since she'd left the country, and throughout the day his eyes had fallen on her, but he'd also never found a chance to speak to her alone. He wanted to ask her how she was doing, also wanted to ask her if he could give him another chance when he really already knew he was wrong. A silver-gray Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the villa, and a tall and handsome foreign man came down from the car. Joanne's eyes lit up. What brings you here? Come and pick you up. The man spoke in skillful Chinese. It's too late. It's not safe. Joe, why don't you let me come over today? I'm not happy. A big man, showing an aggrieved look. Chowan cupped his face and kissed him. Today is someone else's happy event. I don't want to make a scene. Let's do it in the Spring Festival, and introduce you to them in the Spring Festival. Okay, Spring Festival. It's a deal. What they said Jiang Yu couldn't hear, but he could see that the demeanor was intimate, and all those questions that hadn't been asked seemed like there was no need to open their mouths anymore. He should have left, but instead, his feet felt like they were growing nails, and he stood still and watched in a self-mutilating manner. Joe, there's a man who's been watching us. Joanne looked over as he did. It's my ex-husband. The man's mouth curled into a thin smile. He's the one without vision. Joanne smiled. Non-committal. The man let go of her and looked to take a step in Jiang Yu's direction when Chowan pulled him back. What are you doing? The man said. I'll go thank him. He was the one who gave him the chance to be with Joanne, and it was only right that he should be thanked. Stop it. Joanne snapped at him. The man finally didn't go over, but from afar, he still nodded at Jiang Yu. There was smugness, braggadocio, and even a bit of provocation in those eyes. Jiang Yu finally understands that there are some things that once lost are lost forever. However, human grief and joy are not connected. Inside the new house, Luli couldn't help but start moving his hands in the bathroom. Don't. Gwentang daintily pushed him away. Baby, today is our wedding night. Luli began to sell out. So, does brother want any more surprises? Yes, Luli said without thinking, decisively. Well, just hold out a little longer for the surprise. Gwentang got up from the tub. Brother will come out later. She drew a towel and draped it over her body, then mysteriously went into the check room. Luli estimated the time and came out of the bathroom. Gwentang was dressed in a large red robe with a wide-open neckline, revealing a large portion of white skin on her chest, and the large red and white color brought a strong sense of contrast. The robe's belt is loosely tied around the waist, the hidden spring light, but also gives people unlimited reverie. Just this was enough to make Luli's blood run cold. Her next move was even more exhilarating to Luli's entire body, as if the blood was flowing backwards. She lightly bit her shell teeth, and her originally clear eyes were tinted with a hint of the wintry color that only a woman could have. Slowly unbuckling the tie at the waist, then slowly removing the robe from his body, revealing the same color inside. The fishnet erotic lingerie. Luli looked at the fabric that barely covered her private parts. A foul mouth contained. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did you like the surprise, brother? She smiled lightly, her body glowing a light pink color from shyness. Luli went over and picked her up. Love it, baby. Brother will die on you today. He swallowed, his throat dry. No such unlucky words. Gwentang extended his index finger and blocked his lips. Luli gave a peck. Okay, no talking, just doing. With a stabbing sound, Luli's big hands ripped the little fabric she had on her body. scattering it in bits and pieces on her skin. Brother prefers this, Luli said hoarsely. Not surprisingly, the bedroom light was on all night. Nguyen also said the same thing she read from the PO article. Excited, Luli exploded several foul mouths in a row. It was as if nothing else could express what he was feeling right now except for his increasingly rude actions and words. It was not until the shimmering light of the sky showed that the battle was finally laid to rest. Luli hugged Ruan Tang insatiably, the dense pink marks on her body declaring how intense the battle had been last night. Baby, you were awesome last night. Ruan Tang's tired eyelids could barely stay open, but she still managed to force herself to answer him with, I want to give my brother an unforgettable wedding night. Luli gave her a kiss on the eyelids. For life. Nguyen Tang laughed softly and hugged him close. Baby, thank you for marrying me, Luli said. Ruan Tang raised her eyes to him and said with a straight face, and thank you brother for being there at the very beginning of my life, accompanying me for the first 20 years of my life, and it will continue to do so in the future. Chapter 124 Extra Pregnancy. After graduating from university, Ruan Tang studied at our graduate school, and then after that, she didn't choose to enter Lu's, but hid her identity and went to one of Lu's subordinate companies in the neighboring city. Luli had no choice but to run between the two cities in misery. She also did not enter a position in her field, but started in sales. After 3 years on the job, he was promoted to department manager. Luli looked at the woman who, from a short distance away, slowly walked over, and gestured to Su Yuan with a sideways glance. Su Yuan understood and found an excuse to take the group of people surrounding him away from him. She wore a champagne-colored fishtail gown today, the hem of which swayed as she walked. The young girl has gradually shed her youthfulness and become mature and charming, but Luli knows that in private she is still the same little girl who loves to be pampered. She walked to Luli's side, flirtatiously and with a few teasing touches ruffled the curly hair hanging on her shoulders. How come Mr. Lu has the leisure to attend the annual meeting of one of our subordinate companies? Luli took a sip of the red wine in his hand and looked at her with amusement as he acted. There's no way. Who let my wife here? I heard that you took another big order? Nguyen Tang raised his head triumphantly. Aha! Luli laughed lightly, a hint of teasing flashed across his face. Did you accompany any female boss to beat up a mistress again or helped any boss's mom or dad to their birthday? Nguyen Tang glared at him, just that once, making him laugh until now. She averted her eyes and crossed to Luli's side. A short distance away, several female co-workers gathered, looking in their direction and whispering. A thin smile hooked up on her bright face, and for a moment she got up some playfulness. What does Mr. Lu think they're talking about? Is it saying that I'm shamelessly hooking up with the group president? Or is it saying that you're seducing female subordinates behind your wife's back? Don't care, you're the one who's been keeping you from announcing who I am. The reason why Ruan Tang was here was because she didn't want people to treat her special because of her relationship with Luli, and she also wanted to see just how much she was capable of. It would take her a few years to prove that she wasn't a doddering flower that had climbed over Luli. Who says I won't? Before Luli had time to digest the meaning of her words, he was taken by the little girl beside him by the arm and led forward. The few female co-workers who were just there gossiping about the relationship between the two, instantly became dismayed and surprised, as well as scared. Lu, Mr. Lu, introducing, this is my husband, Luli. Ruan Tang smiled lightly. The surprise and dismay that hadn't yet had time to be withdrawn from several people's faces was instantly magnified dozens of times again. Hello guys, Mr. Lu is good. Luli nodded his head in greeting, then walked away with Ruan Tang. Having fun? Luli pinched the little fox's cheeks. It's okay, she said it lightly, but the expression on her face was anything but. How willing are you to announce my identity to your coworkers now? Brother, she paused, her face complex and worthy of probing. I seem to be pregnant. The two have been preparing for pregnancy since she was promoted to department manager. What she had agreed with herself was that after she got pregnant, she was going back to Kyoto, so there was no need to hide Luli's identity now. Really? Ruan Tang nodded. 8 or 9, I think. She'd taken a pregnancy test with 2 bars, but after all, she hadn't gone to the hospital yet, and she wasn't 100% sure. I'll have someone arrange it now, and we'll go to the hospital first thing in the morning for a checkup. Aha, so now I take you back? Nguyen Tang nodded. Luli looked at her and wanted to hug her, but was unable to do so. Is it still possible to hug her now? Will it press on the stomach? Will it hurt the baby? Ruan Tang couldn't help but lose his smile as he looked at Luli, who was as rushed as a big boy. He's still just a cell right now. Luli also realized that he had made a big deal out of his concern and skillfully picked her up by the waist. Her eyes dropped to her feet in passing. Why are you still wearing high heels when you know you're pregnant? Ruan Tang moved his feet. Not high, just a little heel. A little bit won't do. From now on wear flat shoes from now on, Luli stated with no room for rejection. Ruan Tang pouted her lips, not too happy. Brother still says it's fine with or without a child. And now he's already turning towards him. You said it yourself. He's still just a cell. It's your body that's going to get hurt if anything happens now. Ruan Tang's heart softened and she wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a heavy kiss on her face. Brother will only be able to look and not eat from now on. What should I do? Ruan Tang gloated. What else can I do? Endure. The next morning, the two of them went to the hospital, where they were examined and determined to be pregnant. The news instantly blew up in both families. And although both parents had respected both of their opinions and hadn't pushed for it in the past few years, they had been looking forward to this day in their hearts. Knowing that Ruan Tang is pregnant, the parents of the two families called one by one and asked the young couple to come home immediately. The momentum is quite a kind of rhythm that if you don't come home, you will break Lu Li's legs. Ruan Tang lay on Lu Li's lap and touched Lu Li's face in amusement. What should we do? The baby hasn't even been born yet. Your status has already dropped. Lu Li was unimpressed. It's enough as long as my status in your heart doesn't drop. That's not necessarily true. Ruan Tang raised her lips and deliberately teased him. Lu Li's face turned green and blue, but he couldn't afford to snap, so he could only poke Ruan Tang's stomach and said indignantly, when he comes out, I'll clean him up. Ruan Tang glared at him. People say that one of the 4 great joys in life is having a son in old age, and the way brother looks, it doesn't look like he's happy. Getting old? Lu Li gritted his teeth, starting to think I'm old again. After so many years of marriage, Lu Li is still so sensitive to this word old. Ruan Tang laughed. Just kidding, brother is not old at all. Still so handsome. Really? Of course. Stinky girl, you're just pissing me off on purpose. Not a girl. If I had a daughter I'd be a girl's mom. Ruan Tang sighed as she tugged at the buttons on his chest. Lu Li attached himself to her lips and kissed her heart a few times. No matter when, you are still that little girl in my heart. Chapter 125, The Birth of a Child. Have you thought about it? What do you want to do when you get back? Do you want to rest at home, or go to the office? Brother will arrange a casual position for me at Lu's first, and then we'll decide what to do after we have the baby. She didn't want to stay at home all the time. She'd been out of touch with the workplace for too long, and it would be easy to be blindsided when she re-entered the workforce. So it would be good to keep up her professional sensitivities by taking a casual position first. That's what Nguyen Tang thought. How about becoming my secretary? Nguyen Tang laughed. If I go to be my brother's secretary, will I take care of my brother? Or will my brother take care of me? I'll take care of you, Lu Li stated as a matter of course. Whatever, brother, see to the arrangements. After that, Ruan Tang joined from Lu's and lived a life of 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunbathing, relying on Lu Li's office more than half a day out of the day. When she was a month and a half pregnant, Nguyen Tang had terrible pregnancy sickness, and the pregnancy reflexes didn't go away until she was over 2 months old. Other pregnant women gain weight when they get pregnant. She instead lost weight day by day. Lu Li looked on, anxious. That day, Lu Li came back from a meeting and saw Ruan Tang lying breathlessly on the sofa. Throwing up again? Nguyen Tang nodded pitifully. Lu Li was heartbroken and took her into his arms. Go to the hospital again tomorrow for another checkup. I thought I just took a pregnancy test. Why are you checking again? You know. After hearing the meaning of his words, Ruan Tang looked at him incredulously. You're crazy. Dad will beat you to death. I just want you to know that when your body isn't able to support this baby, I'm going to put you first. Ruan Tang had mixed feelings in her heart. That is, she was touched and sad. Brother, I'm fine. Didn't the doctor also say that this is a normal reaction? Maybe one day it will be fine. Brother, the baby would be sad if he knew he wasn't born in anticipation of his father. Lu Li looked at Nguyen Tang's still undulating belly and thought, this was his and Ruan Tang's child. How could he not look forward to it? But he also couldn't see Ruan Tang suffer. I don't know if it is the baby in the stomach. Knowing that his father moved to abort him, a few days later, Ruan Tang's reaction to pregnancy vomiting miraculously recovered. Her body was also getting better under the care of both moms, and she had maintained her weight at 80 pounds, with a breakthrough for the first time. Ruan Tang looked at her increasingly plump figure in the mirror and looked sad. I can't eat anymore. If I eat anymore I'm going to get fat and die. Brother, did you hear me? Don't feed me anymore. Lu Li went over and encircled her from behind. Where have you gained weight? Except for a bigger belly. Somewhere along the way it stiffened up a bit. Where else is it fat? Face and legs are fatter than before. No, still as skinny as you used to be, and just as pretty as you used to be. Really? Nguyen Tang was half convinced. Of course, when has brother ever lied to you? Ruan Tang hugged him back and rubbed against him. Brother, no way. Knowing what she meant, Lu Li categorically refused. A hint of displeasure flashed across her delicate face. It's been 3 months, not even after 3 full months. Although the doctor said that it was possible to have a proper conjugal life after 3 months, Lu Li didn't want to take the risk. Ruan Tang's mouth rose high. Is brother not working? When you're done having babies, come back and discuss this with me. But people also want to want it. Seeing his oil and salt, Nguyen had to indicate with a red face. Luli pursed his lips and thought for a moment before saying, "Then I'll help you in another way." In the late stages of pregnancy, Nguyen began to fear for her life and always had strange thoughts in her head. Every night he pestered Luli with questions. "Brother, will the baby be ugly?" "No, the child is like the mother. The daughter is like the father." Already he and Ruan Tang's face. "No matter whether the baby in the belly is a boy or a girl, it will not be ugly." "Brother, do you think the baby will have hearing problems?" "No. And what should he do if he has one leg long and one short?" "Baby, you're under too much pressure. None of this you're worrying about will happen. Even if something does go wrong, there's your brother. You just have to relax and wait for the birth." Hearing him say that, Ruan Tang's heart was much more at ease. "Oh, then has brother thought of a name for the baby?" "Not yet. To be precise, it should have been that he'd started a few that he wasn't too happy with." Ruan Tang had a sudden thought. "Brother, how about letting the baby take my last name?" "Yes." Luli agreed without saying a word. "No, I'm just saying." All Ruan Tang wanted was this attitude from him, not really wanting the baby to take her last name. "Don't worry, I'll explain on mom and dad's side. It's only right that the child you gave birth to in October should take your surname." Luli thought she was concerned about the elders. Nguyen still shook his head. "No, I was really just saying that for fun, and his last name doesn't change the fact that he's both of our children. Why don't we just take both of our last names as your name?" Luli suggested that Ruan Tang's name was taken from both Papa Ruan and Mama Ruan's surnames. Ruan Lu? Ruan Lu? The hard to hear was consistent. "Don't." Luli thought for a moment. "That's called Ee. Lu Ee. I love you for a lifetime." Ruan Tang was flabbergasted by his sudden confession. "It's fine if it's a girl, but if it's a boy, isn't it a bit too girly? The baby will be unhappy when it gets older." "No way. Boys and girls are all called Lu Ee. I'm his oldest son. Don't I even have the right to name him?" The two couples are having a heated discussion here, but the plan is not working. In June, Nguyen gave birth to a boy. White, chubby, cute and healthy. And none of the things Nguyen had feared had happened. After the baby is born, Lu's father and Nguyen's father break out into a big argument over the name. Nguyen's father said he had no problem with the baby's last name being Lu, but he had to come up with the baby's name. Lu's father disagreed. This is the only seedling of their family. The baby's name he is not allowed. The two argue and end up using a game of chess to decide the winner, with Ruan's father narrowly winning and naming the baby Lu Nanxing. Nanxing, a plant of the family Amanita, genus Hemerocallis, used medicinally. Lu's father is not willing to give in and says that he has to come up with the baby's nickname. He looked through the dictionary, ancient books, but also has not been able to find a name to his liking. And finally Lu mother shot the board. South Star. Small name will be called Star. Small Star. Still, the baby daddy stubbornly called him Lu Ee. When Lu Ee's full moon was due, Luli did not choose to have a big party because of Ruan Tang's health. The baby's grandparents feel aggrieved by their own grandchildren. Wait until Louis 100 days. Say what also want to organize a large scale. The scale of the second only to Luli and Ruan Tang's wedding. On that day, Nguyen Tang dressed the little chubby Louis in a big, red, adorable little Tang suit. Grandma and Grandma took turns holding it in their hands. "Isn't it time to change Starlet's diaper?" "I'll do it." Luli took it with ease. However, Louis was very disrespectful to his old man. Luli had just unpacked his diaper when Louis gave his old man a head-on pee. Luli's face darkened on the spot. "A child's urine is blessed." Lu's mother rounded off the conversation and didn't forget to compliment her precious grandson. "Our precious grandson is really good and pees really high." Luli did not utter a word, and after forcing himself to change Louis's diaper, he turned around and went upstairs. Lu's mother looked at her own son's back and spat to Ruan's mother. This knows that it's his own son, but those who don't know think it's his wrongdoer. All of Luli's already small amount of fatherly love for Louis was spent at night. Nguyen Tang doesn't feel comfortable leaving the baby with the nanny and insists that the baby sleeps with her. But Luli was worried about her health, so he took over the night feeding and diaper changing. Upstairs, Ruan Tang was putting on her makeup, and when she saw Luli come in with a lousy face, she couldn't help but wonder, "What's going on here?" Luli grumbled in exasperation. "Pissed on by your son." Ruan Tang laughed. "That's not your son, not as pro as you. Ever since Louis was born, your attention has been on him. Do you remember you have a husband?" At the thought of this, Luli was even more angry. "Why are you still jealous of your son?" Ruan Tang felt more and more amused. Luli was getting more and more childish now. "I don't care. Let Louis sleep in the children's room today and let the nanny stay with him." Luli took his hand and rested it on Ruan Tang's waist and brought it towards his body. Nguyen Tang didn't want to get child's urine on him and leaned back to avoid it. "What? Your son's pee is still too much for you? I just changed my clothes and I don't want to get dirty." She was dressed in a dark red cheongsam. After the birth, Her body was a bit fuller than before, lining the cheongsam with concave and convex. Luli looked at his eyes hot. Send Louis that light bulb away tonight. I want to fulfill my conjugal obligations. Luli has always emphasized desire. Even though the two have been married for so many years, the number of times they have lived together as husband and wife has never decreased. But he hadn't touched Ruan Tang since she got pregnant. Ruan Tang had at least pestered to help herself a couple of times, but Luli had only been able to take cold showers. After the full moon, he was worried that her body would not recover well, and he also held back until now. Ruan Tang felt sorry for him, but couldn't rest assured about his son. Brother, Louis, he's too young to leave his mom and dad. It's not young anymore. He's a boy. He has to learn to be independent. The corner of Ruan Tang's mouth twitched. A 3-month-old baby being asked to be independent by her own father. Ruan Tang was filled with sympathy for Louis' future. Baby, brother is all fried. Luli topped his face with a face of child's urine and moved closer to Ruan Tang again. Ruan Tang turned her face away in disgust. Oops, you go take a shower first and change your clothes afterward. You stay with me? No, I just put on my makeup. Then how about letting Louis sleep with the nanny at night? Ruan Tang couldn't argue with him and only nodded. And only then did Luli go into the bathroom contentedly. Nguyen Tang leaned against the doorway, talking to him. Brother, RU is bringing her boyfriend today too. Luli leaned in the bathtub. The tight muscles of his chest rose and fell in the water. And after so many years together, Ruan Tang still couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Oh yeah? Brother, guess who Ruru's boyfriend is? Is it someone I know? Right. Luli thought about it, but finally shook his head. It's Lin Yang. Ruan Tang mentioned this name. Luli remembered. The one who performed with you at the New Year's Day party that year? Right. How did those two get together? All those years after graduation. It's Ruru's mom who told her to go on a blind date. And the blind date just happened to be Lin Yang. And the two of them got together over and over again. Brother, do you think it's fate? Aha. Luli answered. Baby, bring the bath towel to hubby. Nguyen Tang pulled a washcloth off the rack and handed it to him. Luli dried the water stains from his body before wrapping his arms around Ruan Tang again. Baby, I want you now. Ruan Tang reddened. Stop it. The guests should all be here in a while. So are there any more surprises for the night? Ever since that outing on her wedding night, Luli had been looking for surprises from her every now and then. It's a good thing Nguyen Tang read a lot of PO literature during those years and learned a lot from it. See how you're doing. Be nice to Louis today. Good. Brother, seriously, you can't do this to Louis. He'll grow up with a shadow. Luli frowned, puzzled. What did I do to him? You're not close to him. You don't love him. How could it be? Louis is our son. How could I not love him? Ruan Tang shrugged. Anyway, from his series of maneuvers, she didn't feel that he had much fatherly love for Louis. Baby, Louis has too many people to love and will be spoiled. So I can only come and be a strict father, like you did to me before? Nguyen Tang asked. Yes, just like I did with you. But baby, with you or with Louis? I did it because I love you both. Ruan Tang stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips. I love you too. Louis will too.